30,000 years. In the nether realm a blood moon hung high. A young man in black robes sat lazily upon the void throne, letting out a low sigh. 30,000 years have passed. I have broken through to the Emperor realm, but I still cannot find a way to breach the realm. Jiang Chen's gaze was icy and cold. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, he commanded the undying Nether army with 10 Ghost King generals under his command. He founded the Nether Ghost Cavalry, swept through all foes, and eventually became one of the 3 Nether Emperors of the Nether realm. The Tianming Great Emperor. He ruled over billions of Nether creatures, holding the power of life and death. But who could know? Jiang Chen had been murdered and framed back then. His soul did not dissipate but fell into the Nether realm. From a lone wandering soul, he fought for 30,000 years to become the Tianming Great Emperor. How I want to go back! To see that vile woman kneel before me in humility, to watch those betrayers annihilate in fear. Jiang Chen's gaze was ice cold. He turned his hand over, and an ancient bronze cauldron emerged, engraved with complex patterns exuding a mysterious aura. Back then it was you who brought my soul into the Nether. Jiang Chen's eyes were deep and unfathomable. This bronze cauldron was obtained in his previous life, thought to be nothing special, but when he was framed and killed it wrapped around his soul and brought him to the Nether realm. Yet for 30,000 years, even after Jiang Chen stepped into the Emperor realm and wielded the power of the realm, he could never activate the bronze cauldron. What exactly are you? Jiang Chen lightly tapped the bronze cauldron. The seemingly gentle sound caused the entire Nether realm to tremble. Countless undead bone dragons lowered their heads. The Nether army trembled in spirit. Huh, what's that? Jiang Chen suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze piercing tens of thousands of miles, landing on a remote small valley. In a dark corner of the valley the void rippled, and white light coalesced into a crude summoning array. From within the array emanated an aura both familiar and strange. This is... Jiang Chen's head shot up. This is the aura of Blue Star's Xue'er. At the same time, the bronze cauldron deep in his soul began to vibrate violently, then transformed into mysterious runes floating before his eyes. A lonely, helpless human girl awakens the summoning talent, but her soul is too fragile. The awakening is about to fail, and the girl makes a soulful plea, begging for another creature to bind with. Bind or not. After binding, the Taigu Shutian Ding will open the Tao of Cause and effect, allowing a sliver of your soul to travel between the human world and the Nether. After binding, the Taigu Shutian Ding will open the Source Treasury. After binding, the Taigu Shutian Ding can open the Heavenly Tao Source Exchange. So you are called Taigu Shutian Ding. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Then he looked up at the crude summoning array. Begin the binding. Blue Star Xue'er, Jinling City. 8th Middle School. Classmates, today is the day you activate your talent. It has been 100 years since Blue Star entered the High Martial Era, yet the crisis for human survival persists and grows ever more severe. Awaken your talents, enter martial schools, guard the flame of human civilization, slay exotic beasts. Now each class steps forward in order. Principal Zhou Yilong finished his speech, and the awakening ceremony officially began. Class 2 Lu Tao awakened a level talent stone armor attachment. Class 2 Wang Yuan awakened level talent chi and blood growth. Class 4 Lili awakened level talent water arrow art. The awakened students were all excited. Those who didn't awaken looked disappointed. I must awaken a talent. Only then can I get a scholarship and go to college. In the crowd, Xue'er lowered her head nervously, stuffing her hands into her pockets. She wore a school uniform washed white and patched several times at the cuffs. Her hair was yellow from malnutrition, making her fair face look even more pallid. Just then a commotion rose from the crowd. Class 6 Wang Shanshan awakened a level talent fire element manipulation. Everyone looked up. On the stage a girl spread her arms directly, forming a fire serpent that emitted scorching energy. And a level combat talent. Shall definitely be recruited by a high-level martial school. Yes, every year's level awakeners are closely watched and nurtured by the martial arts department. The teachers on stage beamed with joy. Next, the martial arts teacher continued calling names. Class 6 Xue'er. My turn. Xue'er nervously stepped forward, looking up to see Huang Shanshan approaching. Huang Shanshan kept a smile on her face, but when she got close to Xue'er, she lowered her voice and said with a fake smile, "Xue'er, where's the protection money you were supposed to hand over?" "Won't pay. Looks like you need another lesson." Xue'er shivered. She didn't dare reply, lowering her head and continuing forward. She heard Huang Shanshan's cold laugh behind her. "With a cheap life like yours, you deserve to awaken a talent." Xue'er's face turned pale. She had been bullied by Huang Shanshan for a long time, but the other girl came from a wealthy family with connections even in the underground black market. She herself was an orphan, barely able to study through work-study programs and financial aid. She had told homeroom teachers and the dean about the bullying, but they just told her to endure it, that it would be fine after graduation. Xue'er stepped onto the platform with a heavy heart. The martial arts teacher said calmly, "Student, place your hand on the energy crystal and focus your mind." "Okay." Xue'er nervously reached out her small hand. "Use your spiritual power to sense this energy, calm your mind, then use it to stimulate your life potential." Xue'er struggled to inscribe the spiritual array pattern. For today's assessment, she had eaten 2 meat buns to replenish her energy. Usually she could only afford a small bowl of rice porridge. But long-term malnutrition had left her physically weak, unable to sustain the inscription of the spiritual array pattern. "She's going to fail." The leaders and teachers shook their heads. Awakening a talent required stable spiritual power, and obviously this girl didn't meet the criteria. The light on the energy crystal grew dimmer. Huang Shanshan, watching from a distance, sneered, "Worthless. Disgraceful. Still no good." Xue'er pleaded in her heart. Just as her spiritual power was about to collapse, suddenly a magnetic voice reached her through her spiritual power. "Huh? Talent awakening summoning type. Interesting." The voice landed. Xue'er felt her collapsing spiritual power wrapped in a strange aura, warm and especially comfortable. The spiritual array pattern instantly condensed. The pattern was still as crude as before, but its lines were not white. They were an eerie dark gold. In a trance, Xue'er sensed her mind connect to a mysterious black mist. It was a human-shaped black mist. She subconsciously asked, Hello, is it you who helped me?" "It's me." Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened. The textbooks never mentioned that such a thing could happen while inscribing a spiritual array pattern. Xue'er said seriously, "Thank you, Mr. Black Mist." "Don't thank me yet." A spiritual transmission sounded. "Normally a spiritual power of your level cannot connect to the nether realm. Even if by chance you could only contract the lowest level ghost creatures. But you met me. I will form a master-servant contract with you. I am the master, you are the servant, but I won't make you do anything against your will. How about it?" Yes, Mr. Black Mist." Xue'er nodded seriously. In the girl's simple mind, if it weren't for Mr. Black Mist's help, she could never have condensed the spiritual array pattern, and her talent awakening would surely have failed. Since Mr. Black Mist had helped her so much, it was only natural to agree. "Very well." The voice sounded again. "Since you summoned me to Blue Star, I might as well grant you a tremendous fortune." As the words fell, an aura of terror descended from the heavens, transforming into a unique soul imprint that instantly transferred into Xue'er's brow. The heavenly contract was instantly bound. In that instant, an ancient distant bell cauldron sound echoed through the void. Initial binding of the causal path successful. Heavenly Tao Source 500. Mysterious inscription surged in Jiang Chen's soul. Taigu Shutian Ding Owner Jiang Chen Cultivation Body Tempering Layer 3 Recovery Period Causal Bonder Xue'er Body Tempering Layer 1 Heavenly Tao Source Value 500 Heavenly Causal Assisting the Bonder in improving strength. Yield source points. Consuming source points grants the essence of Heavenly Tao laws. Note: the soul manifestation of the owner on Blue Star will be influenced by the causal bonder's cultivation. Boom! The moment the contract was signed, the sky above the square suddenly changed violently. Above the heavens, endless black clouds roared in, with cyan purple thunder flickering within them, releasing an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Domineering, overbearing, as if an emperor looked down upon the mortal world, his might shaking the universe. "What's going on?" The students looked up with terrified expressions. The school leaders and teachers on the high platform also had their expressions drastically change, because under the envelopment of this terrifying aura, even the strongest cultivator principal Zhou Yunlong was trembling. This is a third-tier source warrior. Boom. Bang. Purple lightning burst in the sky. The black clouds churned more violently, continuously spreading, almost enveloping the entire Jinling City. It was clearly daytime, but instantly turned into night. The black clouds pressed down on the city, as if to crush it. In a trance, people could even see a vast and ancient throne looming in the black mist, and clouds emanating a majestic pressure that suppressed heaven and earth. Look, that student is still awakening. Could it be her? Everyone instantly turned their gazes to the girl on the high platform, with her eyes tightly shut. Such terrifying phenomena! What talent did she awaken? Could it be strength? No, this is S-rank talent. Only S-rank talent can trigger heavenly phenomena. Everyone showed terrified expressions. Huang Shanshan's face was also somewhat pale, but the anger and jealousy inside made her face twisted and maniacal. This little bitch. How is it possible? Just as everyone was horrified, the black clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. Ding dong. The principal's phone received a message. He looked down and suddenly stood up. Not only him. Many teachers and students on site also received a latest message. Jinling City No. 1 High School Tianji Class Jinseki awakened S-rank talent Thunder Spirit Body triggering heavenly phenomena. The Municipal Education Bureau has sent a special commissioner to negotiate and confirm. The Martial Arts Department has dispatched 10 strong experts to protect. Every S-rank talent awakener is a future protector of human civilization. These are China's elite students. Once confirmed, Special Martial Arts Academy mentors will come to recruit in person. The square instantly fell silent. At this moment, whether students or teachers, all showed envy, and also a sense of pride in their hearts. S-rank talent awakener. This is since the high martial era, the strongest talent rank on Blue Star. Every S-rank talent awakener, as long as they did not fall midway, would surely advance to become a transcendent, commanding martial arts legions to fight against interstellar beasts. Close call. Fortunately, the SS Awakener wasn't that lowly commoner. Xue'er scared me to death. Huang Shanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then her gaze as sinister as a scorpion flickered with cold glints. Awakening ceremony continues. Class 6 Xue'er awakened Frank Talent Ghost Summon. Next, Class 6 Luo Dong. The martial arts teacher reported the situation. Huh? Xue'er took a deep breath, and the anxiety in her heart also calmed down. Fortunately, as long as I awakened a talent, am eligible to apply for Martial Arts University. Thanks to Mr. Black Mist. Xue'er spread open her small hand. In her tender white palm, a mass of black mist surged, and slowly rotated like a mysterious black hole that could devour everything. Mr. Black Mist, are you there? Xue'er silently chanted in her heart. Unfortunately, there was no response from the black mist. After the awakening ceremony ended, Xue'er lowered her head, her petite body hiding in the crowd, as she walked out of the school. After looking back and not seeing Huang Shanshan, she let out a slight sigh of relief. But the next moment, a sinister voice sounded. Little bitch, are you hiding from me? Xue'er's body trembled slightly. Huang Shanshan, along with several little gangsters, had already blocked the path she must take to go home. Hey, Sister Shan is talking to you playing dumb. A girl sneered. You sure know how to play pitiful, tricking the class teacher into taking away Sister Shan's poverty subsidy. I didn't lie, Xue'er said timidly. I meet the conditions for the poverty student subsidy. Bullshit you do. Huang Shanshan directly squeezed over, raised her hand, and hooked Xue'er's neck, saying coldly, Bitch, you stole my subsidy, then what about my pocket money? As she spoke, she secretly exerted force with her hand. Xue'er couldn't break free, pain surged, but she gritted her teeth and held back her tears. TSK Tisk, didn't you awaken ghost summoning? Want to have a match? Huang Shanshan raised her chin. As she raised her hand, a fire snake actually condensed at her fingertips, and the scorching heat made Xue'er's grayish-yellow hair curl. What crap summoning talent, still the lowest rank talent, probably can't even summon a single skeleton. The girl beside her sneered. Wang Shanshan brought the fire snake close to Xue'er. She looked at Xue'er's beautiful face, her heart burning with jealousy, and even wanted to use the fire snake to destroy the face. However, the martial arts department had long issued a prohibition forbidding awakened ones from private fights, and once discovered severe punishment would be imposed. "Little bitch, you are quite pretty." Wang Shanshan suddenly smiled. "My uncle opened a nightclub in the south of the city. You go there on weekends to accompany clients for drinks, and the pay won't be small." "Of course." Wang Shanshan squinted her eyes. "If you don't go, this vixen face of yours won't be safe anymore." As she spoke, she patted Xue'er's cheek, then led her several gangster girls into a luxury car parked by the street and drove off arrogantly. Xue'er weakly leaned against the wall. She slowly squatted down. Tears filled her eyes. Fear like ocean waves drowned the girl. Suddenly a cold voice sounded in her mind. "What are you crying for? Just kill such people, extract their souls, and refine their spirits, grind their bones to feed the dogs." "Ah, Mr. Black Mist." Xue'er was startled, then said timidly, "I've never fought before. I'm not telling you to fight, I'm telling you to kill." Jiangchen shook his head slightly. "Forget it, you're too weak, let's improve your strength first. It'll teach you a set of soul-refining method. After mastering the basics, you can advance to become a spirit psychic, then you can kill enemies across levels, directly crush their souls, with spiritual power devour their spirits to strengthen yourself silently." As soon as the words fell, Xue'er's delicate body trembled, and a large amount of obscure information surged into her mind. Heavenly Nether soul-refining art. Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened. She was after all a senior high school student, so she naturally understood the power of a spirit psychic. Talent awakeners could follow two cultivation paths. One was the source warrior path, the other was the spirit psychic path. And the latter was stronger. Every spirit psychic could fight across levels, their strength far surpassing source warriors of the same rank. But the problem was, on Blue Star there was no active cultivation method for spirit psychics, they could only be awakened passively. Every spirit psychic was a rare existence comparable to S-rank awakeners. At the same time, the moment Jiangchen passed the heavenly Nether soul-refining art to Xue'er, a bell cauldron sound suddenly came into his mind. With a loud dong, the sound of the bell cauldron lingered. Deep in Jiangchen's soul, mysterious inscriptions actually appeared, then turned into ethereal characters. Karma Dao rhythm, teaching a soul method, a chance to change Xue'er's fate appeared, rewarded 100 points of heavenly Dao origin. A lonely and helpless girl originally in despair, and your appearance is like a ray of warm sun dispelling the cold night. The human girl is very grateful to you. Trust 20 heavenly Dao origin 20. Trust can also add origin points. Jiangchen was somewhat surprised. He moved his mind and summoned the panel in his soul. Primordial Void Heaven Cauldron Master Jiangchen Cultivation Body Tempering 3rd Layer Recovery Period Karma Bound 1 Xue'er Body Tempering 1st Layer Heavenly Dao Origin Value 620 Heavenly Dao Karma Assisting the Bound 1 to increase strength can obtain Heavenly Dao Origin Points. Consuming Origin Points can obtain the origin of Heavenly Dao Laws. Note: the soul manifested by the Cauldron Master on Blue Star will have its cultivation affected by the Bound 1. Body Tempering 3rd Layer. Jiangchen looked at his own panel cultivation. Body Tempering 3rd Layer. Less than 1/10% of his peak strength. Such weak power could not accomplish much. I need to let Xue'er improve her cultivation quickly. Right, let's first check the exchange of Origin Dao. Jiangchen's heart moved. Origin Dao 1. Slaughter Origin Nascent Form can advance, requires 500 Heavenly Dao Origin 2. Element Origin Nascent Form can advance, requires 1003. Devour Origin Nascent Form can advance, requires 2004. Soul Origin Nascent Form can advance, requires 5005. Realm Breaking Origin Nascent Form can advance, requires 10,006. Time Origin Nascent Form can advance, requires 50,007. Space Origin Nascent Form can advance, requires 100,000 inch. Jiangchen's breathing instantly became rapid. Even he, an emperor-level powerhouse, who had fought in the Nether realm for 30,000 years, could not help but feel a storm surge within his heart. After stepping into the emperor realm, if one wanted to go further, they would need to master the Heavenly Tao origin. But the Heavenly Tao was vast. Jiang Chen had spent 10,000 years comprehending in the Nether realm, and only barely touched the threshold of comprehending the Heavenly Tao origin. But now this mysterious bronze cauldron could actually directly exchange for origin. This item needs Karma Tao Rhythm to activate. I signed a contract with Xue'er and by chance achieved Karma Tao Rhythm, thus activating its function. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and with a thought. Exchange origin nascent form. Slaughter origin. Dong! The primordial void heaven cauldron suddenly hummed with vibration, then streams of mysterious auras surged from the deep mouth of the cauldron, instantly pouring into Jiang Chen's Nether Emperor body. Consume 500 points of Heavenly Tao origin value. Exchange slaughter origin nascent form successful. Remaining Heavenly Tao origin value 120. In an instant, the cyan nether fire in Jiang Chen's eyes turned into dark gold. Boom! In the nether realm, thunder instantly exploded. Countless nether beings prostrated on the ground, tremblingly feeling that the Emperor in the sky had surged in aura by several times, causing the entire world to tremble. Slaughter origin nascent form slay to prove the Tao annihilate all heavens, increases the attack power of all the host's techniques and divine abilities by 2 times. Note: nascent form origin can be upgraded to entry-level origin, requires 5,000 Heavenly Tao origin. Battle power instantly doubled. This instant improvement far surpasses 10,000 years of secluded cultivation. Jiang Chen's eyes burned with passion. The primordial void heaven cauldron is actually this terrifying. He moved his mind. Through the Heavenly Tao contract, a thread of his primal soul instantly arrived at Blue Star. Rustle, rustle. In the cramped shower, mist shrouded the air, and a fiery silhouette flickered within the haze. A seemingly slender young girl. Yet she possessed an extraordinarily proud figure. Swish! As Jiang Chen emerged, as a swirl of black mist, he happened to witness this sight. Ah! Xue'er, startled, immediately crouched down, wrapping her arms around her shoulders, but her slender limbs could hardly conceal her proud assets, her delicate face flushing crimson instantly. Ahem, will wait outside. Jiang Chen coughed dryly and drifted out. Truly a slender branch bearing abundant fruit. He entered the living room, a rather secluded residence with aged decor furnished only with an old television and refrigerator. Though humble, it was kept meticulously clean. After a moment, Xue'er emerged. Her cheeks still flushed, damp hair draped over her shoulders. She wore a slightly tight cartoon print t-shirt that accentuated her proud figure. She hurried to the balcony, took down a school uniform, and put it on. But the characters on the back of the uniform read, 3rd Middle School. Jiang Chen asked, Aren't you a student at 8th Middle School? I found this uniform. Many of them are quite new, we'd be ashamed to throw them away. The girl replied softly, head bowed, hands clasped behind her back, fingers fidgeting. This was clearly her home. Yet she seemed somewhat ill at ease, as if unaccustomed to interacting with others. Mr. Black Miss, would you like to watch TV? I'll boil some water for you. Xue'er's face flushed as she stepped forward to turn on the television, then picked up the kettle to heat water. This girl. Jiang Chen shook his head, about to call out to Xue'er, when his gaze suddenly caught the image on the television screen. His pupils constricted sharply. The black mist began to churn violently, reflecting the turmoil within. The TV was broadcasting the news. At 10 a.m. on April 13, 126th year of the High Martial Era, the Huaxia Martial Arts Department and Education Department jointly issued a major announcement deciding to increase resource investment in martial arts academies. At 2 p.m., the Military Martial Department issued a statement. The 16th War Fortress of Huaxia has officially been commissioned, codenamed Long Han. The 126th year of the High Martial Era. Jiang Chen frowned deeply. How is this possible? I fell in the 123rd year of the High Martial Era when my physical body perished, but I languished in the Nether realm for 30,000 years. How has only 3 years passed on Blue Star? 3 years versus 30,000 years. A disparity of 10,000 times. Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand, sensing the imperial-level power of his primordial soul, feeling as if it were all a dream. But one thing is certain. My primordial soul has indeed broken through to the Imperial realm. Jiang Chen looked back at the television, his gaze gradually brightening. If only 3 years had passed on Blue Star, then his parents might still be alive. Mr. Black Mist, please have some water. A weak voice came from behind. Xue'er approached holding a cup of hot water. Jiang Chen shook his head and got straight to the point. Do you have a phone? Yes. Help me with something. Soon. Xue'er took out her old model phone and dialed a number. Beep beep beep. Hello. A gentle voice came through the line. Hello, Aunt Joe, I'm a friend of Jiang Chen. How are you and Uncle doing? Oh, a friend of Xiao Chen's. Thank you for your concern. We're doing well. Hearing that familiar voice over the phone, Jiang Chen's heart was profoundly stirred. His parents, they were indeed still alive. He had languished in the nether realm for 30,000 years, believing his Tao heart to be unyielding, but upon hearing his mother's familiar voice, his soul quaked violently. Not long ago, Qinglan also called to check on us. Thank you all for still caring about us old folks after so long. His mother's voice echoed again. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chilling murderous intent erupted from him. Boom! The temperature in the room plummeted. Xue'er shuddered involuntarily. Tang Qinglan. A figure surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. She was his ex-girlfriend from his past life. It was Tang Qinglan who, in a bid to seize a supreme treasure, had personally pushed him into the Star Realm Rift. How laughable. In his past life, Jiang Chen had doted on this ex-girlfriend, often venturing into the wilderness to hunt alien beasts, giving most of the resources he earned to Tang Qinglan. But what he received in return was not sincerity. It was betrayal. Tang Qinglan, that venomous viper, is still contacting my parents. It seems she never found my body back then, afraid I might return for revenge. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his pupils flickering with a chilling nether flame. Mr. Black Mist, the call is over. Xue'er hung up the phone. She looked at the black mist before her, hesitating. You? Are you Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen nodded calmly. After a moment's pause, the black mist around him began to roil, then coalesced into the form of a young man in black robes. Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened, and she quickly lowered her flushed face. Mr. Black Mist is so handsome. Do not speak of my matters to anyone and ask no further questions. Jiang Chen glanced at Xue'er. For now, the priority is to enhance your strength. He was bound to Xue'er by the Tao resonance of karma. Only as Xue'er grew stronger could he become mightier, unleashing greater combat power on Blue Star. But as things stood, Xue'er was only at the first level of body tempering. As her bonded partner, this remnant soul of Jiang Chen could at most wield the power of the third level of body tempering. Too weak. With such strength, Jiang Chen could neither seek revenge nor dare to approach his parents directly, lest he bring harm upon them. Sit cross-legged, calm your mind and focus. Today I will teach you the first layer of the heavenly nether soul refining art. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, Xue'er quickly entered a meditative state. Concentrate. I will use my spiritual power to stimulate your soul potential. It may be agonizing, but you must endure. The art of refining the soul is the path of tempering the spirit. No breakthrough without destruction. Jiang Chen's gaze was detached. He raised his hand, and a surge of formidable soul power instantly poured into Xue'er's brow. Boom! Xue'er felt as if her mind had exploded as searing pain struck, causing her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. Calm your heart. Focus your spirit. A calm voice echoed in her mind. It steadied her wavering thoughts, and under Jiang Chen's spiritual guidance, she began to slowly condense a mental rune. Half an hour later, with a crisp crack, Xue'er's spiritual energy was depleted, and the nascent mental rune she had painstakingly formed instantly collapsed. Mr. Black Mist, I'm sorry. Xue'er was filled with guilt. Jiang Chen remained expressionless, merely stating flatly, You are not a prodigy by nature. A few failures are normal. Try again. With that he flicked his finger. Whoosh! A torrent of profound spiritual energy surged into Xue'er's mind, replenishing her exhausted reserves. Xue'er's mind jolted, and she began to condense once more. Crack. The mental rune shattered again. Try again. Failed. Try again. Your focus wavers, weakening the spiritual intensity. Try again. Try again. Before long time slipped away. Finally, as Xue'er completed the last fragment of the rune, a simple mark quietly emerged in her mind, not dissipating but slowly rotating. Whoosh! A gentle breeze brushed through the window. In the silent night, streams of invisible source energy rushed toward Xue'er, devoured by the mental rune. Success. The heavenly nether soul refinement, condensing a mental rune, is but the most rudimentary step. Henceforth you must continuously refine this rune and inscribe new ones, until 9 runes form a single seal. Only then can you be considered to have entered the gate. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, and a message surfaced in his mind. Assist Xue'er in condensing her first mental rune, breaking through the shackles of a first-order mentalist. Acquire Heavenly Tao Origin 200 points. Note: Xue'er's mental power has increased, activating the karma resonance. The remnant soul's cultivation can recover to the 5th level of body tempering. I was at the 3rd level of body tempering before, now I've recovered to the 5th level. Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with sharp light. Indeed, bound by the heavenly Tao karma contract with Xue'er, her growth in strength elevated the cultivation this remnant soul could wield. If I can recover to my peak on Blue Star, then Huaxia humanity will possess its first imperial level powerhouse. When that day comes, these alien beasts encroaching on Blue Star, I alone can refine and devour them all. Jiang Chen's gaze turned fierce. In his memory, Blue Star currently had no imperial level experts. But he, the heavenly Nether Emperor, would become humanity's first imperial level cornerstone. Primordial Void Cauldron. Cauldron Master Jiang Chen. Cultivation Body Tempering 5th level recovering. Karma Bond Xue'er Body Tempering 1st level mentalist 1st order. Heavenly Tao Origin value 320. Heavenly Tao Karma assisting the bonded partner in enhancing strength grants Heavenly Tao Origin points. Consuming Origin points grants access to the essence of Heavenly Tao laws. Mastered Essence of Slaughter Nascent. Boom! Suddenly a blast rang out from within the room. A gaping hole appeared in the gray brick wall, surrounded by scattered debris and a twisted, deformed ballpoint pen. Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had only instinctively channeled her mental rune, imbuing the pen with psychic force, but losing control, she had pierced straight through the wall. A hole the size of a fist. Was this the power of a mentalist? Incredible. Xue'er, you are too weak, Jiang Chen said without any restraint. To manipulate telekinetic power, you must compress your spiritual energy to the extreme. Using it so recklessly not only greatly reduces its power, but also exhausts your spiritual energy excessively. Watch closely. He flicked his finger, controlling a ballpoint pen to stab toward the wall. Whoosh! A black flash shot forth. Silently a hole was pierced through the brick wall, perfectly matching the size of the pen, and the inner wound was as smooth as jade. Yet the ballpoint pen remained completely intact. The telekinetic power I just used was the same as yours, but the lethality is vastly different. With the same telekinetic power, I can launch dozens of attacks while you exhaust it all in a single strike, Jiang Chen said calmly. Do you know why? Xue'er lowered her head weakly and responded. Because the telekinetic power wasn't condensed properly. I sensed that most of my telekinetic power dissipated midway. Correct. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. It seemed this girl had decent comprehension. Continue training. First, hone the condensation of telekinetic power. Without relying on external objects, simply use telekinetic power to attack this paper, tempering your spiritual energy, and poke a small hole in it without tearing it apart. Jiang Chen waved his hand. A magazine in the corner instantly shattered into dozens of pages suspended in the air for Xue'er to train with. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I'll work hard. Xue'er nodded firmly and began training. Brother Jiang? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, but said nothing more. Because the panel of the Taishu Void Cauldron had changed again. Time passed slowly. Xue'er trained diligently, and whenever her telekinetic power was depleted, Jiang Chen would flick his finger, infusing a stream of pure energy into her body. As the heavenly Nether Emperor, this consumption was utterly insignificant. Although I can currently only utilize the cultivation of body tempering 5th layer, my actual combat power is certainly far beyond that. Because my divine soul can continuously replenish itself, I will never suffer spiritual exhaustion. Jiang Chen's gaze was bright. Another important point was that in actual combat, and killing even source warriors of the same cultivation level exhibited vastly different combat power. As for him, after battling for 30,000 years in the Nether realm, and comprehending the source of killing, his combat explosiveness was absolutely terrifying. After the body tempering realm is the innate realm, also known as the 2nd tier warrior. With my body tempering 5th layer cultivation factoring in the attack power of a psychic master, battle techniques, and combat experience, I can easily overcome enemies of higher ranks. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. The current martial arts realm division on Blue Star primarily consisted of the body tempering realm, innate realm, and fusion yuan realm, each with 9 minor levels. After the 3rd tier fusion yuan realm came true transcendent combat power, the 4th tier condensation core realm, 5th tier mystic connection realm, 6th tier divine sea realm. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Chen suddenly sensed something wrong with Xue'er's condition. Looking up, he saw the girl sweating profusely. Though she was striving to concentrate her spiritual energy, her face was abnormally pale. This was a sign of qi and blood deficiency, and scattered spirit soul. "Stop!" Jiang Chen frowned. "Haven't you had dinner yet?" Xue'er nodded timidly. "I just came home and took a shower, then Brother Jiang arrived." Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, then said, "Go eat first, continue later." "Okay." Xue'er wiped the sweat from her brow and went into the kitchen to start cooking. Before long, she brought out 2 bowls of boiled noodles. One had a poached egg and was generous in portion, while the other was only garnished with a few scallions. "Brother Jiang, have some too." Xue'er handed over the bowl with the poached egg and soup. "I am a soul body, I don't need to eat. As for you..." Jiang Chen looked at the sparse noodles in the girl's bowl and frowned. "Do you always eat like this?" Xue'er nodded lightly. A pack of noodles cost 6 yuan, and could last 3 days. Adding some scallions, a few drops of soy sauce, and frying an egg was a recipe her mother had taught her before she passed away, especially delicious. She had eaten this way for many years. Of course, she couldn't add an egg to every meal. Sensing Jiang Chen's silence, Xue'er lowered her head in shame, nearly burying it in her chest. Jiang Chen sighed and asked gently, "Do you still have any money?" "Over 2,000, but the community subsidy won't come until the end of the year, so I have to be frugal." "Frugal my foot." Jiang Chen shook his head. "Order takeout, add more meat. Tomorrow it'll take you to earn some money." "Huh?" Xue'er looked up in surprise. "What, huh?" Jiang Chen said calmly. "Now immediately, right now, order takeout. It must have meat. Flesh and blood nourish qi and blood nurture the spirit soul. Whether for source warriors or psychic spirit, qi and vitality are the foundation. I set a goal tonight's dinner no less than 100 yuan. Xue'er was on the verge of tears. "Brother Jiang, I can't bear it." "No. Open the app, it'll order you pay." Half an hour later, Xue'er sat at the dining table feasting. It was truly delicious. Truly heartbreaking. This 100 yuan was her usual weekly expense. "Eat slowly. Chew thoroughly, it aids digestion." Jiang Chen glanced at Xue'er with a peculiar look. Malnutrition. How could such a slender frame bear such abundant fruit? Truly a gift of nature. Jiang Chen watched the text floating before him, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He turned to look at the altar in the corner. On it were an incense burner and a photo, a family portrait serving as a memorial. In the photo, Xue'er was held in the arms of a middle-aged couple, smiling brightly and radiantly. Late at night, Jiang Chen ended his guidance. "Rest well, tomorrow will be tough." Xue'er was drenched in sweat, and stood up to head to the bedroom. "Brother Jiang, you'll lay out the bedding in the living room. You sleep in the bedroom tonight. No need, I have a place to go. Don't worry about me." Jiang Chen left these words. His form turned into black mist, and vanished into the summoning array. In the nether realm, Jiangchen slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the desolate and dead surroundings, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Roar! A colossal undead bone dragon thousands of feet in size eagerly approached, hoping to curry favor with the heavenly Nether Emperor. Scram! Jiangchen flicked his fingers, sending this little worm flying, but at the same time, he nourished the bone dragon with a wisp of pure soul energy. This undead bone dragon was called Xue'er. It was the first battle pet Jiangchen had tamed, following him through the nether realm for 10,000 years, now possessing the 7th-tier heavenly gate realm cultivation. Roar! Xue'er, nourished by soul energy, immediately became cheerful. Jiangchen was in a good mood too. For 30,000 years, he had fought in this lifeless nether realm, surrounded by skeletons, zombies, ghosts, resentful spirits, bone dragons, and other nether creatures. Though he had reached the imperial realm, he could not break through the boundaries, effectively imprisoned in the nether. But today Jiangchen had finally returned to the human realm. He had also met a very good girl. Enhance my strength, comprehend the source Tao. Then take revenge. I will make Tang Qinglan feel the ultimate terror. Flames flickered in Jiangchen's eyes. Then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Only 3 years have passed on Blue Star. My parents are still alive. Dad, Mom, wait for me. Once I have the ability to protect myself on Blue Star, I will come to find you. The next day, when Jiangchen arrived on Blue Star, Xue'er had already gotten up early, eaten, and was washing dishes. Brother Jiang, Xue'er said cheerfully, I only slept 6 hours last night, but this morning I feel especially energized. Normal. Jiangchen nodded. As a psychic, your soul has already undergone a qualitative change, constantly and actively absorbing natural energy to restore your spirit. That's great. You'll have more time to train from now on. Xue'er beamed. After quickly washing the dishes, she eagerly came to Jiangchen. Brother Jiang, there are still 2 hours before class. Let's continue training. Jiangchen said. What class? You're not going to school today. Huh? Xue'er was stunned. Skip class. Yes. Jiangchen said. School can't teach you anything real. Today I'm taking you for actual combat. By the way, take out 500 yuan later. It'll be useful. 500. Xue'er wanted to cry. That was a month's worth of food expenses. Don't worry, we'll earn money while we fight today. Jiangchen paused, then added, bring a large backpack. Mom. Xue'er perked up. Jiangchen paused in his steps and chuckled quietly to himself. The two took public transport to the near suburbs, then transferred to a rail train. Jiangchen floated beside Xue'er in a residual soul form invisible to others. Before long, a prompt sounded inside the train. Hunting Zone B base arriving. Xue'er hurried out of the carriage and looked up, completely stunned. It was a heavily fortified base fortress covering an extremely vast area. The entire hunting base was surrounded by towering steel walls, with over 100 electromagnetic energy cannons placed, each with a barrel diameter exceeding half a meter. Moreover, the steel walls were covered with densely packed holes capable of unleashing terrifying firepower coverage during wartime. And this was just the surface-level firepower. Each base fortress was equipped with large-scale combat legions and the most advanced weapons. This was the war barrier of human civilization against the beast tide. Is this a war fortress? It's magnificent. Xue'er was utterly astonished. Usually she only saw such sights on television news. This isn't a war fortress, but a defensive fortress. Jiangchen surveyed his surroundings. A true war fortress is not only larger in scale, but also equipped with more formidable offensive weapons, including magical crystal cannons, electromagnetic laser shields, and a dedicated celestial dome monitoring system. Jinling City isn't coastal, so a defensive fortress is sufficient. The real crisis for human civilization lies deep within the oceans. Once coastal megacities face a massive beast tide, only a war fortress can withstand it. Xue'er blinked her eyes and said with admiration, Brother Jiang, you know so much. Let's go! You have a lot to learn today. First, let's buy 2 daggers as weapons, then some high-energy synthetic food and water plus medical bandages. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, Xue'er spent all 500 yuan. The girl felt a pang of regret again. Xue'er stepped into the wild hunting zone for the first time. It was a dense mountain forest with trunks growing exceptionally thick and tall, their leaves interlocking to block the sun, casting the entire woodland into a dim, eerie gloom. In the silent forest, Jiang Chen asked, "Do you know the stages of martial arts?" "Yes." Xue'er nodded. "School taught me that the early stages of martial arts are mainly body tempering, innate realm, and essence fusion, with each stage further divided into 9 minor levels. Among them, the body tempering stage is considered a martial apprentice. Only by breaking through to the second stage, innate realm, and passing the practical combat assessment at the martial arts department can one be certified as an official source warrior." Jiang Chen asked further, "Then do you know what the core of a human source warrior's advancement is?" Xue'er pondered for a moment. "Is it talent awakening?" "No, the core of a source warrior's advancement is body tempering. Body tempering is a stage, but it is also the essence that runs through the entire path of source martial arts." Jiang Chen spoke slowly. "Whether it's a source warrior or a psychic master, both need to stimulate their potential by tempering the physique. It is the foundation, the key to unlocking the potential of human blood and qi and awakening the soul's potential. Through body tempering, one continuously elevates spirit energy and vitality, constantly breaking through the shackles and limits of life. This is the core of a human source warrior's advancement." Xue'er seemed somewhat puzzled. This was the first time she had heard such a notion. School had never taught these things. Jiang Chen glanced at her and continued, "So in today's practical training, I will focus on honing your close combat skills and learn the methods of body tempering through actual combat. In the upcoming fights, you are not allowed to use your psychic power." "Mom." Xue'er nodded emphatically. "Then let's begin," Jiang Chen suddenly said. "You've been under the watch of a mutant beast for a while now. Prepare to fight." Xue'er instantly held her breath. Before she could spot the beast, a black shadow suddenly leaped down from the tree trunk on her left. Crimson pupils radiated a savage aura, and its claws swept toward Xue'er's throat like blades. Xue'er instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. With a flick of his finger, Jiang Chen shot a wisp of black mist, instantly immobilizing the beast in midair. "You've died once already," Jiang Chen stated calmly. Xue'er stood frozen. The beast before her was feline in shape, but with blood-red pupils, a mouth full of fangs, and fur as stiff as steel needles. The beast's claws were less than 5 centimeters from her carotid artery, raising fine goosebumps on her skin. Xue'er instinctively tried to step back. Jiang Chen barked, "Don't retreat! Face the beast!" Xue'er fought her fear and looked up. Roar! The mutated cat demon let out a ferocious roar, its face twisted in savagery. Though its body was bound, its head thrashed violently. Brutal. Bloodthirsty. Furious. Xue'er's face turned pale with terror. At such close range, she could even see shreds of flesh stuck between the beast's fangs. "Mutated cat demon, a first-tier low-grade beast," Jiang Chen said flatly. "This cat demon was injured. Its strength is equivalent to the second level of body tempering. Do you know why you were instantly killed?" Xue'er stammered. I was too slow." "No." Jiang Chen shook his head. "The root cause is that you were afraid. Fear greatly hinders a warrior's performance. The first lesson of practical combat is to eliminate fear." He flicked his finger. The mutated cat demon was sent flying over 10 meters, eroded by a wisp of chilling black mist, its vitality rapidly waning, yet its ferocity remained. "I've suppressed its cultivation to the first level of body tempering, matching yours. Continue fighting," Jiang Chen said. "Start by evading attacks. Use the smallest movements to avoid the beast's strikes." Roar. The mutated cat demon charged again, its speed somewhat reduced. Xue'er sidestepped barely, but a claw still raked a bloody gash across her arm. Yet she didn't cry or give in to fear. Using the rudimentary movement techniques taught in school martial arts class, she began to maneuver against the beast. The mutated cat demon attacked relentlessly. Xue'er received several wounds, but her evasive movements gradually became more practiced. "Not bad," Jiang Chen nodded inwardly. Xue'er had initially overcome her fear of the beast. Although Blue Star had entered the era of high martial arts for over a century, and beast incursions into human settlements were not uncommon, humans still harbored fear towards them. Especially these students. They might excel in school martial arts classes, and ace all assessments, but encountering a real beast in the wild would instantly shatter their composure with fear. In contrast, Xue'er, though initially pale with fright, quickly calmed down and executed the techniques taught in class. Her movements were a bit stiff, but she was already better than most. Roar! Suddenly the mutated cat demon let out a violent shriek. Its body swelled a few inches, veins bulged, and its ferocity grew even more intense. The beast's claws struck wildly. A claw mark as long as a finger appeared on Xue'er's back, causing her to stumble. The mutated cat demon seized the chance to pounce. With a thought from Jiangchen, the black mist expanded, immobilizing the beast again. "You've died again," Jiangchen said calmly. "Low-grade beasts have no intelligence. They attack frantically until exhausted. They can also enter a berserk state, increasing their attack speed. You failed to observe this, and kept using the same movement rhythm. That won't do. In real combat, everything changes in an instant. You must constantly monitor your opponent's shifts." I'm sorry," Xue'er said timidly. "No, you've done very well," Jiangchen said. "Put your classmates in the same situation and few would do better than you. In fact, few in the entire school would. You successfully achieved the goal of eliminating fear." Xue'er blinked, her beautiful eyes, a smile spreading across her face. Jiangchen said, "Next, I will guide you on how to temper your body." With a raise of his hand, a wisp of black mist instantly infused Xue'er's body. "This thread of my energy will guide the flow of your blood and chi. Memorize the trajectory and sequence of the flow. This technique is called the blood and chi guidance, are developed jointly by top martial arts academies, the Military Martial Command, and the Martial Arts Department. It is the most suitable for laying the foundation in the body tempering stage." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue'er felt a peculiar warm current surging within her, flowing slowly. She quickly calmed her mind and concentrated. She memorized the operation method of the blood and chi guidance art. 5 minutes later, Xue'er looked up. "Brother Jiang, I've memorized it." "Then let's continue." With a thought from Jiangchen, the previously restrained beast was instantly freed. Roar! The beast attacked. Xue'er felt a surge of warmth from her lower back and spine. Without hesitation, she mobilized all her blood energy and strength. A surge of power reached her legs. She stomped hard, leaving a footprint in the soil, but her body wasn't quick enough to dodge, and the beast struck her. "Your blood and chi circulation is too slow. The force application must have a focus centering on the main meridian of the back and spreading through the limbs to ensure explosive power." Bang! Xue'er was struck again. "Breathe. Breathe. Pay attention to your breathing rhythm. Once your breathing is disordered, it will inevitably affect your blood and chi circulation." Again. This time not bad. Keep adjusting your breathing. Strive to synchronize your breathing rhythm with the speed of your blood and chi circulation. In the wilderness, the girl was locked in combat with the beast. By now, Xue'er's clothes were covered in bloodstains, but she paid no heed to her injuries, fully immersed in Jiangchen's guidance. The mutated cat demon's pounce missed. Xue'er suddenly twisted her waist, instantly regaining her balance. At the same time, her right foot stomped hard on the ground. Blood and chi burst forth, channeling through the main meridian of her back into her right arm. She threw a punch, striking the beast's flank with force. Boom! The mutated cat demon was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, blood spilling from its mouth. "Brother Jiang, I hit it." Xue'er was immensely thrilled. "Not bad." Jiangchen nodded slightly, then added, "In a life and death struggle, hold nothing back. Never let your guard down, especially before the enemy is completely finished. Now go kill this cat demon." Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Defeating a beast and killing a beast are two entirely different concepts. The second lesson of practical combat was to draw blood. He had expected Xue'er to be afraid. But the next moment, she had already picked up a dagger and charged at the beast. She dodged its pounce and plunged the dagger into its abdomen. Blood sprayed out. The beast landed from its pounce, dragging the dagger across its belly, leaving a long bloody gash. Roar! The beast let out an even more frenzied shriek. Its entire abdomen was split open, yet it still thrashed about wildly. It took half a minute before it finally died. Excellent! Jiang Chen finally broke into a smile. Xue'er was far tougher than he had imagined. Though her strength was lacking in the path of martial arts, one's mentality is paramount. Just as Jiang Chen was about to praise Xue'er, a sudden change occurred. Dong! The primordial void cauldron emitted a resonant hum. From within the corpse of the mutated cat demon, a wisp of gray mist drifted out, instantly devoured by the cauldron. Karmic resonance. Xue'er, under your guidance, slays a mutated beast, granting you 1 soul essence. Void Heaven Treasury unlocked. Authority pills. Tier 1 detected Cauldron Master, with an Imperial level innate soul. Special reward granted. Emperor Spirit Fruit. Emperor Spirit Fruit special contains the spiritual essence of the Dao Can temper. An unparalleled Dao body requires 20000 soul essence. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. Soul essence. Void Heaven Treasury. His mind instantly sank into the primordial Void Heaven Cauldron. Indeed. Besides the previously opened primordial Dao Treasury, a new exchange treasury had now been additionally unlocked. Void Heaven Treasury, treasures of the myriad races across the heavens, all within Tier 1. Authority pills. Soul essence 1 obtained by slaying lifeforms. Jade Dew paste heals external wounds without scarring. 20 soul essence. Bone mending pill heals broken bones and tendons. 20 soul essence. Blood Chi pill enhances blood chi and absorbs celestial source energy. 50 soul essence. Soul condensing incense aids in soul cultivation when lit. 100 soul essence. Heavenly Dao source points let me directly exchange for origin essence. This soul essence lets me exchange for pill resources, but killing a cat demon only gives this much. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. No! He suddenly realized. He looked at the note after the soul essence points. Slaying a lifeform grants soul essence. The higher the lifeform, the more soul essence. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Whoosh! His divine soul instantly returned to the nether realm. With a single step, Jiang Chen activated his imperial level divine ability, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant to arrive above a pitch-black nether sea. The nether sea was a forbidden zone in the nether realm. Countless ferocious nether creatures dwelled within. Let's test it first. Jiang Chen stomped his foot. With a resounding boom, the deathly still nether sea suddenly churned, and hundreds of nether beasts were instantly annihilated, their frigid white bones floating up from the abyss. Slain Tier 4 low-grade nether creature soul essence 300. Slain Tier 4 mid-grade nether creature soul essence 666. Slain Tier 4 high-grade nether creature soul essence 888. Slain Tier 4 high-grade nether creature soul essence 999. Slain. Whoosh! The primordial Void Heaven Cauldron trembled violently, devouring wisps of gray-white mist and converting them into soul essence points. Soul essence points 72983. Success! A sharp light burst from Jiang Chen's eyes. Nether creatures were also lifeforms. Killing them granted soul essence. And soul essence could be used to exchange for cultivation resources in the Void Heaven Treasury. Shua! Jiang Chen's form flickered, appearing at the center of the nether sea. He gazed down at the boundless deathly still sea, then raised his hand and grasped fiercely. The void trembled. A massive vortex instantly formed in the boundless nether sea. Roar! A serpentine nether creature hundreds of feet in size, with a hideous visage, was forcibly dragged out of its lair. The nether sea ghost flood dragon. Tier 6 spirit sea realm. It let out a terrified roar. So it was you who attacked my nether legions. You thought hiding in the nether sea would let you escape justice. Die! Jiang Chen's gaze fell. The 100 Sofital nether beast let out a roar, its form instantly splitting apart. The ghost flood dragon's spine was immensely tough, but under the might of an imperial-level existence, it was but an ant. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Emerald green blood gushed forth, staining the nether sea for several kilometers around. Slain Tier 6 high-grade nether creature soul essence 40,000 soul essence 112983. The nether realm is vast, and it contains a tremendous number of nether creatures. All of these can be converted to soul essence by the primordial void heaven cauldron and then exchanged for resources. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp. He moved his mind slightly. Consumed 1,000,000 soul essence successfully exchanged for 5 Emperor Spirit Fruits. Jiang Chen raised his hand, and a walnut-sized golden fruit materialized. This was the Emperor Spirit Fruit. Golden light surged on its skin, filled with immensely vast life force. Jiang Chen consumed it. It melted upon entering his mouth. Instantly a torrent of majestic energy surged through his limbs and bones. The life force continuously tempered his soul body, even forming golden inscriptions on his skin. It works! My Tao body is coalescing! Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp. The so-called Imperial Realm was the 9th stage, the Tao body realm. 1st stage body tempering, 2nd stage innate, 3rd stage energy fusion, 4th stage core condensation, 5th stage mystic mastery, 6th stage spirit sea, 7th stage heavenly gate, 8th stage void insight, 9th stage Tao body imperial realm. Upon reaching the imperial realm, one needed to continuously temper the Tao body, while also comprehending the laws of origin. Although the life energy provided by the Emperor Spirit Fruit isn't much, it can precisely temper the Tao body. If I were to cultivate it myself, I'd need to absorb life energy from heaven and earth, which is far too inefficient. The primordial void heaven cauldron is truly miraculous. Source points can exchange for the great Tao origins. Soul essence points can exchange for imperial level resources. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Countless profound inscriptions surged from the depths of his soul, forming a brand new panel. Primordial Void Heaven Cauldron. Cauldron Master Jiang Chen. Cultivation Body Tempering 5th Layer. Recovery Period. Karmic Bound 1 Xue'er Body Tempering 1st Layer. Psychic 1st Order Heavenly Tao Source Value 570 Soul Essence Value 12983 Unlocked Authorities Great Tao Origin Exchange Void Heaven Treasury Tier 1 Authority Mastered Origin Slaughter Origin Nascent Form. Note: the cultivation of the Cauldron Master's manifested soul on Blue Star is affected by the karmic bound. 1. Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with sharp light. The emergence of the Void Heaven Treasury meant he could exchange for a vast sea of resources. And this also meant he could rapidly elevate Xue'er's strength, allowing his residual soul on Blue Star to recover its cultivation faster. Tang Qinglan, are you ready? The wrath of an imperial-level powerhouse is about to descend. Jiang Chen's gaze was icy cold. 2 clumps of dark golden nether fire suddenly burst forth, igniting the heavens. Jiang Chen's consciousness returned to Blue Star. There was a vast time differential between the 2 worlds, so only an instant had passed on Blue Star. Xue'er was somewhat exhausted, but seeing she had slain a mutated beast, she felt incredibly invigorated. You did well. Jiang Chen walked over. In the martial path, one's heart is most important. Facing a beast without fear, seeing blood without flinching, you are much more outstanding than I imagined. Xue'er's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. The girl receives praise. Sensing your approval, her heart is immensely encouraged. Trust 10 Heavenly Tao Source Value 10. Let's tend to your wounds first. Jiang Chen turned his hand over, and 2 bottles of pills fell into Xue'er's arms. Jade Dew Paste can heal external wounds without scars. The Blood Chi pill is for enhancing blood chi. Xue'er nodded obediently. She took off her outer clothes. During the previous battle, she had been hit by the bees several times, leaving 6 bloody gashes on her fair skin. Especially the gash on her back, which was several centimeters long. The movement of her clothes pulled at the wound, causing Xue'er to hiss in pain, but she still endured the pain and applied the Jade Dew Paste. Let me help. Jiang Chen flicked his finger, using his mental energy to manipulate a glob of paste and apply it to the wound on Xue'er's back. Instantly, a cool sensation spread. The wound quickly stopped bleeding, and then healed at a visibly rapid rate. The precious medicines exchanged from the Void Heaven Treasury all contain a wisp of life force. Take this Jade Dew Paste for example. It can enhance the activity of life cells in a short time, thereby accelerating wound healing and repairing scars. Even the top-tier genetic repair agents in the country might not be as effective. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. Take a Blood Chi pill now and see its effect. Mum. Xue'er didn't hesitate a moment. She poured out a blood chi pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a surge of thick blood chi roiled within the young girl's body, causing her somewhat pale cheeks to flush, and fine beads of sweat began to emerge on her fair skin. Brother Jiang, I'm so hot! Xue'er felt a stifling heat throughout her body. The effect of the blood chi pill is too potent for you. Jiangchen raised his hand and grabbed Xue'er. A distant black shadow was pulled towards him. It was another mutated cat demon. Jiangchen said, "Continue fighting. Practice strictly according to the blood chi guidance technique to digest the blood chi." Okay. Xue'er quickly got up, gripped her dagger tightly, and charged forward. Roar! The mutated cat demon roared and lunged fiercely. With her previous experience, Xue'er was not panicked. She channeled power from her waist and back into her legs, instantly dodging the attack. Shwa shwa shwa. Several more attacks from the mutated cat demon were evaded by Xue'er. Adjust your breathing. Don't circulate the blood chi too fast, or you won't be able to handle it. Find your rhythm and observe the beast's attack rhythm. Jiangchen instructed from the side. Xue'er's evasive movements became increasingly adept, and she could even launch attacks while dodging. Roar! The mutated cat demon, stabbed with several bloody holes, let out a roar, and its speed surged. Berserk state, Jiangchen said again. Adjust your rhythm. Double the speed of your blood chi circulation to match its speed. Xue'er obeyed. 3 minutes later, the mutated cat demon finally exhausted its strength, its pace slowing. Xue'er seized the opportunity, thrusting her dagger into the beast's abdomen, and using her Bodis momentum, she slashed fiercely. Blood sprayed out. However, instead of collapsing as expected, the mutated cat demon counterattacked, while Xue'er was off balance, its sharp claws aiming straight for the girl's eyes. Black mist spread out, instantly binding the beast in place. You died again. Jiangchen walked over. Never let your guard down at any moment. That slash of yours didn't hit a vital spot. It had more than enough strength left to land a killing blow. Xue'er lowered her head, apologizing. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Today's practical training was only about your mental state, dispelling the fear of facing beasts and the sight of blood. Jiangchen said. You did that perfectly. Tomorrow I will teach you real combat techniques, how to identify a beast's vital points and weaknesses to deliver a killing blow. After speaking, Jiangchen pointed a finger and said, Look at the wounds on your body. Xue'er looked down and was instantly stunned. During the fight with the first beast, she had received several bloody gashes. But only a few minutes had passed. The wounds were completely healed, and even the scars were gone. Her skin was as smooth as jade, as if she had never been injured. This is the effect of the jade dew paste. It contains a wisp of life force. Though faint, it can fully heal ordinary flesh wounds. Jiangchen pondered for a moment, then added, 5 years ago, the Jinling University, in collaboration with 3 mega-conglomerates, invested billions to develop a cell recovery agent. It could also treat external injuries and remove scars, but its effect was only 1/10 of the jade dew paste. Do you know how much that recovery agent costs? Xue'er shook her head blankly. Jiangchen said, 80,000 per vial, and it's hard to find. If you buy it on the black market, it costs 100,000 per vial. Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened in shock. 100,000 for a single vial of medicine, just to treat minor wounds and scars. Poverty restricts one to literature, wealth enables martial arts. Those pampered girls from wealthy families, who want to learn martial arts, but don't want scars, naturally are willing to spend the money, Jiangchen said flatly. And this is just a healing agent. Agents that enhance blood chi are even more expensive. The blood chi pill you just took would be worth at least 300,000 on the open market. Xue'er's delicate frame trembled. She instinctively looked down at the bottles in her hands. A large jar of jade dew paste. Over a dozen blood chi pills. This? Xue'er was stunned. The hands holding the pills began to tremble slightly. Brother Jiang, this is too precious. You should take it back. These are your cultivation resources. Jiangchen said flatly. I tell you this to make you understand that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a jade. Never think too highly of human nature. The existence of these pills must be kept secret. Otherwise it will invite death and endless trouble. Mum. Xue'er clutched the pills tightly to her chest, nearly burying them in her prominent bosom. The maiden engraved your teachings deep in her heart. Since her parents passed away, no one had ever imparted such wisdom of life to her until you appeared. Trust increased by 20. Celestial path source value increased by 20. Jiangchen glanced at her and said, "Go cut off the cat demon's claws. They can be sold for 200 yuan. All right." Xue'er's beautiful eyes instantly brightened. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the dagger and went to harvest the beast's materials. Next, Jiangchen continued to lead her through the hunting zone. With a whoosh, a mutated cat demon swooped down from a tree trunk. Xue'er twisted her body to dodge the ambush, pushing off the ground with her foot to lunge forward, carving a bloody gash across the cat demon's back with her dagger. Your strike lacks power. The spine's main meridian is the core of your strength. Drive your arms with the shoulder blades of your back and concentrate your chi and blood into a single point. Again. Your evasion is too wide. While it avoids the attack, it gives the beast room to adjust. Narrow your movements. Adjust your breathing. Time passed slowly. Dusk was approaching. Xue'er moved with agility, sliding slightly to evade the beast's claws, then drove her knee into the cat demon, sending it flying. Before the cat demon hit the ground, Xue'er erupted with chi and blood, swiftly closing in and plunging her dagger deep into the beast's throat. With a howl, the mutated cat demon expired instantly. At the same moment, a surge of potent chi and blood burst forth from within Xue'er. A breakthrough! Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. He could clearly sense that Xue'er's physical prowess had skyrocketed by a significant margin. Xue'er's chi and blood had broken through, upgrading her to the second level of body tempering. Celestial Path Source 200. Xue'er's basic footwork has advanced from novice to minor mastery. Celestial Path Source 100. Xue'er's basic blade art has advanced from novice to minor mastery. Celestial Path Source 100. A breakthrough in martial combat skills also increases the source value. A glint flickered in Jiangchen's eyes. Martial combat skills were the art of lethal combat. Whether it was basic footwork, fist techniques, leg techniques, or advanced combat manuals, they all fell under martial combat skills, which were divided into 6 ranks: novice, minor mastery, major mastery, proficiency, subtlety, and perfection. Have I broken through? Xue'er was somewhat incredulous. For 3 years of high school, she had been stuck at the first level of body tempering. Yet now, after just 1 day of practical training, less than a single day, she had broken through to the second level of body tempering. What's so strange about that? Practical combat is the most effective method for martial advancement, Jiangchen said with a faint smile. Besides, with the jade dew ointment and chi and blood pills supporting you, you can completely ignore your injuries and have a continuous supply of chi and blood resources. Xue'er was stunned. Indeed, the cultivation resources Brother Jian gave her were all incredibly precious. He also personally guided her on how to temper her body, pointing out the tiniest mistakes at any moment and correcting them. With such meticulous guidance, if she still couldn't break through, wouldn't she be a fool? Brother Jiang, thank you. Xue'er spoke earnestly. The maiden expressed her heartfelt gratitude. In her solitary heart, you were both a mentor and a friend, a candle flame in the darkness, helping to dispel the icy night. Trust increased by 50. Celestial Path Source value increased by 50. Let's go! Today's practical training ends here. Tomorrow a more perilous trial awaits. Jiangchen looked at Xue'er. First, wrap yourself in medical bandages. Huh? Xue'er was taken aback. But my injuries have already healed. I know. But if a martial apprentice like you hunts over a dozen beasts without a scratch, you'll definitely attract attention, Jiangchen said indifferently. Do some camouflage. Use the medical bandages and smear on some beast blood. Oh. Xue'er quickly complied. Jiangchen meanwhile focused his mind, and a panel materialized before him. Primordial Void Cauldron. Cauldron Master Jiangchen. Cultivation 6th level of body tempering recovery period. Karmic Bound Xue'er's 2nd level of body tempering. Celestial Path Source Points 1050. Celestial Karma assisting the bound individual in increasing strength yields Celestial Path Source Points. Consuming source points grants access to the essence of celestial laws. Note the Cauldron Master's manifested soul on Blue Star will be affected by the cultivation of the karmic bound individual. Night fell. The hunting base was exceptionally lively. Besides the military restricted zone, a large area of the base was designated for commercial use. Shops, hotels, restaurants, bars, and trading posts were all available. The crowds were almost entirely martial artists. After a day of hunting, many would choose to relax awaiting the next day's hunt. Inside the trading post, when Xue'er emptied the beast materials from her backpack, it immediately drew the attention of many.
"Miss, did you kill all these by yourself?"
The clerk asked, somewhat surprised.
Following
Jiang Chen's advice, Xue'er spoke little and nodded much.
"That's 12 mutated cat demon materials in total worth 2400 yuan. After a 10% tax deduction, your actual earnings are 2160 yuan.
The clerk finished tallying and offered a smile.
"Cash or bank transfer?" "Cash, please."
Xue'er lowered her head nervously. She was too excited. In just this one day, she had earned over 2,000 yuan, something she had never dared to dream of before.
"Here is your earnings, miss."
The clerk handed over an envelope.
"We look forward to your patronage again." "Thank you."
Xue'er beamed with joy, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. The orphan maiden, having earned a fortune through her own efforts for the first time, was ecstatic. No brother Jiang should get the larger share of this fortune. How should I offer it to him? She wondered silently. Trust increased by 50. Celestial Path Source value increased by 50. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. He had discovered a marvelous function of the primordial void cauldron. It could perceive Xue'er's inner thoughts.
"Keep the money for yourself. From now on, don't be stingy with your meals,"
Jiang Chen said seriously.
"For dinner, eat at the base restaurant. Order a grade A nutritional meal."
"Mom!" Xue'er flashed a delighted smile. But the moment she saw the price of the grade A nutritional meal at the base restaurant, Xue'er wanted to turn and run. 420 yuan? For just one meal?
"Eat it here,"
Jiang Chen commanded.
"Kill a couple more beasts tomorrow, and you'll earn it back. Your chronic malnutrition is severely limiting your martial development."
Xue'er was on the verge of tears. Under Jiang Chen's firm insistence, she finally ordered a meal. A few minutes later,
"This is so delicious."
Xue'er ate ravenously.
"It's way better than the takeout last night. Brother Jiang, have some too." "I don't need to."
Jiang Chen smiled.
"From now on, whenever you come hunting, you must eat the nutritional meal. These are all beast ingredients, perfect for replenishing a beginner martial artist's body. When you get back, continue to temper your spiritual will."
"Mom!" Xue'er nodded obediently. Jiang Chen hovered in the air as a remnant soul. With his soul strength, likely no one on all of Blue Star could detect him. After the meal, as Xue'er left the restaurant and headed home, a group of people approached. She instinctively tried to take a detour, but the woman leading them spotted her.
"Xue'er."
Wang Shanshan raised an eyebrow, extremely surprised. Then a hint of scorn curled at the corner of her mouth.
"You're quite resourceful, skipping school today to come to the hunting base instead. My uncle has set his sights on you. You must serve drinks at the nightclub this weekend. Remember this."
Wang Shanshan's smile faded, her tone turning icy.
"In the Jinling black market, no one dares to offend my Huang family."
Xue'er's eyelids fluttered, and she shook her head violently.
I won't go. You little wench, you've grown bold in just one day. Who gave you the nerve to talk to me like that?"
Wang Shanshan laughed in anger, raising her hand to grab Xue'er's shoulder. Xue'er instinctively lifted her hand and slapped the arm away. Slap. Wang Shanshan was stunned for a moment. Then a maddened ferocity blazed in her eyes, flames gathering in her palm. A great awakened talent. Fire element control. Suddenly a scar-faced man beside her said in a low voice,
"Miss, the military martial guard is watching us."
Wang Shanshan frowned, the flames in her hand slowly dissipating. Starting a fight at the hunting base was a major taboo. Not even a martial apprentice like her let alone highable source martial artists would dare to cause trouble. Once a fight broke out, the military martial guard could execute them on the spot. It was an iron law. Huang Shanshan's gaze turned cold.
Yi Xue'er, I hope you can still speak so boldly in a few days.
Yi Xue'er ignored her, lowering her head and quickly walking away. Watching her retreating figure, Huang Shanshan's sinister gaze was like a viper eyeing its prey, chilling to the bone. But no one noticed a wisp of invisible spiritual energy flicker out, silently landing on a strand of Huang Shanshan's hair. After Yi Xue'er left, Huang Shanshan sneered.
Uncle Dao, in 3 days remember to kidnap that little wench and take her to the Black Flame nightclub.
The Scarface man frowned.
Miss, she's just a high school girl. Is it worth the risk of being discovered by the martial arts department? Normally it wouldn't be necessary, but my uncle has already chosen her.
Huang Shanshan licked her lips.
The young sorcerer of the Heavenly Witch sect is coming to Jinling. My uncle has already established a connection with them. Apparently this young sorcerer has a particular fondness for innocent girls. Yi Xue'er would make an excellent gift. An orphan, alone and helpless, a pure school beauty. I'm sure the young sorcerer will be very pleased.
The Heavenly Witch sect. The Scarface man's pupils contracted. This was the dominant force in Southeast Asia's underground black market. The Scarface man lowered his voice, warning.
The Heavenly Witch sect is listed as a heretical cult by China. Are we sure we want to board this ship? What's there to fear? The world order is on the brink of collapse. The major powers are too busy dealing with the onslaught of mutated beasts to bother with such matters,
Huang Shanshan said fearlessly.
These days every man for himself. It's time for the Huang family to rise.
She glanced at her loyal bodyguard behind her.
My father has tacitly agreed to this. It's about the Huang family's future. Anyone who holds us back will die.
The surrounding martial artist guard shuddered in shock. The ruthlessness Huang Shanshan displayed at that moment was far from that of a high school student. She now bore a hint of the demeanor of her uncle Cui Jiuji. That smiling tiger was a formidable character.
Understood.
The Scarface man nodded.
In 3 days I'll personally capture the girl. Excellent.
A smile spread across Huang Shanshan's lips.
Let's go! I need to start my practical training too. Having awakened the fire element talent, I need to break through to the 5th level of body tempering as soon as possible.
The group headed toward the hunting zone. No one noticed a strange wisp of black mist silently coiling deep within the strands of Huang Shanshan's hair. On the other side, Yi Xue'er returned to the Jinling urban district via rail transit. Unaware of the looming crisis, she repeatedly checked the banknotes and the envelope, a radiant smile gracing her cheeks. Under the moonlight, the girl's face beamed with joy. Jiang Chen let out a soft sigh, choosing not to reveal Huang Shanshan's conspiracy to Yi Xue'er. For this matter was far beyond what Yi Xue'er could handle.
The Huang family, the Tianwu sect.
Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy.
How dare these evil forces extend their reach into the Great Xia territory?
In his past life, with the onslaught of the beast-tide nations across Blue Star, fought valiantly, nurturing a multitude of martial artists and countless heroic legends. Yet sinister forces brewed in the shadows, spreading fallacies that advocated coexistence with the beasts, proposing to cede vast lands for their habitation in exchange for peace. These evil cults even resorted to human sacrifices to augment their power. Before Jiang Chen vanished, nations worldwide had been vigorously suppressing such forces. He had heard of the Tianwu sect, which was barely clinging to life in Southeast Asia. Never did he expect they would now dare to infiltrate China.
It seems many events transpired over these 3 years. Either the front lines were too strained with powerful warriors occupied by the beasts, allowing these rats to thrive in the sewers, or there are traitors among the high echelons of human civilization.
Jiang Chen frowned. As he spoke, Yi Xue'er had already alighted from the bus. Her home, a legacy from her parents, was in the old district on a desolate, narrow street. Even at just past 8 in the evening, few people were about. As Yi Xue'er turned the corner, she saw a couple standing before her door. Her steps instinctively slowed.
Xue'er, where have you been so late?
A stout middle-aged woman called out upon seeing the girl. The man beside her smiled.
Xue'er must be studying for the college entrance exams. She's always been an obedient child aiming for a good school. Hello, Uncle and Auntie.
Xue'er greeted them calmly.
Good, good.
The woman lifted several bags of gifts from the ground, her face creased with a forced smile.
Xue'er, studying is important, but health matters too. Look how thin you become. It breaks my heart.
She handed over a plastic bag.
I bought some fruits and vegetables. Take them inside and put them in the fridge. Thank you for your concern.
Xue'er lowered her head.
Am doing well.
Despite her words, the girl made no move to accept the items nor invited the couple inside. The woman's brow furrowed. Suppressing her displeasure, she forced a smile.
Time flies. Soon you'll be taking the exams. Isn't your birthday next week? After you turn 18, our Xue'er will be an adult. Ah, you were so small back then, I used to hold you often.
Xue'er remained silent, staring at a tuft of grass in the corner. The woman signaled her husband with a glance. The man in the jacket stubbed out his cigarette, cleared his throat, and forced a smile.
Xue'er, it's like this. Before your parents passed, they borrowed 1,350,000 from us for business. But fate was cruel, and they perished in the beast tide. You see, I never pressed you for the money all these years, but now your uncle is in a tight spot and needs the funds urgently. I know you don't have the cash, but this house.
He rubbed his hands together, feigning a simple smile.
You're almost 18 and adult, eligible for inheritance and legal certifications. Then we can handle the transfer. Don't worry, we'll cover all the fees.
He swallowed hard and sighed.
Your uncle has no other choice. I hope you understand, Xue'er.
The girl bit her lower lip gently. She said nothing, continuing to gaze at the resilient weed growing by the drain in the corner.
Don't be scared, Xue'er. It's just a transfer. You can still come back and stay whenever you want.
The plump woman rolled her eyes and squeezed out a smile.
Besides, you're going to be a top student at a prestigious university. You'll surely work and live in a better city. Uncle, Auntie.
Xue'er suddenly looked up, cutting them off.
After my parents died, I sorted through their belongings and indeed found a promissory note for 500,000. But the borrowers were you. At the hospital back then, you also saw that note.
The girl slowly clenched her fists.
You said you'd repay later, but then changed your story, claiming you'd already paid my parents back. Now you're turning it around, saying my parents owed you 1,350,000.
The man coughed awkwardly.
That old note was settled. It's just stained with blood and hard to read. Look, I have the old note here too.
He pulled out a crumpled IOU stating debt settled with both parties' signatures. The woman beside him produced a new note.
The old one was for building our house, long paid off. Later your parents borrowed from us for their business. This is the new note. See for yourself, Xue'er. I see it clearer than anyone.
Xue'er suddenly shouted. Her eyes welled up as she clenched her fists tightly.
You're just bullying an orphan like me, trying to take away my only home.
On the deserted street, her outburst caused lights to flick on in nearby houses. The man glanced around nervously. The woman's smile vanished, replaced by a vicious expression.
Xue'er, debts must be repaid. Refusing to pay are you. Let's see how you can live here in peace. I have plenty of ways to drive you out. If it weren't for our kindness, you'd be on the streets, you ungrateful brat. No wonder your parents died you.
A chilling wind arose. With a sharp slap, the stout woman was sent flying, spitting blood before she even hit the ground. From the dark corner, a mass of black mist slowly coalesced, and a bone-piercingly cold nether fire materialized, brimming with boundless killing intent. Brutality. Madness. Carnage. The moment the nether fire appeared, the middle-aged couple felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. In a trance, their minds were dragged into a hellish purgatory, where countless vengeful spirits surged toward them.
Ah! Ghosts!
The man wet himself in terror. The woman stood frozen, her face twisted in horror, her eyes bloodshot. Under the mental assault, the couple fled in panic, scrambling away without a backward glance.
Brother Jiang, thank you,
Xue'er whispered. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He had initially intended to stay out of Xue'er's family affairs, but the couple's greedy, predatory faces were utterly repulsive.
This remnant soul is still too weak. I can't even cast the curse seal. Otherwise, I could have turned the couple into idiots on the spot. And for Huang Shanchen, I still can't perform long-range curse killing techniques.
Jiangchen mused. With his current soul remnant's power, eliminating Huang Shanchen and her crew without a trace would be challenging. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Xue'er returned home. She didn't turn on the lights, instead leaning against the wall and slowly crouching down. The girl murmured softly,
"Brother Jiang, am I too weak and useless?"
Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze softened. Xue'er was after all just an inexperienced high school girl alone and struggling to survive through her own efforts.
"This isn't weakness, it's kindness."
Jiangchen spoke calmly.
"In this era, the beasts constantly erode human civilization, driving many into despair and madness. Many have turned dark, joining evil cults or becoming thugs who harm their own kind. I've seen this happen many times. Close friends or loving couples, when faced with interests, often reveal their monstrous true natures."
Jiangchen looked at Xue'er and said earnestly,
"Your kindness is precious in this world. I hope you can hold on to this original intent. But when faced with dire situations, I also hope you won't hesitate. Meet violence with violence, stop killing with killing. That too is the heart of martial arts."
He paused, then added,
"Don't worry, I'm here for you."
In the darkness, the girl's eyes brightened.
Click.
Xue'er turned on the light, wiped away her tears, and declared firmly,
"I must train hard. Only by becoming stronger can those bullies stop daring to mess with me."
Under your encouragement, the girl's state of mind has broken through, giving birth to an extremely strong martial will. Heavenly Tao Origin 100. Jiangchen nodded in satisfaction. He had initially thought Xue'er would break down in tears after the repeated bullying. Instead, she unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough in her martial state of mind. The stronger the martial will, the more steadfast the battle spirit.
"Excellent. You've already grasped the core law of survival. Weakness is the original sin,"
Jiangchen declared solemnly.
"Tonight we change the training plan. Pause mental cultivation and focus entirely on breaking through the martial realm."
Xue'er nodded. Following Jiangchen's guidance, she consumed a blood-chi pill and began circulating her energy.
"Rustle."
A dense surge of blood energy spread out. Jiangchen flicked his finger, channeling a thread of energy into Xue'er's body, guiding her to refine her bones and acupoints. Over the following days, Jiangchen subjected Xue'er to rigorous training. With an unlimited supply of blood-chi pills, the resilient girl smoothly advanced to the 4th level of body tempering. Ahead, Xue'er was locked in combat with 2 mutated cat demons, holding her ground without falling behind.
"This girl has real potential."
Jiangchen nodded in approval. He then focused his mind on the primordial void cauldron. Cauldron Master Jiangchen, cultivation body tempering 8th layer, recovery period karma bound. Xue'er body tempering 4th layer, psychic tier 1, heavenly Tao origin value 1600, soul value 12583, unlock permissions, Tao origin exchange void treasury level 1, mastered origin slaughter origin nascent form. Note: the cultivation of the Cauldron Master's manifested soul on Blue Star is influenced by the karma-bound individual.
Xue'er at the 4th layer of body tempering, coupled with her psychic's cross-tire combat ability, is comparable to the 8th layer. Thus my cultivation has also recovered to the 8th layer.
Jiangchen's eyes flickered. The 8th layer of body tempering was merely the power this remnant soul could wield. It did not represent his true combat strength. With his technique's mental power and 30,000 years of combat experience in the netherworld, Jiangchen could easily defeat foes above his level.
Invincible within the innate realm,
he mused. Of course, in a war of attrition, with an endless supply of soul power, he was confident he could even slay a 3rd-tier intermediate warrior. Just then a fluctuation passed through his soul. Jiangchen looked up nonchalantly.
"Take a break. Well, move to a different training ground." "Okay."
Xue'er nodded obediently. She took a blood-chi pill to recover her strength, while applying Jade Dew Bomb to her wounds. 10 minutes later, guided by Jiangchen, Xue'er ventured deeper into the hunting zone. Suddenly, the roar of a beast echoed ahead.
"Roar!"
A wounded saber-toothed hound charged forward. a first-tier intermediate beast equal to the 5th layer of body tempering. As Xue'er gripped her dagger, a cold gleam flashed from the grass ahead. The hound's head was severed instantly.
Miss, your footwork earlier was a bit sloppy, allowing the beast to break the encirclement. You should focus on honing your movement technique. All right, thank you, Uncle Blade.
Huang Shanshan and her group emerged from the bushes.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Huang Shanshan was taken aback upon seeing Xue'er. Uncle Blade and the others were equally surprised. Xue'er grew nervous. Before she could find an excuse, Huang Shanshan laughed.
I was planning to look for you this afternoon. Didn't expect you to come to me instead. Perfect timing. My uncle's new bar opens tonight. You're coming.
With that, Huang Shanshan strode forward. Xue'er instinctively tightened her grip on the dagger, lowering her stance.
Oh, you dare to draw a blade on me?
Huang Shanshan sneered. Raising her hand, a spark of flame erupted from her palm.
A useless piece of trash like you. How can you compete with me?
Xue'er said nothing, her gaze fixed on Huang Shanshan's throat.
Miss, wait.
The scarred man beside her suddenly spoke.
What's wrong?
Huang Shanshan turned.
This girl is off.
The scarred man frowned.
She carries killing intent, and her combat stance is textbook. A trained killing technique, starting posture.
Xue'er, you emit killing intent. Huang Shanshan froze. Had anyone else spoken those words, she would have shrugged them off, but Uncle Dao was a second-rank innate source martialist, and a black market assassin long maintained by the Huang family. His words compelled Huang Shanshan to pay heed. She said in a measured voice, Uncle Dao, please handle this. The scarred man nodded. He stepped forward leisurely, without anyone noticing. A blade half an arm in length rested in his broad palm. With weapon in hand, the scarred man's aura turned utterly frigid. Yet when his gaze fell upon Xue'er's eyes, astonishment flickered across his face. He was a peak second-rank source martialist, a veteran of the black market assassin circles. Ordinarily, peers trembled at his sight. But now, this frail-looking high school girl showed no fear. Instead, at his approach, she instinctively lowered her center of gravity, the dagger in her hand sagging slightly. Is she going to strike my leg? How dare she? The scarred man felt the notion almost absurd. Then, a wisp of black mist suddenly congealed beside Xue'er. A summoning aptitude. The scarred man frowned. Huang Shanshan sneered. Uncle Dao, she awakened a ghost summoning, and frank aptitude, the weakest type. The weakest? Are you sure? A calm voice drifted from within the black fog. In an instant, Huang Shanshan, the scarred man, and the others were all stunned. As everyone knew, summoned creatures lacked intelligence and required direct command from their summoner. How could this be now? Xue'er, consider this your third lesson of battlefield tempering. Jiang Chen turned to her. Huang Shanshan and the others plan to capture you to offer as a sacrifice to the Xue'er cult. To them your life is worth less than an ant. Boom! Huang Shanshan struck like thunder. The Tianwu cult affair endangered the very survival of the Huang family. If it were exposed, the Military Affairs Bureau and the Martial Department would surely crush them. Kill them now! Huang Shanshan shrieked. The scarred man had already moved a single step, detonated the ground beneath him into a deep pit as he lunged forward like a beast. Brother Jiang, watch out! Xue'er cried in alarm. Jiang Chen's face remained impassive as he lifted a hand and gently grasped the air. The void trembled. An invisible pressure detonated outward. The scarred man seemed trapped in some abyssal quicksand, his body frozen in place. Mental will, you, he howled in terror. But his scream was cut short as a terrifying pressure struck, like a tidal wave, crushing his bones and organs with unbearable force. Crack. Bang. The scarred man shattered into a spray of blood mist. No bones, no fragments left behind. Xue'er's eyes widened at the sight. For Huang Shanshan and the others, however, it was pure unrelenting horror. Several guards turned and fled. Jiang Chen swept his palm back and struck. Boom, boom, boom. With successive detonations, 4 warriors were reduced to nothing but splattered blood mist. Not bodies alone, but their clothes and even their blades were ground to powder. Thud. Huang Shanshan's face drained of color as she collapsed to the ground, pupils dilated. Terror nearly swallowed her, face pressed to the earth. She begged for mercy. Xue'er, spare me. Please, I beg you. I can pay you lots of money. I promise I will never bully you again. I'll kowtow to you. We're classmates. Huang Shanchen kept kowtowing and pleading. Jiang Chen did not move. He regarded Xue'er calmly and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Xue'er swallowed nervously. In the next instant she lunged up, and a cold gleam pierced Huang Shanchen's throat. A wet spatter of blood. Huang Shanchen's eyes bulged as she clamped both hands over her throat, emitting ragged, desperate gasps, the sound of a ruptured windpipe. Half a minute later Huang Shanchen lay dead. Xue'er gripped the dagger with both hands, body taut, forcing her chi to steady her trembling. Yet her cheeks still twitched with involuntary tremors. Jiang Chen walked over. "I know this was brutal for you, but to grow stronger this path must be walked. Martial way is the way of killing. If you waver in the face of an enemy, it will be you who dies." Xue'er's slender frame shuddered. She relaxed her clenched hands, no longer suppressing her fear, and turned to look at Huang Shanchen's lifeless, unseeing eyes. To confront fear is to temper one's heart. She retched dry heaves racking her. Hastily, she gulped down a bottle of water and vomited again. Only after a long while did she regain her composure. Though still pale, she could now face her fear. "I always thought Huang Shanchen bullied me merely to indulge a craving to oppress the weak," Xue'er said bitterly. "I never imagined she intended to offer me as a sacrifice to the Xue'er cult." Jiang Chen replied coolly, "Human hearts are complicated. Compared to the ferocity of beasts, the hidden malice within human hearts is far more lethal. Huang Shanchen was like that. Your two relatives were the same. Among humankind there are many kind and warm souls, but there is also much filth." Xue'er's eyes brightened. "That is why one must never harbor intent to harm, yet one must also guard against others." Jiang Chen nodded in approval. "Good, your insight is sharp." The girl murmured softly, "This is what my parents taught me since childhood." Jiang Chen's expression flickered. He regarded her oddly and asked, "You wouldn't really intend to turn yourself in, would you?" "Ah." Xue'er felt guilty, but nodded faintly. "I've heard the Huang family has a lot of influence in the underground market. I'm afraid I'll drag you into trouble." "Drag me? Do they deserve that?" Jiang Chen gave a hollow laugh, then spoke gravely. "It's good you consider the Huang family's reprisal, but know this: for a family to survive, so long their influence must reach beyond the black market. Like when Huang Shanchen bullied you before, did telling the teachers or the headmaster lead to any results?" Xue'er was silent and shook her head. "Killing a Xue'er is not a crime, it is a meritorious deed," Jiang Chen said calmly. "But a single testimony from you combined with the Huang family's connections and cover-ups, who would believe you?" Xue'er gave a bitter shake of her head. "Remember, fairness in this world stems from strength, influence, and status. As you just said, guard yourself. Without absolute strength to protect yourself, do not place yourself in needless danger." Jiang Chen lifted a hand and grasped the air. A shock echoed through the void. Huang Shanchen's body was obliterated into a final spray of blood mist. Within the wasteland restricted zone, only the most primal laws of life and death hold sway. Because Huang Shanchen feared moving against you within the city, but dared to act freely in the restricted zone, you must remember, in the wasteland restricted zone, be wary not only of beasts, but of men. Xue'er nodded obediently. "Let's move. Find another place to continue the exercise." Jiang Chen raised his hand and drew it over a dozen beasts. Provoked by the bloodlust, the beasts plunged into frenzied combat, soon upheaving the training ground. Before long, Jiang Chen led Xue'er into the heart of hunting zone D. A howl rang out ahead. On the hillside, a canine aberration fixed its gaze on the intruders, half a meter tall at the shoulder, over a meter in length. It gaped, a maw of crimson teeth. A blood-toothed hound. With a low growl, more blood-toothed hounds sprang up around the slope, 9 in all. These were mid-grade first-rank beasts. By size, their strength ranged roughly from quenching body, level 4 to 6. Xue'er instinctively hunched her neck. She had only once fought an initial-rank mutated cat spirit before. Now 9 mid-grade first-rank beasts charged together. Thunder rumbled.
They surged forward, but were immediately suppressed by a wave of black mist. Jiangchen said calmly, previously our drills focused on erasing your fear of beasts. Today I will teach you how to attack with spiritual mind force. With a gesture the black mist braided in the air, and formed the semblance of a flying blade. Spiritual mind force differs entirely from the way qi and blood fight. Do you see this mist? Jiangchen shifted his intent. The black mist upon the blade flowed like a slender stream, then coalesced into a streamlined spiritual sigil. This is spiritual mind force. When wielding a weapon, spiritual mind force must be continuously poured into it, and you must condense a spiritual sigil to gather the scattered fragile mental energy, and then unleash enormous destructive power. Remember, a mentalist's attack depends on a steady, sustained flow. After each burst you must quickly replenish your mind force, like charging a phone. Your mind force is the battery, the spiritual sigil is the charging cable, and the weapon is the phone. Jiangchen explained with care. Xue'er listened intently. Having practiced the Tianming refining soul art before, she quickly imitated and shaped a simple spiritual sigil. The moment she laid the sigil onto her dagger it hummed, trembling for an instant before slowly levitating. Jiangchen said calmly, "Ensure the continuous input of mental power, guide it with your will and attack." Xue'er, following his instructions, stirred her thoughts. Swish! The dagger suddenly shot forth, striking the hind leg of a blood-fawn dog 5 meters away with a vicious blow. Thud! Blood splattered. The beast's hind leg was slashed open to the bone. "I did it!" Xue'er was overjoyed. Jiangchen nodded slightly. "Then let's begin real combat." With that he withdrew part of the black mist. 3 blood-fawn dogs charged at them with incredible speed. Swish! Xue'er reacted swiftly, her will directing the dagger in a semicircular arc that pierced the back of the leftmost hound. But the blood-fawn dog's muscles and sinews tightened as it ran, trapping the dagger. Xue'er instinctively amplified her mental power. Thud! The dagger wrenched free, trailing a stream of blood. Yet it was too late. The other 2 hounds had already pounced, only to be frozen in place by the black mist. "Combat failure." Jiangchen frowned. "Do you know your mistake?" Xue'er said nervously. I shouldn't have struck the beast's spine, the backbone is too tough." "No. Your mistake is failing to adapt." Jiangchen shook his head. "The existence of mentalists is humanity's most formidable defense against aberrant beasts. Why can a mentalist defeat enemies of higher levels, even entire cultivation stages? Because a mentalist's attack is the most devastating. Instead of pulling the dagger out, you should have amplified your mental power, severed the beast's spine, pierced through, and used the momentum to strike the next beast. Again." At his command the blood-fawn dogs were released and charged once more. Following Jiangchen's guidance, Xue'er amplified her mental output the instant she controlled the dagger's attack. Crack! With a single strike she severed the beast's sinews and bones, the blade piercing through its belly, and without losing speed instantly targeting the next blood-fawn dog. Swish, swish, swish. The blade whistled through the air. Before long the 3 blood-fawn dogs lay bloodied on the ground, 2 dead, the third's life force rapidly waning. Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened. Was this the power of a mentalist? She had just slain 3 first-stage intermediate aberrant beasts in an instant. Her excitement flushed her cheeks. But then a wave of dizziness struck, causing her to collapse onto the ground, losing her balance. "With your mental power exhausted even after killing 3 beasts, you're completely combat ineffective and will only be devoured by others." Jiangchen glanced at her and said coldly, "A qi and blood warrior could still rely on physical stamina to escape, but with depleted mental power you fall straight into a death trap." Xue'er murmured, "Is my mental power too scattered?" "Yes, almost 60% of it was wasted meaninglessly." Jiangchen nodded. "A mentalist's strength lies in a single lethal strike, using the least mental power to inflict the most fatal damage. And you merely used the dagger to bleed the beasts. Many attacks were pointless. They weren't killed by you, they bled to death." Xue'er reflected on the fight, lowering her head in shame. It was true. "Continue." Jiangchen raised a hand, channeling a surge of pure soul energy into her, replenishing her depleted mental power. 3 more Blefong dogs charged with incredible speed. Xue'er reacted swiftly, quickly mobilizing her mental power to launch an attack.
Thud!
The dagger shot through the air, instantly piercing the soft belly of one Blefong dog, then trailing blood as it struck the next.
Your mental power is starting to dissipate. Adjust the intensity. Know there's still a lot of mental power wasted during the attack. Again!
Xue'er has under your guidance begun to grasp the attack techniques of a mentalist. Celestial Essence 500. Xue'er's mental power has improved. Celestial Essence 400.
So many essence points.
Jiangchen was somewhat surprised. But then he found it only natural. The increase in Celestial Essence was directly tied to Xue'er's strength. And as a mentalist, humanity's most formidable offensive asset, even minor progress meant a significant boost in her combat power.
At Xue'er's current 4th-stage body refining cultivation with full mental power, she can easily defeat an 8th-stage body refining warrior. But that's still too weak. I need to accelerate her progress.
Jiangchen mused. Time passed slowly. As dusk fell, Xue'er was completely spent, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. Yet her face was radiant with triumph. 21st stage intermediate aberrant beasts. All slain. In the past, she wouldn't have dared dream of it.
Xue'er, you must keep your identity as a mentalist hidden for now,
Jiangchen said gravely.
Remember, this is your survival tool and your defense against the Huang family's retaliation.
Mum. Xue'er nodded firmly.
Collect 3 of the Blefong dog's fangs,
Jiangchen said calmly.
Don't take them all, or it will arouse suspicion about your strength. Until you have enough power to protect yourself. Stay low and hide your abilities. Okay.
Xue'er nodded obediently. Back at the hunting base, many eyes turned toward Xue'er. Lately, in hunting zone, a pure-looking girl with a pink backpack had become a familiar sight, always polite, and hunting down a fair amount of aberrant beast materials. Over time, Xue'er had become a known face in the hunting area. At the exchange counter, she opened her backpack, spilling out the materials, and said with a smile,
Brother Zhou, thanks for helping me tally these up. Sure thing.
Zhou Sheng nodded with a smile. Having worked at the exchange for years, he had taken a liking to this polite and sensible girl.
15 mutated cat demon materials worth 3000 yuan. 03 Blefong dog fangs.
Zhou Sheng was stunned.
Did you hunt these? I got lucky today and found 3 injured Blefong dogs,
Xue'er said shyly.
It took me a lot of effort to kill them. Impressive.
Zhou Sheng gave her a thumbs up.
1st stage intermediate aberrant beast materials worth 400 yuan each. After taxes, your total for today is 3780 yuan. Thanks, Brother Zhou.
Xue'er beamed, taking the envelope with a face full of excitement. Over the past few days, her savings were nearing the 10000 yuan mark, enough for university tuition. Back home, she didn't rest but continued practicing the qi and blood-breathing technique. The night had grown deep. In the bustling heart of Jinling, a lavish nightclub had just opened its doors, with an endless stream of luxury cars arriving, many carrying influential figures. On the top floor, a man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window holding a glass of red wine. His right hand had a missing little finger, leaving only 4 digits, and his narrow eyes gleamed with a sinister cruelty. This man was Cui Jiuji, Huang Shanshan's uncle. A subordinate reported.
9th Master Director Zhang from the City Defense Bureau didn't come, but his brother-in-law did. I've seated him in the Tianzi Pavilion. The Liu family of Jinling has set up a smuggling operation outside the city and wants to partner with us. Also, the underground gambling den's quarterly profits have been handed over.
Cui Jiuji swirled his wine glass. He said slowly,
Send 2 generous gifts to Director Zhang's brother-in-law. As for the Liu family, I want a 40% cut if we cooperate. Leave the gambling den to the Huang family. Also,
he paused, then added,
the powerful families from Beijiang want a batch of younger organs. Handle this personally. Yes, 9th Master.
The man in black nodded respectfully.
By the way, hasn't Shanshan arrived yet?
Cui Jiuji asked.
Not yet, she might be delayed by something. The man in black was about to continue when the phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. He hurried over and brought it to Xue'er.
Hello, big sister.
Xue'er's brow furrowed the moment he answered.
What? Shanshan is missing. In the hunting zone. Sister, don't worry. Shanshan has a second-stage source warrior with her. She'll be fine. Maybe she entered a signal-blocked area. Rest assured he'll send people to investigate immediately.
He hung up and ordered his subordinate.
Send people to the hunting zone at once. Shanshan has lost contact. Also, call Director Zhang and ask him to have the City Defense Bureau assist in the investigation.
Xue'er's gaze turned icy.
I've kept that dog fed long enough. It's time to see if he's useful. Yes, Ninth Master.
The man in black nodded quickly. The next day, when Xue'er arrived at Hunting Zone, she saw many luxury cars parked in the square along with numerous men in black with cold auras moving about questioning people. Even uniformed personnel were assisting.
The Huang family is making its move.
Jiang Chen's gaze was indifferent. He floated in the void, as a remnant soul invisible to others.
Brother Jiang, should I leave?
Xue'er asked nervously.
No need.
Jiang Chen glanced at her.
Huang Shanshan's death was her own fault. Don't panic. Besides, with me here, you have nothing to fear.
Mum? Xue'er felt a bit reassured. Soon a uniformed man approached holding a photo of Huang Shanshan and asked,
Did you see these people in the wasteland yesterday?
Xue'er shook her head. The man said nothing and moved on to question the next person.
See that? The Huang family's influence is far greater than you imagine. Even the City Defense Bureau is cooperating.
Jiang Chen said calmly.
If she had taken you away yesterday or even killed you in the wild, would it have caused such a stir?
Xue'er fell silent, then shook her head.
So strength is the foundation,
Jiang Chen said.
Let's go! Today he'll teach you combat techniques.
Xue'er's beautiful eyes shone with determination as she strode toward the wilderness zone. The girl's martial heart grows ever more resolute. She no longer wishes to live a life of bullying. Only by growing stronger can she change everything. Celestial Essence 50, I must not let Brother Jiang down. I must not. The girl silently vows in her heart. Trust 20 Celestial Essence 20.
Roar!
Within the hunting grounds, two blood-fawing hounds charged furiously. Xue'er's figure flickered, slipping through the gap between the two beasts' attacks. Then, with a swift motion of her blade, she slashed the throat of the one on the left. Yet her movements did not cease. With a thud, she took a step. Blood and chi surged from her spine's major meridian into her legs, abruptly halting with a sharp break. Then, twisting her body, she drew her blade in a fluid, seamless motion.
Whack!
The dagger plunged deep into the beast's heart. A single strike ended its life. Xue'er's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she explained with fervor,
Brother Jiang, this phantom celestial art is incredibly powerful.
This combat technique manual was imparted to her by Jiang Chen. Its effects were remarkably significant. Now Xue'er could engage in close-quarters combat under the siege of two beasts and slay them without a scratch. Xue'er has comprehended the combat manual Phantom Celestial Art, greatly enhancing her practical combat prowess. Heavenly Tao Source 500. Jiang Chen asked.
What do you find unique about this combat manual? Unique aspects.
Xue'er recalled the battle just moments ago. After a brief pause, she ventured tentatively.
Brother Jiang, the blood and chi power you mobilized within me earlier seemed not to be a single stream, but several, each circulating in different ways. Correct.
Jiang Chen nodded.
To be precise, the Phantom Celestial Art is a combat method composed of multiple manuals combined. The Celestial Phantom Body Art, the Shadow Step, the Celestial Nine Blades, the Advanced Blood and Chi Guidance Art. The Phantom Celestial Art is forged from the fusion of these 5 manuals and techniques.
Jiang Chen said.
It contains 5 methods of blood and chi circulation, seemingly distinct yet capable of complementing each other within the skeletal meridians, thus unleashing the most formidable combat power.
5 techniques and manuals fused into one. Xue'er was stunned. High school martial arts classes had taught that each manual had a unique way of exerting blood and the more advanced the manual, the harder it was to master its force, and moreover they were difficult to integrate with one another. Hence, the martial arts instructor had specifically warned against simultaneously operating two different blood and chi exertions, as they would clash, damaging the meridians, or even causing fatal blood eruptions in severe cases.
Are you worried about the clash of blood and chi?
Jiangchen glanced at her, and said with a faint smile,
No need for concern. This phantom celestial art was personally created by me, and has undergone long-term validation. It is flawless.
Xue'er quickly explained.
Brother Jian, I have no worries at all. I'm in awe of you, so young yet able to fuse 5 manuals and techniques. You're simply a genius.
The young girl deeply admires you. In her pure heart you are an omnipotent being. Trust 20 heavenly Tao source value 20 young. Jiangchen chuckled softly. Having fought for 30,000 years in the Nether realm, he was an ancient among ancients, hardly fitting the word young. However, this phantom celestial art was indeed created by Jiangchen in the Nether realm, proven flawless through endless ages, and was most suitable for close quarters combat.
Continue with practical training,
Jiangchen said.
The essence of the phantom celestial art lies in these 5 different methods of blood and chi circulation. You must fully master them and apply them in actual combat.
Mum. Xue'er nodded emphatically, then picked up her blade and charged toward the beasts ahead. Under Jiangchen's guidance, Xue'er could instantly sense the shifts in blood and chi force, and any minute error would be pointed out by Jiangchen. With an endless supply of blood and chi pills, her strength advanced by leaps and bounds.
Thwack!
Xue'er effortlessly slew 3 Bluffang hounds besieging her. Then a surge of blood and chi burst from her body.
A breakthrough!
Jiangchen's eyes flickered. Xue'er's blood and chi has broken through, advancing to the 5th level of body tempering. Heavenly Tao Source 300. Xue'er has learned the combat manual Phantom Celestial Art, advancing from elementary to minor mastery. Heavenly Tao Source 500. Xue'er's basic body movement has advanced from minor to major mastery. Heavenly Tao Source 300. Xue'er's basic blade technique has advanced from minor to major mastery. Heavenly Tao Source 300. The successive notifications greatly invigorated Jiangchen, because his Heavenly Tao Source value had surpassed the 5,000 mark.
5,000 source points can allow my slaughter origin to advance.
Jiangchen's eyes gleamed with sharp light. But just then a fluctuation reached his divine sense.
Let's go! Someone is coming,
Jiangchen said.
Gather the spoils and find another place to train.
Mum. Xue'er quickly stepped forward to cut the materials from the beasts. Jiangchen raised his hand and waved. Boom, boom, boom. The carcasses of dozens of beasts instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist. Many of these had been slain by Xue'er using her psychic power, and if seen by prying eyes, it would cause considerable trouble. Before long, several source warriors arrived at the scene. A man in black complained,
Boss, that Huang family girl has vanished without a trace. Even the city defense department found no clues. Relying solely on manpower to search is such a hassle. Shut up!
The leader, a burly man with a crew cut, growled. His gaze was icy.
This is 9th Master's order. How dare you defy it?
The man in black fell silent. Then another man raised his wristband and transmitted a message to his team.
Look, the Huang family has issued a bounty. Just providing useful clues earns a reward of 2 million. If we find Huang Shanshan, the reward is 5 million. A big move.
5 million was an absolute fortune for outlaws like them. The crewcut man said gravely,
This is a black market bounty. Soon a horde of black market warriors will come. Quick, we must find the clues first to claim the reward.
The group grew animated and began meticulously scouring the wilderness surroundings. But they failed to notice a wisp of black mist quietly dissipating in a corner.
The Huang family is starting to sense something amiss.
Jiangchen's eyes flickered. He spread his soul force to ensure no one disturbed Xue'er's training. But by the afternoon, more and more black market warriors entered the wilderness. Even drones crisscrossed the sky, clearly indicating that the Huang family had launched a large-scale search operation.
Let's go,
Jiangchen said.
Today's training ends here. Mum.
Xue'er nodded, obediently packed up the beast's materials, and returned to the hunting base. At the trading post, there were still many people ahead conducting transactions, so Xue'er patiently queued up.
Oh!
Jiangchen suddenly looked up, gazing into the depths of the exchange. Under his sole perception, there was an extremely dense aura in the inner courtyard of the exchange. This was a 4-stage source warrior. With a whoosh, Jiangchen expanded his soul, enveloping the entire exchange building. Then he saw a distinguished-looking middle-aged man in brocade robes sitting on a sofa watching the exchange's surveillance footage.
Spark Group. That third prince of the Gu family from Shanghai. Gu Yao.
Jiangchen's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected to see a familiar face here. After a moment of thought, Jiangchen secretly transmitted his voice.
Xue'er, take out all the beast materials in the hidden pocket of your backpack. Huh?
All of them.
Xue'er was startled.
Brother Jiang, didn't you say to keep a low profile?
Jiangchen said calmly.
Sometimes one must hide one's talents, but sometimes one should also reveal some brilliance to gain greater opportunities.
Mum will listen to you.
Xue'er nodded. Before long, she approached the familiar counter. The clerk Xue'er smiled and said,
Xue'er, looks like you had a good haul today. Not bad.
Xue'er replied with a sweet smile, then emptied the beast materials from her backpack onto the counter. 35 mutated cat demon materials. 18 blood-fang hound fangs. These were only part of the materials Xue'er had collected, originally intended for later sale, but due to Jiangchen's suggestion she chose to bring them all out. Then Zhou Sheng was dumbfounded.
You.
Xue'er explained nervously.
Brother Zhou, I've broken through to the 5th level of body tempering, so hunting blood-fang hounds is normal, right? I suppose. Is it?
Zhou Sheng's expression turned peculiar. Blood-fang hounds were first-rank intermediate beasts. In theory, Xue'er, having broken through to the 5th level of body tempering, did have the ability to kill blood-fang hounds. But the problem was that blood-fang hounds were pack beasts, rarely active alone. Many high-level body tempering warriors were reluctant to provoke blood-fang hound packs, as they would often swarm out in dozens, making them extremely troublesome. Just as Zhou Sheng was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came through his earpiece. Zhou Sheng's pupils constricted. He then looked at Xue'er and said solemnly,
Xue'er, our big boss wants to see you in the back courtyard. Are you available now?
Jiangchen said.
Go with him. Okay.
Xue'er nodded gently. Soon, under Zhou Sheng's guidance, Xue'er passed through 2 password-protected doors and entered the back courtyard. It was a garden. A middle-aged man, with a refined demeanor, was sitting in a flower pavilion sipping tea. Seeing Xue'er approach, he offered a warm smile.
Miss, you, may I ask, did you hunt all those blood-fang hounds by yourself? Yes.
Xue'er nodded nervously.
Don't worry, I mean no harm.
The refined man smiled and said,
Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gu Yao, a board member at Spark Group's headquarters, and an inspector for the Spark Martial Arts Hall. I'm here to invite you to join our Spark Martial Arts Hall.
Xue'er looked up, somewhat bewildered. But beside her, Zhou Sheng was utterly shocked. The Spark Martial Arts Hall was a top-tier martial arts institution in Daxia dedicated to recruiting powerful source warriors and martial arts prodigies, boasting extremely abundant resources and financial strength. Gu Yao's personal invitation was invaluable.
Of course, before the invitation, I need to ask you a few questions and set a test.
Gu Yao smiled and asked,
How old are you this year? What level of body tempering? What is your awakened talent?
Xue'er was a bit nervous. But then Jiangchen's voice echoed in her mind.
Answer truthfully.
Xue'er felt slightly reassured and said softly,
Mr. Gu, I turn 18 next week. I'm at the 5th level of body tempering, and my awakened talent is nth grade ghost summoning. Nth grade talent.
Gu Yao's brow furrowed slightly. He looked at Xue'er with a somewhat stern gaze.
Nth grade talent doesn't seem capable of hunting so many blood-fang hounds. Are you lying to me? Are you deceiving me?
As Gu Yao's words fell, an overwhelming pressure of authority swept forth. Xue'er was somewhat flustered. But soon she calmed herself and following Jiang Chen's cues spoke up.
Mr. Gu is hunting demon beasts necessarily tied to talent grade.
If that were the case, why would Daxia set up so many practical assessments?
Gu Yao narrowed his eyes.
So you're saying you're very confident in your practical combat skills?
Yes. Xue'er raised her head and spoke firmly. Gu Yao was taken aback. He had just unleashed the pressure of a high-level source warrior, yet this young girl seemed completely unaffected.
This willpower alone surpassed that of many her age.
In that case, demonstrate your combat skills before me.
Gu Yao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! 6 black-clad figures flashed out, each holding a ferocious beast on a chain. They were bloodfang hounds.
Miss Yi, this is a formal assessment with legal implications. Please consider carefully.
Gu Yao said earnestly. If you withdraw now, the assessment ends here, and I won't hold your deception against you. If you continue, you might get hurt. Let's begin.
Xue'er interrupted him, drawing 2 short blades from behind her waist. She lowered her body, her gaze locked onto the bloodfang hounds. Gu Yao's eyes lit up.
In that instant, the once innocent and shy girl had entered a combat state, and even there was a trace of fierce killing intent.
Begin.
Gu Yao raised his hand. The black-clad figures released the chains, and 6 bloodfang hounds lunged forward. Xue'er's form flickered. Without any visible effort, she erupted with a surge of blood energy midair, slipping through the gap between 2 attacking bloodfang hounds. Then she twisted her waist. Her seemingly delicate frame harbored terrifying explosive power. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. The blade precisely severed the throat of one beast.
Excellent footwork.
Gu Yao's eyes sparkled. After instantly killing one bloodfang hound, Xue'er twisted her body at an odd angle, retreated, and kicked a charging beast away, using the momentum to slash behind her. Thud. A cold light flashed, and the head of the bloodfang hound behind her was nearly severed.
Such fierce attacks.
Gu Yao stood up abruptly. By then Xue'er had charged into the pack of beasts, her movements incredibly agile, and her timing in battle impeccable. Swish, swish, swish. Thud. When the last bloodfang hound was slain, the entire backyard fell into dead silence. Gu Yao's eyes widened. Even the formidable black-clad guards around him were stunned.
All done. Any more?
The young girl twirled her blades with a flourish, using skillful force to flick off the blood and bone fragments, then sheathed them in one fluid motion. Clang. The ring of the blades echoed, lingering in the air.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Gu Yao couldn't help but applaud. He stepped out of the pavilion and sincerely apologized to Xue'er.
Miss Yi, your practical combat skills are indeed formidable. I apologize for my earlier doubts.
I'm sorry. No, it's fine.
Xue'er, receiving praise from an outsider, for the first time blushed and shyly waved her hands.
In her heart, Gu Yao was an outsider. But Brother Jiang was one of her own.
Miss Yi, you've passed the assessment. On behalf of the Starfire Martial Arts Hall, I formally extend an invitation to you. Gu Yao pondered for a moment, then looked up.
Originally, I planned to recruit you into the Source Warrior Preparatory Camp, but now I've changed my mind. Because the practical combat skills you've displayed no longer require training in the preparatory camp. So I will offer you a formal contract from the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. Clearance level.
Gu Yao raised his wrist. A smartwatch projected a text screen densely packed with the contract details.
Gu Yao said,
"What's your contact information? I'll send you the contract." "All right."
Xue'er hurriedly took out her phone from her backpack. The older model phone was somewhat laggy, and the screen had several fine cracks. Gu Yao signaled with his eyes. A nearby black-clad figure immediately went inside and brought out an elegantly wrapped package. Gu Yao took it and handed it to Xue'er.
"This is the latest smartwatch linked to the Starfire Martial Arts Hall's internal network. It can monitor your physical data during combat in real time.
It can also identify the species and rank of demon beasts as well as their traits and weaknesses. The watch has a built-in rescue system. If you're in danger in the wilderness, just send a signal, and a nearby Starfire Martial Arts Hall rescue team will be dispatched."
Gu Yao smiled.
Of course, rescue services come at a cost depending on the level of effort required. Mr. Gu, this is too valuable. I can't accept it.
Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened. The cheapest smartwatches on the market cost at least 50,000 yuan.
As for
a watch that could identify B's traits and weaknesses was usually exclusive equipment for source warriors, costing at least 100,000. Take it. Consider it an apology for my earlier rudeness.
Gu Yao handed her the watch with a smile.
It has an authentication system. Once you pass, you can sign the contract directly. It's legally binding.
Xue'er hesitated, until Jiang Chen's voice echoed in her mind.
Accept it. This isn't a gift, it's recognition you earned with your strength.
Also, I've reviewed the contract. It's fine. You can sign it. Mom?
Xue'er nodded. She took the watch, sincerely thanked Gu Yao, then put it on authenticated and signed the contract. So decisive.
Gu Yao was taken aback.
I thought you'd take it home for your parents to review.
Xue'er said softly.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Gu. I can make my own decisions.
Good. Welcome to the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. I look forward to the day you become a source warrior.
Gu Yao smiled.
If you break through to the second rank and become a source warrior before the age of 20, the hall will give you a special reward. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Mr. Gu.
Xue'er smiled sweetly, then turned and left.
Gu Yao returned to the tea table, took a sip of tea, and smiled.
Zhang Tao, what do you think of that young girl? A burly man with a fierce aura stepped forward.
Young Master Xue'er's combat techniques are extremely fierce, lethal strikes and agile footwork. This is definitely a style honed through life and death battles. Unfortunately,
he paused and sighed.
Her awakened talent is too poor. Talent?
Gu Yao set down his teacup and said thoughtfully,
Is awakened talent really that important?
Back then, that prodigy from the 8 martial academies suppressed the entire Daxia martial school system. No, the entire younger generation of Blue Star, with the most ordinary talent. 8 martial academies. Those 4 simple words made Zhang Tao's burly frame tremble. Not just him. All the surrounding martial guards were horrified, involuntarily recalling the image of a young man in black. Young master, that person was too exceptional. But throughout the entire high martial era, how many have reached his level? Zhang Tao said solemnly.
Besides, it's been 3 years since he fell into the Star Realm Rift and vanished. Many strong warriors have searched for him without success. He's most likely perished. In these 3 years, the combat techniques studied by the 8 martial academies have gradually declined. In contrast, talent-based techniques have risen rapidly and become the mainstream in major schools. I've heard that the 8 martial academies have very few students left. They'll probably be abolished by the Ministry of Education by the end of the year.
Alas! Gu Yao couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
His expression was complex. That prodigy from the 8 martial academies, who pioneered combat techniques, and was hailed as the young man most likely to inherit the title War King, had inspired countless young warriors. But alas, heaven did not grant his wish.
Let's not dwell on it. Overthinking only brings trouble.
Gu Yao shook his head. Then he took out a list.
These are the top 500 martial arts examinees in Jiangnan province. We have little hope of recruiting the top 100 geniuses.
So our next task is to focus on recruiting the remaining 400. Make arrangements. In the Gu family's name, invite the leaders from the Ministry of Education and the Martial Arts Department for a meal. Inside the rail transit, Xue'er chose a corner seat. When she opened the level contract of the Xingho Martial Hall and saw the benefits she was entitled to, her beautiful eyes instantly widened.
Xingho Martial Hall level contract signatory Xue'er. Monthly allowance of 1,000,000 Huaxia currency deposited into personal bank account. Monthly allowance of 30 basic blood and chi supplements and 5 level gene nutrient fluids. One-time grant of 2 million Xingho points exchangeable for corresponding cultivation resources within the Xingho Martial Hall. Based on contract permissions, access to corresponding level training rooms, nutrient pods, martial instructor sparring, martial instructor guidance, and exchange for cultivation techniques and manuals. Note upgradable through point and currency expenditure. Initial contract valid for 2 years.
Xue'er was stunned, her heart racing anxiously.
Brother Jiang, this couldn't be a scam contract, could it?
Jiangchen chuckled.
This is a legitimate contract supervised by Daxiao law. If the Xingho Martial Hall breaches it, you will receive 50 times the compensation. Ah!
Xue'er's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Receiving 1,000,000 Huaxia currency every month meant 1.2 million a year. The crucial point was that she didn't have to do anything for this money. It would be automatically deposited into her account each month. Xue'er had never seen so much money in her entire life.
Don't panic. This is an opportunity you earned through your own strength,
Jiangchen said calmly.
Remember, staying low-key and showing your edge are not contradictory. The former is a means of survival while the latter is for competing for resources. In this era, top-tier resources for human source warriors are limited. You must display some talent to qualify for competing for resources, but at the same time you must learn to stay low-key. Your psychic power is your strongest survival tool.
Mom. Xue'er nodded obediently. Jiangchen looked out the window. In truth, possessing the Void Heaven treasury, he was not short of cultivation resources. The blood chi pill alone was far superior to most blood and chi potions on the Blue Star market, and he had also mastered all kinds of cultivation techniques and manuals. But the path of a source warrior was not solely about relying on pills. It also required resources like training rooms, nutrient pods, and high-energy food. More importantly, it was the Xingho Martial Hall.
According to Blue Star's time flow, I have been missing for 3 years. During these 3 years, many major events must have occurred on Blue Star. These secrets are sealed from the public, and only by obtaining high-level clearance from the Xingho Martial Hall can one access them. 3 years ago, the combat techniques I helped the Magic Martial 8 Institutes develop had already suppressed the talent-based techniques. Logically, they were ready for nationwide promotion. But why are talent-based techniques still dominant now? Could something have happened in these 3 years?
Jiangchen's eyes flickered. Back then, he was a student of the Magic Martial 8 Institutes, and with his superior combat techniques single-handedly suppressed all the top martial schools on Blue Star. The combat techniques became famous. Not only major academies, but also national forces began to support them, even planning to establish a Blue Star community to jointly research the combat techniques. It seemed that a new chapter for human civilization's source warrior path was about to begin. Unfortunately, Jiangchen was suddenly betrayed by someone close to him, and fell into a dimensional rift, disappearing without a trace.
And Tang Qinglan. That bitch's betrayal was definitely premeditated. Someone must be behind it.
A monstrous killing intent burst from Jiangchen's eyes. Now that he had returned to Blue Star, he would inevitably reclaim everything that was his. Even if it meant unleashing a slaughter, he would not hesitate. After returning home, Xue'er immediately began to cultivate, and Jiangchen also immersed his mind into the netherworld domain. With a slight thought, the primordial void heaven cauldron emitted a faint hum. Heavenly Tao origin value 5290 detected that host slaughter origin nascent form can be advanced, requiring 5000 origin value advance.
Advance?
Jiangchen's gaze hardened.
Dong!
The primordial void heaven cauldron emitted a resonant hum. Then, mysterious inscriptions flickered around the cauldron's body, and a surge of scarlet aura rushed out from the deep cauldron opening, pouring into Jiangchen's mind like a tide of blood. Consume 5000 Heavenly Tao origin value. Slaughter origin Great Tao advance successfully from nascent form to minor accomplishment. Remaining Heavenly Tao origin value 290.
Boom!
Jiangchen's soul body instantly erupted with an extremely terrifying killing intent. At the peak of the void, the originally dark throne had now completely turned a deep crimson. Jiangchen slowly raised his eyes, and the originally gray netherworld, heaven and earth, as his gaze swept across, directly turned a blood-red color. It was as if the entire world was immersed in an abyss of blood. Slaughter origin minor accomplishment, attaining the Tao through slaughter, annihilating the heavens. Host comprehends the slaughter domain. The essence of the soul breaks through its shackles.
The lethality of all host techniques and divine abilities is amplified tenfold. Slaughter domain centered on the host. A radius of 10 kilometers is a death domain. The Great Tao is unbreakable. The origin is indestructible. The laws of heaven and earth can be reforged within the domain. Life and death are in one's own hands. Creation follows one's will. Success. Combat power directly amplified tenfold. A flash of blood light flickered in Jiang Chen's pupils. He raised his hand and grasped. Hundreds of kilometers away, a towering nether mountain shook violently. The earth trembled. Terrifying ravines spread across the ground like a spiderweb. The next moment, a mountain range spanning over 10 kilometers along with its foundation was uprooted, telekinetically pulled over, blotting out the sky and sun, its pressure immense. Countless netherworld creatures were terrified. They prostrated on the ground, trembling, as they paid homage to the celestial Nether Emperor. After breaking through to minor accomplishment in the origin Great Tao, my control over the laws of heaven and earth has also greatly increased. Moreover, I have mastered an origin divine ability. Jiang Chen thought slightly. Centered on him, the dark red ghostly mist surged wildly, forming a sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers. The slaughter domain instantly expanded. Boom! As the dark red ghostly mist spread, the towering mountain range ahead began to dissolve silently. Whether it was rocks, earth, wood, or the skeletons and ghosts within, all turned to dust. In the end, even the netherworld chi began to dissolve. Within the domain, I am the sovereign. Once an attack is launched, even the aura of a fellow emperor-level expert can be dissolved. Unless the opponent has comprehended an origin of the same level, the slaughter domain is indestructible and eternal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This advancement of the slaughter origin was even more powerful than directly amplifying attack power tenfold. More importantly, within the slaughter domain, as the sovereign, Jiang Chen could reforge the laws of heaven and earth. A bone dragon flew over from afar. It was Black Abyss Bone Dragon, Jiang Chen's follower for over 10,000 years. Roar! Black Abyss let out an excited roar. It was using the language of the undead dragon race to pour out endless praise and worship to Jiang Chen. Stop flattering me. Come here, let me do an experiment. Jiang Chen raised his hand and grabbed directly, throwing the Black Abyss Bone Dragon into the slaughter domain. In an instant, the Black Abyss Bone Dragon, originally at the 7th rank Heaven Gate realm, seemed to have completely lost its cultivation, unable to even perform basic hovering. The Black Abyss Bone Dragon let out a terrified wail, as if it had seen a ghost. Jiang Chen flicked his finger. Crack. The bones around the Black Abyss Bone Dragon's body began to split inch by inch until finally only a ball of dragon-shaped soul fire remained. Black Abyss tucked its tail, trembling. Weak, helpless, and pitiful. So this is reforging the laws of heaven and earth. It can instantly drain all kinds of energies within the domain, and can also melt and deconstruct various substances. As my comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth deepens, the slaughter domain will continue to grow stronger. This is the most direct manifestation of the origin Great Tao. Jiang Chen's mind stirred. A brand new panel appeared before his eyes. Cauldron Master Jiang Chen, cultivation body tempering 9th layer, recovery period karmic bound Xue'er body tempering 5th layer, psychic 1st order, heavenly Tao, origin value 290, soul value 12183, unlock permissions, Great Tao origin exchange void heaven treasury tier 1 permission, mastered origin slaughter origin minor accomplishment, next advancement requires 500000. Origin value origin divine ability slaughter domain. Note, the cultivation of the Cauldron Masters manifested soul on blue star will be affected by the karmic bound. The next advancement of the slaughter origin requires 500000 origin value. Jiang Chen frowned. Then he chuckled at himself. I was being too impatient. After breaking through to the Emperor realm for a full 10,000 years, I couldn't comprehend the origin Great Tao. But now I have comprehended the slaughter origin to minor accomplishment. It has saved me at least 100,000 years of bitter cultivation. The Black Abyss Bone Dragon let out a mournful cry. It was about to cry. Could it be that the master really intended to annihilate it? Stop crying. Jiang Chen thought slightly,
and the slaughter domain instantly withdrew. The black abyss, which had turned into a wisp of soul, had its form swell again, and its bones reassembled one by one.
You've devoured too many miscellaneous soul beings. I just conveniently helped you remove the soul impurities,
Jiangchen said calmly.
Don't eat everything recklessly from now on. This netherworld domain is far more mysterious than you or I imagine. Caw-caw.
The black abyss bone dragon nodded happily. This strange cry left Jiangchen speechless. He had seen many undead bone dragons, but black abyss was the most unique one.
Could black abyss origin be extraordinary? It is more intelligent than other undead bone dragons, possesses a devouring talent, and never seems to train in seclusion, yet its strength steadily increases.
Jiangchen pondered for a moment. He raised his hand and tossed. A golden fruit materialized, emitting an enticing fragrance. The black abyss bone dragon was instantly stunned. Its eyes widened. Jiangchen said calmly,
This is an Emperor spirit fruit, a treasure specifically for Emperor-level experts to refine their Tao bodies. Take it and cultivate well. What?
The black abyss bone dragon let out a roar of ecstasy. It swallowed the Emperor spirit fruit in one gulp. In an instant, a surge of vast energy burst from the depths of its soul, its dragon might vast, causing its form to expand a full circle. Immediately after, the black abyss bone dragon charged straight towards a distant group of undead bone dragons. It was going to fight. It was going to be king. Jiangchen sighed at the sight. Black abyss was naturally fond of fighting. He decided not to interfere further, and took an Emperor spirit fruit himself to refine his Tao body. Just as Jiangchen consumed the imperial spirit fruit. On Blue Star in the city of Jinling. Inside the Huang family villa, the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. Sister brother-in-law, 2 days have passed, and Shanshan. She is likely beyond hope. Cui Jiuji uttered in a low voice. As these words were spoken, a woman adorned in gaudy jewelry covered her face, and wept bitterly. Huang father embraced his wife, and said through gritted teeth, even if something happened, where is her body? Shanshan was accompanied by 5 source warriors, and they have all vanished without a trace. The body? Cui Jiuji's gaze turned icy cold. Most likely they have already been eliminated, their bodies, and evidence destroyed. Huang father abruptly raised his head, a ferocious, murderous intent bursting from his eyes. This is definitely not the work of alien beasts. Even if devoured, there would be bone fragments, weapons, fabric, bloodstains. Some clue left behind. Cui Jiuji nodded slightly. Since it was not the work of alien beasts, then it was the work of man. Whoever dares to kill my daughter, I will annihilate their entire family. Huang mother's face twisted with rage. Xiao Cui, investigate immediately. Whoever it is, I will tear their whole family apart with my bare hands, and feed them to the dogs. I am already on it. Cui Jiuji said in a deep voice, I have obtained the surveillance footage from the hunting base, and am screening all possible suspects, including the Huang family's enemies and my own. Furthermore, Xiao Dao was a peak 2nd stage source warrior. To be killed silently, without even sending a distress signal the opponent, is most likely a 3rd stage source warrior. A 3rd stage source warrior. The Rongyuan realm? In a city like Jinling, this already counted as a powerhouse. Huang father said firmly, I will hire some black market mercenaries from out of town. Xiao Cui, speed up your investigation. Alright, leave it to me. As Cui Jiuji was speaking, a man walked over quickly. Master Jiu, the screening is complete. These are all the people with the capability and motive to harm Miss Huang. Most are big shots from the black market. But there is one exception. The man pulled out a photo a few days ago. Miss Huang had a conflict with this person at the hunting base. Cui Jiuji raised an eyebrow. Yi Xue'er. Xiao Cui, you know her? Huang mother asked anxiously. Did she do it? Probably not. She is Shanshan's classmate and very weak. Cui Jiuji set the photo aside, and said slowly, however, Shanshan was planning to offer her to the young witch lord. At the mention of the young witch lord, the expressions of everyone in the room turned solemn. Sister, the young witch lord is about to arrive in Jinling. Cui Jiuji said in a deep voice, I will continue investigating Shanshan's case, but our cooperation with the heavenly witch sect is of utmost importance. We must unite. That's right. Huang father nodded, embracing his wife,
and saying in a low tone, "When the time comes we can also leverage the power of the Heavenly Witch sect. Even if the murderer is a 3rd stage or even 4th-stage powerhouse, they must die." "Good." Huang Mother nodded emphatically. Her face was full of malice as she let out a vicious roar. "After we find the killer, I will rip out the entrails of their entire family and feed them to the dogs." Then looking at Xue'er's photo, she added, "This little wretch dared to clash with my daughter. Shall Xue'er arrest her tomorrow and present her to the young witch lord?" "Rest assured I will make the arrangements." Chui Jiuji nodded. The next day, when Jiang Chen's divine sense arrived on Blue Star, Xue'er was already prepared. "Come on, we are not going hunting in the wilderness today," Jiang Chen said. "We are going to the Starfire Martial Arts Hall." Xue'er nodded with excitement. After stepping out, Xue'er headed straight for the bus stop, but Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Within his spiritual perception, there were 6 men lurking around the alley, including a 2nd-stage source warrior. "The Huang family has already set their sights on you," Jiang Chen warned. Xue'er immediately slowed her pace, did not look back recklessly, but quietly tightened her grip on the dagger hidden in her sleeve. Furthermore, she began to circulate her blood energy internally, ready for battle at any moment. The young girl under your tutelage no longer fears combat. Deep within her heart, your existence is her greatest courage. Trust 20 Heavenly Tao Essence 20 Brother Jiang, has the matter with Huang Shanshan been exposed?" Xue'er asked nervously. "Not yet. If it had been exposed, the Huang family would have acted directly." Jiang Chen said calmly, "Don't be nervous either. With so many pedestrians on this main road, they wouldn't dare to make a move." Xue'er breathed a sigh of relief. But still cautious, she quickly boarded a bus and left. 3 black sedans followed closely behind. "It seems the Huang family still wants to capture Xue'er and offer her to the young witch lord of the Heavenly Witch sect." Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy. An hour later, Xue'er arrived at the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. As one of the top 10 martial arts halls in China, Starfire owned the entire building, and most of the surrounding streets were also properties of the Starfire Group. Beep. Identity verification successful. Welcome. Xue'er stepped through the entrance of the martial arts hall. The Starfire Martial Arts Hall was highly efficient. All procedures had been completed the day before, and as Xue'er logged into the system for the first time, a series of benefits were instantly credited to her account. The smart bracelet on Xue'er's wrist vibrated. Several notification messages popped up. "Dear student Xue'er, you have successfully connected to the Starfire Martial Arts Hall internal network. Internal identity verification is complete. Welcome, you are now a new student of Starfire Martial Arts Hall. Ding, the Starfire Martial Arts Hall student guide has been issued. If you encounter any issues, please seek assistance from the staff. Ding, your personal Starfire account has received 200,000 points. Ding, your basic blood energy supplement potions are ready. Please collect them from the resource room. Remaining for this month 30 bottles. Ding, a total of 100,000 yuan has been credited to your bank account ending in 6239. 100,000 yuan in cash directly credited." Xue'er's pretty face flushed with excitement. She wished she could go to the bank immediately to withdraw the cash and see just how thick 100,000 yuan was. Calm down. These are just trivial gains. Only by constantly getting stronger can you obtain better resources in the future. Jiang Chen said calmly, "Don't forget the Huang family has already set their sights on you." Xue'er calmed down instantly. Soon, under Jiang Chen's guidance, she arrived at the training room. This was an extremely spacious chamber. Apart from the specially designed martial arts platform in the center, the surrounding area was filled with various precision instruments. A punch force tester, a speed measurement machine, a virtual network pod, a biological nutrient pod, a neural reaction simulator, and rows of cold weapon racks. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke, "Go check the upper left corner." Xue'er went to the upper left corner where many metal buttons were arranged. In fact, the entire wall was just a part of the instrument. This device is called the electromagnetic supergravity field. It is the most important invention of Blue Star in the era of high martial arts.
Jiangchen said. Through it we can control the gravity within the training room, thereby tempering every muscle, every bone, the 5 viscera, and 6 organs, and even one's mental resilience. In other words, the existence of the supergravity field can comprehensively temper a warrior's physique. Xue'er's eyes lit up. She had only heard about it in textbooks before, but now she could witness it herself. Let's begin. Jiangchen issued the command, activate the 10th gravity level. Xue'er pressed the switch. Instantly her body sank, and she nearly fell to her knees. The gravity of the entire space increased. It was like diving deep into the ocean. Not only was movement difficult, but even breathing became extremely hard. Xue'er propped herself on the ground with both hands, gasping for air with her mouth wide open, only to find that the air itself had become thick and unbreathable. Circulate your blood energy. Use your entire body's blood energy to resist the surrounding pressure. Jiangchen barked, stand up. Xue'er lifted her head with great difficulty. This simple action caused her to sweat profusely. She tried to stand up several times, but the terrifying pressure from all sides surged in, making it impossible to rise. No, I can't let Brother Jiang down. Xue'er gritted her teeth. She circulated her blood energy with all her might, and then trembling she stood up. Stay still. First get used to this gravity. Jiangchen hovered in the void, and said calmly, your blood energy circulation is too slow. Speed it up. The slower you are, the more pain your body will endure. Only by mobilizing all your blood energy can you withstand the oppressive force of gravity. If you can't even do this, how can you talk about cultivation? Xue'er's delicate frame trembled. Within this gravity field, the circulation of her blood energy was extremely difficult, and it was being consumed constantly. After 3 minutes, Xue'er's blood energy was completely depleted. Beep, beep, beep. The life monitor in the training room issued an alert, and the gravity device automatically shut down. Instantly, Xue'er collapsed to the ground, her clothes soaked with sweat. Open your mouth. Take a blood energy pill to recover. Jiangchen flicked his finger, sending a blood energy pill into Xue'er's mouth. Shortly after, Xue'er recovered some blood energy, and apologized timidly, I'm sorry, I couldn't speed up the blood energy circulation just now. Don't apologize. Instead, find the problem. Jiangchen asked, why couldn't you speed it up? Because when I use the basic blood energy guidance technique, the blood energy is consumed too much under the gravity. It depletes on its own before it can even circulate properly. Xue'er said weakly. Jiangchen said calmly, so how do you think you should solve this problem? Solve it. Xue'er pondered for a moment, and then tentatively replied, if I could control more blood energy, that would be good, but I can't do that at my current stage. Are you sure? Jiangchen glanced at her. The path of source martial arts is not just about hard, mindless training. You must apply what you have learned flexibly. Wisdom is equally important. Think about it carefully. Xue'er was taken aback. Since the basic blood energy guidance technique couldn't be used in the gravity room, then what about the advanced guidance technique? The phantom heavenly firmament art. Xue'er's beautiful eyes lit up. This combat secret technique integrated 5 methods of blood energy circulation, one of which was the advanced blood energy guidance technique. Brother Jiang, the phantom heavenly firmament art can resolve the issue of excessive qi and blood consumption, Xue'er declared with fervor. Jiangchen nodded with satisfaction. Then he added, remember, whether it's the path of primal martial arts or combat techniques, both require personal comprehension and integration. I can teach you, Jiangchen said solemnly. But you must also learn to think for yourself. If you rely solely on my guidance, your independent reasoning will atrophy, and you'll be ruined. I understand. Xue'er nodded emphatically. Then let's continue. Jiangchen flicked his finger, using his spiritual energy to activate the gravity field switch. Instantly, a colossal pressure surged like a tsunami. Xue'er gritted her silver teeth and executed the phantom heavenly firmament art, simultaneously channeling 5 different patterns of qi and blood circulation within her body. The oppressive sensation diminished considerably. Though still struggling to move, she could at least barely stand. Focus your mind. I will point out the acupoints in your body. These areas are where your qi and blood are weakest and must be fortified. Jiangchen raised his hand, and a wisp of black mist entered Xue'er's body, guiding her through the most perfect cultivation technique. 10 minutes later.
Beep! Beep! Beep!
The life monitor sounded an alarm, and the gravity field automatically shut down. Exhausted, Xue'er collapsed to the ground.
Rest a moment, then continue.
Jiangchen flicked a qi and blood pill precisely into her mouth. Meanwhile, Cui Jioji received a call from his subordinate.
What? Xue'er joined the Spark Martial Arts Hall.
Cui Jioji shot to his feet, stunned.
And signed a contract to become an official student. Are you sure? 9 Master, we verified it through multiple channels. It's certain.
Cui Jioji's eyelids twitched violently. Spark Martial Arts Hall. This was a high-level force within China's primal martial arts world, deeply connected with the Martial Arts Department, the Military Martial Command, and the Education Ministry. Even just the Jinling branch could mobilize over 1,000 primal martial artists, including 4th-rank powerhouses. Such a behemoth. How could he dare to offend it? The voice on the phone continued.
9 Master, should we still capture Xue'er? That girl is truly beautiful. Capture your mother.
Cui Jioji cursed loudly.
All of you get back here.
After hanging up, Cui Jioji's face turned ashen.
Spark Martial Arts Hall. How is this possible? Shan said she was very weak. How could she pass the hall's assessment? Could it be that Shan's death is connected to her?
Cui Jioji quickly dismissed the notion. Even if she were a student of Spark Martial Arts Hall, she couldn't possibly kill a 2nd-rank peak primal martial artist. Moreover, killing was one thing, completely erasing the corpse without a trace was another. Cui Jioji lit a cigarette in frustration, then dialed another number.
Keep an eye on Xue'er for now. Go capture the other female students. Yes, 9 Master.
At Spark Martial Arts Hall.
Beep! Beep!
The life monitor sounded an alarm, and the gravity device automatically shut down. After a morning of relentless training in the gravity chamber, Xue'er was completely spent, her clothes soaked with sweat.
Morning training session is over,
Jiangchen said.
Rest, take a shower, then head to the hall's cafeteria for lunch. We'll continue this afternoon.
He paused, then asked,
Can you keep going? I can manage,
Xue'er said with renewed vigor. She could now endure 15 minutes under the 10th-tier gravity, fully executing the phantom heavenly firmament art throughout. Compared to her initial inability to even stand, this was tremendous progress. Jiangchen nodded approvingly.
Good. With such a martial heart, you've already surpassed the vast majority.
Xue'er's eyes lit up, a joyful smile spreading across her face. The hall's facilities were well equipped. The training room had its own bathroom. Half an hour later, Xue'er emerged from her shower, changed into the training uniform provided by Spark Martial Arts Hall, and headed to the 6th floor cafeteria. The entire floor was dedicated to dining, spacious and lavishly decorated like a high-end hotel. As she walked, many young male trainees stole glances at her. The youthful, vibrant girl was a feast for the eyes, and her striking figure was hard to ignore.
Hey, are you a new trainee?
A voice called from behind. Xue'er turned to see 3 people approaching, all around her age.
Mom,
she nodded softly.
I just arrived at the hall today. Great. We've only been here a short while too,
said the short-haired girl, who was naturally outgoing and quickly introduced herself. Her name was Zhou Ting from Jinling 1 High School. The tall boy on the left was Wang Haoran from Jinling Normal University Affiliated High School. The ponytail girl on the right was Zhao Rui from Jiangnan Provincial Experimental High School. All were prodigies from top-tier schools specially recruited by Spark Martial Arts Hall. Xue'er smiled shyly.
Hello everyone, I'm Xue'er from Jinling 8 High School. 8.
Zhao Rui raised an eyebrow in surprise.
You might be the first student from 8 here. What was your ranking in the last mock martial arts exam? I didn't do well.
Xue'er lowered her head weakly. In the last mock exam, she hadn't even awakened her talent, placing her in the lower tier of 8 High School. With her mere first-rank body tempering cultivation, she hadn't even made the rankings.
Oh, it's fine,
Zhou Ting said breezily.
Mock exams don't mean much. If you got into Spark Martial Arts Hall, you must have something special. Right, Wang Haoran?
Yeah, the tall boy replied with a smile.
Let's not just stand here. Let's get food. Ye join us.
The group sat together. Xue'er, unaccustomed to socializing with so many peers, felt a bit nervous. Wang Haoran stole a few glances at her and spoke up.
Ye, since you're new, have you been to the training room yet? There's something amazing in there.
What? Xue'er asked curiously.
The hypergravity field,
Wang Haoran said, warming to the topic.
It tempers a martial artist's physique in every way, but it's not easy to handle. I've been here a month at the 7th rank of body tempering, and I can barely stand for 5 minutes under the 10th tier gravity. Ah!
Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Wang Haoran felt a swell of pride at impressing the pretty girl.
Oh, it's nothing. On my first day, I only lasted 3 seconds under the 8th tier gravity. Don't be discouraged, you'll adapt with time.
Xue'er bit her lip, hesitating as if to speak. She's truly beautiful. Wang Haoran's heart melted. Xiaorui glanced at Xue'er, displeased. She had long harbored a secret crush on Wang Haoran, who came from a privileged family. Seeing him fawn over Xue'er stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Xiaorui spoke up.
You, what rank of body tempering are you? I am only at the 5th rank. Only the 5th rank.
Xiaorui stirred her spoon with a faint smile.
You'll need to work hard then. With the college entrance exams coming up, the 5th rank will only get you into an average martial arts school.
Xue'er nodded.
I'll do my best.
Xiaorui smiled again.
But speaking of which, your family connections must be impressive, getting someone at the 5th rank into Spark Martial Arts Hall. How enviable. If I'm not mistaken, that smartwatch on your wrist is the latest model, at least 200,000. Money really does make things easier. I don't.
Xue'er's face flushed. Xiaorui didn't give her a chance to explain, pursing her lips.
Don't worry, I'm just joking. No need to take it seriously. After all, connections are a form of strength too.
The atmosphere at the table grew awkward. Suddenly,
buzz!
Their communication watches vibrated with a message broadcast within Spark Martial Arts Hall.
Well, Hall Master Zhengwei. She's a 4th rank primal martial artist. She's also a top graduate from Magic Martial University. Last time during the Beast Tide outbreak in the wild, she charged into the horde in her battle armor so heroic. As the Hall Master, her talent-based combat techniques are incredibly powerful. If we can learn even a fraction, we'll make tremendous progress.
Instantly the cafeteria buzzed with excitement. Xue'er was also checking the message, but when she opened it she saw a restriction. Wang Haoran said eagerly,
Let's attend the lecture together this afternoon. We're all the same age. We can form a training group.
Xue'er said softly,
My talent level isn't high enough. I want go.
Xiaorui's eyes lit up, pressing further.
Really? What's your talent level? Frank.
Xue'er lowered her head. At these words everyone around stared wide-eyed. Frank, the lowest possible talent. Xiaorui breathed an inward sigh of relief and said with a faint smile,
Then you'll really have to step it up. With 5th rank body tempering and Frank talent, you probably won't even meet the threshold for an ordinary martial arts university.
With that she picked up her tray and stood.
Wang Haoran, Zhou Ting, let's go find senior brother Luo. We haven't thanked him for his guidance last time.
Zhou Ting and Wang Haoran exchanged glances, hesitating, but Xiaorui urged them on, and they eventually rose and left. The once lively table now held only a solitary figure. Xue'er lowered her head, eating her rice in silence.
What, already heartbroken?
Jiangchen manifested his spirit form, sitting leisurely on the chair across from her. In his spiritual state, only Xue'er could see him.
Not at all. I'm used to it.
Xue'er looked up, a smile blooming on her face.
Besides, having brother Jiang here to eat and chat with me makes me happy. Don't worry, this little thing won't faze me. It won't affect my afternoon training.
Xue'er declared firmly.
This girl is quite resilient.
Jiangchen smiled faintly, glancing at her smart wristband.
The owner of this martial arts hall is called Zhengwei. Pull up her information for me.
Mom. Xue'er operated the device. Whoosh! A virtual projection materialized, revealing a red-haired woman. The woman wore a purple battle armor and wielded a crimson light blade. Her elegant figure exuded a mature charm, and her piercing gaze carried an imposing pressure. Jiang Chen's face showed a hint of recollection. After a moment, he chuckled softly.
So it's her. No wonder the name felt familiar. Brother Jiang, you know Hall Master Zheng?
Xue'er asked in surprise.
Sort of,
Jiang Chen replied casually.
Back when I was a freshman at Magic Martial University, I once made her a senior about to graduate cry in defeat. After all these years, she still has that arrogant temper, imposing conditions for teaching a talent battle technique. It seems I didn't hit her hard enough back then.
What? Hall Master Zheng Wei had been made to cry. Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned.
You don't need to go to the afternoon talent battle technique session,
Jiang Chen said indifferently.
It's all nonsense. Don't feel down about your poor talent either. The so-called talent battle techniques are rapid in the early stages, but severely lacking in potential with many limitations. Zheng Wei has been stuck at the 4th level of Source Martial for years, all because she places too much importance on her awakened talent.
He paused, then added,
From now on, I'll teach you true combat techniques.
Xue'er nodded obediently.
I'll listen to you, Brother Jiang,
Jiang Chen said.
Let's eat first. After the meal, go buy a cup of Jin milk tea. It tastes quite good. Okay.
Xue'er's eyes curved into crescent moons with delight. The girl was overjoyed. Compared to the scheming of outsiders, she preferred chatting with you. Even if she didn't understand much, she still felt happy. Trust 20 Heavenly Source 20. At 9 in the evening. Xue'er finished her day of training, but as she walked out of the practice room, she noticed the martial arts hall was still brightly lit, with many people still training hard.
Everyone is so diligent,
Xue'er couldn't help but remark.
That's normal. In the era of high martial arts, under the erosion of star beasts, human civilization survival hangs by a thread. In such an environment, many martial artists have extremely resilient minds.
Jiang Chen said.
Let's go! Get a high-energy meal at the cafeteria to replenish nutrients.
After the late-night snack, it was almost 10 in the evening. Public transport in Jinling City had already stopped, but the Spark Martial Arts Hall had dedicated buses to pick up and drop off students. Back home, Xue'er sat cross-legged and began cultivating the
heavenly abyss soul-tempering art.
With a flick of his finger, Jiang Chen lit a soul-condensing incense. This treasure exchanged from the Void Heaven Treasury aided soul cultivation and cost 100 soul points.
This girl has a tenacious will. She's quite suitable for combat techniques.
Jiang Chen glanced at Xue'er, then transformed into a wisp of black mist and drifted out the window. The moonlight was clear that night. Jiang Chen hovered above the sky overlooking the myriad lights of Jinling City. The black mist surged, coalescing behind him into a throne.
The mortal world. It's wonderful.
Jiang Chen sat down slowly. He did not return to the underworld but chose to guard Xue'er, preventing the Huang family from acting rashly. At the same time, it had been so long since he last enjoyed the night scenery of the mortal world. Over the next few days, Xue'er trained hard at the Spark Martial Arts Hall. Meanwhile, the Huang family intensified their search for Huang Shanshan, raising the black market bounty to 10 million. In Jinling City, inside a luxurious villa, Cui Jiuji, Huang's father, and Huang's mother stood nervously in the living room. Though it was their territory, the three dared not even breathe loudly. Around the hall stood 8 mysterious figures in black robes. Each of these 8 individuals exuded a chilling aura. Cui Jiuji couldn't even detect their life signs.
It's said that the core members of the Heavenly Witch sect all cultivate the Heavenly Witch Saint art, which allows them to bypass physical constraints and directly enhance their soul cultivation. If I could obtain this art, I wouldn't have been stuck at the 3rd level martial artist for so many years.
Cui Jiuji's heart burned with desire. Suddenly a dull thud came from the master bedroom opposite. The slight noise made Cui Jiuji and the others tremble. Then the door slowly pushed open. The room was dark, and 2 crimson glows suddenly emerged in the dim environment.
Hiss! Hiss hiss!
A white snake with scales as flawless as white jade slithered out, flicking its tongue. The snake was not large, only about the thickness of an adult's wrist, but its crimson vertical pupils seemed capable of captivating one's soul. Xue'er quickly lowered his head in fear. However, Huang's mother couldn't resist her curiosity and glanced up at the white snake. Her mental defenses instantly crumbled, and in a daze, she seemed to see the daughter she had longed for.
Shan, you're finally back. Mom misses you so much.
Huang's mother walked out with a vacant expression, arms outstretched toward the white snake. Xue'er and Huang's father trembled in terror, but dared not speak to stop her. Hiss hiss. The white snake flicked its tongue, coiled its body, and wrapped around Huang's mother. Opening its mouth slightly, it pulled visible wisps of white mist from her forehead. Huang's mother's face instantly turned as pale as paper.
And Madame Huang still has her charms.
Came a light laugh from inside the bedroom.
But my pet is a young heavenly witch sacred dragon. Your mundane filthy soul must not defile it. Snap!
With the sound of a finger snap, the crimson light in the white snake's eyes faded. Huang's mother regained her senses. Just as she came to, she found herself entwined by a large snake, its terrifying mouth inches from her face.
Ah!
Huang's mother let out a terrified scream. The white snake was instantly provoked, its vertical pupils turning crimson.
What a lovely scream! But if you scream again, you might lose your life.
With a soft laugh, a young man strolled out from the bedroom. The young man had refined features and a pale complexion. He wore a loose bathrobe, revealing a chest covered in eerie black patterns, exuding an overall chilling aura. Huang's mother desperately covered her mouth. Her pants were damp. She had wet herself in fear.
Hiss hiss.
The white snake slithered back and coiled affectionately around the young man's arm.
Good boy.
The young man rubbed the snake's head. He walked out barefoot, leaving blood-red footprints on the white porcelain tiles that were jarring to the eye. Xue'er involuntarily looked up and saw 6 grotesque female corpses lying in the bedroom, all tortured beyond recognition.
Pity. The blood meal tonight wasn't quite satisfactory,
the young man said with a faint smile.
Xue'er, I've traveled a long way, and this is how you entertain me. Young witch lord, I.
Cold sweat broke out on Xue'er's forehead. He stammered.
I'm sorry. I had a perfect candidate prepared, but there was a minor hiccup along the way.
He braced himself. He handed over his phone, which displayed a photo of Xue'er.
Tis, this one looks good.
The young witch lord's eyes lit up.
Where is she?
Xue'er said nervously.
Reporting to the young witch lord, her name is Xue'er. She's an orphan, and has recently joined the Spark Martial Arts Hall. We dared not act rashly, and we haven't had time to train her yet. I prefer to do the training myself.
The young witch lord's smile deepened.
Give me her address.
Xue'er, not daring to neglect, quickly provided all the information. At the Starfire Martial Arts Hall, Xue'er remained oblivious to the impending crisis, immersed in the refinement of her blade techniques. Suddenly, a surge of vigorous blood energy burst forth from within her.
A breakthrough.
Jiangchen nodded with satisfaction. Xue'er felt the pressure on her body suddenly ease, her blade skills growing increasingly adept. As she gathered her momentum to deliver a slash, a visible blade glow shot forth.
Crack!
The blade glow burst with a crisp sound.
Not bad. A blade glow like a firecracker means your basic blade technique has advanced to micro-realm,
Jiangchen said.
This strike unleashes twice the power of your own blood energy.
Xue'er's eyes lit up. The effects of consecutive days of intense training were remarkably significant. She then asked,
By the way, Brother Jiang, I've been diligently cultivating the phantom heavenly astral art, so why did my basic blade technique advance instead? It's simple. Any secret manual requires a solid foundation,
Jiangchen explained.
A towering mansion is built from the ground up. Without a sturdy base, even the most profound secret manual is useless. As for the phantom heavenly astral art, I've integrated 5 different techniques. Even at the Demon Martial University, it's considered a high-level secret art. To improve, you must elevate your blade technique, footwork, and blood energy guidance to perfection.
Xue'er understood. She then consumed a blood energy pill and resumed honing her blade technique. Jiang Chen's mind stirred as he opened the panel of the primordial void cauldron. Cauldron Master Jiang Chen Cultivation Innate 2nd Realm Recovery Period Karma Bound Xue'er Body Tempering 6th Realm Psychic 1st Order Heavenly Tao Source Value 1660 Soul Value 11850 Unlocked Permissions Tao Source Exchange Void Treasure Vault 1st Level Mastered Source Slaughter Source Minor Success Source Divine Ability Slaughter Domain Note: The Cauldron Master's Manifested Soul on Blue Star will have its cultivation affected by the karma-bound individual.
My cultivation has recovered to the 2nd Order Source Martial Realm.
A glint flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. At 10 in the evening, Xue'er finished her training and took a bus back to the old city district. The streets were eerily cold tonight, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. Jiang Chen's form materialized. He looked up at the bungalow ahead, his gaze indifferent.
The Heavenly Witch sect has finally shown its face.
He did not immediately inform Xue'er, intending to temper her reaction to the crisis.
Clang!
Xue'er opened the iron gate of the courtyard. As usual, she first took down the clothes drying in the yard, then walked calmly into the main hall on the 1st floor. The moment she entered, Xue'er's expression turned serious, her hand already gripping a dagger.
Brother Jiang, I detected the breathing of martial artists in the courtyard.
Xue'er thought to herself.
There's no mistake. They're well hidden with long, steady breaths, but I still caught them.
Jiang Chen asked.
How many did you find? 2. No, it's 5. 2 in the front yard, 2 in the back, and 1 upstairs.
Xue'er instinctively tightened her grip on the dagger, preparing to break out from the front yard.
No need to break out,
Jiang Chen said calmly.
Go upstairs. I've been waiting for them for a long time. All right.
Xue'er nodded. She went to the 2nd floor, and as she turned on the light, she saw a refined-looking man in brocade clothes sitting leisurely on the sofa. The young witch lord eyed Xue'er with a playful gaze. Then he frowned slightly.
You don't seem surprised.
The young witch lord was somewhat displeased. He had imagined Xue'er screaming, being afraid, or instinctively turning to run. But he had never anticipated this. The young girl before him faced him with a calm expression. Xue'er did not reply. She gripped her dagger and lowered her center of gravity, assuming the standard starting stance for a lethal combat technique. The young witch lord paused, then chuckled lightly.
How interesting. Playing with a talented student like you will be fun.
He snapped his fingers. A white snake behind him suddenly reared up, its scarlet vertical pupils emitting an eerie light, just as it prepared to strike. Whoosh! Xue'er raised her hand and flung a dagger hidden in her sleeve. At the same time, she took a step forward, blood energy erupting, as her form turned into a dark shadow that shot forward, her blade aiming fiercely for the white snake's neck.
Hiss!
The white snake nimbly dodged the thrown dagger. It opened its gaping maw and lunged to bite Xue'er. Xue'er twisted her waist, nimbly evading the bite. Then she executed the phantom heavenly astral art, her speed surging as she reached the snake's flank and delivered a slash. Bang! The white snake's head slammed down heavily, knocked back several steps.
Interesting. You can actually repel a 2nd Order spirit snake.
The young witch lord revealed a sinister smile. Just as he prepared to take action himself, a cold gleam suddenly flashed behind him. The young witch lord reacted swiftly, but a bloody gash was still cut across his cheek. He looked at Xue'er in disbelief. A dagger hovered in midair. It was the same one Xue'er had thrown earlier, seemingly missing its mark, but now it counterattacked under the control of her psychic power.
A psychic!
The young witch lord's pupils constricted. Bang! An explosion sounded from outside. 4 heavenly witch sect guards burst in. These 4 were all 3rd Order source martial artists, now staring at Xue'er with icy auras and fierce killing intent.
This is getting more and more interesting.
The young witch lord's lips curled into a wicked smile. He stared at Xue'er as if she were a rare delicacy.
The land of Daxia truly teems with talent. I never expected to encounter a psychic on my very first day in Jinling. Excellent. You alone are enough to serve as my vessel for cultivating the heavenly witch sacred art.
The young witch lord licked his lips.
Most importantly, you're beautiful, have a great figure, and a fiery spirit. I like that. Xue'er remained unmoved, still maintaining her combat stance. Suddenly the void behind her rippled, and a summoning array slowly materialized.
A summoning talent,
the young witch lord sneered.
Xue'er, I've seen your file. It's just an grade summoning talent. Are you still going to struggle?
As he spoke, a dark figure strolled out from within the summoning array. The young witch lord raised an eyebrow. He had assumed an grade talent could only summon a wisp of a soul, but to his surprise Xue'er had summoned a complete human soul. Just as he was astonished, the dark figure spoke on its own.
During the battle at Nanyuan Valley back then, the Heavenly Witch sect's main altar was wiped out. All 6 high priests died. The Heavenly Witch sacred art was classified as heretical by the martial arts department, and all related records were destroyed and sealed. I'm very curious.
Jiangchen slowly raised his head.
Who passed this heretical art onto you?
Boom. The young witch lord and his men were struck as if by thunder, their faces turning ashen. The battle at Nanyuan Valley marked the beginning of the Heavenly Witch sect's collapse. Afterwards, a few remaining members fled to Southeast Asia, barely surviving for years before recovering. These were classified secrets that ordinary people could never access.
Who are you?
The young witch lord stared as if he had seen a ghost. As a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Witch sect, he was well-versed in the world's affairs, yet he had never witnessed a summoned creature speaking on its own. It even blurted out the hidden secrets of the Heavenly Witch sect from years past.
Kill them!
The young witch lord bellowed. Swish. The 4 guards burst forth simultaneously, their chilling murderous intent saturating the arena. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm.
Xue'er, watch closely as I demonstrate the phantom heavenly firmament art.
With that, he took a step forward. His movement was not swift, yet it perfectly evaded the lethal strike descending upon him. Then his form flickered, dissolving into a residual shadow that slipped through the gaps of the encirclement.
In body movement, speed is not paramount, precise control is everything. Achieve the goal with minimal expenditure of blood and energy.
Jiang Chen's voice echoed within Xue'er's mind. Swish, swish, swish. Within the cramped living room, Jiang Chen moved, like a specter weaving through the siege of 4 third-tier source warriors, like a swimming dragon. To demonstrate the combat techniques for Xue'er, he deliberately restrained himself to the physical prowess of the 6th layer of body tempering, and even slowed his pace.
Combat techniques hinge on mastering the rhythm. Master your own rhythm of attack and evasion, master the rhythm of your enemy's offensive shifts, and ultimately seize control of the entire battlefield.
Jiang Chen continued his instruction. Xue'er dared not be distracted for an instant, her focus entirely fixed on the combat demonstration. At this moment, an eerily bizarre scene unfolded within the room. The 4 Heavenly Witch guards seemed to attack with ferocity, yet they could not even graze Jiang Chen's shadow.
Damn it, this accursed thing is too uncanny.
One Heavenly Witch guard roared in fury. Abandoning Jiang Chen, he spun around and charged at Xue'er. The moment he turned, Jiang Chen shifted from offense to defense, forming his fingers into a blade and slicing through the air.
Clang!
A blade aura forged entirely from concentrated spiritual will tore through the void, severing the guard's head from his shoulders.
This ends now.
Jiang Chen took a step forward, his form splitting into 3 afterimage clones that shot forth in an instant. The blade aura cleaved through throats. The 3 Heavenly Witch guards were annihilated in a flash. Under the influence of his spiritual will both the corpses, and their blood hung suspended in midair, never spilling to stain the surrounding furniture.
Brother Jiang, so formidable.
Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened in awe. The combat techniques you casually displayed have profoundly impacted the young girl's heart, elevating her reverence for you to its zenith. Trust 50. Heavenly Tao Source 50. Jiang Chen turned to face the young witch lord. With a mere glance, the young witch lord felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. For guards, all 3rd-tier source warriors had been obliterated in an instant. Even he, notorious for his cruelty and savagery, could not suppress the chill that crept through his bones.
You haven't answered my question.
Jiang Chen's gaze was frigid.
During the battle at Nanyuan Valley 5 years ago, the Heavenly Witch sacred art was sealed and destroyed. Who has resurrected this forbidden technique?
Gulp. The young witch lord struggled to swallow. The heavenly witch sacred art was not completely destroyed. Jiangchen flicked his finger. With a resounding bang, the young witch lord's entire right arm exploded into a mist of blood. Ah! He let out an agonized scream. The white serpent beside him, driven by loyalty, issued a fierce hiss. Be silent. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. A surge of spiritual will howled forth, seizing the white serpent from thin air. It twisted into a knot mid-flight, then shattered into pieces. You're lying. The heavenly witch tattoo on your chest harbors a malevolent spirit, which can only manifest through the cultivation of necromantic arts. Back then, the heavenly witch sect's headquarters was razed, and all necromantic arts were destroyed and sealed. Jiang Chen's tone grew icier. It seems my suspicions are correct. Among the upper echelons of human civilization, there are those who conspire with the malevolent forces. Boom! A colossal tempest raged within the young witch lord's heart. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a specter. The heavenly witch sacred art, the necromantic arts. These were secrets so profound that even internal members of the heavenly witch sect could not distinguish them. Only a select few high-ranking elders were qualified to cultivate the necromantic arts. Yet now, they had been seen through at a single glance by this youth before him. You, who in the world are you? The young witch lord's voice was a hoarse roar. Jiang Chen wasted no words. Suddenly flames of the underworld flickered in his pupils, and an overwhelming wave of soul energy saturated the area. Soul illusion art. This was a forbidden technique of spirit masters capable of forcibly invading another spiritual sea. It was typically used for intelligence gathering and interrogation. Boom! The young witch lord shuddered violently. His mental defenses crumbled in an instant, his soul damaged, and blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and ears. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen withdrew his soul energy, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. This young witch lord was ignorant of the heavenly witch sect's deepest secrets, and thus could not reveal who was colluding with the malevolent forces. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen had uncovered considerable evidence of collusion between the Huang family and the heavenly witch sect. The heavenly witch sect's mission to Jinling even includes a 4-tier source warrior. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. His current cultivation had only recovered to the second layer of the innate realm. With his combat techniques and soul power, he could instantly slay low-level 3rd-tier source warriors. Like those 4 heavenly witch guards. He could even slay mid-level or even high-level 3rd-tier source warriors. But breaking through from the 3rd tier to the 4th marked a qualitative leap in power. Even if he could kill such an opponent, the remnant soul he had brought to this blue star would suffer grievous damage. I must hasten Xue'er's cultivation. Jiang Chen's expression grew grave. Possessing the primordial void cauldron Xue'er was crucial to restoring his strength. Jiang Chen raised his hand and grasped. Bang! 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 The corpses within the room exploded into clouds of blood mist, which were then devoured by the primordial void cauldron. Killed a 2nd-tier mid-level human creature. Soul Essence 50. Killed a 2nd-tier high-level beast creature. Soul Essence 80. Killed a 3rd-tier low-level human creature. Soul Essence 150. Killed a 3rd-tier low-level human creature. Soul Essence 150. The room returned to tranquility. Xue'er asked nervously, Brother Jiang, are they the malevolent forces behind the Huang family? Yes, Jiang Chen replied. The reason Huang Shanshan targeted you was to offer you as a sacrifice to this young witch lord. This man cultivates the heavenly witch heresy. He would have tortured your body until death and drawn upon your pain and resentment to fuel his cultivation. On his very first day in Jinling, he has already murdered 6 innocent girls. A blazing killing intent flared in Jiang Chen's eyes. All heretical cults deserve death. Xue'er's delicate frame trembled. Orphaned and alone since childhood, she had always kept a low profile, never provoking others. Yet even so, she had been marked by Huang Shanshan and the heavenly witch sect. Had Jiang Chen not intervened today, she would surely have met a tragic end. A fierce martial conviction ignited within the young girl's heart. She yearned to grow stronger, to never be bullied again. Heavenly Tao Source 100. The young girl is profoundly grateful to you. You have saved her life repeatedly and imparted your martial arts techniques.
All this nourishes her lonely heart. In her eyes you are both mentor and friend. Your kindness will be etched in her memory, never to be forgotten. Trust 100. Heavenly Tao Source 100. Jiangchen glanced at her.
Come pack your things. Don't stay home for a while. There's still a 4th-tier powerhouse from the Heavenly Witch sect in Jinling. With the young Witch Lord dead, even more heretical experts will likely arrive. You must enhance your strength quickly.
Xue'er nodded firmly, a resolute gleam shining in her eyes. Soon she had packed her luggage. There were few valuables at home. She packed only some clothes, then placed her parents' portrait and a few keepsakes into her backpack. Then she hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Spark Martial Arts Hall. At midnight, Xue'er returned to the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. As one of the top 10 martial arts halls in Huaxia, it operated 24 hours a day year-round. It was not merely a training venue, but a community built for martial artists. It offered facilities for training, dining, shopping, accommodation, and trading, all available, of course, at the cost of funds or hall points. For instance, a crate training room cost 200 points per hour.
Beep. Identity verified. Respected student Xue'er, you have successfully rented training room 215 for 24 hours, deducting 4800 Starfire points.
The training area was eerily quiet at midnight, but as the girl walked swiftly, motion sensor lights flickered on one after another. She entered the training room. Xue'er placed her luggage in a corner and spoke directly.
Brother Jiang, I want to continue training. All right.
Jiangchen nodded. He scanned the room, using his spiritual sense to meticulously check for any surveillance. Ensuring there was none, he manifested his soul.
After those incidents with Wang Shanchen and the young Witch Lord, your fear of combat has mostly been eliminated. So, you can now begin training in the combat killing method.
Jiangchen looked up.
First, choose your primary weapon. The blade.
Xue'er took a war blade from the wall. She had been focusing on the Phantom Heavenly Firmament art, and her basic blade techniques had broken through to the subtlety realm, making her movements proficient.
The combat killing method is not a secret manual or a cultivation technique. It is a philosophy of battle, a training method that pushes the boldest limits through combat. What is the combat killing method?
Jiangchen's voice hardened.
Struggle, slaughter, battle, spirit, comprehension of the way. This is the ultimate expression of the killing path, using the purest will to fight to hone the most tyrannical art of slaughter.
Xue'er instinctively held her breath. For some reason, she felt an icy aura different from the physical pressure of a gravity field. Under this aura, her very soul seemed to tremble.
This is killing intent,
Jiangchen said slowly.
Martial arts are the path of slaughter. A martial artist who comprehends killing intent can unleash a more ferocious combat power in battle. Next, I will take the initiative to attack you. You must gather all your essence, energy, and spirit to resist.
With those words, rolling black mist coalesced around Jiangchen.
Are you ready?
Xue'er barely nodded before a pitch-black blade light burst from the mist. She instinctively raised her blade to block.
Boom!
Xue'er felt a terrifying force sending her, and her blade flying back over 10 meters.
Too slow. I've suppressed my cultivation to the power of a body tempering 3rd level. This strike is something you can withstand.
Jiangchen barked.
Get up. Fight again.
Xue'er scrambled to her feet. Clang. A blade light slashed down from the air. She sidestepped, but as she dodged, the dark blade light suddenly shifted into a diagonal chop, striking her wrist with the flat of the blade and disarming her.
The art of slaughter is not a rehearsal of set moves, it is ever-changing. Again, your footwork is too slow. Continue.
2 hours later, Xue'er was completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground drenched in sweat. Her body was covered in bruises. Although Jiangchen had deliberately softened his strikes using only the flat of the blade, she still struggled to withstand her first encounter with the combat killing method.
That's enough for today.
Jiangchen drifted over and asked,
Does it hurt?
Xue'er quickly shook her head.
It doesn't hurt. Of course it hurts.
Jiangchen glanced at her.
There will be many more sessions like this. Are you sure you can endure? I can do it.
Xue'er hastily replied, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her. She struggled to stand up again. The girl's heart is incredibly resilient. Compared to the lonely life she once had, she prefers the pain of training. At least when training with you, she can feel herself growing stronger. Xue'er's martial heart has broken through. Heavenly Dao Source Value 100.
Alright, sit down and rest first.
Jiangchen raised his hand using his spiritual sense to apply Jade Bomb to the girl's injuries.
Cultivating the combat killing formation is indeed arduous, but it's the only path to strength.
Jiangchen spoke while applying the bomb.
If you hadn't been targeted by Huang Shanshan or chosen by the Heavenly Witch sect, everything could have progressed slowly, but life has no ifs.
Jiangchen's voice grew firm.
Since you've chosen this path, you must press forward with unyielding resolve, shattering all obstacles with the force of thunder. That is the only way to survive.
Xue'er nodded emphatically. The next day, Cui Jiuji was lying in the arms of two young women fast asleep.
Ring!
Suddenly, a sharp phone call woke him. Cui Jiuji was annoyed, but when he answered, he was stunned.
What? The young witch lord is missing.
Cui Jiuji felt as if struck by lightning. As he stood frozen, a hoarse voice came through the phone.
Cui Jiuji, if you don't come in 10 minutes, you can die.
The line went dead with a click, and Cui Jiuji seemed to hear a blood-curdling scream. He shuddered. Without even changing clothes, he rushed out in his pajamas. Fortunately, the clubhouse was not far from the villa. When Cui Jiuji arrived at the Huang family villa, he saw over a dozen corpses in the yard, all his elite subordinates. The bodies had been drained of blood, their deaths horrifying. Inside the hall, Huang's father and mother knelt trembling. A gaunt old man with a chilling aura sat on the sofa, his gaze sharp as a hawk. He raised a hand and grabbed. A terrifying surge of source energy howled, dragging Cui Jiuji from outside into the room.
Wei, Protector.
Cui Jiuji bowed in terror. He had seen this old man before, named Wei Cheng, a protector of the Heavenly Witch sect and a fourth-rank source martial artist.
The young witch lord is missing,
Wei Cheng said coldly.
I hear you know where he went last night.
Cui Jiuji dared not delay, and quickly told him about Xue'er. Finally he asked fearfully,
Wait, Protector, Xue'er is just a martial apprentice. The young witch lord took 4 guards, surely he's fine.
Wei Cheng's tone was indifferent.
Those 4 guards have also lost contact. This.
Cui Jiuji panicked.
Could the young witch lord be out hunting with the guards for fun?
By hunting he meant not hunting beasts, but sacrificing human blood. Wei Cheng pondered. Though silent, the villa was filled with a chilling aura, making Cui Jiuji feel like he was in an ice cave. After a moment, Wei Cheng checked the time.
Take me to Xue'er's home first.
Cui Jiuji quickly drove to the old city district. But when they entered Xue'er's home, there was no blood on the floor. Instead, the humble apartment was tidy and well organized. Wei Cheng scrutinized the surroundings, frowning.
Are you sure this is the place? Positive.
Cui Jiuji nodded hastily.
I gave the young witch lord this address yesterday. Something's wrong.
Wei Cheng's face darkened.
There are no signs of a struggle here, and the young witch lord knew I was coming today. He wouldn't have gone silent for so long. Cui Jiuji, think carefully. Where else might the young witch lord have gone?
Cui Jiuji's eyelids twitched. Wait. Wasn't the young witch lord's disappearance exactly like Huang Shanshan's? Both vanished without a trace, and both were linked to that Xue'er.
Ring!
Cui Jiuji's phone rang. He answered and his face darkened.
Wait, Protector, I just got word that Xue'er has been seen at the Starfire Martial Arts Hall.
Cui Jiuji clenched his fist.
Actually, before the young witch lord disappeared, my niece also had a conflict with this Xue'er, and she vanished just as mysteriously. I suspect both incidents are connected to her.
At this, Huang's father and mother snarled.
Cui, go catch that bitch immediately. She's at the Starfire Martial Arts Hall, I can't act there.
Cui Jiuji shook his head. Wei Cheng frowned.
Didn't you say Xue'er is just a high school student? The young witch lord's guards were third-rank source martial artists.
Cui Jiuji smiled bitterly.
But both disappearances involve her, so I have to suspect her. And the young witch lord must have come looking for her last night, yet she's unharmed. Something is off. Wei Chang's face turned icy. Capture her as soon as possible and keep searching for the young witch lord. Yes. Chui Jioji quickly issued orders. As night fell, Xue'er emerged from the training chamber and hurried toward the dining hall for supper. After the meal, she strolled to aid digestion while reflecting on the day's cultivation achievements. I've grown accustomed to the 10-level gravity field. My speed has improved considerably. More importantly, my blood and chi have also strengthened. During tonight's combat class, I should be able to withstand 5 attacks from Brother Jiang. Xue'er blinked, her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of anticipation rising in her heart. Just as she was lost in thought, 3 figures emerged from around the corner. Zhou Ting, Wang Haoran, and Zhao Rui, whom she had met earlier at the martial arts hall. Wang Haoran took the initiative to greet her. Classmate Yi, why aren't you heading home so late? Mum, I still need to put in some extra practice tonight. Xue'er replied shyly. My talent is too weak. I have to compensate with hard work. Hey, don't be discouraged, Wang Haoran said with a smile. Martial arts is about perseverance. As long as you work hard, there will surely be rewards. Well said. Zhou Ting chimed in cheerfully. Classmate Yi, I believe in you. Thank you. Xue'er expressed her sincere gratitude before heading toward the training chamber. After she left, Zhou Ting couldn't help but remark. Actually, classmate Yi is quite diligent. She's been honing herself in the training chamber every day. What use is hard work if talent is lacking? Zhao Rui sneered from the side. With her great talent, no amount of effort will make a difference. She's destined to never walk the path of martial arts. Zhou Ting frowned slightly, about to retort, when Wang Haoran interjected. Enough, stop bickering. I've got 3 tickets to a boxing match. Let's go have some fun. The 3 of them left the martial arts hall together and spotted a taxi parked by the roadside. Driver, please take us to Tianyuan Mall. Wang Haoran reached for the front passenger door only to find it locked. Looking down, the driver was a man with a cold aura, his arms covered in tattoos, smoking a cigarette with a menacing air. Let's take another car. Sensing something amiss, Zhou Ting quickly pulled her companions away. Inside the car, the tattooed man dialed a number. Master 9, that girl hasn't come out yet. Keep waiting. Chui Juzi's voice was icy. Watch her closely. Yes. Meanwhile, Xue'er returned to the training chamber and began practicing combat techniques. A blade aura form of black mist swept forth. Xue'er channeled her blood, and she lowered her center of gravity and slashed out with her war blade. A crisp crack rang out as the blade produced a sound like snapping firecrackers, a hallmark of micro-level swordsmanship. I blocked it. Xue'er's eyes lit up. But before she could rejoice, the black mist blade aura suddenly accelerated, transforming into a spiraling blade energy that slammed violently into her weapon. With a loud bang, Xue'er was sent flying along with her blade. Jiangchen said calmly, Your swordsmanship has reached the micro level, but your blood and chi are not yet solid enough. Combat techniques require tempering every factor to its peak: swordsmanship, footwork, blood, and chi, even the method of exerting force, breathing rhythm, and battle will. Not one element can be lacking. Again. Xue'er charged forward with her blade. After 3 exchanges, she was sent flying once more. The young girl was knocked back time and again, yet each time she rose to fight anew. After 2 grueling hours, Xue'er was utterly exhausted. But she did not stop there. After a short rest, she began cultivating her spiritual willpower. At 3 in the morning, when Chui Jioji received a report from his subordinate, his gaze turned frigid. It seems Xue'er has no intention of coming out. Chui Jioji gritted his teeth. She's clearly guilty and deliberately avoiding us. A high school student couldn't possibly have killed a young shaman lord and 4 guards. Wei Chang's eyes flickered. Have you looked into her background? Chui Jioji smiled bitterly. Many times. Xue'er is just an orphan with no one to rely on. Besides, if she truly had powerful backing, I wouldn't have dared to offer her to the young shaman lord. Wei Chang furrowed his brow. Then he spoke in a low voice. Continue surveillance. The moment she steps out of the Starfire Martial Arts Hall, notify me immediately. Understood. Chui Jioji rubbed his hands together nervously. Protector Wei, about the collaboration we discussed earlier, what do you think? Wei Chong turned his icy gaze toward him, strange blood-red light flickering in his deep pupils. Cui Jiuji felt a chill creep up his spine. Just as he was about to back down, Wei Chong took a blood-colored feather token from his bosom.
This is the Heavenly Witch Blood Token. It possesses spiritual nature. Once fed with blood, it will reveal the first part of the Heavenly Witch sacred art. If you can cultivate it successfully, you will be considered an inner disciple of the Heavenly Witch sect. Thank you, Elder Wei.
Overjoyed, Cui Jiuji instinctively reached out to take it. Wei Chong raised an eyebrow.
And what about the matters you promised the Heavenly Witch sect? Rest assured, Elder Wei. The Huang family and I have established a covert channel to transport workers to Southeast Asia. These are people without connections. Even if something happens, no one will report it domestically.
Cui Jiuji spoke with excitement.
Additionally, I hold stakes in 3 funeral homes and control 2 underground organ trading markets. That will make many things convenient.
Wei Chong nodded with satisfaction. He flicked his finger, handing the Heavenly Witch sacred art over to Cui Jiuji. Over the following period, Xue'er immersed herself entirely in martial arts cultivation. During the day, she activated the gravity field, tempering her physique under the 10th level pressure, focusing on blood and chi, while supplementing with the Phantom Heavenly Shield technique. In the evening, she trained in combat techniques. Before sleep, she refined her spiritual willpower. With an unlimited supply of Jade paste, blood and chi pills, and soul-condensing incense, her strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Inside the training chamber, Xue'er moved with swift precision. With a flick of her wrist, her war blade unleashed 3 streaks of cold light. With a loud bang, the sharp blade energy transformed into 3 visible ripples that surged 2 meters outward before exploding. In that instant, Xue'er's blood and chi surged within her. She felt a sudden release of pressure, and both her footwork and blade speed improved dramatically. Her cultivation had broken through.
Continue,
Jiangchen commanded in a deep voice.
Blade cultivation relies on momentum, like splitting bamboo. Seize the insights from your breakthrough and ride that momentum to further hone the 9 heavenly blades.
Xue'er took a step forward, channeling her fresh blood and chi, and her blade momentum soared once more. The war blade sliced through the air with a ceaseless whoosh. Xue'er's blood and chi have broken through. She has advanced to the 7th layer of body tempering. Heavenly Tao Source 300. Xue'er's basic footwork has advanced from mastery to proficiency. Heavenly Tao Source 300. Xue'er's basic blood and chi guidance technique has advanced from mastery to micro level. Heavenly Tao Source 500.
The guidance technique has broken through to the micro level.
Jiangchen nodded in satisfaction. Although it was only the basic blood and chi guidance technique, breaking through to the micro level in such a short time was a testament to Xue'er's diligence. This would greatly enhance her cultivation efficiency. With the guidance technique at the micro level, she could circulate blood and chi at all times. For others, this might have a modest effect. But for Xue'er, combined with an unlimited supply of blood and chi pills, her cultivation speed would skyrocket. Then a portion of inscriptions appeared before Jiangchen's eyes. Cauldron Master Jiangchen, Cultivation 3rd Heaven of Innate Recovery Period Karma Bound 1 Xue'er 7th Layer of Body Tempering Spiritual Willpower Master 1st Order.
With my current combat power, 3rd Order Source Martial Artists are no threat. But to instantly eliminate a 4th Order Source Martial Artist, am not there yet. I need Xue'er to break through to the 2nd Order.
Jiangchen's eyes flickered thoughtfully. 3 days later. Outside the Spark Martial Arts Hall, a sleek pitch-black supercar sped in. The vehicle pulled directly into the VIP parking spot at the entrance. The car door opened, and a man in brocade clothing stepped out gracefully. He was Gu Yao, a board member of the Spark Group, who had previously recruited Xue'er into the hall.
Inspector Gu.
A red-haired woman, with an aloof demeanor and a curvaceous figure, bowed respectfully. Behind her stood dozens of senior coaches from the hall, each with a cultivation of at least a 2nd stage source warrior.
Everyone may leave. Zheng Wei, stay.
Gu Yao strode forward. The hall's high-ranking members parted to make way. Gu Yao not only represented the Spark Group's board but also served as the inspector of Spark Martial Arts Hall, wielding immense authority to oversee all branch affairs within Jiangnan Province. Entering the hall's main gate, Gu Yao got straight to the point. How is the recruitment of gifted students from the provincial martial arts exam rankings going? Reporting to Mr. Gu this year. It's not looking optimistic.
Zheng Wei handed over the prepared documents. Gu Yao flipped through them frowning.
Only 18 out of the top 500 gifted students have been recruited.
Zheng Wei nodded wryly.
An S-grade talent emerged from No. 1 high school in Jinling City, drawing intense attention from all major halls and sparking fierce competition. We were about to secure 5 more gifted students, but Blackstone Hall poached them midway.
Gu Yao's expression darkened. The 10 great halls of Huaxiao were all rivals with Blackstone, and Spark being long-standing adversaries. Both sides were locked in a silent struggle.
With the college entrance exams approaching, the battle for gifted students will only intensify. You must recruit with all your might,
Gu Yao said.
Hey Race, what'll do? It'll grant you a batch of internal channel slots, allowing you to increase the contract benefits for gifted students by 10%. Additionally, I've applied for a batch of advanced blood chi enhancement elixirs from headquarters, which can also be used to reward gifted students.
Zheng Wei's eyes lit up.
That's excellent. This will give us a significant edge.
Gu Yao nodded slightly. Just as he was about to step into the elevator, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure.
It's her.
Gu Yao's face showed a flicker of recollection.
What was her name? Xue'er.
Zheng Wei followed his gaze, and saw a delicate girl puzzled.
Mr. Gu, do you know this student? Sort of. I discovered her at the hunting grounds. Her combat skills are quite impressive.
Gu Yao smiled faintly. In truth, he hadn't paid Xue'er much attention. After all, she was just a student at the 5th stage of body tempering, not yet meeting Spark Hall's recruitment criteria. He had merely appreciated her sharp and clean fighting ability, and casually offered her a trade contract.
Let's go!
Just as Gu Yao turned, a sudden flash of insight struck him.
No!
He halted mid-step and looked back at the distant girl. Then Gu Yao's expression shifted drastically.
Such profound blood chi. This is absolutely not what a 5th stage body tempering student should possess. And her gait. Even while strolling, she maintains the flow of a blood chi guidance technique. This is a sign of breaking through to the micro-perception level.
Gu Yao's pupils contracted.
To master the basic blood chi guidance technique to the micro-perception level, this student is indeed remarkable.
Zheng Wei volunteered.
Mr. Gu, shall I summon her to see you? No.
Gu Yao shook his head.
You're the hall master here. If you approach her, it will draw everyone's attention, and other halls might try to poach her. I have her contact info.
Gu Yao stepped into the elevator and promptly sent a message to Xue'er. Zheng Wei was puzzled.
Mr. Gu, is a single student really worth so much of your concern? The basic guidance technique isn't difficult. Most grade students in the hall can achieve it. You don't understand.
Gu Yao shook his head slightly, then revealed an expectant smile.
You'll see soon enough.
Seeing him be so cryptic, Zheng Wei grew even more confused. On the other side, Xue'er was taking a stroll to rest.
Buzz?
Her smart bracelet suddenly received a message.
Xue'er, this is Gu Yao. I'm in training room 311 on the 3rd floor of Spark Hall. Come see me immediately. Important matters.
Mr. Gu. Xue'er paused. She remembered the influential figure who had recruited her well.
Let's go.
Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled.
He might put you through a practical test. Just respond as you do during your usual training. But one thing, don't reveal your psychic power.
From the moment Gu Yao and Zheng Wei entered the hall, Jiang Chen had already sensed them, including their conversation.
Mom.
Xue'er trusted Jiang Chen's words implicitly, and quickly arrived at the 3rd floor training room. The door was slightly ajar. Xue'er didn't barge in but politely knocked.
Come in,
Gu Yao said with a smile.
Hello, Mr.
Gu. Xue'er pushed the door open and found a red-haired mature woman inside, the hall master of Spark Hall's Jinling branch. A 4th-stage source warrior, Zheng Wei.
Hello, Hall Master Zheng.
Xue'er greeted her shyly. Zheng Wei nodded calmly.
Don't be nervous. We're practically old acquaintances, no need to be so formal.
Gu Yao offered a warm smile.
Xue'er, what stage of body tempering are you at now? 7th stage.
Xue'er answered truthfully.
Excellent. You've met the threshold for a gifted student.
Gu Yao's smile widened.
Next, he'll conduct a practical test for you personally. If you pass, your spark contract will be upgraded. Don't worry, it'll restrain my cultivation. You won't get hurt. First, choose your primary weapon. Okay.
Xue'er nodded and picked a combat blade from the corner armory. Then she lowered her center of gravity, her gaze sharpening.
Mr. Gu, am ready. Then let's begin.
Gu Yao smiled, reached out to grab a wooden staff as tall as his eyebrows, and suppressed his aura to the 7th stage of body tempering. He took a step forward. Whoosh! Gu Yao's form blurred into an afterimage. Instead of using a swinging strike, the wooden staff thrust straight ahead like a sword. It wasn't staff technique, it was sword technique. Xue'er swayed, dodging half a meter in an instant, then flipped her wrist to slash upward with the blade. Bang! The blade and staff clashed with a resounding boom.
She blocked it.
Zheng Wei's eyes brightened.
This Xue'er has quick reflexes and her footwork is exceptionally agile.
Whoosh! Gu Yao retracted the staff abruptly, then shot it out like a nimble serpent at tremendous speed. Still sword technique. Xue'er remained unfazed. She bent forward, sidestepped, spun, and executed a downward slash. The fluid sequence was completed in an instant, and the final strike precisely hit the staff's tip.
Excellent.
Gu Yao's smile deepened.
Watch out, I'm going to use a martial art technique.
Whoosh! The wooden staff in his hand split into several afterimages, whistling through the air as they rained down on Xue'er simultaneously.
Sword technique, manual, flowing light, splitting shadows.
Zheng Wei's expression shifted slightly. This was an advanced manual, and she hadn't expected Gu Yao's assessment to be so stringent. But in the next moment her eyes widened. Xue'er's figure flickered as she darted through a flurry of afterimages, her speed not inferior to Gu Yao's at all. Moreover, Xue'er even launched her own offensives, each strike of her blade accurately cleaving into the wooden staff.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Within the training room, the two exchanged blows fiercely, the clang of weapons ringing without end. 5 minutes later, Xue'er suddenly executed a sliding tackle, her war blade slashing upward at a tricky angle. Gu Yao revealed a faint smile, pressing down with his staff technique in an attempt to curb the girl's assault.
This should end it.
Zheng Wei delivered her verdict. With this strike, Gu Yao had sealed off all of Xue'er's escape routes. There was no way she could avoid it. But suddenly, Xue'er directly slapped her left palm against the wooden staff, while her right hand's war blade transformed from a slash into a thrust, aiming straight for Gu Yao's throat. Gu Yao raised an eyebrow. Then he retreated sharply, and said in a deep voice,
Xue'er, in real combat you must never touch an opponent's weapon with your bare hands. That's a cardinal rule. What you did just now was far too dangerous. Even if I held back my strength, that grab would have been enough to damage your bones and tendons.
Gu Yao sensed his tone was somewhat harsh and explained,
The college entrance exam is coming up. Getting injured now would hinder your subsequent training. You can't be so reckless in the future.
Xue'er seemed to have something to say, but held back. In truth, the entire battle had been under her control. She had chosen to raise her hand to strike the wooden staff because she had seen through Gu Yao's method of exerting force. With that palm strike, Xue'er was fully confident she could deflect the wooden staff's landing point, thereby creating an opportunity for a lethal blow. Indeed, a lethal blow. Her final slash carried the hidden force of micro-level blade technique. Had the battle continued, Xue'er was 80% certain she could defeat Gu Yao.
I'm not blaming you.
Seeing Xue'er silence, Gu Yao thought the girl was discouraged and couldn't help but smile.
Actually, lasting this long against my attacks means you've already passed the assessment. In terms of combat ability, you're definitely among the top tier of this year's prodigy students.
Xue'er blinked. She pondered for a moment, but didn't voice her thoughts. After all, Mr. Gu had been kind to her, and she couldn't undermine his authority.
Xue'er, I've decided to include you in the prodigy student recruitment list and sign a new contract. Contract authority agreed.
Gu Yao said solemnly.
From this moment on you are an grade prodigy student of the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. He raised his hand to authorize the operation on his smart wristband. Buzz! Xue'er's wristband vibrated. A new contract materialized. Starfire Martial Arts Hall, a grade prodigy student contract. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Xue'er was thrilled and immediately proceeded with identity verification. Beside her, Zhengwei raised an eyebrow slightly. A grade. This was a high-level contract from Starfire Martial Arts Hall reserved only for prodigies ranked in the top 200 of the entire province. Even she had only signed 6 A-grade contracts so far, all from geniuses at No. 1 high school, normal university-affiliated high school, and experimental high school in Jinling. Students who had awakened high-level talents and were all at the 8th refinement of body tempering. But Xue'er. Zhengwei looked down at her wristband, which displayed Xue'er's registration info. Grade talent goes summoning. Zhengwei seemed hesitant to speak. In her view, Xue'er didn't yet qualify for an A-grade contract, not even a grade 1. But this was Gu Yao's special recruitment quota, so she didn't say much. Moments later, Xue'er successfully signed the contract and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Gu, and thank you, Hall Master." As she spoke, she mustered her courage to sneak a few glances at Zhengwei. This elegant, robust, red-haired woman exuded an air of cold pride, but Xue'er suddenly had a thought. I wonder what it looked like when the Hall Master was beaten to tears by Brother Jiang back then. Don't thank me, you earned this achievement through your own efforts, Gu Yao said with a smile. Go train now. The college entrance exam is near, and I hope you can take another step forward. Okay, you'll work hard. Xue'er nodded and turned to leave. Click. The training room door closed automatically. Gu Yao turned back to Zhengwei and smiled. What do you think? Xue'er doesn't measure up to an A-grade contract. Yes. Zhengwei nodded seriously. Mr. Gu, even if she has outstanding combat ability, her cultivation is only at the 7th refinement of body tempering. According to headquarters regulations, one must be at least at the 8th refinement to sign an A-grade contract. Moreover, her awakened talent is only grade and it's a summoning type. Its effect in combat is extremely limited. She didn't even use any talent abilities in that fight. Zhengwei spoke at length. Gu Yao smiled faintly. You still place so much emphasis on talent and combat techniques. Zhengwei said seriously. The level of an awakened talent represents future growth potential, Mr. Gu. Every A-grade contract consumes a vast amount of resources. If headquarters audits this, you'll likely face considerable pressure. Gu Yao shook his head slightly. He looked up and asked, During Xue'er's practical assessment just now, did you notice her eyes? Eyes. Zhengwei was taken aback. As a 4th-rank source warrior, the assessment was beneath her notice. If not for Gu Yao personally conducting it, she probably wouldn't have attended. So Zhengwei hadn't paid much attention, only roughly observing Xue'er's body movements and blade techniques. There wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes, only an extreme craving for battle. If you had assessed her, you would have found that Xue'er's spirit and energy in combat were incredibly vigorous, and she had even nurtured a hint of battle intent. Or rather, killing intent. Gu Yao glanced at Zhengwei. You should know what I'm talking about, right? Zhengwei's pupils contracted. For words instantly flashed through her mind. Killing combat technique. Yes. Gu Yao nodded. Xue'er's will to fight is extremely firm. When I first met her, I deliberately released the pressure of a 4th-rank source warrior, but she was completely unaffected. And in the practical just now. In that final strike, she grabbed my weapon with her bare hand, while attacking my throat with her war blade. This is a standard killing combat technique. Even more, Gu Yao said uncertainly, I feel she might have seen through my method of exerting force. What? Zhengwei's expression changed. Impossible. Even if she follows the killing combat technique path, she couldn't possibly see through your attack. I'm not sure. Gu Yao shook his head slightly. So to be safe, I ended the assessment early. With the college entrance exam approaching, I didn't want her to get injured. Zhengwei unconsciously clenched her fists. As a graduate of Magic Martial Arts University, she naturally knew what the killing combat technique implied. Back then, the 8 academies of magic martial arts had suppressed all contemporary prodigies across the globe, all because of one student single-handedly rewriting the martial arts landscape of human civilization. In Zheng Wei's mind, the figure of a young man in black emerged. Magic Martial Arts University Jiangchen. Inside the training chamber, Zheng Wei's expression was complex. She had never expected that Xue'er's primary focus was actually the combat killing art. Moreover, she had gained Gu Yao's attention.
Mr.
Gu, Zheng Wei spoke.
The combat killing art has already declined. Nowadays, all martial arts circles prioritize talent-based techniques. Xue'er's future growth potential is very limited.
Gu Yao glanced at her and suddenly smiled.
Do you know what the greatest regret of my life is?
Zheng Wei asked in confusion.
What is it? 8 years ago, I once went to Beijing. At that time, Jiangchen was just a high school student. I had hopes of recruiting him into the Spark Martial Arts Hall, but because of the talent assessment set by headquarters, I missed him. This is the greatest regret of my life.
Gu Yao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. If he had managed to recruit the martial demon Jiangchen back then, the Spark Martial Arts Hall, including the Gu family of Shanghai, and even himself personally, would have soared to greatness. After all, he was the universally acknowledged #1 on the Blue Star Prodigy ranking. He was also the human martial artist with the greatest hope of inheriting the war god's legacy.
So I am willing to give Xue'er a chance.
Gu Yao smiled faintly.
Perhaps this is just a form of consolation to fill the regret of those years.
Zheng Wei was silent for a moment. Then she nodded.
I can understand.
The martial demon Jiangchen. No matter how aloof Zheng Wei was, deep down she felt nothing but admiration for that young man in black, and also a profound fear. He was the role model for all young martial artists of the era. He was also a towering mountain pressing down on the hearts of all genius martial artists. Could they even hope to catch a glimpse of his heels? No, the talent and combat power he revealed were like a terrifying, insurmountable chasm. No one could cross it. No one could match him. No one could defeat him. Zheng Wei let out a long breath, then asked with confusion.
Speaking of which, who taught Xue'er the combat killing art? Who knows?
Gu Yao shrugged.
Back then, the martial demon Jiangchen pioneered the combat killing art and made it publicly available for free across China, opening a path to strength for countless ordinary martial artists with mediocre talent. Even though he fell midway, and the 8 martial demon academies declined halfway. But the path had already been blazed, and plenty of related knowledge exists even on the internet. Perhaps Xue'er is self-taught.
Zheng Wei nodded slightly. Back then, the combat killing art burst onto the scene, shocking the entire civilization of Blue Star. Too many people had walked this path. Although these people did not make it to the end, and even the martial demon Jiangchen himself fell midway, the cultivation philosophy of the combat killing art had long been disseminated.
It's getting late. I have a dinner appointment with someone from the education department, so I'll take my leave now.
Gu Yao strode away. But he suddenly stopped at the door and spoke to Zheng Wei without turning around.
Whether it's talent-based techniques or the combat killing art, they are just 2 different philosophies. Neither is inherently right or wrong. After all, everyone is fighting for the continuation of human civilization. Don't you think?
Zheng Wei was stunned. She detected a hint of warning in Gu Yao's words.
Mr. Gu, I understand your meaning.
Zheng Wei said solemnly.
Rest assured, although I adhere to talent-based techniques, I will not discriminate against the combat killing art. Because I have faced the martial demon Jiangchen in battle myself, and I know how formidable the peak of this path can be.
Gu Yao nodded slightly. Being in a high position, he had seen many internal conflicts. Especially the dispute over orthodoxy between talent-based techniques and the combat killing art, which under the manipulation of certain malicious individuals had degenerated into a weapon for attacking dissenters and seeking personal gain. The greatest crisis for human civilization was the aberrant beasts, and also humanity itself. On the other side, Xue'er returned to training room 215.
Honor level student Xue'er, congratulations on your successful promotion to Spark Martial Arts Hall, a level genius student. Internal identity authentication complete.
Below are the benefits you are entitled to. 1 monthly allowance of 300,000 Chinese yuan credited to personal account. 2 monthly supply of 30 high-grade blood-enhancing supplements and 30 A-level gene nutrient fluids. 3 one-time acquisition of 500,000 spark points redeemable for corresponding cultivation resources and services within the martial arts hall. For free acquisition 1 blood energy cultivation method 1 combat manual permission level A. 5 free acquisition 1 combat weapon forged from a level special alloy. Xue'er's beautiful eyes sparkled with light. She immediately opened her text messages. Your bank account ending in 6239 has received a total deposit of 300,000 yuan. 300,000 Chinese yuan. It had arrived. Brother Jiang, this Spark Martial Arts Hall is way too generous. Getting 300,000 every month without doing anything. Xue'er was shocked. That's 6 million a year. This cash isn't the real value. The truly valuable thing is the points. For example, this training room of yours is equipped with an electromagnetic hypergravity field. It's hard to experience something like this outside even with money. Let's not talk about that for now. Jiang Chen got down to business. Your battle with Gu Yao just now had many flaws. In the 3rd round you had an opportunity to disarm and defeat him. Xue'er was startled. She instantly recalled the fight. The 3rd round. Was my blade speed too slow? No, it was Gu Yao who made a mistake. Jiang Chen said. Gu Yao is a 4th-grade source martial artist. He suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level of body tempering, but his ability was limited. When suppressing his realm, he caused a stutter in the circulation of his own blood energy. You failed to seize this opening. Next, I will simulate that actual combat. Attack with all your might. Xue'er nodded and immediately gripped her combat blade tightly. Whoosh! Black mist surged, coalescing into a shadowy, insubstantial figure holding a long staff. This shadow was not Jiang Chen himself, but a phantom he condensed using his spiritual willpower. It's starting. Jiang Chen moved his mind. The shadow instantly shot forward, its long staff thrusting with fierce speed. This move perfectly replicated Gu Yao's combat pattern, with vivid realism even possessing a greater essence. Xue'er twisted her wrist, her combat blade slashing diagonally to precisely block the staff strike. But just as she prepared to change her move, bang! The long staff suddenly exerted force a second time, transforming into a surging hidden energy. Xue'er was instantly sent staggering back several meters. The combat blade vibrated incessantly. This caused Xue'er's entire right arm to go slightly numb. She had to grip the blade with both hands to suppress the recoil force. Your reaction is too slow. The combat killing art emphasizes control. Not just control over your own offense, but also control over the opponent's attack rhythm. Once you spot an opening, you must crush it in the blink of an eye. I'll demonstrate one slowly. Watch closely. Jiang Chen flicked his finger. The shadow hovered in midair, slowly replaying the technique of the second force exertion. At the same time, the method of blood energy circulation within the shadow's body was completely revealed before Xue'er's eyes. If Gu Yao were to witness this scene, he would probably be scared out of his wits. Because the cultivation method he practiced was the Gu family's forbidden art, yet Jiang Chen had fully deduced it just by glancing at it. Furthermore, all its flaws had been completely exposed. Inside the cultivation chamber, Xue'er focused intently on the space before her. Suddenly, she noticed a distinct pause in the flow of blood and qi within the shadowy figure. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Did you see that? Once the circulation of blood and qi falters, it affects every subsequent move. In a casual spar it might be negligible, but in a life-or-death struggle that single flaw is fatal. Learn by analogy. In your future cultivation you must always prioritize the smooth flow of blood and qi." Xue'er nodded earnestly. "Mum." "Then continue." With a flick of Jiang Chen's hand, the shadowy figure in the void lunged forth with ferocious techniques. Xue'er blocked 2 strikes before being sent flying again, her battle blade even knocked from her grasp. "Your strength is too weak. Again. Too slow. You need to learn to anticipate." Again!
Bang, bang, bang. The cultivation chamber echoed with the clashing of weapons. 2 days later, as Xue'er was training in combat techniques, a surge of new blood energy suddenly burst forth from within her.
A breakthrough! The 8th layer of blood and chi.
Jiangchen looked ahead. Xue'er did not stop but continued her assault on the shadowy figure. Her blade techniques were fluid, her movements like a swimming dragon. Suddenly her form flickered, turning into an afterimage, as she shot forward, her blade following like a shadow.
Bang!
A loud crash rang out. The long staff in the shadowy figure's hand snapped in two, a gash opened across its throat. A fatal blow.
I succeeded.
Xue'er turned back, her face alight with joy.
Not bad. That strike has taken its initial form, and your basic footwork has broken through to subtlety.
Jiangchen nodded slightly. Xue'er's blood and chi broke through, advancing her to the 8th layer of body forging. Her basic footwork advanced from mastery to subtlety. Her comprehension of combat techniques deepened.
Subtlety in footwork.
Xue'er circulated her blood and chi, feeling as light as a swallow. Both her evasive and offensive speed had doubled.
If I were to face Mr. Gus' assessment now, I could defeat him within 3 moves.
Xue'er's heart surged with excitement. Of course, that was against Gu Yao, with his cultivation suppressed. Jiangchen said coolly.
Gu Yao's combat level is quite average. His strength lies in his business acumen.
Xue'er asked curiously.
What about Hall Master Zheng then? Weaker still.
Jiangchen said flatly.
Gu Yao at least learned some combat techniques. As for Zheng Wei, she spends all her time studying her grade fire talent. If she doesn't wake up soon, her life's potential will be wasted.
Xue'er was stunned into silence. Zheng Wei was the Hall Master of the Jinling branch of the Starfire Martial Hall, a 4th-tier source warrior, a top-tier powerhouse many looked up to. But in Jiangchen's words, she seemed so fragile. Jiangchen glanced at her.
Xue'er, this world is vast. Whether it's Zheng Wei or Gu Yao, they are far too insignificant. Since you have chosen the path of combat techniques, you will face many obstacles. But you have no retreat. You must use the sharpest methods to crush all enemies. This is the most crucial mindset for combat. Be fierce, advance boldly, and grow stronger with every battle.
Xue'er nodded, half understanding. The girl sensed a heroic fighting spirit in your words. Though she didn't fully grasp the grand principles, her trust in you was absolute. Any suggestion from you, she would follow unconditionally and steadfastly. Trust increased. Late at midnight. Inside a crude bungalow in the old district of Jinling City, Cui Jiuji and Wei Chong were making their 3rd inspection of Xue'er's home.
It's been a week. The young shaman lord is most likely dead.
Wei Chong's face twisted in rage. Boom. A wave of icy sinister aura swept the room, chilling Cui Jiuji and the others to the bone. Wei Chong turned his head.
She still hasn't come out.
The room was dark. This heavenly witch cult protector's pupils glowed with a bloody light as terrifying as a vengeful spirit. Cui Jiuji said nervously.
Reporting to Protector Wei, Xue'er has been staying in the Starfire Martial Hall and hasn't come out.
Huang Yu's face twisted viciously.
Chao Chui, is there a way to lure her out? I want to flay that bitch alive.
By now they were certain that Xue'er was the killer of Huang Shanshan and the young shaman lord. Cui Jiuji shook his head bitterly.
The Starfire Martial Hall's defenses are tight. The Hall Master Zheng Wei is a 4th-tier source warrior. I can't make a move. Besides, the college entrance exams are coming. I heard the Starfire headquarters sent an inspector. We can't act rashly.
Crack. Before he could finish, the sound of the iron door being pried open came from downstairs. Wei Chong was startled, thinking the Chinese inspection department had targeted him. He rushed to the window and peeked outside. Then he froze. The iron door was forced open, and 2 people snuck in furtively. They splashed paint in the yard and wrote "Debt must be repaid" in large characters on the front door.
Wife, want this attract the police?
A middle-aged man asked hesitantly.
Don't be a coward. We have the IOU. If Xue'er can't pay, she should give up the house.
The middle-aged woman sneered.
Besides, she's a coward. She wouldn't dare call the cops. Hurry up. This couple was Xue'er's uncle and aunt who had previously coveted her property, hoping to swindle her out of it. After being refused last time, they held a grudge. Now they were breaking in late at night. Upstairs, Wei Chong relaxed and then gestured with his eyes. Swish. Two heavenly witch cult protectors shot out, moving like ghosts to appear behind the couple.
Why does it feel so cold? A ghost!
The woman instinctively turned around and saw a pair of scarlet pupils. Before she could scream, a hand clamped around her throat. Moments later, the pair were dragged upstairs, terrified. Cui Jioji looked at them and then reported,
Protector Wei, I investigated them before. They are Xue'er's relatives.
He paused, then added,
They are her only relatives. Besides them, Xue'er has no other social connections.
Wei Chong asked.
Her only relatives. Can we use them to lure Xue'er out?
Cui Jioji shook his head.
Probably not. These two forged an IOU on the black market to seize her property. They are more like enemies. Then let's make use of the trash.
Wei Chong flicked his finger. The middle-aged man's throat was instantly slit. Blood splattered onto the woman beside him, causing her to collapse, letting out a desperate, muffled wail. But soon a stream of icy chi pierced through her forehead. The two never imagined that their plan to swindle a widow's property would end with them losing their own lives first. Wei Chong said coldly,
Burn the house, cremate the bodies. A major case like this will attract the city bureau's attention. When Xue'er goes to the police station for questioning, that will be our chance.
Cui Jioji's eyes lit up, and he flattered.
Protector Wei is so clever. Why didn't I think of that? Handle it well. Don't expose the heavenly witch cult or else.
Wei Chong's gaze turned icy.
You know the consequences.
Cui Jioji quickly nodded.
Don't worry, I have experience with this sort of thing.
The next day, Xue'er was cultivating when she suddenly received a phone call.
Xue'er, is that you? This is the Jinling City South Police Station. My surname is Lu, badge number 4311.
A man's voice came through the phone.
May I ask where you were early this morning? I was at the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. Do you have evidence? Yes, there's surveillance footage inside the hall. Good, well, send someone to verify. Now please come to the South Police Station immediately. We need your assistance with some investigations.
Xue'er asked nervously.
Officer Lu, may I ask? Has something happened?
There was a pause on the line, then he continued.
Early this morning, a sudden fire broke out at your home, and 2 bodies were discovered in the ruins. Preliminary investigation indicates they are your uncle and aunt who were murdered and then cremated in the blaze.
Xue'er's delicate frame trembled. Her entire being froze in place. Officer Lu said sternly,
Have you offended anyone recently? If necessary, we can send an officer to pick you up.
Xue'er was at a loss. Only when she saw Jiang Chen's figure appear did her flustered heart calm down. She shook her head slightly.
Thank you, Officer Lu. I've been training at the Martial Arts Hall recently and haven't offended anyone. All right, come over today to register and give a statement.
Officer Lu said.
Also add my contact information. If you discover anything later, inform me at any time. Okay.
After hanging up, Officer Lu sent a few pictures of the scene. The familiar building was completely burned down. Xue'er squatted against the wall, tears gradually soaking her eyes. The house was very shabby, yet it was her only home. It held the warmth and laughter of their family of 3 from back then. It also recorded Xue'er's loneliness and helplessness. Deep in the girl's heart, no matter how much grievance she suffered outside, returning home always brought a sense of belonging and warmth. But today, her home was gone. That sense of belonging was severed. Jiang Chen sighed, saying nothing, simply quietly accompanying the girl. Xue'er looked up with tearful eyes.
Brother Jiang, is it the Heavenly Witch sect and the Huang family? Yes.
Jiang Chen nodded.
They deliberately made a big deal out of it, getting the police to call you in for a statement, and then they'll make a move on you halfway.
Xue'er asked.
What will happen if I don't go to the police station? You can choose not to go.
Jiang Chen said calmly.
A class students of the Starfire Martial Arts Hall can use premium lawyer agency services. You just need to spend points.
Xue'er nodded.
She slowly stood up, wiped away her tears, and then operated her smart wristband.
Buzz!
Soon the wristband vibrated.
50000 Starfire points consumed. Legal aid successfully obtained. Dear student Xue'er, the legal aid you submitted has been accepted. We have received your alibi proof. Rest assured, Starfire Law Firm will ensure fair treatment for every student.
After everything was in order, Xue'er clenched her battle blade, determination flashing in her eyes.
Brother Jiang, please continue to guide my cultivation. I'm counting on you.
The girl's heart burned with rage. Her tolerance, timidity, and low profile had not earned her goodwill, but only heavier harm. She silently vowed to grow stronger, for only strength could protect what she cherished. Xue'er's martial heart advanced. Heaven's Origin 100.
Then let's begin.
Jiangchen raised his hand. Black mist surged as two blade auras condensed from spiritual power shot through the air. Swish. Xue'er activated her movement technique and immediately engaged in battle. Time passed quietly. Driven by the provocation of the Heavenly Witch sect and the Huang family, Xue'er trained madly, almost like a demon possessed. 10 days later, Xue'er's blood and chi broke through, reaching the 9th level of body tempering.
Bang!
She slashed out with her blade, the sharp blade light exploding like thunder in the void. Ahead, the two black mist blade auras were shattered. Xue'er's figure flickered, turning into an afterimage as her blade light followed, cutting through the third black mist blade aura that attacked from behind. Breaking 3 auras in a row, Xue'er was greatly exhausted, panting heavily, her chest heaving violently. But the 4th blade aura followed closely. Then the 5th.
Don't stop. Keep going,
Jiangchen shouted.
The essence of the blade technique is continuity. Once you stop, all previous effort is lost.
Xue'er took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and charged forward again. Swish. 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 Blade light flickered, occasionally accompanied by thunderous roars. Xue'er's blood and chi broke through, upgraded to the 9th level of body tempering. Heaven's Origin 300. Xue'er's basic blade technique advanced from minor mastery to perfection. Heaven's Origin 600.
Blade light like thunder, the basic blade technique has reached perfection.
Jiangchen nodded with satisfaction.
Bang!
A thunderous sound echoed through the empty training hall. Xue'er was completely exhausted. She collapsed on the ground. Due to continuous overexertion, her body trembled uncontrollably. Jiangchen flicked his wrist. 2 blood chi pills instantly burst, transforming into a thick bloody mist that enveloped Xue'er. The medicinal mist slowly seeped into her body, nourishing her physique.
Combat methods require constantly pushing past limits,
Jiangchen said calmly.
Continuously damaging meridians, continuously repairing them. This is the inevitable path for a martial artist.
10 minutes later, Xue'er recovered some strength, her beautiful eyes firm as she nodded.
Brother Jiang, I can still take it,
Jiangchen said.
It's time. Go eat first to replenish your energy, then train your spiritual willpower.
Mom. Xue'er stood up. Just as she was about to leave, Jiangchen suddenly said,
It's past midnight. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday.
Xue'er was stunned. Then, a brilliant smile bloomed on her pretty face, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons.
Thank you, Brother Jiang,
Jiangchen added.
I used your points to order a birthday cake. It's stored at the cafeteria counter. Remember to pick it up. Okay.
Xue'er beamed with joy. She dashed to the cafeteria, entered the password, and the insulated compartment opened, revealing an 8-inch birthday cake. At that moment, just past midnight, Xue'er held the birthday cake, carefully walked to a seat by the window, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and made a wish. In the flickering candlelight, tears welled in the girl's eyes, her hands trembling slightly. Xue'er's heart was filled with joy. This was the first birthday she had celebrated since her parents passed away. It had been so long since anyone had wished her a happy birthday. She had thought her life would be forever lonely and helpless until you appeared, igniting light in the dark, desolate wilderness of her heart, driving away the shadows and cold. Trust 200. Heaven's Origin 200. Jiangchen's soul manifested, sitting opposite her.
All right.
Xue'er opened her beautiful eyes, blew out the candles, and proactively cut the first slice of cake, placing it before Jiangchen. Tears clung to the girl's lashes, but a sweet smile adorned her face.
Brother Jiang, shall I start eating then?
Sure. Jiangchen smiled faintly.
Eat slowly. The training later can be postponed until tomorrow. A birthday is a birthday, training is training, it can't be delayed.
Xue'er spoke earnestly. Jiangchen chuckled softly, pondering what birthday gift to give. Then, an idea came to him. He sank his mind into the netherworld domain. A blood moon hung high. Jiangchen sat upon the void throne and called out lightly,
H1, get over here.
Boom! The void shattered. His words, infused with soul power, rippled through space, like water waves lingering endlessly. Tens of thousands of kilometers away.
What?
H1, the bone dragon, who was entangled with over a dozen female dragons, immediately responded upon hearing the soul call. Swish! Jiangchen took a single step and instantly arrived. H1, the bone dragon, lowered its head guiltily, leading its companions to bow respectfully before their master.
You sure know how to enjoy yourself.
Jiangchen suddenly let out a surprised exclamation. He reached out and grabbed, instantly levitating the black mystic bone dragon. Originally, all of Xue'er's bones were a grayish-black, but now they exhibited a faint dark gold hue. Even on the skull, mysterious golden inscriptions emerged upon the dark gold bone.
7th rank peak half-step, don't you?
Jiangchen said in astonishment.
Your soul essence has also leaped. Ao.
H1 immediately perked up. Through their soul contract, Jiangchen instantly understood the source of Xue'er's transformation. The Divine Emperor fruit. Some time ago, Jiangchen had exchanged a Divine Emperor fruit for H1. This treasure, capable of nurturing an emperor's physique, contained life essence energy, directly causing H1 to evolve. Afterward, the war-loving H1 didn't idle, it directly conquered the local bone dragon lair. All the male dragons were beaten down, and all the female dragons were subdued.
Gaga.
H1 let out a triumphant strange cry, as if boasting, boss, ain't I fierce.
You sure are carefree.
Jiangchen looked at it oddly. These undead bone dragons were nothing but skeletons, yet they could still intertwine.
Ao.
H1 called out, starting to boast of its exploits, how wonderful the soul entanglement was.
Stop. I'm not interested in your hobbies.
Jiangchen lowered his gaze and got straight to the point.
I came to you today because a friend has a birthday and I need a gift. I need to borrow a piece of your source bone. Ao.
Xue'er's eyes bulged. This source bone was its treasure, nurtured for 10,000 years. To grow a tiny piece, it was reluctant to part with it.
No more nonsense, hurry up.
Jiangchen turned his hand over. 2 golden fruits instantly materialized. These were Divine Emperor fruits he had exchanged from the Void Treasure Pavilion after slaughtering a group of netherworld creatures along the way.
Ga.
H1 subconsciously swallowed its throat bone. Although the source bone was important, the Divine Emperor fruit could not only advance its cultivation but more importantly make it exceptionally vigorous. It turned its head, glancing at the dozen female dragons in its lair. H1 nodded without hesitation. Enjoy first, talk later.
Deal.
Jiangchen reached out and grabbed, directly extracting a 10-centimeter long bone from Xue'er's brow.
Ao.
H1 swallowed the Divine Emperor fruit in one gulp, turned and charged towards the dozen female dragons in its lair, ready to engage in wild abandon. Jiangchen couldn't bear to watch. He left directly. Blue Star. After finishing her birthday cake, Xue'er returned to cultivation room 215. Just as she was about to cultivate, Jiangchen flicked his finger.
No rush, first look at your birthday gift. Zheng.
A sleek flying knife, pitch black with dark gold patterns, suddenly materialized. This flying knife was made from Xue'er's source bone, reforged by Jiangchen using his imperial soul power into a weapon. Both ends were sharp, gleaming with a chilling light. As it appeared, the temperature in the cultivation room plummeted.
This is my birthday gift.
Xue'er's beautiful eyes lit up.
Yes, it's from the source bone of an undead bone dragon, unbreakably sharp and can also nurture your spiritual will.
Jiangchen waved his hand. Whoosh! Black mist surged. On the dark gold blade arrays of spiritual patterns emerged. Even the space around the flying knife rippled faintly, exuding the utmost sharpness and killing intent.
Ye Xue'er, circulate the heavenly nether soul refining heart. I will help you integrate your spiritual will into the blade's arrays to complete the bonding ritual.
Jiangchen flicked his finger, directly extracting Ye Xue'er's spiritual will and injecting it into the spiritual arrays. Soon, the flying knife vibrated. The arrays on the blade rippled, then began to tremble rapidly. With a sharp zhung cry, the knife instantly tore through the void and hovered before Ye Xue'er. Ye Xue'er exclaimed in surprise.
Brother Jiang, I feel like something has appeared in my mind. This is completely different from controlling other weapons.
She had previously used her spiritual will to control a dagger, but it was merely simple telekinesis. Now, Ye Xue'er felt she had established a much deeper connection with the flying knife before her, as if it could merge perfectly with her spiritual will.
That's normal. The array just now is called the spiritual life pattern. Once inscribed successfully, it allows the flying knife to perfectly fuse with your spiritual will. In other words, from now on, this flying knife is your life-bound weapon.
Jiangchen explained. A life-bound weapon. Normally it required at least a 4th-rank spiritualist to connect, but by using a divine soul secret art, he sealed the source bone's aura and forcibly inscribed the arrays, allowing Ye Xue'er to control a life-bound weapon ahead of time.
Let's call this flying knife the Heishuan Dragon Blade.
Jiangchen looked at Ye Xue'er.
Do you know what grade it is?
Ye Xue'er shook her head blankly.
In the high martial era, humanity's industrial capabilities reached their peak, allowing the creation of special alloys for weapons. Such weapons are extremely sharp and can easily break through the defenses of alien beasts. They are classified as war blades. The weapon awarded to you by the Starfire Martial Arts Hall is a grade war blade worth 600,000. Above that, there are S-grade and S-grade war blades costing millions or even tens of millions.
Jiangchen spoke slowly.
But with the advent of the high martial era, Blue Star discovered an extremely rare and irreproducible special substance called Yarrow metal. Yarrow metal can fuse with high-grade alien beast materials. Weapons forged from it can amplify a warrior's source energy. Therefore, above ordinary war blades, there are source energy war blades. The grade of a source energy war blade is determined by the number of inscriptions on the weapon. Vitality life patterns are for vitality source warriors, while spiritual inscriptions are for spiritualists. One life pattern equals a 1-star source energy war blade.
Jiangchen said calmly.
Currently, the strongest war blade on Blue Star is the weapon of Zhu Longwu, Grand Marshal of the Huaxiao military. It is a 5-star source energy war blade called Dragon Thorn.
Source energy war blade. Life patterns. Ye Xue'er instinctively looked at the Heishuan Dragon Blade before her. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ye Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened suddenly.
Brother Jiang, this flying knife has 7 life patterns. Did I count wrong? You didn't count wrong.
Jiangchen nodded.
Your Heishuan Dragon Blade is a 7-star source energy war blade. At the same time, it is also the #1 divine weapon on Blue Star right now.
Ye Xue'er felt as if struck by lightning. She stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Ye Xue'er panicked instantly.
Brother Jiang, this is too precious you.
Jiangchen looked up.
What, this is my birthday gift to you. You won't accept it.
Ye Xue'er's words stuck in her throat. Since her parents passed away, this was the first birthday gift she had received, carrying immense significance. Ye Xue'er lowered her head, speaking weakly.
The #1 divine weapon on Blue Star. I am too weak. Only Brother Jiang is worthy of it. Keep it. I have even better war blades.
Jiangchen said calmly.
Don't worry. I have suppressed the Heishuan Dragon Blade. It will gradually unseal as your strength improves. Of course. In front of outsiders, don't use it casually. If you do, you must kill the enemy.
Jiangchen warned.
Otherwise, if word gets out, countless people will covet this source energy war blade.
Ye Xue'er nodded emphatically. Within the cultivation chamber, the gravity device was activated to the 15th level.
A surge of heavy pressure swept in. Xue'er's gaze sharpened, as the black profound dragon blade burst forth carving an arc like a black lightning bolt. Even when the black profound dragon blade halted, a slowly dissipating afterwave lingered behind it. So formidable! Xue'er's eyes widened in astonishment. The black profound dragon blade can actually ignore the heavy pressure. It's not ignoring it, but rather this level of pressure cannot affect it. Jiangchen explained from the side. A spiritualist is inherently more powerful than a blood energy martial artist. Coupled with the black profound dragon blade's keen edge and the blessing of the spiritual Liferun, you can now defeat even a second-stage preliminary source martial artist. Xue'er's beautiful eyes sparkled. A second-stage source martial artist. That was a realm she had never dared to imagine before. Continue your training. Jiangchen looked up and said, the crisis of the heavenly witch cult has yet to be resolved. You must break through your blood energy to the second stage as soon as possible. Xue'er nodded firmly. Meanwhile, the basement of the Huang family villa had been completely transformed by the heavenly witch cult into an altar. The light was dim. The floor and walls were covered in eerie blood-red totems. In the corners lay over a dozen corpses with blood flowing along the grooves in the ground, ultimately converging before the figure at the forefront. Wei Chong finished his cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somber and fierce. That Xue'er still hasn't come out. Reporting to the protector, not yet. Chui Jiuji groveled in the corner, speaking nervously. She hired a lawyer at the Spark Martial Arts Hall for assistance, so there's no need for her to step outside. But rest assured, I've already bribed a teacher from her school to apply pressure. With the college entrance exam approaching, she will have to attend the martial arts exam, otherwise the Spark Martial Arts Hall will terminate her contract. Wei Chong's face darkened. With the young witch lord's fall, the heavenly witch cult's leader was enraged and directly issued punishment. This drove Wei Chong's hatred for Xue'er to its peak. Keep a close watch on Xue'er. Also, the current priority is to expand the number of heavenly witch cult altars. This is crucial to the sect's development plans and cannot be delayed. Yes, Chui Jiuji quickly replied. The altar sites have already been selected and construction can begin anytime. Wei Chong's expression eased slightly. He produced a tube of crimson liquid mixed with bits of flesh and an eerie dark red substance. Wei Chong said, "This is your reward. Take it, and it will help you quickly master the heavenly witch sacred art." Thank you, Protector Wei. Chui Jiuji was overjoyed. 3 days later, within the cultivation chamber, Xue'er was engaged in practical combat training. 6 black mist blade auras shot through the air. Xue'er moved with agility, leaving an afterimage as she instantly distanced herself, then channeled her blood energy and slashed diagonally with her battle blade. A metallic clash resounded. Xue'er used the momentum to execute a swift step, deftly evading the side blade aura, then advanced instead of retreating, charging forward to attack. After 10 minutes, Xue'er still hadn't exhausted her strength, as if she had broken through some shackle, making her movements even swifter and her blood energy ceaseless. With a single step, Xue'er moved like a swimming dragon, instantly darting 6 meters. A cold gleam flashed. With a resounding bang, the last 2 black mist blade auras were shattered. Xue'er's basic footwork advanced from subtle to perfection. Heavenly Dao Soar 600. Xue'er's basic blood energy guidance technique advanced from subtle to perfection. Heavenly Dao Soar 600. Not bad. Jiangchen nodded with satisfaction. Blade light like thunder. Form like a shadow. Blood energy unending. You have cultivated the basic blade technique, footwork, and guidance technique all to perfection. Jiangchen said. To master the 3 fundamental techniques, by the age of 18 across the nation, you can be considered a prodigious student. Upon hearing this, Xue'er's face bloomed into a smile. Your praise filled the girl with warmth, gradually restoring confidence to her once inferior heart. Trust 50. Heavenly Dao Source 50. Xue'er said with excitement. Brother Jiang, should I now focus on mastering the Phantom Heavenly Shield technique? No. Jiangchen shook his head. You have a more important task ahead. Break through the shackles and step into the innate realm. Xue'er's gaze trembled. The second stage innate realm
was a crucial level for human martial artists. Only by breaking through to the innate realm and passing the practical assessment could one be called a source martial artist. Jiangchen continued. After mastering the 3 fundamental techniques, ordinary martial artists would then condense blood energy, impact their meridians, and seek a method to break through to the innate realm. But my expectations for you go beyond that.
Jiangchen looked at the girl before him and said solemnly,
I want you to awaken the divine aperture at the peak of body tempering.
Divine aperture. Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened. At the same time, she felt a bit puzzled. During her time at the Spark Martial Arts Hall, she had encountered much martial arts knowledge. But she had never heard of the term divine aperture.
The divine aperture is the key to unlocking the mind-spirit palace,
Jiangchen said calmly.
This is also the essence of combat techniques, uniting essence, energy, and spirit to open the mind-spirit aperture and break the shackles of life. Martial artists must not only temper the body-soul, cultivation is equally important. Even if one is not a spiritualist, they can still use resolute willpower to condense essence, energy, and spirit to impact the divine aperture.
Xue'er looked bewildered. With her current knowledge and experience, she couldn't fully grasp Jiangchen's words.
Brother Jiang, I'll follow your lead,
Xue'er said firmly. The girl held absolute trust in you. No matter how difficult your suggestion, she would carry it out without reservation. Trust 20. Heavenly Tao Source 20.
For now, you don't need to understand the theory of combat techniques. Just remember 2 words. Mind and spirit.
Jiangchen spoke solemnly.
What is mind and spirit? The mind is the heart, the source of all blood energy in the body. The spirit is the soul. It is the starting point for exploring the void. And the mind-spirit palace is the origin from which human martial artists, and even all races across the cosmos, continuously grow stronger.
Xue'er said thoughtfully.
So next, I need to temper both the heart and the soul simultaneously, meaning blood energy and mental power.
Jiangchen shook his head slightly.
The heart is the source of blood energy, but the soul encompasses not only mental power, but also your willpower. The stronger your willpower, the more steadfast your martial heart will become, and the denser your mental power will grow. In the upcoming training, you cannot use mental power. I will use soul pressure to temper your martial will, while the gravity chamber will temper your blood energy. A two-pronged approach to forge essence, energy, and spirit into one.
Xue'er nodded. She didn't need to understand these profound concepts. She only needed to perfectly execute Brother Jiang's instructions.
Then let's begin.
Jiangchen raised his hand and waved. Mental power burst forth. He directly adjusted the electromagnetic hypergravity device to the 16th level. Instantly, the gravity within the cultivation chamber surged. Xue'er's breathing became labored, and the battle blade in her hand felt immensely heavy.
Not enough yet.
Jiangchen constantly observed the girl's physical condition. He increased the gravity level again. 17th level. 18th level. 19th level. With a clatter, the battle blade slipped from Xue'er's hand and crashed to the ground. She felt as if even the oxygen had become heavy, gasping for air, as sweat continuously seeped from her pores.
Almost there. Activate the guidance technique and mobilize all your blood energy.
As Jiangchen spoke, 2 flickering flames of nether fire stirred in the depths of his pupils. A black mist howled forth, carrying a wave of soul pressure that surged toward Xue'er. Xue'er's face contorted in pain. She could hear her own heart pounding violently, and every bone in her body emitted grinding, creaking sounds. At the same time, a sharp pain pierced the depths of her soul. 1 second. 2 seconds. After 30 seconds, Jiangchen sensed that Xue'er had reached her limit and immediately withdrew his soul power, reducing the gravity setting. Xue'er collapsed, utterly exhausted, and slumped to the ground. Jiangchen asked,
How do you feel? Can you endure more?
After resting for a moment, Xue'er said softly,
My body feels a bit heavy, but my mind is still fine. I think I can handle stronger soul pressure.
Jiangchen nodded with satisfaction. It seemed this girl's willpower was far stronger than he had imagined.
Take a rest first.
Jiangchen waved his hand. Dozens of blood energy pills exploded, turning into a mist of blood
that continuously nourished the girl. At the same time, over a dozen soul-condensing incense sticks were lit. Xue'er said with some reluctance.
Brother Jiang, isn't this too wasteful?
No. Jiangchen shook his head. He could kill netherworld creatures to obtain souls, an inexhaustible supply. This consumption was nothing. In fact, with the endless undead creatures of the netherworld domain supporting not just Xue'er, but even all of Blue Star's martial artists would be more than sufficient. Of course, Jiangchen was no saint, nor would he give them away for nothing. But that was a matter for later. Jiangchen looked at Xue'er and said,
Awakening the divine aperture is a long process. For now, set aside other training and focus entirely on tempering your willpower. Okay.
Xue'er nodded obediently. Suddenly a phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Xue'er hesitated. Jiangchen asked,
What's wrong? It's the homeroom teacher calling.
Xue'er was nervous. With the college entrance exam approaching, she hadn't been to school for over a month. Jiangchen said,
Don't worry. The Ministry of Education has long had clear regulations allowing students to train outside school for the exam. And as a student of the Spark Martial Arts Hall, you fully comply with this rule.
Xue'er breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as she answered the call, a cold voice came through.
Xue'er, where have you been all this time? Teacher Ming am at the Martial Arts Hall. Don't make excuses. Which martial arts hall would take someone like you? Get back to school immediately.
Ming Mengui said impatiently.
Remember, if you don't come, you'll forfeit the college entrance exam by default.
Slap. The call ended. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes.
Has this teacher ever shielded Huang Shanshan before?
Xue'er nodded silently. When she was bullied by Huang Shanshan, she had told Ming Mengui, but the homeroom teacher ignored it entirely, even colluding with the dean to counsel her to endure more.
It seems the Huang family is still scheming to force you out of the martial hall.
Jiangchen said calmly.
You don't need to go to school. The priority is to break through to the second rank as soon as possible, then eliminate the threats from the Tianwu sect and the Huang family.
Xue'er nodded. She had absolute trust in Jiangchen, quickly casting aside distractions to immerse herself in cultivation once more. In the days that followed, Xue'er was completely absorbed in her training. She spent almost entire days in the cultivation chamber, only appearing in the cafeteria for meals. One day, as Xue'er finished eating and prepared to leave, she encountered Zhou Ting, Wang Haoran, and Zhao Rui again.
You working so hard?
Wang Haoran was somewhat surprised, then took the initiative to invite her.
By the way, there's a gathering tonight for us new recruits, all high schoolers from Jinling City. You should come too. Sorry.
Xue'er offered an apologetic smile.
I have to cultivate tonight, so I can't make it. Have fun, all of you.
With that, she hurried back to the cultivation chamber. Zhou Ting looked on with admiration.
Haoran, did you notice? Her hair is soaked with sweat. She must have just finished an intense training session.
Wang Haoran nodded.
I've heard several senior disciples mention Xue'er, saying she trains until dawn every day. With that kind of perseverance alone, she surpasses most people. Enough. Why are we talking about Xue'er again?
Zhao Rui frowned with distaste.
A girl all sweaty and rushing into the cafeteria. It's so unhygienic. If she's going to be so sloppy, she should at least consider others' feelings.
She deliberately pinched her nose and rolled her eyes.
The stench of sweat is truly nauseating. I've lost my appetite. Zhou Ting, Haoran, let's find a restaurant outside to eat.
Wang Haoran and Zhou Ting fell silent. They exchanged a glance, both displeased by Zhao Rui's exaggerated remarks, but refrained from saying more out of consideration for their classmate bond. Back in the cultivation chamber, Xue'er immediately resumed her training. The gravity device activated to level 20. Black mist surged, transforming into a dense soul pressure that swept over her. Under the dual strain, Xue'er laboriously raised her battle blade, channeling her blood and chi through the blade technique. The arduous and grueling training did not extinguish the girl's will. Instead, with a goal to grow stronger and your companionship, she felt no loneliness. Trust 50. Heavenly Tao Essence 50. Time slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed.
Inside the cultivation chamber, Xue'er sat cross-legged, her blood and chi surging, her spirit brimming with vitality. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart pounded with a powerful rhythmic beat. Deep within her soul surged an unyielding willpower. Almost there. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp, his expression solemn. Having fought for 30,000 years in the Nether realm and broken through to the Emperor realm, he had meticulously studied soul techniques, combining them with his own cultivation to ultimately create this divine aperture method. The divine aperture was a key to unlocking the mind palace in the future. If Xue'er can open the divine aperture, it means the battle method has reached perfection. Humanity's path of source martial arts will enter a whole new world. Jiang Chen's eyes blazed. Before falling into the Star Realm Rift, he had pioneered the battle method at the Demon Martial 8 Academies, dominating and single-handedly suppressing the prodigies of Blue Star's generation. He could easily cross ranks to slay enemies. However, the early battle method was imperfect. While it allowed human warriors to unleash immense combat power, it also consumed vast life potential, making subsequent breakthroughs in cultivation arduous. But the divine aperture method was different. Once the mind palace was opened, it allowed warriors to absorb the primordial power of heaven and earth, continuously refining their essence, energy, and spirit, thereby endlessly replenishing life potential. Life potential has no limits. The martial path upheld by human civilization today is completely wrong, which is why we are suppressed by Star Realm beasts. Yet among the myriad races of the cosmos, Star Realm beasts are the weakest. Once other intelligent races discover humans, Blue Star will have no resistance. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. He had fought for 30,000 years in the Nether realm, witnessing many different powerful races. For instance, the undead bone dragons from fallen dragons, the spirit race from fallen demons, and the soul beasts from fallen monsters. Moreover, Jiang Chen had also discovered many humanoid ghosts. In the vast cosmos, there are other humanoid beings, and the conflicts between racial civilizations are extremely brutal to the death. Blue Star's civilization is too weak. Jiang Chen's eyes shimmered. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly looked up. Boom! Xue'er's blood and she roared like a surging river, and her spiritual will howled forth continuous and unending. Bones and sinews hummed in unison. Spirit and thought flowed endlessly. It's done! Open the divine aperture, enter the innate realm. Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with light. Boom! Xue'er's delicate frame trembled, feeling a surge of power throughout her body. Strands of life potential from the void poured into her, nourishing her limbs, bones, and soul force. Xue'er's blood and chi broke through, advancing to the innate first layer. Heavenly Tao Essence 500. Xue'er successfully opened the first divine aperture, achieving a qualitative leap in life potential. Heavenly Tao Essence 2000. Your created divine aperture method has been validated by a human warrior. Creation successful, flawless. Heavenly Tao Essence 5000. Jiang Chen's gaze shook. Dong! Just as his heart surged with excitement, the Taishu sky cauldron suddenly emitted a resonant hum. Karmic Tao resonance, under your guidance, Xue'er broke through to the second-rank source martial artist, unlocking the Void Sky Treasury Level 2 Authority Pills techniques. Detected that the Cauldron Master possesses an Emperor Realm Soul, granting special exchange. Emperor Soul Art. Emperor Soul Art special technique contains the primordial power of the Heavenly Tao, allowing the condensation of a soul avatar and the reconstruction of a physical body. Upon reaching perfection, the main soul and avatar can simultaneously comprehend the Source Tao, unbound by the constraints of the Heavenly Tao. Boom! The Taishu sky cauldron trembled violently. As golden runes flickered, a mysterious ethereal aura instantly poured into Jiang Chen's soul. Emperor Soul Art. The Soul Avatar Secret Method. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly burned with passion. Even as the celestial Nether Emperor, he couldn't suppress the ecstasy on his face. Because what existed on Blue Star was merely a remnant of his soul, ethereal and intangible. But once this remnant soul was condensed into an avatar, it could ascend from a remnant to a living entity. What's more, it could even reconstruct a physical body. Crucially, the avatar condensed by the Emperor Soul Art is unbound by the Heavenly Taoist constraints. My avatar can also cultivate various techniques and divine abilities, comprehend the source Tao, and thus break through to the Emperor realm once more. At that time, with one body and two souls, it would be as if two celestial Nether Emperors merged into one, elevating my very life form.
Jiang Chen's eyes blazed. Reconstructing the physical body, one body with two souls. This meant that in the near future he would once again tread upon Blue Star as Jiang Chen of the Demon Martial Academy.
Father, Mother, your son is about to return. And Tang Qinglan, you and the forces behind you will all be annihilated.
Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with towering nether fire. Inside the cultivation chamber, Xue'er sat with her eyes gently closed. A warm, soothing current flowed through her limbs, her meridians, and even her soul, nurturing both body and spirit. Even more astonishingly, deep within her consciousness, she could clearly sense an arcane sigil slowly rotating, her mind-spirit acupoint. Xue'er opened her eyes, feeling the profound strength surging within her.
Brother Jiang, I think I've broken through to the innate realm.
The young girl spoke in disbelief, her voice trembling with awe.
It's not I think, you are now a second-rank origin warrior.
Jiang Chen smiled faintly.
Can you perceive your mind-spirit acupoint? Yes.
Her luminous eyes gleamed.
It's extraordinary. The mind-spirit acupoint seems to draw power from two sources, one from the vital qi and blood of the heart, the other from the essence of the soul itself. That is entirely natural. Once the acupoints awaken, your latent life potential will continuously ascend, a fundamental distinction that sets battle cultivation apart from all other martial paths. Yet this is only the first step. When you awaken 9 such acupoints, you shall unlock the Mind-Spirit Palace, a transcendence that will elevate your very being to a higher plane of existence. Mind-Spirit Acupoint. Mind-Spirit Palace. A radiant smile bloomed across Xue'er's delicate face, kindling quiet anticipation within her heart.
After breaking through to the second-rank origin warrior stage, the girl's long-suppressed self-doubt gradually gave way to quiet confidence, and all this transformation stemmed from him. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke.
Tonight marks your first true trial in lethal combat. Are you prepared?
Xue'er paused, momentarily stunned. Then in an instant her expression hardened.
The Heaven Witch sect and the Huang family must be dealt with tonight. First we eat and restore our strength. Then we go to the Xinghu Martial Hall to procure weapons.
Jiang Chen said calmly.
A second-rank mid-tier origin warrior is yours to handle. I'll deal with the rest. Understood.
Xue'er nodded firmly. She took a shower, changed into dark clothing, and tied her long hair into a high ponytail, then after a moment's thought reknotted it into a neat bun. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, she encountered Wang Haoran, Zhou Ting, and Zhao Rui, classmates preparing to head home and waiting for the elevator.
Ye classmate!
Wang Haoran's eyes lit up. It was the first time he'd seen her dressed so freshly, her lovely face exuding pure elegance, yet her striking figure lent her presence an altogether different magnetic allure.
Hello everyone!
Xue'er murmured with a gentle poised smile. Wang Haoran's pulse quickened. He was about to invite her to dinner, when Zhao Rui cut in coldly.
Xue'er, there's no need to pretend you're trying hard. With your frank aptitude, you'll never pass the Wushu Academy entrance exam. Why not just rely on family connections to land a decent job?
Xue'er lifted her gaze. Her calm, unblinking stare sent chills down Zhao Rui's spine, as though cornered by a high-ear beast in the wild. Her very soul trembled.
Zhao classmate, I believe I've done nothing to offend you, so please speak with respect henceforth.
Her voice was crystalline, cool, and unwavering. With that she offered a polite nod to Wang Haoran and Zhou Ting, then walked away without another glance. Only after Xue'er vanished from sight did Zhao Rui dare draw a shuddering breath, her back drenched in cold sweat, her face pale as ash.
Something's wrong. Did you feel Xue'er's aura?
Wang Haoran was the first to snap awake. Not only Zhao Rui, but even Wang Haoran and Zhou Ting had felt that unsettling chill moments earlier.
Could she have broken through?
Zhou Ting ventured uncertainly.
That pressure, it was unmistakably the aura of a master warrior. Even if she broke through, she was only body tempering 5th rank before. She'd barely reached 6th or 7th rank now.
The three stood bewildered. As children of privilege, they'd never faced hardship, and thus lacked the depth of experience to truly comprehend that oppressive aura.
Enough, don't overthink it. Likely some senior instructor passed by and unconsciously let their aura slip.
Zhao Rui offered, brushing it off. Wang Haoran and Zhou Ting instinctively nodded. This explanation alone made sense.
Humph, exams are imminent. We all stand a real chance at elite martial academies. Xue'er, she'll certainly fail.
Zhao Rui lifted her chin with pride.
She and we belong to entirely different worlds.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, after finishing her meal, Xue'er entered the resource vault of the Xinghou Martial Hall. Upon her recent promotion to an A-rank contract, she'd earned one complimentary A-rank battle weapon.
Beep. Identity verified. Respected disciple Xue'er, you have successfully claimed your A-rank battle weapon Blood Shadow Blade.
A synthesized voice chimed from the system. Click. The vault door slid open. From the ascending platform emerged a slender, elegant blade, 3 fingers wide, roughly 1.2 meters long, its slightly curved edge shimmering with cold, lethal grace.
Xing!
Xue'er drew the blade and flicked her wrist, spinning it deftly in a flawless flourish. Its ring was clear and piercing. The blade's inner steel was razor-sharp, along its edge glowed a faint crimson hue, and upon closer inspection intricate bloodvein engravings traced its surface. Next, following Jiang Qin's suggestion, she purchased 3 crank daggers and a set of supple leather underarmor, lightweight, flexible, and fitted with discreet slits for concealed dagger storage. Pausing thoughtfully, she also bought a baseball cap, pulling it low over her brow, fully obscuring her delicate features. That night, stars dimmed, wind rose, and darkness deepened. At 11 o'clock, every building surrounding the Xinghou Martial Hall had gone dark. The streets lay silent and desolate save for several unmarked taxis idling at the intersection. The moment Xue'er stepped beyond the hall's threshold,
"She's out!"
a sharp-eyed man inside the car snapped his head up.
"Damn! Finally, this girl's come out at last!"
"God damn it!" The man in the passenger seat snarled, eyes blazing with malice.
"Made us wait this long. Tonight I'll break her bones."
He lunged toward the door.
"Hold! There are surveillance cameras around the hall."
The sharp-eyed man barked low.
"Since she's left, we'll lure her somewhere secluded. No trouble for Ninth Master." "Call Ninth Master now."
His companion immediately pulled out his phone. Ahead, Xue'er strode forward, wearing her cap, shoulders bearing a slender elongated satchel, heading deliberately toward the city's remote outskirts. Soon she slipped into a narrow, shadow-draped alley.
"Perfect. Now move!"
At the sharp command, 6 black-clad men spilled from the car and charged inward. It was a long, narrow dead end. As they rushed in, they saw the girl carefully unzipping her satchel and drawing forth the slender blade.
"Little sister, preparing for a fight."
A hulking thug sneered, stepping forward.
"You're quite the beauty. We've been waiting ages just to corner you. Let's start with some fun."
He lunged, muscles coiling, chi surging. Clearly a first-rank peak warrior. Xue'er said nothing. Drawing her blade, she blurred forward in a single fluid motion.
"Xing!"
A flash of frustrated light. The thug's charge froze mid-stride. His hands clamped desperately over his throat, eyes wide with horrified disbelief. His larynx had been severed. Even as his palms pressed tight, crimson gushed between his fingers, each ragged gasp spattering blood more violently than the last.
"No!"
Behind him, the others paled. Before they could react, a phantom silhouette darted into their midst.
SHHHK.
Cold steel flashed. Crimson sprayed. Within seconds, all 6 underworld warriors lay dead, each struck down with surgical precision, each kill delivered in a single decisive blow. Xue'er flicked her wrist, sending the blade whistling through the air, its residual blood shaken free by expert force.
"An A-rank blade is precious. I must care for it well."
She sheathed the weapon with practiced ease. Throughout, her expression remained utterly serene. Those few seconds of slaughter hadn't even warmed her up. At that moment, Jiang Qin materialized beside her. With a wave of his hand, swirling black mist erupted, condensing into a torrent of overwhelming soul force that enveloped the corpses. In the haze, wisps of ashen gray humanoid vapor peeled away from the bodies, Soul extraction art, a secret technique of the soul, Dao designed expressly for extracting intelligence. Moments later, Jiangchen raised his head.
There are still members of the Heaven Witch sect and Shui Nine-Finger guarding your home. Can you hold on? Brother Jiang, I can do it.
Xue'er affirmed, lunging the satchel over her shoulder. Jiangchen swept his hand once more. The corpses detonated into crimson mist, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Simultaneously, arcane sigils shimmered into view before his eyes. Sovereign Jiangchen. Cultivation Realm 7th rank innate recovery phase. Karmic Bound Disciple Xue'er, 1st rank innate Spirit Weaver 1st tier. Celestial Dao Origin value 14600. Soul Essence value 42850. Granted permissions: Grand Dao Origin Exchange Void Heaven Treasury Tier 2 Access. Mastered Origin Slaughter Origin Minor Mastery. Origin Technique Slaughter Domain. Note: the Sovereign's manifested soul on planet launching has its cultivation level modulated by the karmic bond with the disciple. As Xue'er awakened her acupoints and ascended to the innate realm, Jiangchen's own cultivation recovered fully to the late innate realm. Yet this was merely the surface manifestation of his power.
With battle cultivation and spirit weaving synergizing, Xue'er can effortlessly defeat second-rank mid-tier warriors.
Jiangchen mused, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes. As for himself, restoring to second-rank late tier would allow him to obliterate third-rank origin warriors in an instant, and even fourth-rank preliminary masters would fall beneath his authority. The night was bitterly cold. Xue'er took a taxi to the old district, getting off at the street corner to walk home. But what greeted her eyes was a stretch of charred ruins. Xue'er slipped her hand into her pocket, caressing the family portrait, finding some solace within. In the darkness, several figures slowly emerged, their gazes icy cold, as they encircled the young girl like prey.
Xue'er, what are you doing here?
A stir-faced man squinted, surveying the surroundings, and let out a slight sigh of relief only after confirming she was alone.
Shui Nine-Finger's men are indeed useless.
The stern man's gaze turned frigid.
They don't even know their prey has escaped.
Several black market martial artists nearby dared not speak, though resentment brewed within. For the man before them was a powerhouse of the Heavenly Witch sect, a second-stage source warrior.
Enough, capture her first.
Another source warrior said indifferently, waving his hand. As the words fell, 3 black market martial artists charged forth instantly. Xue'er's gaze remained calm as she twisted her wrist.
Clang!
A flash of blood-red blade light suddenly flickered. Before the 3 black market martial artists could react, their life force was severed in an instant.
Not good.
The stern man's pupils constricted, but his reflexes were swift. His blood energy surged as he stomped the ground, leaving a deep footprint, and lunged forward like a black tiger descending a mountain. Midair. The stern man rapidly adjusted his center of gravity, his blade slashing down fiercely. At the same time, another source warrior circled behind Xue'er. 2 second-stage source warriors joined forces to encircle and kill her. Xue'er remained utterly unruffled. Her form flickered, sidestepping with a flash step to evade the rear attack, then spun nimbly, raising her blade to block.
Clang!
A sound of metal striking stone exploded in the night. Chi force burst forth. The stern man felt a terrifying immense force surge through him, numbing his arm, while Xue'er was knocked back half a step. Boom, boom, boom. The stern man delivered 6 consecutive slashes. All were blocked by Xue'er, but the stern man himself had his tiger's mouth split open by the sheer force, blood streaming down.
A second-stage source warrior. You? How is this possible?
The stern man's pupils trembled. But in the next instant, a cold gleam flashed from Xue'er's sleeve. A flying blade pierced the stern man's throat in an instant. His eyes widened, a look of bewilderment spreading across his face. Even in death he failed to see how Xue'er had delivered the fatal blow.
Damn it, you! You're a psychic!
The other Heavenly Witch sect martial artist's face changed drastically. Then a surge of murderous intent erupted. Whoosh! His form instantly closed in on Xue'er. Psychics were formidable in attack, but they had a weakness. They were not adept at close-quarters combat, and once engaged it was hard to concentrate amidst the chaos. But Xue'er clearly did not belong to that category. She twisted her wrist. The blood shadow blade slashed repeatedly, the blade light moving with blinding speed, forming an impenetrable curtain of steel that parried all of the enemy's attacks. At the same time, she stirred her mind slightly. Whoosh! The flying blade hummed, tearing through the air with a whistling sound. The heavenly witch-sect martial artist instinctively raised his blade to block, precisely striking the flying blade. Blocked it. A wave of elation washed over him. Then another flying blade struck from behind, piercing his heart. Two flying blades. The heavenly witch-sect martial artist spat blood, collapsing to the ground in despair, his life force extinguished. Xue'er surveyed the scene, her breathing steady. Having slain 2 source warriors in succession, she was only slightly winded. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed her mind.
Brother Jiang, were they really second-stage source warriors?
Xue'er hesitated before speaking.
Why did they feel so weak? Much weaker than you when you suppressed your cultivation earlier.
During previous combat training, Jiang Chen had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the body-tempering realm. But now, though the enemies were clearly at the second-stage innate realm, their attack speed, power, and rhythm were all seen through by Xue'er at a glance.
It's not that they are weak, but that you have grown stronger,
Jiang Chen said with a faint smile.
How do you feel now?
Feel. Xue'er took a deep breath, her gaze gradually turning resolute.
Brother Jiang, I think I really enjoy this kind of life-and-death combat. I also made mistakes in that fight. My strikes weren't fast enough, and my evasive footwork could have been more perfect. And with my psychic power, I should have redirected the flying blade in time, not let the enemy block it.
Xue'er's beautiful eyes sparkled with light. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction.
This is the essence of combat arts. A true warrior cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. Only by facing the fray. Under the extreme pressure of life-and-death crises, constantly breaking through your limits and tempering your techniques, can you continue to grow stronger.
Xue'er nodded firmly. Elsewhere, inside the Huang family villa, Shui Nine Fingers was immensely excited.
I've received word. Xue'er has left the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. Shall Shui capture her quickly?
Madame Huang's face was twisted with venom.
That bitch, am going to make her suffer terribly. My men have surely caught her by now. She should be on her way.
Shui Nine Fingers rolled his eyes. He then glanced at a shadowy figure in the corner, smiling obsequiously.
Captain Zhao, when she arrives, I'll hand her over to you, and you can take the credit with protect her way.
The shadows stirred. A man in black emerged, his aura cold and sinister like a viper, and said softly,
Oh, are you willing to give up this credit to me? You've been helping me all this time, so of course I must report it.
Shui Nine Fingers said with a beaming smile.
Captain Zhao Protector Wei will be developing operations in Jinling soon, and you'll likely be staying for a long while. I've prepared a villa for you along with a dozen or so young maidens to attend to your needs. If you need anything else, just let me know.
Zhao Qi nodded with satisfaction. Then he chuckled.
Don't call me Captain Zhao anymore. Since you've cultivated the heavenly witch sacred art, you're considered a fellow disciple. Call me Senior Brother Zhao from now on. Senior Brother Zhao.
Shui Nine Fingers' face bloomed with joy. This Zhao Qi was a third-stage 7th realm source warrior, the guard captain for this heavenly witch sect mission, extremely formidable. By latching onto this powerful patron, his black market business would surely prosper from now on. Just then, Zhao Kai's brow furrowed as he turned to look out the window.
She's here. No, why is there only one set of footsteps?
A third-stage martial artist had an exceptionally refined physique and keen senses. They could detect movements within 100 meters.
One person.
Shui Nine Fingers was stunned. He hurried to the balcony to look outside. Then, he froze instantly. Under the dim starlight, a young girl was strolling toward them.
Her. Xue'er.
Shui Nine Fingers' eyes went wide. Madame Huang's face instantly contorted with sheer malevolence as she let out a piercing shriek.
Quick, seize her.
With a crash, in the courtyard, over a dozen black market martial artists burst forth. The leading tattooed burly man had the deepest aura. Empowered by his second-stage mid-level blood energy, his speed surged as he reached out, grabbing violently at the girl's chest.
This woman is a real stunner. Let me have a feel first. The tattooed man leered with a wicked grin. Clang! A cold gleam flashed. The tattooed man felt the world spin. In the instant his consciousness faded, he saw his own headless body crash to the ground. A single strike beheaded him. Amidst a spray of blood, Xue'er had already plunged into the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Her blade light was incredibly sharp. 3 black market martial artists fell dead instantly. Xue'er activated her movement technique, turning into a blur charging through the crowd like a ghostly apparition. 2 more black market martial artists had their hearts pierced. Watch out, she's a tough one, a man in black shouted in a low voice. He exchanged glances with a few other source warriors, and they all attacked at once. An encirclement from all sides. Clang! The sound of metal striking stone exploded. The man in black's full force strike was precisely blocked by Xue'er. A terrifying immense force surged into him, causing his blood energy to churn. Before he could stabilize it, a chill shot through his heart, and a flying blade had pierced his chest. Flying knives! The other 2 source warriors' faces changed dramatically. In the darkness obstructed by bodies, they couldn't see how their comrade had died so suddenly, and chose to continue their assault. Xue'er activated her movement technique. Leaving a trail of afterimages, she instantly slipped out of the encirclement, appearing with eerie precision behind another source warrior. The blood shadow blade slashed through his throat. Blood sprayed. The moment she withdrew her blade, Xue'er lightly tapped the corpse with her toe. Using the momentum, she spun. Then she pulled the blade, twisted her body, and delivered a downward cleave. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the last second stage source warrior had his head severed. The entire scene fell into dead silence. What? On the balcony, Xue'er 9 Fingers looked as if he had seen a ghost. The faces of Mr. and Mrs. Huang were pale as paper. The black market martial artists who had just been killed were nearly all the assets the Huang family had amassed over decades. In less than 2 minutes, they were all dead. The night was as dark as ink. The villa's lamplight illuminated the girl's pure and delicate face, yet this seemingly fragile young woman was now as terrifying as the grim reaper of the night. Swish! Xue'er's figure flickered. She left an afterimage as she charged straight at the remaining underworld martial artists. The blood shadow blade was like a scythe of death, reaping lives with every swing. Bastard! Xiaoqi whirled around, roaring angrily. Didn't you say she was weak? I don't know. Shui Juzi's face turned pale. He was on the verge of tears. In just this short while, over 20 underworld martial artists, including the Huang family's thugs, had been completely slaughtered. These martial artists were the elites they had painstakingly cultivated with immense wealth, the very foundation of their dominance in the underworld. Now all of them were gone. Rustle. The evening breeze blew, carrying the stench of blood. Xue'er flipped her wrist, and the blood shadow blade trembled violently, using a subtle force to shake off the blood on its edge. Then she raised her cold, clear eyes to look at the villa balcony. Shui Jiuji shuddered, unable to meet Xue'er's gaze. Bang! Xiaoqi suddenly leaped out, crashing into the ground like a ferocious beast, his brutal force sending turf and soil flying. So you've been hiding your strength all along. Xiaoqi's gaze was icy. It really was you who killed the young witch lord. As he raised his hand, a blood-red spike slowly condensed, radiating a murderous crimson aura. Xue'er said nothing, merely gripping her blade tightly and lowering her center of gravity slightly. Xiaoqi's eyes sharpened. Was she insane? He was a third-rank source martial artist himself. Where did she get the courage to release her battle intent? In the night, several more figures emerged, exuding the most extreme, chilling, murderous intent. The heavenly witch called guards lying in ambush. Including Xiaoqi, there were 4 third-rank source martial artists and 5 second-rank source martial artists. This farce should end here, Xiaoqi said with an indifferent gaze. He uttered a single word. Kill! As the command fell, the 4 third-rank martial artists simultaneously attacked Xue'er. Xiaoqi was the fastest, blasting a deep crater into the ground beneath him. He appeared above Xue'er in an instant, wreathed in thunderous killing intent. The speed of a third-rank source martial artist far exceeded the girl's reaction. She hadn't even detected Zhao Kai's approach. Swish! Zhao Kai's gaze was icy as he stabbed down with his blood spike. But suddenly the void behind Xue'er rippled and black mist billowed out. Zhao Kai's eyelids twitched. He saw a pair of eyes within the black mist. What kind of gaze was that? Indifferent. Deathly still. Like a deity on high looking down with an expressionless contempt at mortal ants. Just a single look. The void trembled. Zhao Qi felt the blood and qi within him suddenly stagnate, his entire body frozen midair. In his terrified gaze, the black mist churned and coalesced into the form of a young man in black robes. The youth flicked his finger. Bang. 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 The heads of those several third-rank source martial artists exploded instantly. Ah! Zhao Qi let out a blood-curdling scream. An overwhelming pressure swept over him, causing his blood and qi to boil, and his very soul felt as if it were being torn apart. With a crisp bang, Zhao Kai's head shattered and his half-body crashed to the ground. This sudden scene left not only Cui Jiuji, but also the other heavenly witch cult guards frozen in terror. For third-rank source martial artists, had they just died instantly? Xue'er, the rest are yours to handle. After saying this, Jiang Chen transformed into a wisp of black mist and sped towards the deepest part of the villa. The attention of the nearby heavenly witch cult guards was instinctively drawn to the black mist. At that moment Xue'er moved. She was incredibly fast, leaving an afterimage as she appeared behind a burly man. Clang! The blood shadow blade slashed down diagonally. The burly man reacted swiftly, twisting his body to block with his blade, while simultaneously thrusting his elbow towards Xue'er's abdomen. As guards of the heavenly witch cult, their combat prowess far surpassed that of the underworld martial artists. Xue'er immediately abandoned her slash and retreated swiftly. Bitch, where do you think you're going? The burly man sneered, lunging forward to attack Xue'er, while another second-rank source martial artist charged at her from behind. Xue'er's gaze flickered. Whoosh! A cold gleam shot out from her lower back, instantly piercing the burly man's throat. A spiritualist! The man behind her changed expression drastically. In that brief moment of hesitation, another flying blade shot out, speeding towards his temple. But suddenly a blade of light slashed down from the left, precisely striking the flying blade. Clang! The flying blade was knocked back. The swordsman was a grim-faced man at the second-rank peak. He roared, "Attack together! Fight in close quarters!" As his words fell, another burly man charged to Xue'er, also a second-rank peak martial artist, wielding two massive hammers that he rained down upon her. Bang! 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 Xue'er blocked with her blade horizontally. Though she could withstand the attacks, her movements were hampered. At this moment, the remaining three heavenly witch cult guards also joined the assault. They were all desperados with extensive combat experience, knowing that the way to fight a spiritualist was to engage in close combat, so their attacks were exceptionally fierce. Swish! Xue'er's figure swayed. Using the flash step, she dodged a hammer attack from her left, while her blood shadow blade exploded with a thunderous roar. Bang! The burly man was forced back half a step. Now! Xue'er instantly seized the opening, flipping her wrist, as the blood shadow blade transformed into a crimson flash, slashing forward. At the same time, she moved her mind, and three flying blades orbited around her, precisely blocking attacks from behind. Watch out! The grim-faced man bellowed in warning. The burly man reacted quickly, twisting his body, but due to his massive frame, he wasn't agile enough, and was still struck by the blade light. Slash! A severed arm flew into the air. Ah! The burly man screamed in agony. Xue'er had created an opening, and was about to break out of the encirclement. Damn it! Get back here! The burly man's eyes were bloodshot. His ferocity erupted, and he endured the pain of his severed arm to charge headlong at Xue'er. Xue'er was forced to retreat once again, trapped within the circle. The burly man's face twisted in savagery as he growled, "Kill this woman quickly! If that shadow returns, we're all dead!" With that, he pulled a tube of crimson potion from his chest and downed it in one gulp. Boom! A violent bloody aura erupted.
The bald, burly man's severed arm stopped bleeding instantly, and his physique even swelled several times, making him look like a humanoid beast. The remaining men also consumed the forbidden potion. Their strength surged. Slash. Xue'er made a misstep in dodging, and a sharp blade left a bloody gash on her left arm. Whoosh! A flying blade shot out. The grim-faced man was prepared, his blade swift and fierce, managing to block both flying blades. A spiritualist's strength lay in long-range assassination. But now, in close combat, the initial speed of the flying blades was not fast, greatly reducing their threat.
Bang!
Xue'er raised her blade to block horizontally, as a massive hammer swung down from behind. Though she deflected it with a subtle twist, several wounds were carved into her back by an enemy's blade. Blood spread out. The girl's gaze was resolute. She showed no sign of backing down, and continued her tight defense.
Kill her now!
The grim-faced man roared. His blade skills were exquisite, and he blocked several flying blade ambushes.
Whoosh!
Another flying blade hung in the air.
Again!
The grim-faced man's gaze was icy, but then he sensed something was wrong. Because this flying blade before him was different from the previous 3 ordinary ones. It had a streamlined shape with dark golden runes shimmering on its edge. As this dark golden flying blade rose into the air, an aura of bone-chilling cold swept across the entire scene. Whoosh! A flying blade came hurtling. The cold-faced man instinctively swung his blade, and then there was no then. The cold-faced man's war blade, along with his head, was instantly pierced through. Like a hot knife through butter. Without any resistance. Shattered in an instant.
Poochie!
The black abyssal dragon blade tore through the void, turning into a dark golden lightning bolt that instantly swept across the throat of another heavenly witch guard. A fine blood-red line emerged. The man didn't even feel the pain. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe it, and then his neck snapped.
Jung!
A black light flashed, and yet another heavenly witch guard along with his blade was cleaved in two. Instant kill.
What?
The bald, burly man's face drastically changed. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his giant hammer at Xue'er, then burst into a retreat, fleeing to the rear. Shwa! A black light burst forth. The alloy giant hammer silently broke into 2 halves, the fractures as smooth as jade. The bald, burly man had only run a dozen meters when his body suddenly halted. A bulge formed on his forehead, and then his skull was pierced through, killing him.
Hum!
The void hummed and trembled. The flying blade instantly swept back, hovering over Xue'er's shoulder.
Brother Jiang's gift. So powerful.
Xue'er carefully opened her jade-like hand. The black abyssal dragon blade hummed and slowly descended into her palm. It was entirely pitch-black, streamlined, with both ends slightly curved, its surface smooth, and the dark golden runes on the blade faintly shimmering, exquisite and flawless. This didn't look like a weapon at all, it was more like a work of art. But Xue'er knew. This was the #1 divine weapon on Blue Star. It was also the 18th birthday gift Brother Jiang had given her. In the dead of night, an eerie silence prevailed. The scent of blood wafted on the wind. Xue'er felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern, his legs trembling. If not for his hands tightly gripping the white jade railing, he would have collapsed.
Plop!
Old Huang and his wife were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. The 3 of them were deathly pale. Fear, terror, and bewilderment.
This is really a high school student the same age as Shanshan.
Xue'er was utterly stunned. A roar of disbelief screamed in his heart. How the hell is this a high school student? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a high school student could slay a second-tier peak heavenly witch guard.
Wait! A high school student, second-tier primordial warrior psychokinetic.
Xue'er suddenly shuddered all over. He whipped his head around, glaring at old Huang and his wife with venomous eyes.
You've raised a fine daughter. Of all the students in Jinling, you had to go and offend a monstrous prodigy. If it weren't for that idiot Huang Shanshan, how could I have offended such a monster? Xiao Xue'er.
Old Huang's wife was about to speak.
Bang!
Suddenly a deafening explosion came from the villa's backyard, and several buildings collapsed thunderously. Amidst the swirling dust, a bloodied figure shot out only to crash back down in terror. It was Xue'er, the heavenly witch sect's guardian elder. Drenched in blood, his bones shattered, roared in terror.
Who? Who exactly are you?
Black mist swirled. Jiangchen hovered in the sky, his gaze indifferent. He couldn't be bothered to reply, simply forming a blade with his fingers and slashing through the air.
Boom!
A dazzling blade light fell from the sky, violently tearing the earth apart. Not only was Xue'er cleaved in half at the waist, but the entire villa was split open by Jiangchen's casual finger stroke. Buildings collapsed, the foundations cracked, revealing the cult altar hidden underground. Xue'er. Jiangchen reached out and snatched a wisp of soul from Xue'er's corpse, directly casting a soul-grabbing secret technique. Xue'er watched in disbelief. The girl looked up at the figure in the void, a glint of utmost admiration shining deep in her beautiful eyes.
Ah!
At that moment, Xue'er and old Huang and his wife scrambled out of the ruins. Without a second thought, they crawled out and immediately knelt on the ground.
Miss, you spare us. All of this was forced upon me by the Heavenly Witch sect. They're a cult, they threatened my family, I had no choice.
Xue'er wept bitterly. He was truly crying, but only because he was scared to tears. Xue'er instinctively looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen's tone was calm.
This is your matter, you handle it.
Hearing this, the three pleaded even harder. Old Huang's wife sobbed.
Woo, I lost my reason out of love for my daughter. Missy, I was wrong, please let us go. Please, for the sake of me being a mother, give me another chance.
Old Huang also shivered as he begged.
Missy, we were wrong. From now on, all your martial arts resources will be covered by the Huang family. If your parents were still alive, they surely wouldn't want you to become a murderous demon.
Xue'er took a deep breath. The girl slowly closed her eyes, then turned around. Xue'er and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly a cold light flashed. A flying blade shot out, instantly piercing through the three of their foreheads. One arrow, three eagles. Xue'er lifted her gaze again.
You didn't realize you were wrong, you only realized you were about to die.
The evening breeze blew. The scent of blood spread through the night. Jiangchen descended. Xue'er looked at him with some guilt.
I'm sorry, I closed my eyes just now.
Jiangchen was momentarily stunned, then chuckled.
No, you did very well, far exceeding my expectations. Really?
Xue'er's beautiful eyes sparkled.
Of course.
Jiangchen nodded seriously.
Killing an enemy in combat is one thing, killing someone like Xue'er, who is powerless and begging for mercy, is another. This requires a tempering of the mind. You have delivered the perfect answer.
He paused. Then Jiangchen added,
Besides, they were already people deserving of death. During this time, the Huang family, in collusion with the Heavenly Witch sect, kidnapped and harmed over 20 young boys and girls. Some were even eaten by the cult.
Xue'er's delicate frame trembled. Jiangchen said,
Remember, when you encounter similar situations in the future, do not hesitate. Evil cults are an abomination that all must destroy.
Xue'er nodded firmly. Jiangchen glanced at the sky.
Let's go! We can still make it back for a late-night snack.
Xue'er asked,
What about the bodies? Your crisis is over, there's no need to destroy the evidence. Besides, this involves a cult infiltrating Xue'er. The bigger the commotion, the better.
Jiangchen reached out. Using his psychic power, he manipulated Xue'er's phone to dial several emergency numbers in succession. City Defense Bureau, City Police Station, Military Affairs Bureau, Martial Arts Department, Investigation Bureau.
Tonight will be lively.
With a wave of his hand, Jiangchen spread black mist to erase all traces of Xue'er at the scene. At the same time, the Taishu Void Cauldron emitted a humming sound. Xue'er, with your assistance, has comprehended the true essence of combat arts. 200 Heavenly Dao Source. Xue'er, having experienced real combat and killing, has achieved a breakthrough in her mental state and advanced her martial heart. 200 Heavenly Dao Source. Xue'er has slain enemies, settling a karmic bond. 500 Heavenly Dao Source. At midnight, Xue'er returned to the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. On her way back, she had already healed her injuries using the Jade Spirit Ointment. Inside the training room, Xue'er gripped her combat blade and hesitated before speaking.
Brother Jiang, I feel I made many mistakes in tonight's battle.
Jiangchen asked.
How so? In the final fight with the Tianwu guards, I only managed to win thanks to the Black Profound Dragon Blade.
Xue'er reflected on the battle and pondered.
My speed is too slow, especially my reaction time. I still can't quickly predict an enemy's attack trajectory during combat. Moreover,
she added,
even when I spot an opponent's weakness, my bonus reaction is too slow.
Jiangchen nodded approvingly.
Since you've identified the shortcomings, we should train specifically to address them. Do you need to rest first?
The young girl shook her head firmly.
No need. Very well.
Jiangchen raised his hand. Whoosh. Black mist churned and coalesced into 5 shadowy figures. Their faces were indistinct, but their silhouettes and weapons were hauntingly familiar to Xue'er. They were exactly the 5 Tianwu guards.
I will simulate the final battle,
Jiangchen said.
In this practical training, you must not use the Black Profound Dragon Blade.
Xue'er's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Swish. She leaped forward, her form blurring as she plunged into the fight. Jiangchen meanwhile sank his consciousness into the primordial void cauldron. With Xue'er's breakthrough to the second-level source martial realm, the Void Heaven Treasury unlocked its second tier. Alongside the previous exchange items, many new treasures appeared. Pill second tier, Blood Chi Pill, Organ Protection Pill, Jade Marrow Ointment, Spirit Incense Techniques, Diamond Force Stone, Breathing Method Essence, Nourishing Chi Art, Heaven Origin Breathing Method, Secret Arts, Mountain Suppressing Fist, Wandering Dragon Movement, Blood Shadow Thunder Blade, Shadow Edge. The Void Heaven Treasury provides an endless stream of cultivation resources.
Pills, techniques, and secret arts, everything one could need.
A sharp glint flashed in Jiangchen's eyes. Then he turned his gaze to the final section. Emperor Spirit Fruit Special contains the essence of celestial laws, can temper a supreme Tao body. Requires 20000 soul spirits to exchange. Emperor Soul Art Special condenses a soul avatar unbound by the shackles of heavenly laws. Each layer requires 20000 soul spirits. Whoosh. Jiangchen stirred his mind and stepped into the nether realm. With a single stride the void trembled, and he instantly arrived above a vast sea of darkness. In Jiangchen's deep pupil soul flames flickered. With a sharp glare the flames burst forth, igniting the entire sky. Above the boundless soul flames cascaded down, like the Milky Way, vast and unending. The nether sea boiled. Countless nether creatures were annihilated. Killed a 4th rank high-level nether creature soul spirits 888. Killed a 4th rank high-level nether creature soul spirits 999. Killed a 5th rank low-level nether creature soul spirits 3333. Killed a 5th rank high-level nether creature soul spirits 9999. Killed.
Boom!
The primordial void cauldron hummed incessantly, devouring the vast gray-white mist and converting it into soul spirit points. At that moment, the entire world was ablaze with soul flames. Even the void realm trembled violently. Jiangchen's gaze was indifferent. These nether creatures in the sea were mindless, driven only by a mad lust for slaughter, devoid of any true intelligence. Their deaths were of no consequence. After a long moment, Jiangchen raised his hand and grasped, instantly raining in the vast soul flames that had set the sky ablaze. Soul Spirit value 468500 consumed 200,000 soul spirits, successfully exchanged for the first layer of the Emperor Soul Art. The primordial void cauldron hummed. In Jiangchen's mind a brand new secret art materialized. He then began cultivating the Emperor Soul Art, while keeping an eye on Xue'er's practical training. Meanwhile, the few phone calls Jiangchen made had sent shockwaves through the various official institutions of Jinling City.
Rumble.
The night was as dark as ink. Police cars, military vehicles, and armored off-road vehicles swarmed in, sealing off a 10-mile radius around the Huang family villa. Helicopters circled overhead. When the elite units arrived at the villa, the first thing they saw was not the scattered corpses, but the terrifying chasm that had split the earth. The chasm was dozens of meters deep, tearing through the ground and severing the villa and its foundations entirely. Even within the chasm a chilling and terrifying aura lingered.
Is this a blade aura? A middle-aged police superintendent looked solemn. He turned to the man opposite him. "Old Lu, what do you make of this?" Old Lu was a burly man in military uniform exuding a fierce aura. He was a senior officer of the Jinling military command. Lu Buahong, a fourth-rank high-level source martial artist.
"This aura. Something's off."
Frowning, he stared at the chasm for a moment, then crouched down to touch it. The moment he made contact,
Bang!
Lu Buahong's aura exploded. The sleeve of his right arm was shattered, and the veins on his entire arm bulged as he pushed his blood energy to its limits.
"This isn't a blade aura,"
Lu Buahong exclaimed in shock.
"It's the divine intent of the blade."
"What?" The middle-aged superintendent's pupils constricted. Though his cultivation level was inferior to Lu Buahong's, as a police superintendent his knowledge was vast. The divine intent of the blade was an existence beyond the mere artistic conception of the blade.
"Across the world, those who can wield the divine intent of the blade are martial giants. Could it be that some transcendent martial king has come to Jinling?"
The middle-aged superintendent drew a sharp breath. Sixth-rank source martial was the divine sea realm. This was a heavenly chasm on the path of source martial crossed by very few. But once crossed, one's life form would undergo a tremendous leap. Transcending the mundane, the divine sea realm was king. Thus, sixth-rank source martial artists were also honored with the title Transcendent Martial King. It could be said that every divine sea martial king was a guardian of human civilization and the pinnacle of combat power on this planet.
"This matter must be strictly contained. I will report to the military command to investigate whether any transcendent martial king is present in Jinling."
Lu Buahong's expression was grave. A trace of worry even crept into his voice. A transcendent martial king possessed terrifying combat power capable of being both a hero defending human civilization and causing immense harm to it. History had recorded several incidents of transcendent martial kings battling each other in modern cities. Each time it had caused massive destruction. Just then personnel from various departments came to report.
"Sir, we discovered an underground chamber containing a cult altar initially identified as the blood sacrifice forbidden art of the Tianwu sect. 26 victims' remains were found in the chamber." "Reporting, sir. We've found evidence of collusion between the Tianwu sect and the Huang family as well as Xue'er. They jointly established secret channels in the black market to transport personnel to the Southeast Asian headquarters." "Reporting, sir. We've uncovered a vast number of illegal enterprises operated by the Huang family and Xue'er, including gambling dens, human organ trafficking, kidnapping, robbery, murder, and other crimes."
Listening to the reports, the middle-aged superintendent and Lu Buahong both grew somber. Just as Lu Buahong was about to issue orders,
Bang!
Suddenly a thunderous explosion tore through the night. A figure burst through the thick clouds above, descending with a roar. Beneath him was a streamlined crimson aircraft that left a trail of mushroom clouds in its wake. The aircraft's speed had broken the sound barrier. In an instant a figure plummeted from the sky, hovering at the zenith like a deity. It was a woman. She had a voluptuous figure and a stunningly beautiful face clad in a light purple battle armor. The aircraft beneath her feet shimmered with runes, then disassembled and reformed into a blood-red frost-like war sword that floated in the void, its cold aura enveloping the scene.
Lingyan King.
Lu Buahong's pupils dilated. Without a second thought, he straightened his back and raised his hand in a salute.
"Deputy General of Jinling Military Command, Lu Buahong pays respects to the Lingyan King. Lingyan Wang."
The moment these three words were uttered, within the arena, every elite from the Military Armaments Department, the Martial Arts Division, and the Police Inspectorate stood at attention and saluted with solemn reverence. Wang Lingyan, the first female war goddess of Daxia, a sixth-rank source warrior bearing the title of Martial King. She was also a meritorious Major General of the Military Armaments Department. A figure of such stature, even if the provincial governor arrived, they would have to treat her with utmost courtesy.
"All divisions continue the investigation."
Wang Lingyan parted her crimson lips, then turned her gaze to Lu Buahong.
"Upload all reports to the Military Armaments Headquarters immediately." She paused. Her gaze sharpened.
No delays allowed. Yes.
Lu Baihong nodded. He immediately set to work. Whoosh. Wang Lingyan took a single step, instantly appearing at the forefront of the villa, her gaze fixed upon the gully carved into the ground.
This is the divine essence of the heavenly firmament saber technique.
Wang Lingyan's eyes flickered. Then she raised her wrist, and a text message appeared on her smartwatch. The message was simple, stating only the location and the 3 words Tianwu sect.
But,
as the first female war goddess of Daxiao, Wang Lingyan's private contact information was extremely secret, unknown even to her colleagues and superiors in the military armaments department.
Jiangchen, is it you?
Wang Lingyan murmured in her heart. When she uttered those 2 words, her gaze softened, and a gentle warmth involuntarily surfaced on her cold, delicate face. Lu Baihong approached and reported.
In response, Lingyan 1, I have already reported this to the military armaments headquarters. The Special Operations Unit will arrive shortly, and the Sky Eye surveillance system is now active, conducting a strict citywide search. MM.
Wang Lingyan nodded faintly. Her expression had already returned to its usual aloofness.
I happened to be in the provincial capital on business when I learned of the disturbance caused by evil fiends. This involves the Tianwu sect. It must be thoroughly investigated, and all implicated forces behind it must be rooted out.
Wang Lingyan said sternly.
The Tianwu sect has just infiltrated Huaxia. There must be high-level collaborators backing them. Yes.
Lu Baihong quickly nodded. Wang Lingyan continued.
Have you found out who reported the incident?
Lu Baihong shook his head.
Not yet. All nearby surveillance cameras were destroyed, and the traces of the battle were erased. However, a trace of saber technique divine essence remains here. I suspect another divine sea martial king is hiding in Jinling City.
Wang Lingyan interrupted him.
This is not a complete divine essence, merely a brush with its threshold. A true saber technique divine essence would have completely dissolved this place with a single strike, leaving no clues behind. Furthermore, I sensed a hint of icy sinister aura within it, likely a form of soul path secret art.
Lu Baihong's pupils contracted.
A soul path secret art? Yes.
Wang Lingyan raised her hand and seized. From the gully, she extracted a wisp of lingering black mist. Though it dissipated quickly, the chilling aura it released was still caught by Lu Baihong.
A soul path secret art combined with mastery of saber technique intent.
A flash of insight struck Lu Baihong.
It's the Soul Fiend Saber, the forbidden ultimate art of the Southeast Asian Soul Fiend sect. I understand. Tonight was a clash between 2 evil cults. But would the Soul Fiend sect report this to us?
Wang Lingyan glanced at him.
Why not? They're engaging in a gang war. By reporting it, they get us to focus on the Tianwu sect, using our hands to eliminate their enemies. A move with all benefit and no harm.
Lu Baihong nodded slightly. This explanation was quite reasonable.
Therefore, the military armaments department's investigative focus must be fully concentrated on hunting down the evil cult forces.
Wang Lingyan's gaze was indifferent.
Whether it's the Tianwu sect or the Soul Fiend sect, once discovered, no mercy will be shown. Understood.
Lu Baihong nodded firmly. Then he smiled.
We are fortunate that Lingyan Wang is here, otherwise finding clues on our own would have taken much longer. Go handle your duties.
Wang Lingyan said coolly.
Since evil cults have been discovered, I will remain stationed in Jinling for the time being. Report any developments to me immediately. Furthermore, anyone colluding with these evil forces must be thoroughly investigated. No matter who they are, they will face severe punishment.
As her words landed, she took a single step, instantly soaring into the air. Then her source energy battle armor flashed its inscribed fragments, reassembling into a flying vehicle carrying her towards Jinling City. Boom! Above the heavens, fierce winds howled. Yet Wang Lingyan remained unaffected, her thoughts still lingering on that encrypted text message.
Little junior brother, have you returned? They all say you have fallen, but I don't believe it. And that woman Tang Qinglan is very suspicious.
Whoosh! Wang Lingyan hovered in midair. She gazed down at Jinling City below, whispering softly.
You definitely can't be in danger.
The next day, by the time Jiang Chen's divine soul returned to Blue Star Xue'er, had already finished washing up. Xue'er blinked her beautiful eyes, carefully scrutinizing Jiangchen. Then she spoke uncertainly.
Brother Jiang, I feel something seems off. What's off? I can't put my finger on it, but I feel like you become more real.
Xue'er rubbed her eyes, puzzled.
How strange, you look exactly the same as before.
Jiangchen chuckled helplessly.
Don't overthink it. Let's go today. We're heading to the wilderness zone to hunt. All right.
Xue'er nodded obediently. She had no idea that Jiangchen had already fully mastered the first layer of the Imperial Soul Art and successfully condensed a soul clone.
The Imperial Soul Art is truly miraculous. This remnant soul of mine is no longer a mere phantom, but a true living soul. The sovereign soul body is the main body. This living soul is the clone. If I can later reconstruct a physical form, I can truly return to Blue Star.
A sharp light gleamed in Jiangchen's eyes. After leaving the martial arts hall, Xue'er took the rail transit to the suburban outskirts, undergoing several identity checks along the way. Especially at the suburban transfer station. Heavily armed soldiers stood guard, meticulously verifying every passenger's identity information.
Brother Jiang, is it because of what happened last night?
Xue'er thought silently.
Of course. The Tianwu sect is an evil cult infiltrating the heart of Wuxia to cause chaos is a grave taboo.
Jiangchen nodded slightly. At the same time, his thoughts began to drift into the distance. Last night, besides reporting to the various departments, he had also sent a text message to his senior sister Wang Lingyan. She was his second senior sister from the Magic Martial 8 academies.
Xue'er's crisis has been resolved. She has broken through to second-rank Source Warrior, and I have successfully condensed my clone. Now it's time to head to Magic Martial.
Jiangchen's gaze flickered. His past life's downfall at the hands of Tang Qinglan was not merely a case of romantic betrayal. Behind it, there was certainly a monumental secret. Therefore, last night Jiangchen deliberately left clues to draw in his second senior sister. This was his planted seed. Or rather, a test. Although his second senior sister was trustworthy, having been reborn, Jiangchen had to ensure absolute certainty. After all, he had already failed once.
Whoosh!
Hunting Zone B. Xue'er moved like a blur, locked in combat with 4 second-rank mutant beasts. Her saber technique was fierce. Her movement art was keen.
Clang!
Xue'er twisted her wrist, a blood-red saber light bursting forth like lightning. 2 mutant beasts didn't even have time to react before their heads were severed. Xue'er has comprehended an advanced saber technique, Blood Shadow Thunder Saber, advanced from elementary to minor mastery, celestial origin 400. Xue'er has comprehended an advanced movement art, Wandering Dragon Steps, advanced from elementary to minor mastery, celestial origin 400. Xue'er has comprehended an advanced Qi and blood cultivation method, Heavenly Source Breathing Art, advanced from elementary to minor mastery, celestial origin 400. Several consecutive notifications appeared. Jiangchen nodded with satisfaction. These were all second-rank cultivation methods from the Void Heaven Treasury. After a few days of training, Xue'er had already grasped the basics.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Xue'er grew stronger with each battle, quickly dispatching the remaining few second-rank mutant beasts.
Brother Jiang, these cultivation manuals are incredibly powerful.
Xue'er was immensely thrilled.
Don't celebrate too soon. The higher the grade of the cultivation method, the more difficult it is to master completely. Moreover, you've only faced 4 mutant beasts now. In real wilderness hunting, Source Warriors must contend with dozens, even hundreds of mutant beasts attacking at once. Or even encounter a large-scale beast tide.
Jiangchen said solemnly.
Next, I will take you deeper into the hunting zone to hone your group combat tactics.
Xue'er nodded. Just as she was about to leave, a message suddenly popped up on her smartwatch. Jinling City, No. 8 high school student Xue'er, due to your actions such as disrupting classroom order, chronic truancy, unjustified abandonment of mock exams, and repeated refusal to correct your behavior despite multiple warnings, you have seriously violated school rules and regulations. After deliberation by the school administration, an official notice is hereby issued. Your student status has been revoked. Xue'er's delicate frame trembled.
She stared at the text message, her face a mask of disbelief. I've been expelled? Xue'er initially thought it was a scam message, but when she logged into the school's network system, she discovered even her student registration had been revoked. How is this possible? Panic seized Xue'er. The last time she left school, she had clearly requested leave from her homeroom teacher Ming Mangui, and he had replied with a simple okay. How had it now become a case of her being absent without reason for consecutive days? As for disrupting class order, insulting teachers, and being incorrigible despite repeated warnings, those were sheer fabrications. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Call him and ask. Xue'er hurriedly dialed the homeroom teacher's number. A series of beeps sounded. Then a sharp click. The phone was disconnected before it even connected. Meanwhile, inside a private club, Ming Mangui was smoking a cigarette and playing cards. His phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and said to the disciplinary director across the table, "Oldly, it's Xue'er." Hang up, hang up. Pair of aces. Li Chongwei threw down 2 cards, then chuckled. I wonder how that girl offended the Huang family. They're actually willing to spend a fortune to target a poor student like her. But speaking of which, he pushed up his thick glasses, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. That Xue'er is truly beautiful. Ming Mangui curled his lip. Who cares? She's a dumb student anyway, poor and stupid. Keeping her in the class only drags down the advancement rate. Pair of hooks. Pair of eights. Ming Mangui played his cards while laughing. The Huang family is really generous. Of course. They even have people in the Ministry of Education. Li Chongwei smiled. The Huang family contacted me a while back. They've set up an overseas factory and asked us to send some students from ordinary families to work there. For each one we send, we get a commission of 50,000. Ming Mangui's eyes lit up. Perfect. I still have 2 bottom-of-the-barrel boys in my class. They're the most suitable for factory work. Haha, that's settled then. I'll make the introduction for you later. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both breaking into smug smiles. Especially when they thought of the stack of cash hidden under the bed at home, they felt utterly elated. On the other side, Xue'er's consecutive calls were both rejected. She was both furious and aggrieved. Recalling how Ming Mangui had previously covered up Huang Shanqian's school bullying and colluded with the Huang family to force her out of the martial arts gym. It was obvious. Her expulsion was also orchestrated by Ming Mangui on the Huang family's orders. Jiang Chen said flatly, "It seems your homeroom teacher is a real man of action. He took the Huang family's bribe and got the job done. He doesn't even know the Huang family is finished." Xue'er clutched her phone, flustered. Without a student record, she couldn't take the college entrance exam. What are you worried about? Jiang Chen smiled. Broaden your horizons. Don't forget you're now a second-rank source warrior. Forget the top 10 martial arts schools. Even the 4 most elite special martial academies in all of Huaxia will be pursuing you with fervent passion. Hearing this, Xue'er's panicked heart calmed. Her previous goal was merely to attend the most ordinary martial arts school, the entry requirement being to awaken her talent and reach the 4th layer of body tempering. But now she had already stepped into the 2nd rank innate realm. Xue'er pondered thoughtfully. Even without the qualification for the college exam, I can still take the social warrior exam. I remember that advanced martial universities all have social recruitment quotas. No. Jiang Chen looked at her. Go to Hunting Zone A base and directly take the Source Warrior certification assessment. Remember what I told you before. Learn to conceal your strength. That's your trump card for survival. But also show your edge to seize opportunities. Yes, I remember. Xue'er nodded firmly. The girl held deep trust in you. Every lesson you had taught was etched in her memory. Trust increased by 50. Celestial essence gained 50. Soon after, Xue'er returned to Zone B base and took the rail transit to Hunting Zone A. This was the most heavily fortified base in all of Jiangnan province, boasting an A-class defense fortress with a standing garrison of 200,000 elite troops equipped with heavy weaponry. The area of Zone A base was vast, resembling a small city. Xue'er looked around curiously, seeing second-rank source warriors everywhere. Inside the military martial arts building, Xue'er followed the map to the self-service registration point on the 3rd floor. She verified her identity and submitted her application. Beep. Identity verification successful. Please proceed with the life level assessment procedure. With a click, the adjacent metal instrument opened automatically, extending into a series of detection probes that attached themselves to Xue'er's skin. Then an arc-shaped instrument descended in front of her, emitting a beam of light that scanned Xue'er's entire body. Beep. Life level assessment passed. Next, perform the chi and blood burst test. Please use all your strength to strike the testing instrument. Xue'er nodded. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Her chi and blood surged like a rolling torrent of heat, channeling through the major vessels of her spine and into her right fist. Boom. She threw a punch, hitting the bullseye squarely. The arc-shaped instrument instantly lit up with a grid of green lights. All 9 squares were full. Beep. Life level assessment passed. Chi and blood burst test passed. Registration successful. Ms. Xue'er, please change into your combat suit in the lounge and proceed through the passage to zone as combat preparation camp. The practical assessment team will depart in half an hour. A mechanical female voice announced as a nearby metal door slid open automatically. Half an hour later, 4 helicopters departed from the camp, flying deep into the wilderness. Each helicopter carried 5 candidates. Beep. Attention all candidates. The assessment mission is now being issued. Mission objective: hunt 22nd rank aberrant beasts in the wilderness. Mission time limit 5 hours. A voice came through the earpiece. Xue'er blinked her beautiful eyes and thought to herself, Brother Jiang, hunting 20 aberrant beasts. Do they really need to give us this much time for the assessment? Not for you, Jiangchen said calmly. Just complete the mission as quickly as possible. The faster you are, the higher your score. Xue'er nodded. Soon the helicopter landed at a safe point. The assessment officially begins now. A prompt came through the earpiece. Xue'er didn't hesitate. She dashed straight into the depths of the wilderness, with a military drone following overhead. At the camp. Inside the combat monitoring room, dozens of monitoring computers were arranged in neat rows. 2 soldiers sat before each screen, and all the footage was projected onto a massive central display. A man in military uniform sat on a raised platform, overseeing the entire operation. He was the chief instructor responsible for this assessment. Gong Tao. Instructor Gong. Drone monitoring mode has been activated. Drone weapon permissions have been lifted. Support for candidates is available at any time. Medical team on standby. Rescue team on standby. Gong Tao nodded slightly. He had already overseen 2 rounds of Source Warrior assessments today with minimal results. A total of 50 candidates from the 2 rounds had participated, and only 6 had passed. This was the 3rd round. Young warriors these days are far too weak in actual combat. Gong Tao frowned. It wasn't just the Jinling military district. Including other major combat zones across Wuxia, Source Warrior assessments were held daily. Big data clearly showed the pass rate declining year by year. If the combat techniques could be popularized, the fighting power of human warriors would certainly be far greater than this. It's a pity that with the fall of the demon martial artist Jiangchen, this matter came to an abrupt end. Gong Tao sighed deeply. Report. No. 015 encountered a mutant beast. Suddenly a prompt sounded from the monitoring room. Gong Tao looked up. On the screen, a young man gripped a battle blade, struggling fiercely against a second-tier mutant beast. The drone continuously adjusted its angle, ensuring timely support in case of danger. His footwork is too slow, his blade technique too weak. He trembles before even engaging the beast. Gong Tao shook his head slightly. Report. No. 012 encountered a mutant beast. No. 006 encountered a mutant beast. No. 017 encountered a mutant beast. A series of prompts rang out. By now most examinees had already encountered mutant beasts. Various battle scenes were all projected out, then recorded by the military personnel to be scored based on combat methods. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Suddenly from one of the surveillance feeds came the crack of armor-piercing rounds.
Report. No. 014 failed the assessment. The drone is intervening for support. Signal sent. The rescue team is on its way.
Gong Tao frowned slightly. Only 5 minutes had passed, and someone had already failed. It seemed this batch of examinees was quite weak. Just then a soldier suddenly raised his hand.
Instructor Gong, the examinee on my end is a bit strange.
Gong Tao unperturbed gestured for him to pull up the feed. Whoosh. A window expanded. It showed examinee No. 018, a delicate young girl now sprinting through the wilderness at tremendous speed, making a great commotion, her footsteps echoing through the silent wilds.
Why is she running towards the Forbidden Wilderness Zone?
Gong Tao's brows knitted tightly. The Forbidden Wilderness Zone was far more dangerous than the assessment area.
Roar!
Suddenly 6 mutant beasts howled, bursting forth from the forest on the side. Second-tier mutant beasts, blood mastiffs.
6 beasts.
Professor Gong's expression tightened. At that moment the girl, while running, raised her wrist and pressed a switch. A green light suddenly flashed on the screen.
Report. Examinee No. 018 signals the drone not to intervene. What does she intend to do?
Gong Tao's pupils constricted. 6 second-tier beasts. This was a lethal threat. Just then, another howl came from the feed.
A what?
Within the Forbidden Wilderness Zone, beast after beast emerged. 6 beasts behind. 8 beasts to the left. 10 beasts to the right front.
Not good. She's entered the Blood Mastiff Pack's territory.
Gong Tao's face drastically changed. Other proctors were also drawn by the commotion. But the next moment, the girl in the feed executed an agile leap, her toes pushing off a tree trunk, instantly reversing her direction. She charged at the 6 beasts behind her with incredible speed. Swish. An afterimage appeared.
Wait, this speed? It's incredibly fast.
Gong Tao's eyes sharpened. On the screen, the girl plunged into the beast pack, her battle blade erupting with a thunderous ring.
Clang!
The heads of 2 beasts were sent flying skyward.
What?
Gong Tao shot to his feet in shock. Then, he watched as the girl moved like a shadow among the 4 remaining beasts, her footwork agile, dodging every attack with apparent peril yet precise grace. In no time at all, the 6 beasts behind were all slain. Then the 8 beasts from the left charged in. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl flickered into their midst, her blade churning out a spray of blood. Swish, swish, swish. A cold gleam flashed. Each strike was a killing blow. Clean, swift, and fierce. Not a single superfluous motion.
Such formidable combat arts!
Gong Tao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even the surrounding soldiers were visibly invigorated. In the military, strength was most revered. Clearly the girl's sharp combat style had successfully captured their attention.
Thud!
After dispatching the 8 beasts on the left, the girl with undiminished momentum charged straight at the 10 beasts ahead.
Clang!
Blade light flickered. Blood splattered everywhere. Gong Tao was stunned, speechless. Having been in charge of source warrior assessments in the Jinling district for over a decade, he had never seen such a sight.
I understand now. Her seemingly chaotic running earlier, making all that noise, wasn't due to being lost. It was to actively lure the beasts over.
A nearby soldier exclaimed.
Because she thought hunting them one by one was too inefficient. It's more than that.
Gong Tao's eyes, sharp as a tiger's, gleamed.
This girl possesses an incredibly terrifying combat instinct. She had calculated everything from the start, knowing exactly how much time she needed to kill each batch. Look, after finishing one group, she immediately activates her cultivation technique, and once her aura stabilizes, the next batch rushes in.
As Gong Tao spoke, his eyelids began to twitch. Because he realized that if he suppressed his own cultivation to the early 2nd-tier level, and were in the girl's situation, even he might not perform so flawlessly. And he was a military instructor. A peak 3rd-tier source warrior.
An instructor, Gong.
A soldier swallowed hard. He spoke in disbelief.
Examinee No. 018 has finished the assessment. Total kills 24 2nd-tier mutant beasts. Time taken, 10 minutes. No excluding the time she spent luring the beasts. Her effective combat time is 3 minutes.
Gong Tao drew in a sharp breath. Then, as if remembering something, he growled,
Quick, pull up her registration info.
The next moment, identity details were projected onto the big screen. Then, the entire monitoring room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes locked onto the age column. Examinee Xue'er. Age 18.
18?
Gong Tao was baffled.
Could the system be wrong? At that age, she should still be a student. Report. I've double-checked. There's no mistake. Xue'er just turned 18, which perfectly matches the civil affairs database. And she is indeed a high school student attending No. 8 middle school in Jinling City. However,
the soldier paused, a strange look on his face.
Looking at the back-end data, I found that Xue'er was expelled from No. 8 middle school today.
Holy shit. Gong Tao couldn't help but curse. He even wondered if he had misheard, clenching his fist as he pressed.
Xue'er expelled from No. 8 middle school. Yes.
The soldier nodded.
I checked the school's back-end records. 2 months ago, Xue'er was only at the first level of body tempering. That means Xue'er took only 2 months to go from the first level of body tempering to a second-tier source warrior, and she's successfully passed the practical assessment.
Gulp. Gong Tao swallowed with difficulty. Then he jerked his head up and yelled,
How long until the assessment results are notified to other departments? About half an hour. There are still some procedures to go through. Try your best within the rules to stall for time.
Gong Tao said urgently.
Send someone to pick up Xue'er immediately. Treat her well.
With that, Gong Tao hurried out, found a corner, and dialed a number.
Beep, beep, beep.
The call connected. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Gong Tao growled,
Old Lu, get back to the barracks now. Hurry!
Lu Bohong on the other end, the senior officer, who had investigated the sky witch cult that night, his face drastically changed.
What happened? A beast tide? Or a riot? Neither.
Gong Tao lowered his voice.
I just discovered an incredibly promising talent during the Source Warrior practical assessment. You scared the hell out of me.
Lu Bohong's tone turned odd.
Strange. For you to call someone an incredibly promising talent, just how promising is it? 18 years old. High school student. Combat arts. Killed 24 second-tier mutant beasts in 3 minutes.
Gong Tao rattled off the details. As he finished, rapid breathing came through the phone.
Are you sure she's 18? Yes.
Gong Tao said gravely.
Old Lu, if you recommend a talent like this to the military university, it'll be a major achievement. Wait for me. I'm on my way.
Xue'er returned to the combat-ready military camp. Amidst Gong Tao's warm welcome, she was led into an office. Miss Yi, please wait a moment. Someone wishes to see you shortly. Gong Tao smiled and proactively brewed a cup of hot tea for Xue'er. Thank you, Instructor Gong. Xue'er felt a bit uneasy. She was not adept at interacting with strangers, especially figures of Gong Tao's stature. Sensing the girl's social anxiety, Gong Tao chuckled. All right, take your time. I'll go print your new warrior certification. After Gong Tao left, Xue'er finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently murmuring, Brother Jiang, why would a high-ranking official from the military armaments department want to see me? Naturally, it's because of your exceptional performance. Jiang Chen's form materialized. In his soul state, only Xue'er could perceive him. Jiang Chen said, if I'm not mistaken, you'll receive a special recruitment offer from the Military Martial University with the highest authority level, SS rank. Ah! Xue'er's eyes trembled. Military Martial University. Capital Martial University. Guang Martial University. Demon Martial University. These were the 4 premier elite martial academies in Huaxia, renowned even across the entire Blue Star. Jiang Chen glanced at her. By tomorrow, at the latest, representatives from all 4 top-tier martial academies will come to Jinling to extend special recruitment invitations to you. Which one do you want to go to? Xue'er was bewildered. She shook her head. I don't know. I've never thought about this before.
Jiang paused briefly, then said, "If you're willing, I'd like you to go to Demon Martial University. It's my alma mater." "I am willing," Xue'er responded instantly. "Don't rush, it's just a suggestion." Jiang spoke solemnly. "Though Demon Martial is my alma mater, it also harbors my enemies. Moreover, if you specialize in combat techniques there, the path will be arduous." "Then I am still willing." Xue'er nodded again without hesitation. The girl's eyes gleamed, her fair cheeks radiating determination. At the hunting base, Lu Baihong hurried to the military camp, his rugged face brimming with joy. On the way, he had already contacted the higher-ups of the Military Martial University and secured an S-level special recruitment contract. "I will definitely land this top genius. An 18-year-old second-tier source warrior combined with combat techniques, perfect for the Military Martial University." Lu Baihong flashed a confident smile, seizing the initiative advantage on his side. Soon he arrived at the office and entered with Gong Tao. "Miss He, I apologize for the wait." Lu Baihong got straight to the point, pulling a stack of documents from his briefcase. "I've just received authorization from the Military Martial University to formally issue you a special recruitment invitation. Your special recruitment authority is the highest level SS contract. Upon signing, you can pursue a combined bachelor's and master's program, receiving the most orthodox combat training at the Military Martial University. In addition to the benefits of the SS contract, the university can also provide a special training agreement allowing you to spend 2 months each year honing your skills in the military combat zone." Lu Baihong spoke eloquently. Gong Tao, listening nearby, was immensely envious. The SS contract from a top-tier military academy alone included benefits worth over 100 million yuan. Yet he knew Xue'er fully deserved this special recruitment offer. An 18-year-old second-tier source warrior was enough to claim the top spot in the Jiangnan province college entrance exams. Youth triumphs over age. In the path of source martial arts, the younger the genius, the more vigorous the life potential. Since humanity entered the era of advanced martial arts, nations and factions across Blue Star had spared no effort in cultivating prodigious warriors. Because this was the foundation of human civilization's defense against aberrant beasts. "Miss He, what are your thoughts?" Lu Baihong smiled warmly. Noticing the girl's tension, he said gently, "Rest assured, though I hope you'll join the Military Martial University, I will never coerce you. This conversation is also within the rules. Regardless of whether you choose the Military Martial University, your identity will not change. From this moment on, Xue'er, you will become a distinguished scholar of Huaxia, and all top-tier martial academies will offer you S-level contracts." Lu Baihong said seriously, "Even as I entered the camp, I received orders from above. Henceforth your security clearance is elevated to S-level. The Huaxia military will fully ensure your safety." "Thank you." Xue'er nodded. Then, somewhat flustered, she said, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Gong, I appreciate your kindness, but I've already chosen my target university. I'm truly sorry. I cannot sign the special recruitment contract with the Military Martial University." Xue'er stood up nervously, clutching the hem of her clothes, her heart filled with unease. Lu Baihong was taken aback. Honestly, he had come with high expectations of success. But he had failed. "All right, we respect your decision." Lu Baihong quickly adjusted his mindset and retrieved the special recruitment contract from the coffee table. Then he produced a new set of documents, his smile turning even warmer. "Now that personal matters are settled, let's attend to official business. Miss He, on behalf of the Jinling Military Armaments Department, I offer you a grant of 2 million yuan. This contract is a free gift. There are no strings attached. As a native of Jinling, Miss He, we hope you will continue to progress on the path of source martial arts and become a pillar of human civilization." Xue'er was utterly shocked. 2 million yuan in cash. A free gift. With no conditions. This, as she hesitated, Jiang Qin's voice echoed in her mind, "Accepted. It's a gesture of goodwill from the Jinling Military Armaments Department." Xue'er nodded gently. Then she signed the contract. Lu Baihong smiled. "Congratulations, Miss He, on officially becoming a Huaxia source warrior. If you ever need anything, as long as it complies with regulations, the Jinling Military Armaments Department will fully support you." With that he raised his wristwatch. This is my private contact. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to reach out to me directly. Alright, thank you, Uncle Lu. Xue'er smiled sweetly and proactively added Lu Baihong and Gong Tao to her contacts. After leaving the combat-ready camp. Ding. Your bank account ending in 6239 has received a total of 200,000 yuan. A bank notification arrived. The 2 million yuan had been credited. Xue'er was puzzled. Brother Jiang, why is Uncle Lu so generous? It's not him, but the Jinling Military Armaments Department. Jiang Chen explained. In other words, they are proactively building a network of connections. Connections? Xue'er was even more confused. For me. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded with a faint smile. A distinguished scholar will surely become a powerful source warrior in the future, and may even have the potential to become a transcendent martial king. Suppose one day Jinling City faces a massive beast tide, or a higher aberrant beast attack, even the threat of the city falling. If the Jinling Military Armaments Department seeks your help, would you be willing to come? Xue'er immediately understood. She was a native of Jinling, having received early support from the Jinling Military Armaments Department. With this debt of gratitude, she would naturally be willing to come to their aid. Actually, the Military Martial University is indeed well suited for you, and it offers an officer training path with promising future development. Jiang Chen asked, do you truly want to choose Demon Martial University? Xue'er nodded firmly. A smile blossomed on her delicate face. Brother Jiang, I want to see the place where you studied and lived. The girl holds absolute trust in you. Deep down, she believes everything she has comes from you. Trust 100. Heavenly Essence 100. Since you've made your choice, you must train even harder. Because Jiang Chen gazed at the horizon and said solemnly, we will face many enemies ahead. All right. Xue'er's expression turned resolute. It was still early. She strode eagerly toward the hunting zone. The girl's heart is brimming with exhilaration for your use of the word we has made her feel acknowledged. A thrill even greater than passing the Source Warrior assessment. Trust 200. Heavenly Essence 200. While Xue'er was hunting exotic beasts, her identity as a source martial artist was successfully updated on the official website, and many keen factions swiftly captured this information. In Jinling City, within a luxurious villa, Gu Yao lounged in his study. A virtual light screen projected before him, displaying an internal meeting of the Xinghe Group. The attendees were all high-level members of the Xinghe Group's board. An elderly man in splendid attire slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, the group's revenue has severely declined this year, especially in the sales of high-grade exotic beast materials, as much of our market share has been taken by competitors. Soon the meeting devolved into tedious reports. So boring, Gu Yao muttered to himself as he elegantly picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip. Suddenly his smartwatch vibrated with an incoming call. Gu Yao frowned slightly. Although the board meeting was dull, it represented the highest authority of the Xinghe Group, and taking a call during such a meeting was quite impolite. But soon the call ended, and a message popped up. Mr. Gu, urgent news. The Jinling Military Department has just certified a prodigious student. Xue'er, an 18-year-old second-tier source martial artist, is still a high school student. All factions have already mobilized. Gu Yao glanced at it. He was instantly stunned. What the hell? Gu Yao jumped up from his chair, spilling his entire cup of coffee all over his clothes. Swish. Dozens of big shots in the virtual meeting turned to look at him. Cough, cough, sorry. Gu Yao forced an awkward smile. All my coffee spilled on my pants. I'll go change, you all continue. With that he directly closed the projection. Then, looking at the message on his watch, he fell into confusion. No doubt about it, he was utterly perplexed. Xue'er has broken through to a second-tier source martial artist. That polite girl who seemed so fragile. Just a month ago, I had conducted a practical assessment on her. She was at the 7th level of body tempering, promoted to an 11-level contract. Gu Yao's eyelids twitched violently. Yet the corners of his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, transforming into wild elation. An 18-year-old second-tier source martial artist, she is bound to be the top scholar of a province. This prodigious talent, I have discovered her. Gu Yao could not help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, I've become a talent scout. Buzz?
Another message popped up.
Mr. Gu, breaking news, the 4 top martial arts schools of Wuxia have sent mentors to Jinling. At the same time, the Blackstone Martial Arts School, Qinyan Martial Arts School, Tianhu Martial Arts School, Xingkong Martial Arts School, and Yueying Martial Arts School have prepared special contracts. They want to poach Xue'er.
Bang. There was an explosion-like sound in the room. Gu Yao couldn't even wait for the elevator and jumped directly off the balcony.
No way. I need to contact Xue'er quickly. This is my chance to turn the tables. I missed the opportunity with Mo Wu Jiangchen back then. This time, even the King of Heaven can't stop me from keeping Xue'er.
Gu Yao was extremely anxious. He hopped into a supercar and sped away while dialing Xue'er's number.
Beep beep beep. Hello, the number you have dialed is busy. Damn. Someone got in touch first.
Gu Yao was burning with anxiety. He dialed several more numbers, but all displayed as busy. On the other side, Xue'er was engaged in a fierce battle with an exotic beast.
Buzz?
Her smartwatch suddenly flickered. She thought it was an advertisement, hung up one call, and another call came in immediately, almost non-stop. At the same time, text messages flooded in.
Hello, Xue'er. I am the head of the Blackstone Martial Arts School. Hello, Xue'er. I represent the Tianhu Martial Arts School. Ms. Yi, I am a teacher from the Jiangnan Martial University Special Recruitment Class. Hello, Xue'er. I am the president of the Jiangnan newspaper. I would like to interview you.
Xue'er was somewhat dazed. She casually picked up a call, and the other party immediately began to praise and invite her enthusiastically. The socially anxious girl didn't know how to respond, and under Jiang Chen's reminder, she found an excuse and hung up the phone.
Are you ready?
Jiang Chen suddenly smiled.
Because next you will be the focus of attention in Jinling City, Jiangnan Province, and even all of Wuxia.
The socially anxious girl instinctively shrank her neck.
Don't be afraid,
Jiang Chen continued.
This is both an opportunity and a challenge. All major factions will engage in a fierce competition for you, constantly bidding. You don't need to do anything, just delay for a moment, and you will receive the most favorable treatment. Of course, this is also a test of your mindset. Jiang Chen glanced at Xue'er.
Maintaining the original intention of martial arts under the watchful gaze of the world is not an easy task. I have seen many prodigious students who were proud, after entering higher martial arts schools, lost themselves amidst all the praise and accolades, and ultimately fell from grace.
I understand.
Xue'er nodded firmly.
Buzz?
More messages popped up. Among them was Gu Yao's message.
Xue'er, I am Gu Yao from the Xingho Martial Arts School. If you're not busy, could you please return my call? It's Mr. Gu.
Xue'er had a good impression of Gu Yao. This inspector from the Xingho Martial Arts School seemed quite elegant in her eyes, and was the first notable figure she had encountered. Of course, Xue'er did not respond actively. Instead, she looked at Jiang Chen.
Send him a location.
Jiang Chen smiled faintly.
I hope Mr. Gu won't make the same mistake again. Huh?
Xue'er was taken aback.
Did Mr. Gu make a mistake before?
Jiang Chen did not elaborate, only smilingly said,
Let's go, you might be very busy these days.
On the other side, Gu Yao suddenly received a response from Xue'er, and his eyes glinted.
Boom!
The flashy supercar made a U-turn. Roaring to full power, it sped towards the hunting area. When Gu Yao arrived at hunting area A, he saw a group of men in black waiting at the entrance. The leader, a crew-cut man, exuded a sharp aura. He was Liang Sheng, an inspector from the Blackstone group, a fourth-year source martial artist. Liang Sheng suddenly raised an eyebrow, looking at the flashy supercar ahead, his gaze turning icy. The Blackstone Martial Arts School and the Xingho Martial Arts School are the two most fiercely competitive martial arts schools, and Liang Sheng and Gu Yao were old rivals.
What are you doing here?
Liang Sheng glared at Gu Yao. Gu Yao was unafraid, smiling and saying,
I come as I please. What is the hunting area, your family's? You are the inspector of the Xingho Martial Arts School, yet you show up like this. Aren't you embarrassed? Liangsheng squinted, his voice cold. Gu Yao looked down and realized that he had rushed out in a hurry, even wearing mismatched shoes. His suit was stained with coffee. One shoe was black, the other white.
What the hell, this is a style statement.
Gu Yao retorted, defiantly eyeing the powerful members of the Blackstone Martial Arts School with a slightly cold gaze.
You've got some guts daring to poach from my Xingho Martial Arts School. I might not have much guts, but I do have vision.
Liangsheng sneered.
At least, I won't underestimate prodigious students, nor will I offer just an A-level contract.
Gu Yao frowned. Yet he also felt a bit helpless. This was not a case of him misjudging. Who would have thought that Xue'er, who was at the 7th level of body tempering just a month ago, would directly advance to a second-tier source martial artist? Not to mention Gu Yao. If this happened to anyone else, they would be just as stunned.
Gu Yao, geniuses of Heaven's Pride naturally have their pride. If Xue'er finds out, she could have matched an S-level contract, but only received an A-level. What do you think she'll think?
Liangsheng sneered.
A martial arts prodigy like her acts with tyrannical ferocity. Once dissatisfied, she will surely leave the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. I advise you not to ask for trouble. If you offend her while trying to recruit her, you'll have no good outcome.
Liangsheng flashed a confident smile. He had already planned how to win over Xue'er by stirring her emotions and provoking the pride of a Heaven's Pride genius. This time the advantage was his. Liangsheng silently encouraged himself. Gu Yao looked puzzled. Liangsheng's words made sense, but the problem was pride? Tyrannical ferocity. That didn't match Xue'er at all. Gu Yao recalled the gentle, polite, and shy girl, and a smile crept onto his lips. He suddenly relaxed.
My advantage lies in knowing Xue'er's personality better than others. And Xue'er proactively sent me her location.
Gu Yao looked at Liangsheng and realized the Blackstone Martial Arts Hall members weren't deliberately guarding the entrance, but were searching the hunting grounds. Clearly, the Blackstone Hall members had just coincidentally found Xue'er in the hunting grounds, prompting Liangsheng to rush over. As for himself, he was the one truly invited. 10 minutes later, a figure emerged from the hunting zone exit.
Here she comes!
Liangsheng's spirit lifted. With a whoosh, he dashed forward using his movement technique.
Student Yi,
Liangsheng said with a beaming smile.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Liangsheng, an inspector for the Blackstone Group, and the head of the Jiangnan Province Blackstone Martial Arts Hall.
Xue'er greeted softly.
Hello, Mr. Liang. I've heard of your successful assessment as a source warrior. Congratulations.
Liangsheng's smile deepened.
I'm here to invite you to join the Blackstone Martial Arts Hall. For that, we've prepared a premium contract.
He pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase. Just as he was about to speak,
buzz!
Suddenly, Xue'er's smart wristband vibrated. Gu Yao said with a grin.
Xue'er, I've sent you the Starfire Martial Arts Hall's premium contract.
As he spoke, Gu Yao turned to Liangsheng and raised an eyebrow, as if boasting, I have her private contact. Do you?
Xue'er, the A-level contract Starfire Hall gave you earlier completely underestimated your talent.
Liangsheng remained unflustered, launching his offensive.
In fact, this isn't just a mistake, it's an insult to you. From this you can see. Starfire Martial Arts Hall is very poor at discovering talent, and their training for you has been inadequate.
He was about to continue stirring Xue'er's emotions. But the girl blinked her beautiful eyes and said in surprise.
Not at all. I think Mr. Gu is wonderful. He recruited me when I was still at the 5th level of body tempering and personally conducted my assessment. I'm very grateful to Mr. Gu. The atmosphere at Starfire Hall is great and the equipment is excellent. Oh, by the way, when my phone screen broke, Mr. Gu even gave me the latest smart wristband.
Xue'er looked at Gu Yao with a shy smile.
Thank you, Mr. Gu, for giving me this opportunity.
Huh? Liangsheng was stunned. Why was this not going as expected?
Oh, don't thank me. It's all your own effort.
Gu Yao beamed with joy.
Actually, Liangsheng isn't wrong. I did misjudge you. But don't worry, I'll make it up to you later. By the way, it's noon. Have you eaten yet?
Xue'er nodded lightly. I was cultivating and haven't eaten yet. Come on, I've opened a new restaurant in Jinling City, but business is slow. With a Heaven's Pride genius like you there, it'll be a great advertisement. Pick a few good dishes, and it'll create a genius set meal later.
Gu Yao invited her enthusiastically, not like a high-ranking martial arts hall official to a student, but more like an elder caring for a junior.
Mr. Liang, I'm sorry. I really like Starfire Martial Arts Hall.
Xue'er smiled apologetically at Liang Sheng, then followed Gu Yao away. Bang! Liang Sheng suddenly clenched his fist. He nearly ground his teeth, staring fiercely at Gu Yao's back. After a moment of silence, Liang Sheng calmed down.
Notify the branches to stop subsidizing recruitment and return to normal standards.
His subordinate was puzzled.
Mr. Liang, our recruitment was going well. Why stop? That was before. Even at a loss, subsidies were fine as long as we attracted many talented students. But not now.
Liang Sheng smiled bitterly.
Xue'er's talent is terrifying. She's sure to be this year's top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance exam. With the top scorer joining Starfire Hall, that's the ultimate advertisement, drawing in countless talented students. No matter how much we subsidize, we can't compete with him. And I know Gu Yao.
Liang Sheng's face twisted with bitterness.
He'll launch a combo attack soon. If we don't pull back now, we'll suffer heavy losses.
As he spoke, he rubbed his temples in frustration.
A mistake. I should have played the emotional card too.
Meanwhile, Gu Yao took Xue'er to a private room in a luxurious restaurant in the city center. Along the way, Xue'er's phone and messages never stopped, with various factions trying to win her over. Gu Yao teased.
This must be giving you a headache, right? A bit. I've never dealt with this before.
Xue'er smiled shyly. Gu Yao chuckled.
Actually, when recruiting a Heaven's Pride genius, the offers from various factions are similar. After all, a genius is still just a genius, and their future path remains uncertain. Moreover, China's top 10 martial arts halls are all supervised by the martial arts department. There's competition among the halls, but malicious competition is forbidden, or it could lead to a monopoly and total control. However,
Gu Yao paused, flashing a proud smile.
I'm different. I represent not only the Starfire group, but also the Gu family. The vast Gu family has only me as its sole descendant. I'm the only direct heir. This means our family lacks the internal power struggles of others, and I can make many decisions directly.
Xue'er blinked her beautiful eyes, puzzled by the implication. Gu Yao asked,
What do you think of Starfire Hall's premium contract? It's good.
Xue'er nodded. She had already reviewed the contract on the way. Benefit 1, receive 5,000,000 Chinese yuan monthly, duration 4 years. Benefit 2, 20 million Starfire points. Benefit 3, student privileges upgraded to S level with access to all martial arts techniques and manuals in the arsenal, allowing unrestricted training as long as one meets the realm requirements. Benefit 4, 1 1-star source energy battle armor 1 piece. Benefit 5, 1 1-star source energy combat suit 1 set.
Premium contracts are monitored by the Chinese martial arts department, so conditions are basically the same across all halls. But I'm willing to offer you another contract.
Gu Yao operated his wristband.
Buzz?
Xue'er immediately received a message. She looked down and froze.
A special employment contract. Yes, this is a legally binding commercial contract.
Gu Yao nodded.
In other words, I not only want to keep you at Starfire Hall, but also formally hire you as a partner of the Starfire Group in my Gu family.
Gu Yao's eyes blazed. 8 years ago, he had made a mistake and missed out on Jiang Chen of the demon martial arts. Now he had finally encountered another Heaven's Pride genius. Gu Yao chose to leave no regrets. He would go all in. Business. A partner. Xue'er was somewhat bewildered. She instinctively glanced at the contract's contents. Though dazed, she could at least comprehend the benefits outlined. One clause stood out. She would receive a 5% equity stake in the Starfire Martial Arts Academy. For life. Gu Yao took the initiative to explain.
With my current authority, the most I can allocate is the equity of a single academy in a provincial capital city, specifically the Starfire Academy in Jinling. That academy is quite large with an annual net profit of over 300 million. In other words, holding a 5% stake you can receive at least 15 million yuan in dividends each year.
Gu Yao continued.
Unlike special contracts with time limits, this commercial equity once transferred is held for life. It becomes your personal private property.
Yi Xue'er's eyelids fluttered slightly. She had imagined Mr. Gu might improve her contract terms. But she never expected he would directly gift her shares of the Starfire Group.
This Gu Yao is indeed a man of bold vision,
Jiang Chen transmitted through his divine sense.
I've examined the contract, there are no issues.
Yi Xue'er nodded. Then in front of Gu Yao, she directly signed the commercial contract. She also signed the previous special contract at the same time.
Excellent, excellent.
Gu Yao's expression shone with delight. He couldn't help but raise a glass.
Come use tea in place of wine, and let's have a toast.
Clink. The two glasses touched. Gu Yao drained his glass in one go, thoroughly satisfied. He was genuinely pleased. With the contract signed, no other academy could lure Yi Xue'er away. Moreover, this held deeper significance. As the sole heir of the Gu family, Gu Yao should have been stationed at the group headquarters in Shanghai, but rivals had schemed to give him the nominal title of inspector and assign him to Jinling. An apparent promotion and demotion in truth. It was meant to push Gu Yao away from the center of power, even involving conspiracies against the Gu family by other clans. And all of this would be appended by Yi Xue'er. Recruiting a prodigious talent was a great achievement, and it even secured a future top-tier powerhouse for the Gu family in advance.
Yi Xue'er were now partners.
Gu Yao rubbed his hands together, grinning.
I have a project right now that I want to develop with you.
Yi Xue'er asked curiously.
What project? An interview.
Gu Yao declared enthusiastically.
Let's create an interview program starring you. A prodigious talent, how diligent cultivation led to special recruitment by the 4 top-tier martial arts academies. Then you can share your journey and insights. Once aired, the Starfire Academy will gain immense fame, surely attracting a flood of gifted students. Thus, the Academy's stock will soar, and you as a shareholder will reap a handsome reward.
Gu Yao's eyes sparkled. In that instant, he had conceived numerous business strategies. Yi Xue'er listened utterly bewildered, and could only turn to Jiang Chen for help.
You can accept the interview. Gu Yao isn't wrong. As the Academy's profits rise, your dividends will increase too.
Jiang Chen said.
The path of origin martial arts grows increasingly costly. You'll need the funds later. And will listen to Brother Jiang.
Yi Xue'er nodded obediently. Actually, there was another reason Jiang Chen didn't mention. Over the years, Yi Xue'er had endured enough grievances, leaving her deeply insecure, lacking confidence, and even timid in character. In the short term, it was manageable. But in the long run, such a mindset was ill-suited for combat techniques. Thus, this opportunity could be used to let the girl hold her head high and reclaim her lost spirit. After the meal, Gu Yao and Yi Xue'er returned to the Starfire Academy.
Take a rest first, the interview can wait.
Gu Yao smiled.
Don't worry, I'll handle everything to ensure you're not pressured.
Yi Xue'er thanked him earnestly.
Thank you, Mr. Gu. No need to be so formal from now on,
Gu Yao said cheerfully.
After all, we're partners, not superior and subordinate.
After Yi Xue'er left, Gu Yao went to the top-floor office, where Academy Master Zheng Wei had been waiting at the door for some time. At this moment, this voluptuous red-haired woman furrowed her delicate brows, both anxious and puzzled. Seeing Gu Yao, Zheng Wei immediately approached.
Inspector Gu, I just received the Academy's notification. Yi Xue'er signed a special contract. Yes, is there a problem? Of course, a major one.
Zheng Wei frowned.
If headquarters finds out you acted recklessly, they might revoke your authority. And your earlier promotion of Yi Xue'er to an A-level contract was already a violation.
Zheng Wei took a deep breath, her tone turning grave.
Inspector Gu, I need an explanation.
Her family background was modest. She had earned her place at the Magic Martial Academy through her own efforts. Thus, this had forged Zheng Wei's strong-willed character, with a particular emphasis on rules. What she despised most was the elite flouting rules from on high, and she had offended many people over the years. She never thought Gu Yao would be that kind of person either. Zheng Wei's face showed disappointment. She was even ready to resign.
It seems you don't know the full story yet,
Gu Yao said with a faint smile.
But that's understandable. It's only been about an hour since Xue'er's assessment ended, and the news hasn't spread yet. What news?
Zheng Wei was taken aback. Gu Yao said softly.
Xue'er has successfully passed the Origin Martial Artist Combat Assessment.
Boom. Zheng Wei felt as if struck by lightning. She wondered if she had misheard.
What did you say? I said Xue'er has broken through to the second stage in 8th realm and has been certified as an Origin Martial Artist. An 18-year-old Origin Martial Artist now listed as a key protected figure by the Martial Affairs Bureau, and the 4 top-tier martial arts academies are en route to Jinling. Meanwhile, I've outmaneuvered other academies and successfully renewed Xue'er's contract.
Gu Yao asked with a grin.
Now tell me, does she deserve the special contract?
Zheng Wei's beautiful eyes flew wide instantly. Her breath quickened. Her chest heaved rapidly.
Enough, this isn't the time for shock. Time is tight. News about Xue'er will spread soon,
Gu Yao said sternly.
We need to plan ahead.
Zheng Wei immediately shifted into work mode.
Mr. Gu, your instructions. First, immediately assemble an interview and publicity team. We must seize this chance to build our reputation and aggressively recruit gifted students from Jinling province. Second, spread the news of Xue'er becoming an Origin Martial Artist through the Starfire Academy's internal network to inspire all students. Third, immediately request a large allocation of resources from headquarters. It'll have the Gu family provide full support. Fourth,
Gu Yao's mind was clear, laying out his plans one by one. Though his martial arts talent was ordinary, he was adept at the art of strategy. This time, holding the trump card of Xue'er, Gu Yao was confident he could wage a brilliant comeback battle. As Gu issued the directive, Zheng Wei executed it immediately. At 2 in the afternoon, an announcement suddenly circulated through the internal network of the Starfire Martial Arts Hall.
Dear students, we now broadcast an important message. First, congratulations to student Xue'er for breaking through to the second stage in 8th realm and successfully passing the Source Warrior Practical Assessment. At just 18 years old, she has become the youngest Source Warrior in Jinling province this year. We hope all students will take her as an example, cultivate diligently, and work hard.
In the lounge of the Starfire Martial Arts Hall, Zhou Ting, Wang Haoran, and Zhao Rui were listening to music and drinking coffee. Zhao Rui spoke leisurely.
I got a concert ticket through a friend. Let's go relax together tonight. I specially drove my dad's new car out.
She held her coffee cup elegantly and took a gentle sip. A vibration came from her wristwatch. Zhao Rui paid no mind, savoring her coffee as she asked,
By the way, Haoran, weren't you into watching movies? There's a big overseas film the day after tomorrow. Let's book tickets in advance.
Her words received no response. Zhao Rui looked up in surprise and saw her 2 companions staring at their wristwatches in utter shock. Wang Haoran's pupils dilated. Zhou Ting's delicate frame trembled.
What's wrong?
Zhao Rui sensed something amiss and raised her hand to check the message. Then she saw the latest notice from the martial arts hall.
Clatter!
The coffee cup in Zhao Rui's hand fell to the ground.
What? Xue'er, she broke through to the second stage.
Zhao Rui couldn't help but scream.
How is this possible?
Wang Haoran opened his mouth to say something, but after moving his lips, he simply couldn't find the words.
Haoran, this has to be a mistake. She was only at the 5th level of body tempering before, and with the worst grade talent.
Zhao Rui's mind was in turmoil as she forced calmness.
She must have used connections to forge the proof, just like how she got into the martial arts hall through the back door. Right. That must be it. With her grade talent, how could she possibly break through to the second stage? It's impossible. Why is it impossible?
Zhou Ting suddenly looked up, interrupting her.
Haven't we always seen Xue'er's hard work with our own eyes? Training room 215 is used by Xue'er every day from morning to night, and then into the early hours day after day without a single pause. Shouldn't such effort be rewarded? Indeed.
Wang Haoran sighed in admiration.
Xue'er's training intensity far surpasses ours. Even many senior disciples, who are already second-stage source warriors, feel ashamed of their inadequacy. Heaven rewards diligence. If any of us high school students had the greatest hope of breaking through, then it should rightfully be her.
Wang Haoran lowered his head and laughed bitterly.
How ridiculous. We even deliberately distanced ourselves from her because of her talent level. We are truly like frogs at the bottom of a well.
Zhou Ting also wore a wry smile.
How shameful. We have the leisure to listen to music and drink coffee here, and even have the nerve to discuss going to a concert.
Both were 18. Both were high school students. Relying on their affluent family backgrounds and abundant resources, they were merely at the 7th level of body tempering. In contrast, Xue'er had already left them far behind. Zhao Rui's expression shifted repeatedly. It was her decision to distance herself from Xue'er, and she had constantly belittled her in veiled words. Now she was thoroughly humiliated.
I still don't believe it.
Zhao Rui shook her head in refusal.
There's definitely something wrong here. I think the list must be mistaken. It's not Xue'er, it's another student who broke through. Believe what you will.
Zhou Ting suddenly stood up.
I'm going to train. I won't go to the concert tonight. I'll transfer the ticket money to you.
Wang Haoran set down his coffee and also rose.
The college entrance exam is coming soon. Let's all keep in touch less and work harder for a final sprint.
Compared to Zhao Rui's unwillingness, Zhou Ting and Wang Haoran felt only profound shame. Watching her two companions leave, Zhao Rui was about to persuade them. A ding came from her wristwatch. It was the private group chat of the three being disbanded. Then even their friend connections were deleted and blocked. Zhao Rui felt her cheeks burning with pain. As time passed, news of a prodigy student in Jinling City continued to brew. At 4:30 in the afternoon, a large crowd of interviewing reporters suddenly gathered in front of the gate of Jinling No. 8 middle school, including editors from official channels. Meanwhile, Principal Zhou Yunlong received a call from the Ministry of Education.
What? Our school has a high school student who is a source warrior.
Zhou Yunlong abruptly stood up. His face first showed shock and disbelief, then instantly transformed into ecstasy.
Old Zhou, the Ministry of Education just got the news. Only a few top officials know. I'm telling you at the risk of leaking secrets.
His old classmate on the phone said with a smile.
I also heard that the admissions offices of the 4 top-tier special military academies, Jingwu, Guangwu, Junwu, and Mo, are already on their way. Your No. 8 middle school is about to take off. And you, the principal, are set for a meteoric rise.
Zhou Yunlong trembled with excitement. A broad smile spread across his face.
Oh, look at me, an incompetent principal. I don't even know the situation of my own students. Old Wang, thank you for this. When things settle down, I'll definitely pay you a visit with a proper thanks. Haha, I'll be waiting for you then.
His old classmate laughed heartily, but soon a commotion erupted on the other end of the line. There was even the loud crash of a table being overturned. Zhou Yunlong asked in confusion.
What's wrong? I don't know. The big leader was all smiles just now, but suddenly flew into a rage. It probably has nothing to do with your No. 8 middle school as a prodigy student is great news for the Provincial Ministry of Education. All right, the big leader is angry and calling a meeting. It's probably some other work issue.
The old classmate then lowered his voice to warn.
Old Zhou, this is a golden opportunity. You must seize it. Maybe next year you'll get a promotion. And then we'll make sure to seize it.
Zhou Yunlong nodded firmly. No sooner had he hung up than he learned that reporters had gathered at the school gate.
Perfect.
Zhou Yunlong beamed with joy and issued instructions.
Quickly have the reporters gather in the meeting room. Also summon Academic Director Li Chengwei, Class 6 Homeroom Teacher Meng Mongui, and all the teachers of Class 6.
Before long, Meng Mongui, who had been in class, rushed over at the principal's summons. When he entered the meeting room, he saw Principal Zhou Yunlong surrounded by reporters smiling as he gave an interview. The room was filled with various cameras and microphones. As for Academic Director Li Chengwei, he was leaning pale-faced against the wall.
Old Li, what happened?
Meng Mongui approached Li Chengwei and whispered. Li Chongwei's mouth twitched. He was on the verge of tears, lacking even the strength to move his lips.
Teacher Ming.
Zhou Yunlong's eyes lit up as he beckoned with a broad smile.
Come, come. Director Li says his stomach is acting up. You handle the interview. Esteemed reporters, this is the homeroom teacher of Class 6, the excellent educator, who has guided Xue'er for 3 years.
With a splash, over a dozen journalists surged forward, encircling the bewildered Ming Mengui. Before he could even collect his thoughts, a dozen microphones were thrust into his face.
Teacher Ming, what are your thoughts on Xue'er's breakthrough to a second-tier Source Warrior? Xue'er has passed the Source Warrior certification, becoming the youngest Source Warrior in Jiangnan Province this year. As her homeroom teacher, can you share some details about her studies? Teacher Ming, how do you usually guide your students? With Xue'er poised to become the provincial top scorer, you must have plenty of educational insights.
Faced with these questions, Ming Mengui was utterly dumbfounded. He could hear every word clearly, yet, when strung together, they left him in utter confusion. Xue'er had broken through to the second tier of Source Warrior. The student he had expelled. How was this possible?
Teacher Ming, please answer the questions.
Principal Zhou Yunlong shot Ming Mengui a meaningful glance.
This is a golden opportunity for our No. 8 middle school. Having nurtured a prodigy like Xue'er, you deserve great credit.
Gulp. Ming Mengui swallowed hard. He opened his mouth, his face turning a deep shade of purple, yet he couldn't utter a single word. He had no idea what to say. He dared not speak. At that moment, Ming Mengui finally understood why Li Chongwei wore such a grim expression.
Ahem.
Principal Zhou Yunlong, though somewhat displeased, forced a smile and cleared his throat.
Ladies and gentlemen, it seems Teacher Ming is too overwhelmed by joy to compose himself. Please bear with us for a moment. You'll have another teacher from Class 6 answer your questions.
Before he could finish, the reporter's phones rang.
Oh, Xue'er is giving an interview. An exclusive with the Spark Martial Arts Hall. We've lost the breaking news.
Many reporters looked disappointed. They had rushed over upon hearing the news only to be beaten by the Spark Martial Arts Hall. Someone suggested,
Principal Zhou, let's all watch the interview together. Then we can ask for your reactions. That would be wonderful.
Zhou Yunlong beamed and immediately turned on the projector. Soon a massive screen displayed Xue'er's figure. The young girl wore a simple white casual outfit, her hair tied in a ponytail. Her plain attire could not conceal her stunning beauty. Beside her sat Gu Yao, the inspector of the Spark Martial Arts Hall. Across from them was Chief Editor Zhang from the TV station.
Student Xue'er, congratulations on your breakthrough to second-tier Source Warrior.
The interview began. The initial part was routine, with the editor asking Xue'er to share her cultivation insights. Gu Yao occasionally interjected, recounting how he had discovered her talent and recruited her into the Spark Martial Arts Hall. 5 minutes later, Chief Editor Zhang glanced at the teleprompter and asked,
Student, you've trained diligently at the Spark Martial Arts Hall. How did you persevere? Or rather, how did your martial heart become so resolute? It was a sense of urgency.
Xue'er spoke slowly.
At school, I was bullied by a wealthy student. But when I reported it to my homeroom teacher and the dean, they told me to endure it. I realized then that when you suffer injustice, weakness is the original sin. In that moment, I developed an unwavering conviction for the martial path.
Boom. Her words sent shockwaves through the room, stunning Chief Editor Zhang. Even Gu Yao's smile faded. He had been unaware of Xue'er's ordeal.
Student Yi, are you certain you were bullied at school while the administration turned a blind eye?
Chief Editor Zhang, ever the seasoned journalist, quickly seized upon this explosive lead.
Now that you've reached the second tier, do you have anything to say to the school's teachers and leaders? No.
Xue'er shook her head gently. Chief Editor Zhang paused, then prompted.
Student Yi, this interview is live. If you suffered unfair treatment, I believe the authorities will seek justice for you. For instance, regarding what you mentioned. If you faced injustice in your original class, perhaps the school could transfer you to another. That shouldn't be necessary,
Xue'er replied calmly, shaking her head.
Because I've already been expelled from No. 8 middle school. What?
Chief Editor Zhang was stunned. So were Gu Yao, Sheng Wei, and all the staff around him, utterly flabbergasted. In the conference room of No. 8 Middle School, a deathly silence fell. Swish. All the reporters turned in unison to look at Principal Zhou Yunlong.
I don't know anything about this.
Zhou Yunlong was on the verge of tears. Then, seeing the pale faces of Ming Mangui and Li Chengwei, he seemed to grasp the situation.
Boom!
The interview table before Zhou Yunlong shattered. As a 4th-tier source warrior, his rage caused a surge of profound source energy to ripple around him.
What exactly happened here?
Zhou Yunlong strode forward, his overwhelming source warrior pressure making Ming Mangui and Li Chengwei feel as if they were trapped in an ice cave.
Li Chengwei sobbed. Principal, I had no idea Xue'er could break through to the 2nd tier. She was only at the 1st level of body tempering.
Ming Mangui, pale and trembling, stammered.
Principal, could there be a mistake? Xue'er's martial talent was abysmal. She only awakened in grade talent. How could she become a 2nd-tier source warrior? Nonsense!
Zhou Yunlong roared in fury, his voice like a thunderclap that sent the chandeliers swaying violently.
Is that your reason for expelling Xue'er?
Zhou Yunlong was like a predatory tiger.
No, the student records of seniors are already filed. Neither of you has the authority to expel Xue'er alone. And you even kept it from me. Speak. Who helped you?
Zhou Yunlong's piercing gaze locked onto the two men before him. Ming Mangui and Li Chengwei, their faces ashen, exchanged a glance and seemed ready to bear the blame alone, refusing to speak. The surrounding reporters watched the scene with keen interest. This was a massive breaking news story.
How do you feel about expelling a prodigious student, one who could become the provincial top scorer?
A balding reporter aimed his camera and fired away.
Principal Zhou, you said you knew nothing about this. Is that true? A dean and a homeroom teacher shouldn't have the authority to expel a senior, should they? Principal Zhou, please produce the school's record of changes.
Bombarded by questions, Zhou Yunlong broke into a cold sweat. He knew full well how severe this matter was. It could even become a national headline. Just then a group of people entered from outside. One glance and Zhou Yunlong's face turned deathly pale. The Martial Arts Department, the Military Armaments Bureau, and the Education Department, all three major bodies had arrived together. At the front, a man in military uniform swept his sharp gaze across the room, finally fixing it on Ming Mangui and Li Chengwei.
Investigation complete. Ming Mangui and Li Chengwei, in collusion with the Huang family, deceived students under the guise of employment, luring them overseas to be harmed by evil forces. Evidence is conclusive. Arrest them immediately.
Boom. The crowd was startled.
What evil force?
Li Chengwei cried out in terror.
I admit to cooperating with the Huang family, but I know nothing about any evil force.
The uniformed man said coldly.
The Huang family is the evil force.
Li Chengwei was instantly stunned. As for Ming Mangui beside him, he had long since collapsed to the ground in fear. At that moment, another official from the Education Department stepped forward, looking calmly at the journalists present, and said,
Investigation reveals that Ming Mangui and Li Chengwei accepted illegal funds from the Huang family, bribed 3 board members of the 8th High School, and illegally revoked Xue'er's student status. This matter also involves high-ranking officials in the Education Department. All implicated individuals have been apprehended.
As he spoke, he turned to Principal Zhou Yunlong.
Zhou Yunlong, though you are not directly involved as the principal of the 8th High School, your lax internal management and supervisory negligence have caused immense negative impact on educational work, and you must bear responsibility. Effective immediately, all your positions are terminated, and you will undergo scrutiny by the regulatory authorities.
Zhou Yunlong's face changed drastically. Then he let out a bitter smile. All these years he had been obsessed with power and climbing the ranks, and though he had committed no major errors, he had been extremely negligent in his school duties. If nothing had happened, it might have been fine. But a major incident had indeed occurred. Especially since it involved an evil force, Zhou Yunlong was fully aware of the severity. Suspension pending investigation. This was already the best outcome.
Fine, I accept all scrutiny.
Zhou Yunlong let out a long sigh. He seemed to have aged decades in an instant.
Take him away. The uniformed man waved his hand. The group came and went in a flurry, leaving only the bewildered journalists in the conference room, who then became energized, immediately opening their computers to draft news articles. As the exclusive interview with the Starfire Martial Arts Hall aired, the entire Jinling was instantly shaken. Then, news broke about the scandal at the 8th High School.
Prodigy student illegally expelled. Jinling Education Department plagued by severe corruption. Jiangnan Province's Gaokao champion bullied at school. Evil cult infiltrates Jinling's core.
For a time, a massive uproar erupted online, and various departments in Jinling promptly launched internal investigations and citywide manhunts. Night fell. Xue'er emerged from the training room and headed to the cafeteria for dinner. As she walked, countless gazes converged upon her wherever she passed, whether students or martial arts instructors, all cast looks of admiration. Xue'er, being somewhat socially anxious, instinctively shrank her neck. While eating, she also saw the trending news. Xue'er blinked her beautiful eyes.
Brother Jiang, it seems things have escalated quite a bit. It's only natural,
Jiangchen said calmly,
because someone is fanning the flames behind the scenes.
Xue'er was taken aback.
Fanning the flames? If it were only about the Huang family colluding with the Tianwu sect, this matter would remain covert, circulated only within official institutions, and could easily fizzle out,
Jiangchen explained.
But now, this matter involves the Martial Arts Department, the Military Armament Bureau, and the Education Department, the three most critical institutions of Wuxia. Add to that the evil cult's infiltration into the heartland of Wuxia, its assault on the most important Gaokao, and its threat to a prodigy like you, then the severity of the situation will skyrocket. And then it will spread across the nation.
Xue'er listened, utterly bewildered. She didn't quite grasp the profound implications of this matter.
Let me put it this way. The upper echelons of human civilization are not monolithic. On the contrary, differing political views and interests lead to vastly different outcomes. Some take a hardline stance, wanting to uproot and crush all evil forces in one fell swoop. Others adopt a conciliatory approach, seeking to suppress the situation and maintain stability, perhaps even harboring some unsavory collaborations behind the scenes. But whichever it is, it's all for their own interests, and all sides are quietly vying for power.
Jiangchen paused, then added,
It seems the hardliners have gained the upper hand now, otherwise these hot topics wouldn't have been exposed.
Xue'er nodded, half understanding. The young girl lowered her head and whispered,
I don't understand the grand principles, but I know the evil cult is vicious and will harm many ordinary people's lives. It should be suppressed.
Jiangchen nodded slightly.
You don't need to dwell on this now. Your primary goal is to improve your strength.
Xue'er nodded firmly. Jiangchen's thoughts began to churn. Though he was merely a divine soul avatar now, he could still discern some of the situation through the trending news. Moreover, he himself had a hand in orchestrating this.
As I expected, there are definitely traitors among the human high ranks. The Tianwu sect's silent infiltration into Wuxia was no random act. It was the right decision to call my senior sister here. With her, the Lingyan princess, in command, it's equivalent to the military hardliners getting involved in this matter. It will keep those rats in the gutter from daring to act recklessly.
A glint flickered in Jiangchen's eyes. He had considered this when he first sent a message to Wang Lingyan. It wasn't just about the Tianwu sect's infiltration. Jiangchen could even assert that the conspiracy behind Tang Qinglin's betrayal of him back then was far from simple. After all, Jiangchen of the demon martial arts was the epitome of the hardliners, slaying evil forces, sweeping away aberrant beasts, and promoting combat techniques to give countless ordinary martial artists the hope to grow stronger. These measures were beneficial to human civilization, but they were bound to shake the interests of a minority.
Back then, I was in the light, surrounded by ambushes on all sides, with countless conspirators hiding daggers behind smiles gathered around me. Now that I am in the shadows, it is a tremendous advantage.
Jiangchen's deep eyes blazed with a chilling, murderous intent. Meanwhile, at the Jinling Military Armament Building, Wang Lingyan lounged languidly on the sofa.
She had shed her battle gear for pajamas, losing her heroic bearing, but gaining a seductive charm, her proud figure tantalizingly visible. Outsiders could never imagine that Wang Lingyan, hailed as Wuxia's #1 female war goddess, could possess such an alluring figure. Whoosh! At this moment, a projection screen in the living room was playing a combat video. A young girl darted through the wilderness pursued by aberrant beasts from behind, while more beasts charged from the front and sides. It was the surveillance footage of Xue'er source martial artist's practical assessment. Clang! A cold light flashed. The girl suddenly reversed her direction, turning into a residual shadow as she struck at the beast behind her. At incredible speed. A combination of the illusory heaven step and the shadow flash step. Wang Lingyan narrowed her eyes. Her foundational blade art has reached perfection, but the trajectory of her blade also hints at traces of the Nine Heavens blade. However, these combat movements are all interwoven. An ordinary person would indeed find them hard to distinguish. She curled the corners of her mouth. A captivating smile bloomed on her cold, beautiful face. Wang Lingyan's smile was like a flower, tears silently streaming from the corners of her eyes. Junior brother, you finally returned. On the sofa, Wang Lingyan carefully studied Xue'er's combat footage, her conjectures growing increasingly firm. It had started that night. After receiving a private message and rushing to Jinling, she had begun to suspect when she discovered the celestial firmament divine intent at the Huang family villa. Now seeing Xue'er's combat techniques, Wang Lingyan was quite certain that her junior brother had returned. Suddenly a phone call came in. Wang Lingyan answered. Reporting to King Lingyan, I've found some leads. Lu Baihong of the Military Martial Department said gravely. Following the clues from the Huang family and the 8th High School, I discovered that the Huang family had a conflict with Xue'er. The one who bullied Xue'er at school was precisely the missing Huang Shanshan of the Huang family. Furthermore, the fire at Xue'er's home was no accident. It was highly likely orchestrated by the Huang family, or even the Heavenly Witch cult. Lu Baihong reported his findings truthfully. Wang Lingyan listened calmly. Her gaze fell upon the silhouette of the young girl on the projection. After a pause, she said coolly, Minor conflicts among students are normal. The investigation must not harm the innocent, especially when it involves such a prodigious student. Understood. Lu Baihong breathed a sigh of relief. As a military man, he held a favorable impression of the young Xue'er, and naturally did not wish to see her implicated. By the way, there's one more thing. Lu Baihong's tone grew heavier. Director Li from the City Defense Department just called. He said that the appearance of a cult in Jinling was a dereliction of duty on their part, so he wishes to atone by participating in the follow-up investigation. To that end, he produced a permit from the capital city defense headquarters. Additionally, there are some issues with the martial arts department and the security bureau. Their superior stated that with the college entrance exams approaching, the investigation must be mindful of its impact to avoid alarming the examinees and prioritize stability. Wang Lingyan's gaze turned icy cold, even brimming with murderous intent. The rats in the sewers were starting to show themselves. Continue the investigation. This concerns a cult. It must be thoroughly investigated. Wang Lingyan's tone was harsh. Lu Baihong, I will issue you a military martial war decree and transfer a contingent of Imperial Guards from Shanghai. Lu Baihong's pupils constricted. A military martial war decree. That was a wartime alert order. Moreover, transferring elite Imperial Guards to Jinling was beyond even Wang Lingyan's authority. Lu Baihong couldn't help but ask, King Lingyan, can this decree actually be implemented? I have my ways. Wang Lingyan said coldly. You just need to ensure that the investigation is free from outside interference. Suppressing cults and protecting the people is the duty of a military martial artist. Yes, I will complete the mission. Lu Baihong replied solemnly. After ending the call, Wang Lingyan walked to the window overlooking the Jinling nightscape. After a moment's thought, she dialed a number. After a brief ring, a low voice answered. Lingyan, what's wrong? Xiang Yuan, who are you trying to fool? Wang Lingyan's tone was icy and unceremonious. Do you think you can hide my arrival in Jinling from yourself? How could you be unaware of such a major incident here? The man named Xiang Yuan was silent for a moment before saying,
Many have cautioned me. With the exams approaching, the military martial department should not escalate matters.
Wang Lingyan sneered.
So you've compromised again.
Xiang Yuan replied,
It's not compromise, it's about priorities. With the beast tides intensifying, the department's primary task is to prevent the front lines from collapsing.
Wang Lingyan's tone grew harsh.
You become the very thing you once despised.
Xiang Yuan said calmly,
Since the fall of our junior brother and the upheaval at Magic Martial, we must adapt. Shut up!
Wang Lingyan cut him off with a cold shout, her stance unyielding.
I don't want to hear your hypocritical excuses. Am calling to request a military martial war decree. Suppressing cults is the military's sacred duty. If you refuse, I will go directly to the capital to report you for dereliction.
Xiang Yuan fell silent again. Then with a long sigh he said,
I can approve the military martial war decree and the transfer of imperial guards, but you can only stay in Jinling for 3 days. After 3 days you must return to the war fortress. This is a military order. Fine.
As Wang Lingyan was about to hang up, Xiang Yuan suddenly spoke.
Lingyan, I heard the teacher's health is not good. When you have time, come with me to Magic Martial to visit him. Visit him.
Wang Lingyan clenched her fists.
Xiang Yuan, do you have the face to see the teacher? Are you worthy? I'll say it again, if I find out you were involved in that incident back then, it will be a fight to the death.
Xiang Yuan frowned.
Watch your tone. I am still your senior brother, you.
The call was abruptly cut off. Wang Lingyan ended the call, her aura turning extremely frigid. Then she closed her eyes in pain. Soon a military martial war decree was issued. Wang Lingyan reopened her eyes and forwarded the decree to Liu Baihong. The next day before dawn, Xue'er was already training hard in the practice room. At 8 in the morning, Gu Yao and Zheng Wei arrived at the martial arts hall. Gu Yao sent a message to Xue'er. A reply came quickly.
Mr. Gu, I just finished my morning practice. I'll take a shower and meet you in the conference room. Please wait a moment. This girl is truly dedicated.
Gu Yao chuckled.
The news has been full of her these past 2 days, yet she can still focus on training. That kind of mindset alone surpasses many martial artists.
Zheng Wei nodded slightly. Even she as an observer had trouble sleeping the previous night. Especially since the admissions offices of the 4 top-tier martial arts schools were about to arrive. Zheng Wei couldn't help but sigh.
Perhaps it is this pure heart for martial arts that allowed her to break through in such a short time.
10 minutes later, Xue'er changed into casual clothes and hurried over, greeting them politely.
Hello, Mr. Gu. Hello, Hall Master Zheng.
Gu Yao and Zheng Wei smiled back. Shortly after, a vibration came from a wrist device. Gu Yao looked down and said with excitement,
They're almost here. The admissions advisors from the 4 special class martial arts schools are arriving together. Let's go out and greet them.
He turned to look at the young girl and smiled.
No need to be nervous. Just choose according to your heart. They won't make things difficult for you.
Xue'er nodded obediently. The group went outside the martial arts hall. Gu Yao, Zheng Wei, and Xue'er stood at the front, followed by the hall's instructors, and then a large group of students. Many reporters were also waiting nearby. Finally, a convoy of black sedans led by police cars drove down the street. 4 groups of people alighted one after another. The surrounding reporters perked up, clicking their shutters to capture the scene. The 4 special class martial arts schools. These were the most prestigious martial arts academies in China, and their joint arrival to recruit a single prodigy was an exceedingly rare sight.
Gu Yao, you're quite the talent scout. Finding such an exceptional student must have old man Gu overjoyed.
An elderly man in a mouse suit spoke first. Though his first words were directed at Gu Yao, his gaze was fixed warmly on Xue'er.
Professor One flatters me, I was just lucky.
Gu Yao turned to introduce her.
Xue'er, this is Professor Wan Yongning from Jinghui University. Hello, Professor Wan.
Xue'er greeted him politely. Suddenly a surge of spiritual force erupted. Jiang Chen's spirit coalesced, hovering in the void, his eyes blazing with a ferocious, murderous intent. Xue'er's eyelids trembled.
Following Jiang Chen's gaze, she saw the admissions advisor from Magic Martial University. It was a young woman in her mid-20s dressed in fine clothes, a smile on her face, and wearing the distinctive badge of a Magic Martial University instructor on her chest. Seeing Xue'er look her way, the woman smiled faintly. "Hello, classmate Yi. My surname is Wu Shuli. I am a combat tactics instructor at Magic Martial University and the head of this admissions team." Hello, teacher Wu." Xue'er's gaze flickered. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Chen and found that the target of his murderous intent was precisely Wu Shuli.
"Oh, do you know me, classmate Yi?"
Wu Shuli also noticed the direction of Xue'er's gaze, but saw nothing.
No.
Xue'er was startled and quickly lowered her head, explaining nervously.
"Tu just thought teacher Wu looked so young and especially beautiful. Oh, my classmate Yi has such a sweet tongue. Thank you for the compliment."
Wu Shuli's smile deepened, but she was unaware that in the void a pair of icy eyes were fixed on her vital throat point. A surge of cold hellfire burst from Jiang Chen's profound pupils.
"Wu Shuli, long time no see. That year in the wilderness you and Tang Qinglan took my life. Did you ever think we would meet again?"
Jiang Chen hovered in the void. As a sole entity, no one could see his true form. With the appearance of Wu Shuli, the memories of that wilderness expedition years ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. 3 years ago, Jiang Chen was about to graduate, and at Tang Qinglan's invitation he set out for the wilderness, with several other students from the Magic Martial Academy, to hone their combat skills. Wu Shuli was among them. In the wilderness led by Tang Qinglan, the group ventured deep into the northern wasteland. Tang Qinglan claimed that a secluded alien beast tribe had been discovered in the depths of the north, containing creatures never seen on Blue Star, and their mission was to investigate. Jiang Chen thought little of it at the time. But once deep in the northern wilderness, they were ambushed by mysterious experts, and caught in a tide of alien beasts. Yet these challenges were nothing to Jiang Chen. He had already broken through to the 6th rank of Source Martial, and with his combat techniques, he could hold his own even against peak 6th rank or 7th rank Source Martial artists. Then Tang Qinglan struck from behind. His other companions launched a simultaneous assault. Wu Shuli Guamu Zhao Qinghai. Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy as the faces of those who had betrayed him flashed through his mind. Wounded from the ambush, he was forced to flee. At that moment, the void trembled, and a rift between the stars suddenly appeared, swallowing him whole. Then he fell into the nether realm, beginning 3,000 years of degradation. Little did he expect that upon his return the first enemy he would encounter was Wu Shuli. Suddenly Jiang Chen sensed something, and lifted his gaze to the distance. 200 meters from the Starfire Martial Arts Hall, several skyscrapers stood tall, their sun-protective glass gleaming deep blue under the sunlight. The second senior sister has arrived. Jiang Chen's eyes fixed on the heights of one building. Through his sole perception, he detected a woman in a peaked cap standing silently in the stairwell of that high floor, a blood-colored frost-like war sword suspended before her. Wang Lingyan's gaze was indifferent, source energy surging in her pupils, as she saw clearly through the glass what was happening 200 meters away. As a 6th-rank martial king, her senses were incredibly sharp. She could even hear every word of their conversation. At this moment, Gu Yao and his group entered the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. Xue'er faced so many important figures for the first time, and despite her mental preparation, she was still slightly nervous. "Since we've all arrived simultaneously, let's proceed efficiently to avoid making student Yi nervous," Professor Wan from Beijing Martial Academy said with a smile. Among those present, he was the oldest and most senior, not only a professor at Beijing Martial, but also holding a high position in the Ministry of Education. The suggestion was quickly approved. The mentors from the 4 major martial academies all looked at Xue'er and successively offered their special recruitment benefits. After a moment's hesitation, Xue'er spoke, "Respected mentors, I choose Magic Martial University." Wu Shuli's eyes lit up. The other 3 exchanged glances and smiled wryly, but such matters could not be forced. After exchanging pleasantries, they departed. Xue'er first talked with the magic martial instructor. Gu Yao also tactfully left. Soon only Xue'er and the magic martial admission staff remained in the vast meeting room.
Student Yi, welcome to Magic Martial. Wu Shuli said with a smile. We will now sign the special recruitment contract. Here are the terms which have been reviewed by the Martial Arts Department and the Ministry of Education. She raised her hand, and her smart watch projected a light screen transmitting the contract to Xue'er. Half an hour later, all procedures were signed. A hum sounded from Wu Shuli's smart watch. She smiled. Excellent. Magic Martial Headquarters has approved your application. From this moment, Student Yi, you are no longer a high school student, but a freshman at Magic Martial. Xue'er asked in confusion, so I don't need to take the college entrance exam? No, you don't. Wu Shuli's smile deepened. The purpose of the exam is to screen geniuses. Since you passed the practical assessment for source martial artists and received certification from the military martial department, you've already proven yourself. Later he'll send you Magic Martial's materials and some first-year courses for early familiarization. Also, Wu Shuli paused then added, as a gifted student you'll enter the special training class for Magic Martial freshmen receiving the university's highest resource allocation. Unlike other new students, special class members must enter Magic Martial in July for training. It's now mid-May, so you have about a month and a half. Student Yi, keep working hard during this time. Wu Shuli offered a warm smile. I will. Xue'er nodded firmly. By the way, Wu Shuli's face still beamed. You specialize in combat techniques, right? May I ask who taught you these combat methods? No one taught me. I learned by watching other martial artists fight online. Xue'er lowered her head and spoke softly. My family is too poor. I had to hunt alien beasts in the wilderness. To survive, I had to keep honing my skills. Wu Shuli gave her a deep look. Then she laughed. Very good. The essence of combat techniques lies in mental state. It's rare that you grasp this early. Actually, I'm also a combat technique instructor. Since we've met today, it's fate. They'll give you a unique manual. Wu Shuli operated on her watch. Xue'er immediately received an encrypted video. This is the high-level manual Celestial Profound Blade Art, but only the first 3 tiers. A bonus for you. Wu Shuli smiled. Remember, high-level manuals must not be shared. Even within Magic Martial, one must pay me copyright fees to cultivate this technique. Just kidding. As a specially recruited student, you have enough credits to exchange for the complete version. But according to regulations, it can only be exchanged in the Magic Martial Technique Library. I'm giving it early because I have high hopes for you. Practicing ahead will help in July's training camp. Xue'er nodded heavily. Thank you, Teacher Wu. No need to thank me, it's a reward you deserve. Wu Shuli stood up with a smile. Well, business is done, and we must go. Student Yi, I look forward to seeing you at Magic Martial. Me too. After the conversation, Wu Shuli and the 3 Magic Martial members left the Starfire Martial Arts Hall. Xue'er began examining the Celestial Profound Blade Art, but after a while her expression shifted to surprise. Brother Jiang, isn't this the elementary version of the Phantom Celestial Technique? Whoosh! Jiang Chen's form materialized. Standing by the window, he watched Wu Shuli's retreating figure, his eyes deep and somber. This is indeed the Phantom Celestial Technique. Back then, after Wu Shuli betrayed me, she not only took my life, but also claimed this incomplete technique as her own. Xue'er's body trembled, her eyes widening in disbelief. Then, the girl quickly regained her composure. Brother Jiang, is she the enemy we must face at Magic Martial? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded indifferently. Wu Shuli is merely one of them. Behind her lies an even more formidable enemy. Now do you regret choosing demon martial arts? No. Xue'er shook her head firmly. Brother Jiang, I will cultivate diligently and assist you in seeking vengeance. The girl appears fragile, but her heart is exceedingly resilient. Deep within, your enemies are hers, and she will exhaust all means to help you confront them. Trust 20. Heavenly Tao Origin 20. Let's go continue cultivating. Jiang Chen said. When you step into demon martial arts, you will face many challenges. Xue'er nodded. She turned and headed to the training room. Elsewhere, Wu Shuli did not leave with the other mentors, but got into a car alone. Inside the car, she dialed a call. Xue'er has joined Demon Martial University. Is that so? A man's laughter came through the phone.
An 18-year-old second-tier source martial artist is enough to top the Jiangnan province rankings. Even Demon Marshal will value her. Wushuli, this is a great achievement. You'll likely get promoted again soon.
Wushuli did not smile. Instead, she furrowed her brows.
For some reason, I have a strange feeling. What feeling?
Xue'er asked.
I can't quite say, but I feel. This Xue'er is very odd. I checked her records 2 months ago. She was only at the first level of body tempering, unremarkable throughout high school. How did she suddenly rise? Moreover, Xue'er is also proficient in combat techniques.
Wushuli paused, hesitating.
She reminds me of someone.
Xue'er on the other end of the line also fell silent. Though Wushuli didn't name names, Xue'er instantly guessed who she meant. Jiang Chen of Demon Marshal, the prodigy who suppressed all the talents of his generation. Silence reigned in the car. After a long while, Xue'er finally spoke.
Don't overthink it. Since human civilization entered the high martial era, only one monster like Jiang Chen of Demon Marshal has emerged. Besides, Xue'er is far inferior to Jiang Chen. The gap between them is like heaven and earth.
Xue'er recalled the past and sighed.
Personally, I think Xue'er, being an orphan accustomed to hardship since childhood, has a very tenacious will. Coupled with her decent physical condition, even awakening only in grade talent allowed her life potential to be unleashed, hence her meteoric rise.
Wushuli massaged her temples, somewhat troubled.
I hope so. By the way,
Xue'er suddenly laughed.
Since Xue'er chose Demon Marshal, can you get her to join the Tianhu Martial Hall? If I can recruit such talent, I might advance further in the Tianhu group.
Wushuli pondered.
That's not easy. Xue'er has a good relationship with Gu Yao of Spark. That's why I'm asking you to think of a way.
Xue'er said with a grin.
You're a mentor at Demon Marshal, and with the favor of personally recruiting Xue'er, your words might carry weight.
Wushuli said.
Well, talk later. It'll persuade her after she enters Demon Marshal. Haha, thank you so much.
After hanging up, Wushuli continued driving. But she didn't notice that high above the clouds a pair of cold, sharp eyes were fixed on her.
Whoosh!
Wang Lingyan piloted her aircraft, standing in the sky, her beautiful eyes falling like a hawk's, fiercely cold.
It seems you two feel guilt and fear.
A glint of murder flashed in Wang Lingyan's eyes. But in the end, she chose not to act. Over the years, Wang Lingyan had been investigating the conspiracy behind that incident, knowing that figures, like Wushuli and Xue'er, were merely bait on the surface. The true mastermind still lurked in the shadows. Most importantly, Wang Lingyan had already learned of clues about Jiang Chen's return. This foremost female martial god of Dashia now held hope in her heart.
My junior brother operates in the shadows naturally with his own considerations. All I can do now is accumulate strength and influence and never let what happened that year repeat.
A resolute light flickered deep in Wang Lingyan's eyes. Inside the training room,
clang!
Xue'er focused intently on practicing her blade technique. Her phantom heavenly shield art had become increasingly adept. Jiang Chen meanwhile condensed his divine soul and approached the nearby intelligent computer.
Xue'er signed a top-tier contract and her access has been upgraded to SS level enough to view some classified information sealed from the outside.
Jiang Chen's gaze was icy. Whoosh! His spiritual power coalesced into form, like an invisible pair of hands swiftly searching through the computer. The first keyword he looked up was a person's name. Tang Qinglan.
Beep!
The virtual webpage quickly returned results. The image of a woman with peerless beauty and a cold, aloof demeanor appeared before him. She was tall with a pale, exquisite face, like a solitary, unparalleled beauty. Even as a mere virtual projection, she couldn't hide her icy and proud aura.
Tang Qinglan, for you it's only been 3 years, but I've been lost in darkness for 30,000 years.
Jiang Chen's gaze was indifferent. Yet deep within his pupils lay the most extreme, bone-chilling cold. He continued to read the introduction below. Tang Qinglan, outstanding graduate of Demon Martial University, newly appointed female martial god of Wuxia. Record 1, outstanding graduate of Demon Martial University, in the 123rd year of the High Martial Era, Tang Qinglan graduated with a 9th level condensation core cultivation at the 4th tier peak, ranking first among the nation's martial arts graduates that year. Record 2. After graduation, Tang Qinglan joined the Azure Dragon Martial Hall as a 2nd level inspector. During her tenure, she repeatedly breached beast lairs, repelled 3 beast tides, and eradicated 2 evil forces, earning distinguished merits and promotion to special level inspector. Record 3. In the 124th year of the High Martial Era, Tang Qinglan broke through to the Mystic Penetration realm, becoming a 5th tier source martial artist. She single-handedly eliminated 2 evil forces, rescued a large number of victims, and was awarded the title Female Martial God by the Martial Arts Department, appointed as Depu. But this did not represent Tang Qinglan's full resume. Rather, with Spark Martial Hall's access level, this was the most they could retrieve.
Tang Qinglan, you truly fulfilled your dream, rising step by step. Impressive methods.
Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. A chilling, murderous intent flickered in his pupils. From the resume alone, Tang Qinglan appeared to be a hero, a revered female martial god. But upon closer inspection, one would notice her meteoric rise too fast. Fresh out of graduation, she was specially hired as a 2nd level inspector by the top-ranked Azure Dragon Martial Hall in Huaxia. Then she rapidly ascended to special level inspector, deputy director of the Investigation Bureau, military 2nd lieutenant, deputy director of the City Defense Bureau, counselor of Azure Dragon, and specially appointed professor at Capital Martial University. A smooth ride. No. This was already a skyrocketing ascent.
You got what you wanted, but at what cost?
Jiang Chen's gaze was cold.
You killed me, cut off the path of spreading combat techniques. Who is backing you behind all this?
Jiang Chen's gaze was profound. He took a deep look at Tang Qinglan's projection, then continued searching for other names. Guamu, outstanding graduate of Magic Martial, 2nd level inspector of Tianhu Martial Arts Hall, 4th year source martial. Wu Shuli, outstanding graduate of Magic Martial Battle Technique mentor at Magic Martial University, awarded the title of outstanding professor. Zhao Qinghai, outstanding graduate of Magic Martial, chairman of the Shanghai Qingyuan Group. These people, they had all been Jiang Chen's former companions. In those days, they treated him exceptionally well, only so that Jiang Chen would guide their cultivation and battle techniques. Yet who could have known? These ingrates had long plotted a deadly scheme, ultimately framing Jiang Chen and casting him into the rift of the Star Realm.
You are all living quite well. But I am not.
Jiang Chen's tone was somber, and in his pupils 2 icy dark flames quietly emerged. On Blue Star, only 3 years had passed. But for him, it was a shattered physical body, a lone remnant soul sinking in the nether realm for a full 30,000 years. 30,000 years. Countless ordeals of life and death. Countless trials of life and death. If not for Jiang Chen's unwavering resolve, he would have perished long ago, his soul scattered.
You never thought I would return, did you?
Jiang Chen's killing intent grew increasingly ferocious.
Boom!
A surge of vast soul power suddenly erupted. The temperature within the entire training chamber plummeted. At that moment, a timid voice rang out.
Brother Jiang, what's wrong with you?
Xue'er looked over nervously. She had been cultivating, but was suddenly startled by a bone-chilling aura.
It's nothing.
Jiang Chen slowly shook his head. He cleared his search history, shut down the computer, and then continued guiding Xue'er in her cultivation. The girl sensed her unusual mood, but dared not ask more, nor did she know how to ease your emotions. Perhaps my harder cultivation will comfort Brother Jiang. I must strive, and not disappoint him, she thought silently. Trust 30. Heavenly Tao Origin 30. Jiang Chen glanced at Xue'er, his expression softening slightly. Come to think of it, he owed his ability to activate the primordial void cauldron and return to Blue Star to Xue'er. Otherwise, he would still be trapped in the nether realm.
Tang Qinglan, just you wait. I will come for you soon and make you taste the most desperate bitterness.
Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Then, calming his mind, he began to focus on instructing Xue'er in her cultivation. Night fell. After Xue'er fell asleep, Jiang Chen's soul returned to the nether realm. A blood moon hung high. Upon the void throne, Jiang Chen's true soul slowly opened its eyes.
Since successfully cultivating the first layer of the Emperor Soul Art, he now possessed 2 life soul bodies. One was his Emperor-level true self. The other was a soul clone. With a thought from Jiangchen, the primordial void cauldron emitted a stream of profound inscriptions. Cauldron Master Jiangchen. Cultivation innate 7th layer recovery period. Causal bound Xue'er innate 1st layer psychic 1st rank. Heavenly Tao origin value 17100. Soul value 22850. Unlock permissions Great Tao origin exchange void treasury 2nd level permission. Mastered origin slaughter origin small success. Origin divine ability slaughter domain. Note the cultivation of the Cauldron Masters manifested soul on blue star will be affected by the causal bound. The slaughter origin has reached small success, but to advance further, I need to consume 500000 Heavenly Tao origin. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. Heavenly Tao origin value differed from soul value. He could obtain endless soul value by hunting nether creatures. But Heavenly Tao origin could only be obtained from Xue'er. With only 17100 Heavenly Tao origin left, I don't know how long it will take to advance the slaughter origin. Perhaps I should exchange for another origin Tao. Jiangchen pondered silently. For other Emperor-level powerhouses, they could only focus on one origin Tao, dedicating everything to comprehend it. But for him, origin Taoist required no comprehension, only exchange. In this case, I can walk the path of 10,000 Taoists, first focusing on maximizing my true self's combat power. Jiang Chen's gaze gradually grew resolute. Then he opened the origin exchange of the primordial void cauldron. Origin Taoist 1. Slaughter origin small success upgradable requires 500000 Heavenly Tao origin. 2. Elemental origin nascent upgradable requires 1000 Heavenly Tao origin. 3. Devouring origin nascent upgradable requires 2000 Heavenly Tao origin. 4. Soul origin nascent upgradable requires 5000 Heavenly Tao origin. 5. Realm-breaking origin nascent upgradable requires 10000 Heavenly Tao origin. 6. Time origin nascent upgradable requires 50000 Heavenly Tao origin. 7. Space origin nascent upgradable requires 10000 Heavenly Tao origin. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. He directly locked onto one origin Tao. Exchange origin nascent. Realm-breaking origin. Thump! The primordial void cauldron suddenly vibrated with a hum. Then from the deep cauldron mouth surged a stream of gray-white aura, instantly flooding into Jiang Chen's Emperor-level true self. Consumed 10000 Heavenly Tao origin. Realm-breaking origin nascent exchange successfully. Remaining Heavenly Tao origin 7100. Boom! The void trembled. Jiang Chen pressed 2 fingers together and swept them across the air. A streak of gray-white aura shot forth, and wherever it passed, the void was torn into a gap dozens of meters wide. This is a spatial rift. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. In truth, with his Emperor-level true self's power, he could also tear the void. But when the void shattered, it only turned into a violent burst of power. Though extremely formidable, the torn void would quickly heal. Rending the void can only be used as an offensive technique. But this realm-breaking origin contains a peculiar law force. Jiang Chen's gaze was solemn, fixed on the rift before him. This rift, though only dozens of meters long, persisted without fading. It was as if a permanent scar had been left in the void, profoundly mysterious. Realm-breaking origin nascent realm-breaking power supreme in offense, using Heavenly Tao laws to break spatial barriers, traversing the myriad realms at will. Note realm-breaking origin nascent can advance to initiation, consuming 10000 Heavenly Tao origin. Break spatial barriers. Jiang Chen's pupils abruptly contracted. Whoosh! He soared into the air, standing high in the sky overlooking the nether realm. Since breaking through to the Emperor realm, he had repeatedly explored this nether realm, only to find it like a mysterious prison. Countless nether creatures, even several Emperor-level powerhouses, were trapped here. This nether realm is definitely unusual. After various races and beings fall, they all sink into the nether, And on top of that there's a 10,000-fold time difference with the outside world.
Jiangchen swept his gaze across the scene. Then he focused on the spatial rift he had torn open. The edges of this rift were smooth, as if perfectly integrated into the surrounding space. But when he probed it with his soul power, he encountered an immensely powerful repulsive force.
Spatial repulsion.
Jiangchen raised an eyebrow.
My realm-breaking origin is still in its nascent stage. It can only tear the void, not yet fully shatter the spatial barrier. Moreover, my own comprehension of space origin is far from sufficient. Even if I could break the spatial barrier, I probably couldn't traverse the myriad realms. However,
Jiangchen looked at the primordial void cauldron. In the heavenly Tao origin treasury, he had also seen space origin. Perhaps in the near future, when he exchanged for the pinnacle of origin Taos, he would be able to travel across the realms, even to conquer the heavens. In the nether realm, Jiangchen gazed at the primordial void cauldron. After exchanging the nascent origin of world breaking, he still had 7100 points of heavenly Tao origin value remaining.
Continue the exchange.
Jiangchen's mind stirred. Consume 2000 heavenly Tao origin value, successfully exchanged nascent origin of devouring. Consume 5000 heavenly Tao origin value, successfully exchanged nascent origin of soul.
Bang!
The primordial void cauldron trembled violently. On its four sides, dark golden inscriptions emerged, transforming into streams of profound energy that surged into Jiangchen's body. Nascent origin of devouring devours life force, draws upon the primordial energy of all things to replenish oneself, and harnesses the power of heaven and earth for personal use. Nascent origin of soul explores the essence of the soul, continuously stimulating its potential in pursuit of the ultimate mysteries of the soul path.
Boom!
Two formidable auras burst forth from Jiangchen's body. The void quaked. The successive exchange of three heavenly Tao origins caused his imperial cultivation, which had long stagnated, to begin advancing. And yet it did not stop there.
The heavenly Tao origins I exchanged are not only usable by my imperial true body. Even my soul clone can wield them.
Jiangchen's gaze was sharp as a torch. He raised his hand and grasped. A colossal devouring force instantly materialized in his palm. The sky convulsed, and a massive pitch-black vortex formed, blotting out the sun.
Whoosh!
Within 10,000 miles, the ghostly energy was devoured in an instant. Then Jiangchen's consciousness shifted to his soul clone, and he raised his hand to grasp again.
Xue'er!
A miniature vortex several meters in size appeared. Though far weaker than that of his imperial true body, it still pulsed with the power of the devouring origin.
My imperial true body cannot yet return to Blue Star. But this soul clone can, and with the imperial soul art it can even reshape a physical form. This means my clone can cultivate anew. And it possesses the same heavenly Tao origins as the true body.
Jiangchen's eyes gleamed coldly. He then closed his eyes, using the soul origin to temper the soul strength of both his true body and his clone simultaneously. The next day, Jiangchen's soul clone descended upon Blue Star.
Only 6 hours have passed on Blue Star, yet I have already cultivated for years in the Nether realm.
Jiangchen mused to himself.
The different time flows between the two realms are another supreme treasure at my disposal.
At that moment, Xue'er had just finished washing up, dressed in a sharp combat suit. The young girl had her hair tied in a ponytail, her face fresh and beautiful without makeup. With the blood shadow blade strapped to her back, she looked valiant and heroic, though her proud curves added a touch of allure.
Brother Jiang, am ready.
The girl spoke with vigor.
Then let's go! Today marks the start of your special training.
Jiangchen led Xue'er to the Jinling hunting base, plunging directly into the forbidden zone.
Roar!
Several second-tier low-level mutated beasts charged at them. Xue'er's form flickered, vanishing into a blur of light.
Clang!
A flash of cold light. 3 mutated beasts fell dead instantly.
Deeper. Next you will hone your combat skills surrounded by the beast horde.
Jiangchen said calmly. Time slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Shwa shwa shwa. Xue'er moved like a swimming dragon, weaving through a pack of 15 mutated beasts. The blood shadow blade in her hands was like a scythe of death. With a single slash, the blood shadow flashed like thunder. A loud bang echoed as the nearest beasts were sent flying. Before they could hit the ground, their internal organs were shattered by the blade's force. Clang! Xue'er's blade technique flowed continuously as she activated her movement art, somehow generating a second burst of power midair, twisting nimbly to regain her balance. The moment she landed, the blood shadow blade wreathed in thunderous killing intent came crashing down. 5 more beasts perished instantly. Xue'er comprehended an advanced blade technique. Blood Shadow Thunder Blade advanced from minor success to major success. Heavenly Dao Origin 500 Xue'er comprehended an advanced movement art. Wandering Dragon Art advanced from minor success to major success. Heavenly Dao Origin 500 Xue'er comprehended an advanced cultivation method. Heavenly Source Breathing Method advanced from minor success to major success. Heavenly Dao Origin 500. The girl did not stop. Capitalizing on her breakthrough in blade technique, Xue'er's attacks grew even fiercer. Shwa shwa shwa. She slew every last beast before her. Then her blood and chi surged, and a vast aura suddenly erupted from her. Xue'er's blood and chi broke through, advancing to the second layer of innate realm. Heavenly Dao Origin 600. A breakthrough! Jiangchen nodded in satisfaction. Xue'er was also incredibly excited, but the continuous battle had exhausted her stamina, and her body was covered in bloody wounds. Jiangchen raised his hand and waved. Dozens of chi blood pills exploded in midair, turning into a mist of blood that enveloped her. This was followed by organ-protecting pills, jade marrow paste, and other treasures. Xue'er's injuries healed at a visible rate. Buzz! Suddenly a message came through on her wristband. Magic Martial University Admissions Office. Student Xue'er, you have been selected for the Magic Martial University Elite Training Camp. Please report to the school on July 1st. Advanced Martial Year 126. Magic Martial Training Camp. Xue'er instinctively looked at Jiangchen. This is a unique training model of the 4 top-tier martial schools. They possess the world's most advanced equipment and the richest resources, selecting the most exceptional talents through competition. Jiangchen spoke while lifting his gaze to the distance. Xue'er, there are still half a month left. Let's go to Beijiang. Jiangchen's voice was low. Before returning to Magic Martial, I want to go home and see. Okay. Xue'er nodded obediently. Sensing that Jiangchen's mood was off, she didn't ask further. Back at the Starfire Martial Arts Hall, Xue'er immediately showered, packed a few clothes, and placed her parents' portrait into her backpack's secret pocket. Brother Jiang, I'm ready. We can leave anytime. Xue'er shouldered her backpack. Not so fast. We need to plan this carefully. Jiangchen pondered aloud. Hey, raise the plan first. Submit a leave request to the Starfire Martial Arts Hall, then purchase travel tickets. Well, start from Jiangnan, pass through Jiangzhou, Anqing, and Xiangnan, finally arriving in Beijiang. Xue'er asked curiously. Travel. Yes, travel. Jiangchen said solemnly. You became the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance exam with your brutal combat style. I'm not sure if anyone is watching you. Moreover, there might be enemies near my home too. Jiangchen was all too familiar with the underhanded tactics of people like Tang Qinglan. Even last time when he had Xue'er call his mother, he learned that, after 3 years, Tang Qinglan was still keeping tabs on his parents. If Xue'er went straight to Beijiang, it would be too conspicuous. Disguising it as a trip was the best plan. Okay, you'll do as you say, Brother Jiang. Xue'er nodded obediently. Soon she followed Jiangchen's instructions and devised a detailed travel itinerary, purchasing tickets and transportation passes through the Starfire Martial Arts Hall's platform. 10 days later, Xue'er arrived in Beijiang from Xiangnan via rail transit. It was late June in Tianwu City, the height of summer. The national college entrance exams had just ended, and many senior students were traveling with their families. Tianwu City was bustling with activity. Shua. Jiangchen rose from beside Xue'er, floating high in the sky. Tianwu City, I have returned. Jiangchen's expression was complex.
Though only 3 years had passed for him on Blue Star, Jiangchen felt as though he had been away from his hometown for 30,000 years. Now returning to these familiar sights, and hearing the familiar dialect. Even as an imperial lord, his heart stirred with emotion. On a scorching summer day, Xue'er walked along the bustling street with a pink backpack, following Jiang Chen's instructions to explore the famous scenic spots within the city. The next day, Xue'er arrived at the old town of Tianwu district, took a bus, and eventually reached a cultural park. The park was not large, with many facilities appearing old, yet it was filled with a humanistic atmosphere. The sun shone brightly, and there were quite a few elderly people strolling around.
Is this the place, Brother Jiang?
Xue'er held a cup of milk tea, pretending to be a curious tourist as she observed her surroundings.
Jiang Chen nodded calmly. This was not a park back then, just an ordinary riverside path. At that time, I would come here every morning to practice my boxing and sword techniques. And this little river was also the favorite summer playground for the children nearby.
His tone was filled with nostalgia. Xue'er sat on a bench quietly listening, her long legs gently swaying as she found the milk tea in her hands particularly sweet. Jiang Chen, however, gazed towards the familiar alley across the park. It seemed he was waiting for something. Finally, an elderly woman appeared in sight, pushing a bicycle.
Mom.
Jiang Chen's gaze trembled slightly. His mother was just over 50 this year, yet now her hair was completely white, not merely a mark of age, but rather the extreme sorrow of losing her only son. Seeing that familiar figure, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel guilty. Xue'er also looked at the elderly woman as if she had guessed something.
Brother Jiang, do you need me to go over and say hello? All right.
Jiang Chen nodded.
Just tell her you are my classmate, hand her these pills, and remind her not to disclose anything about the pills. He had exchanged a batch of pills from the Void Heavenly Treasury. Xue'er stood up to walk over.
Wait.
Suddenly Jiang Chen looked up sharply.
His gaze locked onto a tobacco shop at the alley entrance. He sensed the presence of a source warrior inside that shabby little tobacco and alcohol shop in an old district. How could there possibly be a source warrior there? Swish. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to a nearby tavern, and then to the roadside parking lot, the newsstand in front of the park. In that brief moment, he discovered 4 different groups of warriors.
Mother is being watched.
A chilling intensity erupted from Jiang Chen's deep gaze. Crash. A vast spiritual force surged forth, enveloping the area within a radius of 500 meters.
Not just these.
Jiang Chen's eyes were icy. This little alley originally had more than a dozen neighbors, but now almost 10 of those families had changed. Only 3 short years had passed since Blue Star. How could it be so coincidental?
Xue'er, let's go.
Jiang Chen's voice was hoarse, and a chill enveloped him, shaking the very air. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze from his mother, fearing that if he looked any longer, he would lose control of his killing intent.
Killing these people would serve no purpose other than to alert the snake. Aside from those watching my mother, I also detected some military warriors' presence. Perhaps they were sent by my senior brothers and sisters to protect my parents.
Jiang Chen's gaze was fierce. It was Xue'er's first time witnessing such brutality from Jiang Chen, and connecting it to the disguise for this outing, she naturally guessed the reason. Someone was watching Brother Jiang's family. Xue'er walked silently. Suddenly she felt that the milk tea in her hand was no longer sweet. She gulped it down and tossed the cup into the trash. The girl spoke earnestly.
Brother Jiang, I will strive hard, and once I become stronger, I will definitely help you eliminate your enemies. Jiang Chen nodded gently. He ultimately couldn't help but turned back to glance, watching his mother's frail figure vanish into the alley.
Let's go.
Directly to Mo Wu.
Jiang Chen's tone was grave. He knew well that many of the issues stemmed from within Mo Wu. That afternoon, Xue'er arrived at Huhai, and as soon as she exited the station, she saw Gu Yao waiting at the exit.
Mr. Gu, why are you here?
Xue'er turned her head in a somewhat naive manner.
Are you here to pick up a friend? I came to pick you up,
Gu Yao replied with a smile. Xue'er was taken aback. She had exchanged points for a free pickup service
at the Xingho Martial Arts Hall. To her surprise, the one who came was Gu Yao, the inspector from Xingho Martial Arts Hall.
I saw in the martial arts hall system that you exchanged for a pickup service, and since I had nothing to do, I came over. Thank you,
Gu Yao said with a smile.
Originally, I was being sidelined by competitors and was dispatched to Jinling. But it turned out well. I recruited such a talented student as you, achieving a significant accomplishment, and your recorded interview at the Martial Arts Hall helped to promote Xingho Martial Arts Hall, allowing me to exceed my recruitment tasks. I have now been promoted to a high-level member of the group, all thanks to you,
Gu Yao said with a smile. Xue'er responded somewhat shyly.
I didn't do much. All of this is due to your hard work, Mr. Gu. Let's go! It'll take you to the headquarters of Xingho Martial Arts Hall first.
Gu Yao drove a luxury business car and personally sat in the driver's seat. An hour later, the vehicle left the city center and ultimately arrived at the suburban area. Towering buildings rose up, each adorned with the Xingho emblem. In fact, dozens of private jets were parked in the square. In the distance, there were continuous standalone villas. Xue'er was somewhat shocked.
All these buildings belong to Xingho Martial Arts Hall. Indeed, this is the global headquarters of Xingho Martial Arts Hall, boasting the highest level of martial arts resources.
Gu Yao nodded.
Xingho Martial Arts Hall is one of the top 10 martial arts halls in China, and belongs to the first combat sequence. In a state of war, Xingho Martial Arts Hall can quickly form a source warrior army, and we also cooperate with various official agencies to capture evil spirits, hunt exotic beasts, conduct scientific research, and even participate in important national strategies. Gu Yao looked at the girl before him and smiled.
What's wrong? Do you feel it's different from the branch in Jinling? It's vastly different. Xue'er nodded. She had previously only thought of Xingho Martial Arts Hall as a training institution for beginner warriors. She never expected that it was such a colossal entity.
This world is vast, especially coastal cities. The appearance of exotic beasts in the Star Realm has brought crisis, but it also comes with immense opportunities. Gu Yao spoke earnestly.
Xue'er, from the moment you were specially recruited by Mo, you have already entered this brand new world.
Here opportunities are limitless, but competition is also extremely fierce.
He raised his smartwatch and began to operate it.
Buzz.
Soon Xue'er received a message.
MOU Elite Training Camp list of first-year students.
Xue'er was somewhat astonished. However, when she flipped through the contents inside, her gaze suddenly froze.
This year there are 213 special training students. All of them are second-tier source warriors. And there are prodigious geniuses who broke through as source warriors at the age of 15. Furthermore, there are 12 mental force masters.
Xue'er was immensely shocked. Xue'er looked at the information on the list, her face filled with shock. Especially at that 15-year-old second-stage source warrior. At her age, she had just graduated from middle school. In comparison, Xue'er was not outstanding on this list. In fact, she could only be ranked at the lower end.
All those recruited by the Magic Martial Elite Training Camp are geniuses, and there are even quite a few monstrous prodigies.
Gu Yao said.
However, there is a very clear difference between you and these people.
Xue'er asked doubtfully.
What difference? You are the only student of common birth on this list.
Gu Yao said in a deep voice.
That 15-year-old genius is named Xue'er from the Su clan of Nanling. His family has a unique martial arts inheritance, and both his parents are 5th-stage source warriors. And there's Shinrui, who awakened an S-grade talent, the young director of the Shin group. Zhang Baiji, S-grade talent, the only daughter of a wealthy family from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, whose father serves as the deputy minister of the Chuzhou Martial Arts Department. Chen Hong, the son of the Black Rock Martial Arts Hall's owner, who has received a complete inheritance of combat techniques since childhood.
Gu Yao recited them as if counting family treasures. Then looking at Xue'er, he said solemnly,
In this era, the 4 words poverty for study, wealth for martial arts have become an ironclad reality. Bloodline talent, inherited techniques, financial group resources, and the heritage of powerful families. This is a chasm ordinary people cannot cross. And you, Xue'er, Gu Yao said. You are the only student I have seen in these past few years who has entered the magic martial elite training camp from a common background.
Xue'er was silent for a moment, then took the initiative to ask.
Mr. Gu, even if I have crossed this chasm, my starting point is far too low compared to these people. Why? Why did you invest in me back then?
To recruit her, Gu Yao had not only offered a top-tier contract from the Spark Martial Arts Hall, but had also given Xue'er 5% of the shares in the martial arts hall owned by the Gu family, a commercial contract for her lifetime. This investment was huge. It could even have been used to recruit the top geniuses at the top of the magic martial elite training camp.
Because I see great potential in you.
Gu Yao smiled. He looked into the distance and said calmly,
Although my martial arts talent is mediocre, I believe my judgment is quite sharp. Although you come from a humble background and lack heritage. But you have chosen the right path, and that is the combat art.
Gu Yao turned back, his gaze piercing, as he looked at Xue'er.
To be honest, what truly made me decide to invest in you was not the fact that you broke through to Source Warrior at 18. But rather, I saw the shadow of someone in you. Jiangchen of the Magic Martial Academy.
What? Xue'er's delicate body trembled. She looked at Gu Yao in disbelief, then quickly lowered her head guiltily. Her heart raced with anxiety.
Brother Jiang, have we been discovered? No, we haven't,
Jiangchen said with a faint smile.
Gu Yao is indeed a very clever man, but he is not qualified to discover my existence.
Xue'er felt slightly relieved. Sure enough, Gu Yao continued.
Xue'er, I once discovered Jiangchen, this genius, in Beijiang, and secretly observed him for a time. His awakened talent was as ordinary as yours. But his will to fight, his Dao heart for martial arts, and his obsession with the combat art all reached a peak state.
Gu Yao's tone became excited.
I have seen many top prodigies and many high-ranking figures, but Jiangchen is the most unique one. Just standing there quietly, the fierce battle intent he emanates is enough to make one's heart pound, even feel fear.
Gulp. Gu Yao swallowed with difficulty. It took him a while to recover, and he smiled apologetically at Xue'er.
I was a bit carried away just now, but what I meant to say is that you also carry a hint of the aura of Jiangchen from the Magic Martial Academy. Especially your combat art, sharp, decisive, and domineering. It seems completely different from your personality, yet it is genuinely present. This is the most important reason I invested in you.
Xue'er blinked her beautiful eyes, then revealed a sweet smile.
Thank you for your trust, Mr. Gu. I will continue to work hard and strive not to disappoint you.
Gu Yao chuckled. He continued,
The Magic Martial Elite Training Camp holds an event for every new cohort and sets up an assessment ranking. In other words, you are both trainees and competitors. The higher your rank, the more resources you obtain. So you must work hard.
Gu Yao encouraged.
Strive to break into the top 50. It will affect your future resources at Magic Martial University.
Mom. Xue'er nodded firmly. Then Gu Yao personally led Xue'er to the Spark Martial Arts Hall headquarters to report in. Xue'er did not wander around. After a simple identity verification, she bid farewell to Gu Yao and officially entered a state of cultivation. Inside the training room, Jiangchen carefully scanned the room with his divine sense, ensuring there were no surveillance devices before manifesting his soul.
After breaking through to the second stage innate realm, the goal of qi and blood cultivation is to temper the internal organs. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are the source of qi and blood, and also the key to unlocking life's potential.
Jiangchen looked at the girl before him.
Blindly practicing the qi and blood breathing method is too slow, so next we will continue with actual combat.
Xue'er nodded. Swish. Black mist swirled instantly, striking out 6 blade auras. Xue'er's figure flickered, pulling a residual image to evade 3 of the attacks, but as she turned, the remaining blade auras accelerated sharply.
Bang!
Xue'er was heavily blasted away.
Your qi and blood circulation is too rigid. You have entered the innate realm. You must mobilize all the qi and blood in your limbs and bones and use them flexibly. Again.
Jiangchen's tone was flat. 5 minutes later. Clang. Xue'er was once again sent flying by a blade aura.
Your neural reaction speed is too slow. Circulating qi and blood does not mean you can relax your spirit. Both are indispensable. Again.
In the following days, Xue'er completely immersed herself in cultivation. In the morning, she practiced qi and blood cultivation. In the afternoon, she engaged in actual combat training. In the evenings, she cultivated her spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Late that night, Xue'er sat cross-legged, breathing calmly, cultivating the
heavenly abyss soul-tempering art.
Inside the training room, 4 spirit incense sticks hovered in the air. The green smoke swirled without dispersing, instead gathering at Xue'er's brow, slowly nourishing the girl's spiritual power. Suddenly, the green smoke gathered at Xue'er's brow began to churn violently, as if struck by an invisible force.
A breakthrough is coming.
Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp. This time, instead of observing as usual, he flicked his finger, mobilizing his own soul to envelop Xue'er's brow. Because this was not a breakthrough in qi and blood. It was a breakthrough in spiritual power.
Calm your heart and focus your spirit. Follow my soul's guidance and use your spiritual power to impact the second spiritual aperture. The spirit is like an aura hidden within the heart. Condense your power to observe the inner palace.
Jiang Chen's soul transmission reached directly into Xue'er's spiritual sea, guiding her to gently impact the spiritual aperture. Half an hour later, the void trembled slightly. The green smoke from the burning spirit incense was directly absorbed by Xue'er, completely permeating the spiritual aperture at her brow. At that moment, Xue'er's eyes were tightly shut. Yet she could see everything in the training room with utmost clarity. The second spiritual aperture had been successfully opened. This also meant the girl had stepped into the realm of a second-stage spiritual mind master. Xue'er's spiritual breakthrough elevated her to a second-tier spiritual psionicist, granting her an influx of 2,000 heavenly essence. Her successful opening of the second divine mental aperture catalyzed a qualitative leap in her soul's potential, bestowing an additional 3,000 heavenly essence. Within the cultivation chamber, Xue'er opened her eyes, her spirit brimming with exhilaration.
Brother Jiang, this is miraculous. I can actually see the surging flow of qi and blood within my body.
With a mere thought, 3 flying blades was force slicing through the air at breathtaking speed. Jiang Chen smiled and said,
by unlocking the second divine mental aperture, your soul's potential has been tapped, allowing you to initially wield inner vision. The marvel of inner vision enables a source warrior to grasp the flow of qi, blood, and spiritual energy within with greater clarity.
With a hum, the flying blades halted instantly. Xue'er asked curiously,
so it's the effect of the divine mental aperture. I thought all second-tier spiritual psionicists could achieve inner vision. Not at all.
Jiang Chen shook his head.
The breakthrough of an ordinary spiritual psionicist merely amplifies their spiritual power, which, though far superior to that of a typical warrior, falls short of unlocking the soul's latent potential.
Xue'er nodded thoughtfully. Then, steadying her mind, she resumed refining her soul power. Jiang Chen meanwhile turned his gaze to the panel. Cauldron Master Jiang Chen, cultivation, third layer of the fusion Yuan realm recovery phase, causal bound Xue'er's second layer of the innate realm spiritual psionicist, second tier, heavenly essence value 7200, soul spirit value 32700, unlock permissions, great Tao essence, exchange, void sky treasury, level 2 mastered essences, slaughter essence, minor mastery, boundary breaking essence, nascent form, soul essence, nascent form, devouring essence, nascent form, essence divine. Ability slaughter. Domain note: the cultivation of the Cauldron Master's manifested soul on Blue Star is influenced by the causal bound.
My cultivation has recovered to the third tier fusion Yuan realm.
A sharp light blazed in Jiang Chen's eyes. His soul avatar's realm was intricately linked to Xue'er. With Xue'er's breakthrough to the second layer of the innate realm and her advancement to a second-tier spiritual psionicist, his own cultivation surged dramatically.
In a life-or-death battle, I could slay any below the 5th tier.
Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy. 2 days later, on the morning of July 1st, Xue'er arrived at the Magic Martial University. After verifying her identity, a staff member escorted her to an open-air plaza. At that moment, the plaza was already thronged with students, all prodigies selected for the Magic Martial Elite Training Camp.
The crowd surveyed their surroundings while covertly sizing up their peers, for internal competition loomed within the training camp, and many had already gleaned the roster details. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Through the clouds 5 colossal military transport planes swooped in, eventually hovering low around the plaza.
"Students, please board the aircraft for the elite training camp base,"
announced a magic martial instructor as he stepped forward. His voice, though soft, carried a peculiar force that not only quelled the roar of the transport planes, but also transmitted his words, with crystal clarity, into the depths of every student's mind. Indeed, not through the ears, but as a voice resonating directly within the mind.
"A spiritual psionicist."
Xue'er's gaze quivered. The moment that voice reached her, she sensed a ripple of spiritual psionic energy. Clearly this magic martial instructor was a higher spiritual psionicist. The military transport plane soared into the sky, hurtling eastward toward the sea. It swept past towering urban structures and over mountain forests. Then it continued its flight over the vast ocean. 20 minutes later, a colossal steel behemoth suddenly materialized before the eyes of all. This could no longer be called a mere steel beast, it was a steel castle perched upon the sea, its expanse immense.
"This is a war fortress of Xue'er. Codename Pearl."
Jiangchen materialized as well.
"A war fortress."
Xue'er was utterly astounded. In the hunting grounds of Jinling City, she had seen guard fortresses, each spanning an area as vast as a small town. Yet before her lay a true war fortress so immense she could not even glimpse its far edge. Around the war fortress were docked dozens of aircraft carriers and hundreds of warships, while the heavens themselves were woven into a protective net by countless aircraft. At this moment not only Xue'er, but all the prodigious students from across the nation were awestruck by the spectacle.
"This Pearl-class war fortress is of a modest grade, only a second-tier war asset,"
Jiangchen continued.
"Ahead lie 2 even larger war fortresses. The Heavenly Guardian, the Eastern Dragon. It is thanks to these 3 war fortresses that Shanghai escapes the ravages of dimensional beasts. Shanghai, the coastal metropolis most besieged by beast tides, also teems with boundless opportunities."
Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened. The pearl before her was already staggering, yet Shanghai boasted 2 even grander war fortresses. Just then the military transport plane descended slowly. As over 200 students stepped out of the cabin, their first sensation was one of insignificance. The entire tarmac was vast beyond measure. Thick cannon barrels glinted with metallic menace. Everywhere they looked, heavy weaponry dominated the landscape. Then shuttle vehicles arrived, ferrying the students toward distant structures. Even by vehicle it took over half an hour to finally reach a building forged entirely from alloy. With a beat the doors slid open. Rows of sensor lights flickered to life. Inside, a vast platform awaited where dozens of instructors in magic martial uniforms had been waiting. A middle-aged man stepped to the fore.
"I am Liangwei, Dean of Freshman Academic Affairs at Magic Martial University."
Liangwei spoke with an air of detachment.
"I will also serve as the head instructor for this elite training camp."
He swept his gaze across the assembly. His tiger-like eyes carried a brutal pressure. Any student caught in his stare felt their entire body tense, as if confronting a high-tier beast. Many turned pale and had to avert their gaze. Yet a few students remained composed. Xue'er was among them.
"So formidable,"
she thought, astonished.
"Dean Liang's mere glance without any combat power rivals a spiritual attack. That is killing intent,"
Jiangchen explained.
"Powerhouses nurture their aura over time, and killing intent is one such manifestation. However, Liangwei has taken a rather unorthodox path. Killing intent must not only be nurtured but also refined. Only refined killing intent can be seamlessly integrated into one's combat techniques. Liangwei has talent, but he's disinclined to think things through, lacking a certain agility."
Xue'er's expression turned curious.
"Brother Jiang, do you know Dean Liang?"
Jiangchen nodded.
"Yes, back then he used to wait at my dormitory every day hoping for my guidance. The method he uses to nurture killing intent is something I taught him. It seems he hasn't been idle over these 3 years. To rise from an ordinary instructor to dean in 3 years, with a cultivation at the 5th-tier intermediate level, is not bad."
As he spoke, Jiangchen lifted his gaze. Besides Liang Wei, he also spotted several familiar faces. Jiang Chen swept his gaze across the entire venue. Among the 50 magic martial mentors present today, it seemed not a single one was from the 8 magic martial academies. My mysterious disappearance back then caused the sudden halt in the spread of combat techniques, which must have hindered the development of the 8 magic martial academies. But it shouldn't have led to not even a single mentor slot in this special training camp, should it? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Just then Liang Wei spoke again. Fellow trainees, I need to remind you of one thing. Before stepping into university, you were all top prodigies from various provinces and cities, even the top scorers in the college entrance exams highly valued by your elder schools and all sectors of society. But here, Liang Wei scanned the crowd, his tone indifferent. You are nothing. The Magic Martial Special Training Camp opens every year, and all 4 top martial arts schools in China have similar programs. The unparalleled talent you pride yourselves on. Here it is merely mediocre. Liang Wei's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. But it was indeed true. Outside they were the favored children of heaven. Yet now looking around they were surrounded by top prodigies from all over the country, all young second-tier source warriors. Even if there were differences, they were not significant. At least on the surface, that was how it seemed. Now the training officially begins. Liang Wei waved his hand. Around the building streaks of azure light flickered rapidly, spreading across the walls and floor. With a loud rumble from the machinery. An immensely dense gravitational force suddenly swept through the entire venue. Everyone present felt a jolt, and many weaker trainees instantly collapsed to the ground. An electromagnetic hypergravity field. This pressure was not unfamiliar to them. They had all used it in training rooms at various martial arts halls. But the issue was, the pressure was too immense. This was a top-tier gravity chamber from a war fortress, with astonishing intensity, and a range covering the entire building. First lesson of the training camp. Cultivate in a level 50 hypergravity field. Liang Wei's gaze was cold. The training camp lasts only 2 months, so I won't waste time teaching you cultivation techniques. Those are for your courses at Magic Martial University. Here, I will only correct the errors in your techniques. All of you fully activate your techniques and stand up. Liang Wei roared with immense momentum. From this moment on, the training camp implements a points system. Points affect your final ranking and also determine the resources you will receive at Magic Martial University in the future. At these words, everyone gritted their teeth and persisted. The 50 Magic Martial mentors also stepped forward, with 1 mentor assigned to every 4 trainees, specifically monitoring the blood energy status of their squad members. Incorrect technique execution. You must fill your internal acupoints with blood energy. The dorsal meridian. This is the root of a warrior's power. Blood energy must be condensed. Wrong, start over. Your blood energy guidance technique is only a false perfection. True perfection requires instantly refining all your blood energy. In actual combat, even a momentary stagnation of blood energy means death or injury. Inside the training room, the mentors began their strict instruction. Liang Wei stood at a higher vantage point. He did not descend, but swept his gaze across the venue, perceiving the blood energy circulation of all trainees. You are the worst batch of trainees I have ever led. Everyone perk up. Liang Wei muttered. Time passed slowly. Thud. Suddenly a trainee's blood energy circulation went awry, and he collapsed under the pressure. Drag him out, rest for half an hour, then continue. Liang Wei spoke coldly. Record the points. Soon the mentor in charge of that team raised a hand and dragged the trainee out of the gravity field. As time went on, more and more trainees couldn't hold on and were forced to leave. On the projected light screen in the air, a ranking began to appear, sorted by the duration of their endurance. After half an hour, only 80 trainees remained standing in the field. Among the crowd, Xue'er stood calmly in place. She did not use the heavenly source breathing technique taught by Jiang Chen, but instead pushed the basic blood energy guidance technique to its extreme. A level 50 gravity device, let alone in Jinling City, even at the headquarters of the Spark Martial Arts Hall, only a few top-tier training rooms have it. But here it's just the starting point. Xue'er circulated her blood energy, while curiously communicating with Jiangchen. Brother Jiang, did you also attend the Magic Martial Special Training Camp before?
Me.
Jiangchen shook his head. I was planning to come, but something unexpected happened later.
What unexpected thing?
That summer break I arrived at school early, and then in the fighting hall, I accidentally defeated a magic martial mentor.
Jiangchen looked ahead.
See, that's Liang Wei.
Ah.
Xue'er's eyelids twitched violently. Liang Wei has a very domineering personality. He wouldn't accept defeat even after losing, and that got me fired up too, so I went a bit hard.
Jiangchen recalled.
I remembered he had 16 bones broken and spent 2 months recovering. After he was discharged from the hospital, he shamelessly waited outside my dormitory door saying he wanted to become my apprentice. This incident meant I didn't participate in the training camp. But Magic Martial University directly approved me as the top trainee, leaving others to compete for second place.
Ah.
Xue'er was stunned. She instinctively looked up at the imposing Liang Wei on the high platform. This chief instructor of the training camp had been severely beaten by Brother Jiang when he was still a freshman, and he shamelessly wanted to become his apprentice.
Whoosh.
Liang Wei seemed to sense something and turned his head. Their eyes met. Xue'er quickly lowered her head in guilt. This girl still has the energy to look at me. Liang Wei raised an eyebrow slightly. In the level 50 hypergravity field, other trainees were fully exerting themselves to circulate their techniques, not daring to casually turn their heads or even lift their eyelids, because any slightest movement would affect the blood energy within their bodies, then be infinitely amplified by the hypergravity field.
Wait.
This girl's blood energy has been very steady. She hasn't even used her full strength yet. Liang Wei instantly sensed something was wrong. His gaze sharp as a torch fixed on Xue'er, and then he saw the girl gently lift her head to glance at him again. Upon being noticed, she immediately lowered her head in guilt. Still sneaking a look at me. Liang Wei was extremely surprised. He narrowed his eyes with source energy swirling in his pupils. At that moment, under Liang Wei's scrutiny, the blood energy around Xue'er flowed steadily without any pause. Whether it was the acupoints or the meridians, all were perfectly irrigated by blood energy. Such a perfect way of circulating blood energy. Moreover, the extreme pressure can't affect her at all, indicating her physical constitution is extremely powerful. Liang Wei looked down at his wristwatch. He called up Xue'er's relevant information. Then his gaze focused on one of the entries. Xue'er level talent awakened main cultivation combat techniques. Liang Wei's eyelids trembled. Upon seeing the words combat techniques, his thoughts were instantly pulled back 7 years. The image of a young man in black reappeared in his mind.
Brother Jiang, why is he still staring at me?
Xue'er felt a twinge of guilt.
Could it be that the chief instructor has discovered something? No,
Jiangchen said calmly.
Liang Wei's combat technique has barely reached a passing level. He probably noticed that your qi and blood circulation is unusual. Don't worry. Just focus on your training.
Xue'er nodded gently. On the elevated platform, Liang Wei stared at Xue'er for a moment, then suddenly spoke.
Attention everyone, increase the supergravity field by 5 levels. Beep.
With the command, the electromagnetic device roared, and an even heavier oppressive force swept across the arena. Thud. Splat. In an instant, 6 trainees couldn't withstand the pressure and were forced to leave. Time passed slowly. Only 40 trainees remained standing in the field. Liang Wei scanned the area and said indifferently,
Add another 5 levels.
A tremor resonated in the void. A full 60 levels of supergravity made the air in the field incredibly heavy. 10 minutes later, only 15 remained in the field.
Add another 5 levels.
Liang Wei's tone was calm. His words made several martial arts instructors' expressions change. A 65-level supergravity field could inflict fatal injuries on a second-stage initial source warrior. A slight mistake could damage internal organs or even cause blood vessels to burst, leading to death.
Boom!
The electromagnetic supergravity field roared loudly, with azure light flashing rapidly.
The pressure in the field surged. Almost immediately 3 trainees collapsed. Liang Wei lowered his hands, his body slightly tense, constantly observing the physical condition of the trainees in the field. The medical team beside him was also on standby. Thud. In just 1.5 minutes, another 7 trainees were forced to leave. Now only 5 trainees remained standing in the gravity field. Whoosh! Liang Wei leaped down from the platform and strode directly into the gravity chamber. With his arrival, visible ripples surged in the air. The heavy pressure couldn't affect him in the slightest.
This girl can still hold on.
Liang Wei raised an eyebrow.
Xue'er, the top scorer in Jiangnan Province's college entrance exam.
He had just thoroughly studied her file. This also included the other 4. Their backgrounds were either wealthy or noble. Xue'er, a direct descendant of the Nanling Su clan, broke through to Source Marshal at 15. Shenrui, the young director of the Shen group, broke through to Source Marshal at 17. Zhang Baiji, the only daughter of a wealthy family in Jiangzhou, whose father was the deputy minister of the Chuzhou Martial Dao Department. Chen Hong, the son of the Blackstone Martial Arts Hall's owner, whose mother was a major shareholder in a listed company. In comparison, Xue'er's background seemed rather humble.
A child from a humble family using combat techniques. With only basic qi and blood guidance methods, she has suppressed the secret techniques of the others.
Liang Wei approached Xue'er. The girl before him, feeling guilty, lowered her little head. As the chief instructor's combat boots stopped, she nearly buried her pretty face in her own proud chest.
Lift your head,
Liang Wei suddenly said. Xue'er instinctively looked up and politely said,
"Hello, Instructor Liang."
Whoosh! In an instant, all the martial arts instructors present fixed their gazes on the girl. The trainees who had been forced to leave looked over with terrified eyes. What? How can you still speak? This is a 65-level extreme pressure. We can barely breathe. How can you have the leisure to greet the instructor?
Good. Very good.
A rare appreciative smile appeared on Liang Wei's stern face.
How much longer do you think you can hold on? Instructor, I don't know,
Xue'er replied shyly. The smile on Liang Wei's face grew even warmer. Don't know? That meant she could hold on for a long time. Finally, I have found a top-tier prodigy. Liang Wei's tone softened.
Can you still walk?
Mum. Xue'er nodded, then took a gentle step forward. This scene left the surrounding trainees utterly dumbfounded.
Thud!
Inside the gravity field, a fair-skinned girl in expensive clothes was so shocked by Xue'er's action that her qi and blood circulation went awry. She instantly collapsed to the ground. A nearby instructor quickly took her out of the field.
I could have held on longer. It was her fault for distracting me.
Zhang Baiji glared angrily at Xue'er. She clenched her delicate fists, her long finger bones turning white from the pressure. Inside the gravity field, Xu and Shenrui and Chen Hong were still persevering. Although they were also shocked by Xue'er's actions, their minds were resilient, and they didn't let it affect their own qi and blood circulation.
Very good.
Liang Wei showed an appreciative smile. Then, checking the physical condition of the remaining trainees, he proactively shut down the electromagnetic super-gravity device to avoid danger.
Whoosh!
The 3 Xu and Shenrui and Chen Hong were relieved. They bent over, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Only Xue'er stood calmly in place. Liang Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. Under his observation, Xue'er's qi and blood circulation had remained utterly undisturbed from start to finish. Logically, when the gravity device was turned off, the qi and blood which had adapted to the extreme pressure would suddenly become turbulent for a while without the oppression. But Xue'er showed no sign of that.
She has absolute control over her own qi and blood. Not just freshmen. Even sophomores might not be able to do this.
Liang Wei was once again shocked. He pondered for a moment, then operated his wristwatch, projecting a stream of light.
Whoosh!
A ranking list appeared on the virtual light screen. First Xue'er. Second Chen Hong. Third Shenrui. Fourth Xu. Fifth Zhang Baiji. Sixth.
This is the ranking for the first day of the special training camp. From now until the end of the 2-month training, this ranking will change based on your performance.
Liang Wei looked up at the over 200 trainees.
Let me be very clear. The top 50 in the final ranking will receive full support from Demon Martial resources. The top 20 can choose any instructor professor, or even the Dean of Demon Martial as their mentor. The top 10 will have one opportunity to enter the Demon Martial underground cavern to refine their life potential with the Earth Flame Heartfire, and one opportunity to enter the Demon Martial War Soul Hall to refine their soul potential with a War Soul. As these words were spoken, the eyes of the trainees in the field instantly blazed with fervor. The reason Demon Martial University could be a top martial arts school in China was not only its formidable strength and abundant teaching resources. More importantly, it possessed unique secret realm resources. These resources couldn't be measured by Earth's material standards. No amount of money or power could grant casual access. The Demon Martial Underground Cavern. The Demon Martial War Soul Hall. Along with many other secret realm resources, these jointly established Demon Martial University's transcendent status. The current ranking does not represent the final ranking, Liang Wei said solemnly. The Demon Martial Special Training Camp is both an assessment and the most professional training in martial arts. We will use the most stringent standards of the Source Martial Warriors to temper you. Source Martial Path. Talent, resources, and willpower, none can be absent. Liang Wei scanned the crowd indifferent and said, "Everyone take a half-hour break, then we will continue." He gestured to the nearby instructor. Soon various blood replenishment potions were delivered. Additionally, a medical team approached, using high-tech equipment to check the physical condition of the students, examining whether their organs were damaged under the recent intense pressure. This is a top-tier blood replenishment potion. If purchased outside, it would cost at least 100,000 each. No wonder it's Demon Martial, their expenditure is extravagant. The students were all excited. However, a few students remained calm, as their families were well off, and they were already accustomed to such top-tier potions. The taste is a bit fishy. Zhang Baiji frowned slightly, feeling a bit disgusted. She usually took top-tier potions at home, and they were even flavored with fruits. Half an hour later, Liang Wei returned again. The break time is over. Everyone enter the gravity field. Soon everyone entered their training state once more. One by one, the Demon Martial instructors personally guided the students. Liang Wei oversaw the entire situation, but paid special attention to Xue'er. The blood chi guidance technique has been perfected by her. It has been many years since I've seen such a gifted student. Liang Wei showed an appreciative expression. The current Source Martial Path places too much emphasis on talent levels, or the pursuit of high-tier secret arts and source martial weapons. Yet it overlooks the most fundamental aspect of blood chi circulation. Liang Wei suddenly sighed. These matters were far beyond his influence. Unless that person could return. Liang Wei instinctively clenched his fists, then bitterly smiled, and shook his head, giving up on this unrealistic fantasy. 3 years passed. Although the upper echelon of Demon Martial had not announced it, everyone knew that Jiang Chun of Demon Martial had already fallen. As the morning classes ended, the students gradually arrived at the cafeteria for a meal. Inside the restaurant, many students' gazes intentionally, or not, fell on Xue'er. The girl had an elegant demeanor and stunning beauty coupled with a good figure. With her simple ponytail, she exuded a refreshing yet slightly alluring charm. She was simply the epitome of a campus beauty. "Hello, classmate Yi." 3 students approached with trays in hand. The leading girl with long hair smiled and said, "My name is Lin Hui. I am a student from Jinling Normal University affiliated school. Speaking of which, we are also fellow townsfolk. These few students here are also from Jiangnan province. May we sit here?" "Of course you can." Xue'er hurriedly stood up. "Hello everyone, my name is Xue'er. It's a pleasure to meet you." The girl was quite shy and also very nervous. Unsure how to communicate with her new peers, she sincerely greeted each of the students in front of her, while using a wet tissue to wipe down the dining table. "Please everyone take a seat." Xue'er showed a shy smile. Lin Hui paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "Classmate Yi, you are quite different from what I imagined." Xue'er curiously asked, "How so?" Lin Hui replied, "You are the top scorer from Jiangnan province in the college entrance examination,
And now you are at the top of the Demon Martial Special Training Camp. We hesitated to approach you earlier, fearing that someone as talented as you might be aloof.
I didn't expect you to be so warm.
This remark made several students from Jiangnan province nod in agreement. They had hesitated for quite a while before coming over. In reality, Xue'er was not aloof at all. She was simply a model of approachability. It felt refreshing to be around her. Xue'er quickly waved her hand, saying,
No, everyone is a classmate. We should get along harmoniously. This scene caught the attention of other students in the cafeteria, and many began to develop a fondness for Xue'er. Her gentle personality lacked the cold demeanor of other beautiful girls,
especially her slightly shy and charming smile. It made these boys utterly defenseless. Suddenly a discordant voice rang out.
Jiangnan province is indeed deteriorating. Even an entire talent can become the top scorer.
Swish! Everyone turned to look, only to see Zhang Bai's cold, stunning face. A group of students from Jiang and Zhejiang provinces gathered around her, but they hadn't expected Zhang Baiji to suddenly attack, making the atmosphere awkward. The cafeteria fell somewhat silent. Xue'er remained unaffected, merely keeping her head down and silently eating her lunch. But this calm demeanor further irritated Zhang Baiji. Earlier, while training in the gravity field, she had felt that Xue'er had affected her and harbored dissatisfaction. Now seeing Xue'er being the center of attention for so many boys only fueled her jealousy. Zhang Baiji said coldly,
Xue'er, what are you pretending to be calm for? Didn't you hear me speaking to you?
Lin Hui frowned and said,
Zhang Baiji, we are all demon martial students. Is it appropriate for you to speak like this? You? Shut up. Zhang Baiji interrupted her, saying indifferently,
What are you? A tired talent thinks they can talk to me. Am I not speaking the truth?
This year's awakening ceremony saw 18 steer talents awakened in Jiang and Zhejiang. How many are there from Jiangnan?
Zhang Baiji crossed her arms, lifting her delicate neck like a swan high above.
In my opinion, the demon marshal should abolish the province's enrollment quota to avoid letting in some worthless talents that tarnish the reputation of demon marshal. Lin Hu's face turned ashen with anger. The surrounding students from Jiangnan province also flushed with rage. In terms of talent, Zhang Baiji awakened with S-tier talent, the strongest of the lot.
Combined with her innate triple cultivation level and extremely favorable family background, it made them subconsciously hesitant to resist.
A bunch of useless trash.
Zhang Baiji was about to continue her attack. Suddenly Xue'er stood up and turned to Zhang Baiji.
Do you want to fight here?
Huh? Zhang Baiji was momentarily stunned. The onlookers around felt their eyelids twitch, mainly because Xue'er looked gentle and mild, and the word fight sounded particularly out of place coming from her. But at this moment, Xue'er had already walked over, standing in front of Zhang Baiji, her gaze calm as she spoke.
I ask you, do you want to have a match? Aye.
Zhang Baiji's words faltered. For some reason, upon seeing the indifference in Xue'er's eyes, she felt a twinge of fear. She had never expected this seemingly weak girl to possess such a dominant side, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to respond.
Oh dear, we are all classmates, let's all calm down.
Xue'er from the nearby table suddenly stood up with a smile.
The demon martial instructors are in the cafeteria next door. Besides, this is a war fortress, fully militarized management. If you violate the iron rules, you'll be sentenced. This young director from the Shin group also had S-tier talent and ranked 3rd in the training camp. His words carried a certain weight.
However, just when everyone thought he was there to mediate, Shinrui's lips curled slightly as he suddenly said,
Of course we are not soldiers, we are just students. The training camp does not explicitly prohibit students from fighting privately. So would you two like to give it a try?
Shinrui's provocation further intensified the tension in the hall. Xue'er cast a glance at Shinrui, said nothing, and then turned her gaze back to Zhang Baiji. The moment she turned, Zhang Baiji couldn't help but tremble, as if she were being stalked by a ferocious beast in the wilderness, instinctively shrinking her neck. Somewhat annoyed, Zhang Baiji retorted,
I wouldn't break the rules for someone like her. If you don't dare, just say so.
Don't make excuses, Xue'er said earnestly.
Miss Zhang, please be more careful with your words from now on.
Having said that, Xue'er turned and walked back to the dining table. She tidied up her tray, then looked at Lin Hui and the others with a gentle smile.
I'm done. Take your time. I'll head back to pack my luggage. Okay.
Lin Hui and the others nodded instinctively. After Xue'er left, the cafeteria fell into a deathly silence. Shenrui's eyes flickered, seemingly disappointed that his attempt to incite a conflict between the two had failed. But he quickly pursed his lips into a smile and looked at Zhang Baiji.
That Xue'er is too reckless. She actually tried to drag you into violating the ironclad rules of the war fortress. I'm not falling for that.
Zhang Baiji took the opportunity to back down, saying coldly and proudly,
If this were an arena match, I wouldn't have even let her get close.
As she spoke, she turned her jade-like hand. A chill emanated from her palm, and then two sharp ice spikes condensed, shimmering with a frigid gleam. Under the influence of this cold aura, the dinner plate in front of Zhang Baiji gradually turned into an ice sculpture. S-grade talent ice spirit body.
Materializing elemental energy into solid form. Such powerful control over the elements.
Shenrui's face showed shock.
Baiji, your ice spirit body is far superior to my wind spirit control talent.
He turned his hand, and a wind blade coalesced in his palm. But compared to Zhang Baiji's solid ice spikes, this wind blade appeared somewhat ethereal. Pleased by the compliment, a cool smile returned to Zhang Baiji's pretty face. Shenrui suddenly turned his head and looked at a young man in black on the left.
By the way, Chenhong, I recall you also specialize in combat warfare just like Xue'er. If you were to fight her, would you have a chance of winning?
Chenhong, the son of the Blackstone Pavilion Master, possessed an S-grade talent and ranked second in the training camp.
A chance of winning.
Chenhong smiled faintly.
In a real fight, I could cripple her within 20 moves.
Having said that, he tipped his head back, finished his nutrient soup, and strode away. His arrogant words, however, left a deep impression on everyone.
Baiji, this Chenhong is our real competitor.
Shenrui's eyes flickered as he lowered his voice.
I checked some classified information. He's killed second-rank martial artists. Killed people.
Zhang Baiji's eyelids twitched. Killing people was a different concept from killing beasts.
Yes, and more than one.
Shenrui whispered.
If there's any actual combat training in the future, you need to be extra careful around him. He's extremely ruthless, a complete madman. I understand.
Zhang Baiji nodded and said earnestly,
Shenrui, thank you. And no need to thank me. I just like making friends with top geniuses.
Shenrui's smile deepened.
Speaking of which, our Shen group is also planning to expand into Chuzhou. I'm sure we'll have dealings with Uncle Zhang. When that time comes, you'll have to put in a good word for us. That's easy.
Zhang Baiji raised her pretty face proudly. Elsewhere, Xue'er returned to her dormitory. The moment she closed the door, the young girl asked nervously,
Brother Jiang, was I too high profile just now?
The assertiveness she displayed in the cafeteria was at Jiang Chen's instruction. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly.
From the moment you top the training camp rankings, there's no need to keep a low profile. When faced with bullying, one must strike back forcefully. How did you feel just now? I felt.
Xue'er pondered for a moment, then said,
Actually, it felt pretty good. There was a sense of relief, and also the courage to break through my own weaknesses.
Jiang Chen said,
That's not courage, it's your spirit. Spirit.
Xue'er was puzzled.
Yes. Since you practice combat warfare, you must be fearless. Nurture a sharp edge in your heart, cultivate a domineering and decisive spirit that can overturn heaven and earth like a roaring tsunami. The martial path is the path of slaughter. Courage, killing intent, and overbearing ruthlessness. These are the most important essences of combat warfare.
Xue'er listened attentively. She felt a surge of hot blood boiling within her.
In this demon martial training camp, there's no need for you to hide your abilities anymore.
Jiang Chen said calmly.
Except for hiding your identity, as a second-rank psychic you can use all other means freely. All for the sake of seizing this martial destiny. The secret realm resources of Demon Martial will be very beneficial to you. Mom, I will work hard.
Xue'er nodded heavily. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then added,
Also in this demon martial training camp you need to be wary of one person. Xue'er asked. Zhang Baiji. Or Chen Hong.
She had also seen the training roster. Zhang Baiji had a conflict with her, so she needed to be cautious. And Chen Hong specialized in combat warfare, with fierce techniques requiring extra care.
No, it's Shenrui.
Jiang Chen's gaze was indifferent.
He carries an evil aura. He must be another heretic cultivator. Ah.
Xue'er's body trembled, her face full of shock. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, as he looked out the window, at the vast ocean, his brows furrowed. In just 3 years, heretic cultivators had dared to infiltrate deep into the heart of Wuxia. First the Tianwu sect. Now another one, Shenrui. They had even infiltrated the demon martial training camp right here on the war fortress.
What exactly is happening? How could the human high command be so negligent in their search for heretic cults? Or perhaps, this is itself the machination of certain powerful figures.
A fierce murderous glint shot from Jiang Chen's dark eyes. In the following period, Xue'er was completely immersed in the training of the demon martial camp. Returning to the dormitory late at night, she would still receive practical combat training from Jiang Chen. Time flew by. Soon it was the end of August. The 2-month training camp was also drawing to a close. One day Liang Wei strode into the training room with a vigorous gait and looked at the students before him.
Everyone assemble immediately. The training courses are over. Next will be the final assessment. Actual combat.
Liang Wei's tiger-like eyes swept across the room, exuding immense authority. When his gaze fell on Xue'er, it unexpectedly softened. During this period of training, Liang Wei was extremely satisfied with this young girl's performance. Then he said sternly,
Before the final assessment begins, you need to sign a voluntary contract. Life and death combat has a casualty rate every year. If you are unwilling to participate, you may stop now and leave the camp.
A voluntary contract appeared on all the students' smartwatches. No one backed out. They all signed.
Very good.
Liang Wei nodded and continued.
The final assessment location is in a rank demon Sea Island on the front line of the most intense conflict between human civilization and beast civilization.
A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Although most of the students didn't know what a demon Sea Island was, they knew about the existence of the front line. This was the most brutal and tragic battlefield of human civilization. Whenever a sea beast tide erupted, the front line would be inundated with a sky-darkening, earth-shattering onslaught of terrifying beasts. Here there was only slaughter. Endless slaughter. Even with the 2 war fortresses, East Dragon and Heavenly Stead, the casualty rate among human martial artists was terrifyingly high. It could be said that the front line was the lifeline of human civilization. Once breached, the hundreds of millions of people in the Shanghai-based city would face an endless tide of beasts. Half an hour later, at Liang Wei's request, all trainees changed into standard combat uniforms and weapons of the same tier before heading to the fortress harbor. For warships were already waiting. Beside the airstrip, 16 fighter jets stood ready.
Demon Sea Island is part of the front line. So this assessment is equivalent to a military mission. Be prepared to enter a state of war at any moment.
Liang Wei's gaze was sharp as he barked.
All aboard. Set sail.
With a thunderous roar, the warships emitted a deafening rumble. The trainees boarded with a mix of excitement and trepidation. They sensed the urgency in Liang Wei's words. Not merely combat readiness, but a state of war. This meant the assessment would be incredibly thrilling. Aboard the ship, the wind howled and waves surged. Gathered on the deck, the trainees gazed at the boundless ocean, their spirits soaring as they rode the wind and waves.
Brother Jiang, is Demon Sea Island very dangerous?
Xue'er asked curiously.
It depends.
Jiang Chen replied calmly.
In peacetime, Demon Sea Island is merely a military base, but in wartime it becomes a meat grinder. Countless alien beasts swarm in, covering the entire sky and earth. With no retreat, human warriors must resist with their lives to defend the civilization of Blue Star.
Jiang Chen looked into the distance and said solemnly,
In truth, we live in a relatively good era. In the early days of the war, when human-sourced martial arts and technology were not yet advanced, countless ancestors burned their last drop of blood fighting alien beasts with flesh and blood to secure a glimmer of hope for humanity.
Xue'er fell silent. She gazed at the vast ocean, her eyes filled with reverence. The sea breeze blew. Standing at the forefront, Xue'er's ponytail fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, stirring the hearts of the young men around her. How beautiful she was! In her combat uniform, Xue'er exuded an even more exquisite charm. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she turned around. The young men quickly averted their gazes, pretending to chat with companions out of guilt. But Xue'er's eyes fixed directly on a woman at the back. Zhang Baiji, the only daughter of a wealthy Jianja family, stared at Xue'er with a hostile glare. Xue'er met her gaze calmly before looking away.
She ignores me. That poor orphan. How dare she ignore me?
Zhang Baiji clenched her fists, her heart burning with jealousy. In the past, she had always been the center of attention. Her privileged background and talent made her akin to a lofty white swan reveling in the world's splendor and praise. But now a nobody from the gutter dared to disregard her. Zhang Baiji's knuckles turned white. Shenrui approached and sighed.
Baiji, the competition for rankings in this special training camp is fierce. Xue'er, Chenhong, and Xue'er are the top 3. Bong Wenhao and Lu Chen, both psychic masters, have emerged as formidable fighters.
Shenrui added softly.
Speaking of which, Xue'er is truly strong. She might be the only female in the top 10.
Zhang Baiji snapped.
The final assessment hasn't started yet, it's too early to say.
Shenrui smiled and lowered his voice.
According to past rules, private fights aren't forbidden in the final assessment. You should be careful that Xue'er doesn't target you. She wouldn't dare.
Zhang Baiji frowned, icy energy surging in her palm. The 4th layer of innate realm.
You've broken through.
Shenrui feigned shock.
Then you have a good chance of breaking into the top 10. But still watch out for Xue'er and those from Jiangnan province. You've offended them before. If they gang up to eliminate you first, it won't end well.
Zhang Baiji's eyes flickered. Gang up. Eliminate. That meant she could strike first. She turned to look at several trainees from Jiangja province. Her father, the head of the Chuzhou martial arts department, had often helped these trainees. She could rally them to preemptively expel Xue'er, savoring a sweet victory. At this thought, a faint smile curled on Zhang Baiji's lips. Beside her, Shenrui's smile deepened as he lowered his head, a cold glint flashing in his profound eyes. 2 hours later, a vast expanse of thick fog appeared on the boundless sea, revealing a colossal shape within. But as the warship approached, they discovered it wasn't an island, but an aircraft carrier escorted by 6 other warships.
Attention everyone! We are about to arrive at Demon Nissi Island. All units stand guard. Prepare to dock. The military base is connected.
With a thunderous roar, the warship came to a halt at the shore. Xue'er looked ahead. Thick gray fog surrounded them, limiting visibility to a few kilometers. Stepping off the warship, the trainees realized they were at a military port surrounded by massive war machines. The entire island had been transformed into a steel behemoth.
The final assessment of the special training camp will take place here. Now the rules.
Liang Wei's eyes blazed as he barked.
The goal is to evaluate combat prowess by hunting alien beasts using a points-based ranking system. You are all second-tier source martial artists. Killing a first-tier alien beast regardless of level earns 1 point. Killing a second-tier low-level beast earns 20 points. Killing a second-tier mid-level beast earns 60 points. Killing a second-tier high-level beast earns 180 points.
As Liang Wei spoke, military personnel approached and strapped a special device to each trainee's wrist.
This is a military-grade laser weapon. In danger, you can activate it to kill beasts, dispel the fog, or send a distress signal, but it also ends the assessment. This device only works on alien beasts, not on other trainees. Furthermore,
Liang Wei stepped forward. A violent aura erupted from him, fixing the trainees with a beast-like stare.
Private fights are allowed in this assessment, but they must be limited to combat, no killing or lethal force. Your mission is to survive by any means, hunt beasts, and earn points. Liang Wei's gaze was stern as he waved his hand. The final assessment of the Demon Mist Special Training Camp now officially begins. At his command, the trainees dashed toward Demon Mist Sea Island. Liang Wei entered a military meeting room and addressed a burly officer. Old Luo, let's begin. All right. Old Luo nodded. Activate A-Class War Alert covering a radius of 500 nautical miles. Activate Starlight Guardian Plan to ensure the safety of the assessment trainees. Activate Absolute Guard Plan to provide utmost protection for the top 20 trainees of the special training camp. Instantly, screens flickered in the meeting room. On the base tarmac, military helicopters and fighter jets took off one after another. Liang Wei looked at the screen, his gaze fixed on Xue'er's image. Old Luo asked curiously, "What do you value this trainee highly?" "It's not about value." Liang Wei grinned. "If I could, I would guard her growth with my life." "Huh?" Old Luo was stunned. "Is she your illegitimate daughter?" "No." Liang Wei shook his head. Then he said solemnly, "She might be the second trainee after Magic Marshal Jiang Chen with hope of obtaining the War King's legacy." Old Luo's body trembled, his face turning extremely grave. Swish. On the misty fog island, Xue'er gripped her battle knife tightly, nimbly weaving through the mountainous terrain. Roar. From a hollow in the mountains, two strange beasts suddenly leaped out. Xue'er did not pause for a moment. With a twist of her wrist, the battle knife instantly traced an arc. Thud. Thud. Two beast heads soared into the sky. Buzz. You have killed two first-level beasts, gaining 2 points. The smart wristwatch vibrated, issuing a notification. Xue'er remained unfazed, continuing deeper into the island. Jiang Chen's voice came through. Xue'er, this final assessment is a trial for you. I will not intervene. I understand. Xue'er blinked her beautiful eyes. Brother Jiang, but can we chat? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Swish. Xue'er maintained her speed, contemplating. By the way, the resources of the Demon Martial University are quite impressive. For just one assessment, they can mobilize warships and aircraft carriers. And this misty fog island, it is entirely a military base, and outsiders simply cannot enter. Jiang Chen remarked lightly. In fact, the Demon Martial Training Camp is not just about selecting talents, it is also to choose successors for human civilization. Xue'er looked surprised. Successors. The Blue Star has entered a high martial era for over 100 years. In the early stages, human civilization was nearly exterminated by the strange beasts, facing extinction several times. Jiang Chen stated solemnly. In the end, it was 8 ancient martial artists who stepped forward. These 8 ancient martial artists obtained the inheritance of the 8 ancient civilizations of Blue Star, and became the most powerful representatives of its combat strength. Xue'er was taken aback. Is this what the textbooks say, the 8 martial kings of humanity? Exactly. Jiang Chen nodded. The 8 martial kings safeguarded humanity, using their lives to preserve the flame of civilization. After their fall, they also left behind the inheritance of those 8 ancient civilizations. Among them, 7 ancient civilizations have already found successors, but the strongest War King inheritance remains vacant. Jiang Chen said countries around the world, top martial academies, and martial arts schools are all selecting geniuses. This is to bring back the War King inheritance. It will be the strongest force for humanity to resist strange beasts. Xue'er looked shocked. In the textbooks, she only knew the heroic deeds of the 8 martial kings. She did not expect there to be such profound meaning behind it. Xue'er realized, so the ultimate goal of the Demon Martial Training Camp is to select geniuses to attempt to obtain the War King inheritance. Correct. Jiang Chen nodded, but not every student can. Only the top of each training camp has the qualification. Xue'er listened wide-eyed. Although there is only one top student in the Demon Martial Training Camp every year, counting other top martial academies in Huaxia, that amounts to 4 plus the top prodigies from other countries, and martial arts schools accumulating year after year. That also means many top geniuses. Yet not a single one has succeeded in obtaining the War King inheritance. Jiang Chen said lightly, Xue'er, if you take the top spot in this training camp, then, by the way, also seize the War King inheritance. Alright, huh? Xue'er instinctively nodded, then suddenly jolted awake. She was confident about the top spot in the training camp. But the War King inheritance. I'm supposed to just take it. Xue'er was a bit dazed. How could it sound so easy to obtain the War King inheritance according to Brother Jiang? I have a feeling that there is a problem with the high-level decisions of human civilization. Jiang Chen's gaze was piercing. The invasion of strange beasts, the erosion of evil combined with the erroneous dissemination of combat techniques. All of this will only make human civilization more endangered. At this time, only the emergence of a War King can suppress the small fry. Xue'er shrank her neck. In a weak voice, she said, Brother Jiang, so many top talents, including you, have not succeeded. Surely I cannot either. Who said I haven't succeeded? Jiang Chen interrupted her. Huh? Xue'er was stunned. Swish. She suddenly halted, standing in the middle of a mountain path, completely dumbfounded. Brother Jiang, you said the War King inheritance is still vacant, right? Xue'er scratched her head, exceedingly puzzled. It is indeed vacant. Jiang Chen said, I once visited the War King ruins and successfully awakened the War King inheritance, but in the end I gave up. Huh? Xue'er trembled, her mouth agape, frozen in place. The War King inheritance is powerful, but it didn't meet my expectations. I have my own path to walk, and I am confident that I can go higher and further than the War King. So I gave up. Jiang Chen's tone was relaxed, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. But to Xue'er, these words stirred up a storm in her heart. Yet the girl was unaware that the current Jiang Chen, with his divine essence having broken through to the Emperor realm, had comprehended the fundamental Tao, and had already surpassed the War King inheritance. Don't just stand there, the demon martial instructors are watching you. Jiang Chen said lightly, first secure the top spot in the training camp. MHM? Xue'er nodded earnestly. At that moment, the determined light flickered in the young girl's beautiful eyes. Her admiration for you surged in her heart. You are an omnipotent existence. I believe in Brother Jiang. He is so outstanding that his decisions must be correct. Brother Jiang will definitely be stronger than the War King, she thought to herself. Trust level 200, Tao source 200. Jiang Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle. He gazed into the distance, looking at the vast sky. The War King inheritance can ensure that human civilization has the strength to resist strange beasts. But my goals go beyond that. In this vast universe with myriad races, how can the rise of my Huaxia people be absent? Jiang Chen's deep pupil shone with a piercing light. But before that, he needed to eradicate the evils and scum within human civilization. In the military base, in the conference room. Huh? Why has Xue'er stopped? Old Luo instinctively looked at Liang Wei. I don't know, it doesn't seem like she's injured. She just killed 2 first-level beasts. Liang Wei was equally puzzled. At this moment, the other students had already delved deeper into Misty Fog Island, beginning to hunt strange beasts and compete for points. As for Xue'er, she had only earned 2 points, placing her at the bottom of the rankings. She's moving. Old Luo suddenly spoke. In the footage, Xue'er, holding her battle knife, instantly created a blur, moving at great speed through the forest, encountering a first-level beast along the way. She paid no mind, maintaining her full speed. The first-level beast couldn't keep up at all. Roar. Suddenly, from a hidden hollow in the mountains, a strange beast surged out. Accompanied by the roar, 3 more strange beasts appeared nearby. A total of 4 beasts, all second level. Xue'er did not reduce her speed, and continued to charge at full speed. Clang. A cold light shot forth. The throats of the 2 strange beasts before Xue'er were instantly pierced. Then she twisted her body, dodging the pounce of the beast behind her, while swiftly bringing her knife down. Thud. A head soared into the sky. Before the head could fall, Xue'er twisted her wrist, her combat style wielding thunderous might, instantly piercing through the last strange beast's skull. Thud. Blood splattered. The battle finished, and the 4 strange beasts' corpses crashed to the ground. Ding. You have killed 4 second-level primary strange beasts, gaining 80 points. The wristwatch vibrated, delivering the notification. Xue'er did not pause for a moment, and continued forward. What? Instantly killed 4 beasts of the same level. In the military conference room, old Luo's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Liang Wei's eyes sparkled with joy. Well done. I didn't misjudge her. In the steep mountain forest, Xue'er wove through the trees. Suddenly from around a bend roars erupted as three massive beasts charged out. They resembled hounds with pitch-black fur and sharp horns. Their bodies were enormous, over a meter long, with crimson eyes, and two blood-colored fangs curving from their mouths, razor-sharp. Second-tier intermediate beasts, saber-toothed mastiffs. In the meeting room, Liang Wei's gaze turned icy. These beasts were equivalent to human martial artists at the 4th, 5th, or 6th level of the innate realm. Yet due to their life in the wild and innate bloodline abilities, their strength often surpassed that of human warriors at the same cultivation level. And Xue'er was currently only at the 2nd level of the innate realm. The saber-toothed mastiff in front let out a low growl, lowering its forelimbs and arching its back, its blood-red eyes fixed on Xue'er. With a thunderous crash, gravel shattered. The three saber-toothed mastiffs lunged forward, carrying a foul, murderous aura. Moving with incredible speed, they pounced on Xue'er from three directions simultaneously. Xue'er advanced instead of retreating, her form blurring into an afterimage before she sidestepped in a flash. A cold glimmer shone as her blade struck. A gaping wound tore open on the mastiff's neck, blood spraying. Xue'er ducked and circled around to the other side of the grievously wounded beast. This maneuver not only evaded the pounce of the other two beasts, but also allowed her blade to trace an arc, severing the throat bone of the mastiff before her. Xue'er spun to dissipate the force, then stomped the ground. Her chi surged through the great meridian of her spine, flooding into her right leg as she stamped down hard. A dull thud echoed. The corpse of the saber-toothed mastiff shot away, like a cannonball, crashing heavily into another beast. Then an afterimage flickered. Using the mastiff's carcass as cover, Xue'er's seemingly delicate figure perfectly melded into its shadow. With a metallic ring, a blade ray burst forth, roaring like thunder. Before the beast could react, a war blade had already pierced through its eye socket, burying deep into its skull. Xue'er twisted her wrist, churning the blade within the beast's head. Then she slashed horizontally. Yellow brain matter and bone fragments splattered out. Suddenly a gale of wind surged from behind. Without looking back, Xue'er swiftly crouched and lunged forward, dodging the pounce of the last saber-toothed mastiff. The beast, enraged by its kin's death, grew even more ferocious. After its failed pounce, it roared and charged again. Xue'er advanced without retreat, charging straight at the beast. But at the moment of contact, her form flickered, moving with ghostly speed to the beast's side. With her back to it, she reversed her grip on the blade, thrusting it from under her armpit deep into the beast's ear canal. The saber-toothed mastiff let out a pained howl. Xue'er, holding the hilt in a reverse grip with her right hand and pressing her left palm over it, channeled her chi and exerted force with both hands. With a wet sound, the blade plunged into the mastiff's skull, the tip emerging from the other side. The beast fell dead instantly. Xue'er let out a soft breath of stale air. Then she withdrew the blade, flicking it in a flourish to clean off the blood and residue. The battle was over. A chime sounded from her smart wristband. Killed 3 second-tier intermediate beasts. Earned 180 points. Xue'er remained calm, lifting her blade to continue deeper into the island. Back in the meeting room, many military elites and magic martial arts instructors were stunned by the scene. Old Luo's body trembled. Such a fierce combat style. Is this a college student? Liang Wei's smile deepened. To be precise, it's early September. Xue'er hasn't even reported to the Magic Martial Academy yet. She is still a high school student. Oh, and Liang Wei added, she just turned 18 this year. Old Luo swallowed hard. If only she were in our military. Get lost, Liang Wei cursed with a laugh. Don't try to poach from me. The military university approached her first, but Xue'er chose the Magic Martial Academy. Old Luo's face showed envy. He then looked at the scoreboard. First place Xue'er, 262 points. Second place Chenhong, 260 points. Third place Suan, 255 points. Fourth place Fang Wenhao, 250 points. Fifth place Luchin, 245 points. Sixth place Xue'er is at the top. In a valley, Chenhong panted heavily, kicking aside the corpse of a beast. He couldn't believe it. 10 minutes ago,
He had firmly held the #1 spot. After killing 2 more beasts, his rank had fallen instead. No, he thought, his gaze sharp. The top spot in this special training means the War King's inheritance. I must get it. In the next moment his chi surged, and a vast life energy slowly released, restoring his stamina to its peak. His S-rank talent, Life Rejuvenation. This talent allowed him to fully tap into his life potential, drastically accelerating his stamina and chi recovery. Time to find a beast lair. That's the real way to earn points. Jinling leaped and sprinted into the distance. Elsewhere, Xue'er moved through the foggy island. She felt no fear when encountering beasts, only excitement for battle. With a flash of cold light, a first-tier intermediate beast that just emerged had its throat bones severed and fell dead. This is too slow, Xue'er muttered, looking around. She had only encountered a few scattered beasts along the way, each instantly killed. But there were too few beasts. And the foggy island was far too vast. The dense fog not only blocked human observation, but also severely dulled the beast's senses. Wandering aimlessly like this relied too much on luck. Xue'er pondered, raising her wrist to check the scoreboard. She had dropped from 1st to 6th place. They all seemed to have a way to actively find beasts. She mused. No, Jiang Chen's form materialized, his voice calm. They rely on connections. Using their prominent families to learn the exam location in advance, and quickly leverage their networks to understand the beast distribution on the island. Xue'er blinked her beautiful eyes. That's allowed. It's not against the rules, it happens every year, Jiang Chen said flatly. Besides, there are few suitable places for the special training camp exam. Getting inside information is easy for the wealthy and powerful. Let's go! Xue'er was startled. Where? Others have their prominent families to support them, but you have my backing, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. I've already scouted all the beast lairs on the island. There's a place nearby that's perfect for you. Xue'er's eyes lit up. 10 minutes later she arrived at a mountain base. The area was scattered with massive boulders, and many beasts gathered there. On the slope, there were even more beasts. These creatures resembled wild boars, but their hide was extremely tough, with a metallic gleam on their backs. Their tusks were sharp, and their eyes were blood red. This was a herd of ironback boars, the perfect beast lair for farming points. What an excellent spot! Xue'er exclaimed, invigorated. These scattered boulders formed natural barriers, greatly mitigating the risk of being surrounded and overwhelmed by beast herds. Conversely, human martial cultivators could exploit their agile footwork to maneuver deftly among them. Let's begin! Xue'er's figure blurred. In an instant, she became a streak of afterimage surging forward. Roar! 2 iron-spine wild boars were startled first, emitting low guttural roars as they thundered headlong toward her. Their charge was formidable, yet slow. Schwa! Xue'er flashed forth in a blur, her battle saber slashing downward at the neck of one boar. Thump! A jarring vibration reverberated up her arms. The boar crashed sideways onto the ground, and its neck gleamed faintly with metallic luster, astonishingly hard. Clearly her strike had only struck its armored hide. Slow speed. High defense. Her eyes flickered with sharp insight. No hesitation, no pause, as she lunged forward once more. Her form blurred again. Her saber plunged deep into the boar's ear, driving straight through its skull. Oh! The beast began to shriek. Xue'er twisted the blade sideways in a savage and wartoward cleave, ripping open a grotesque gory wound. Schwa! She kicked the corpse hard, using the recoil to launch herself toward the second boar, her saber piercing its eye with lethal precision. Ding! 2 Tier 2 novice beasts slain, 40 points awarded. Her wristband chimed. Unmoved, Xue'er withdrew her blade and pressed onward. Shua. Blades flared, blood sprayed. In that moment, Xue'er seemed to have entered a state of transcendent absorption, utterly immersed in the art of slaughter. Ding! For Tier 2 novice beasts slain, 80 points awarded. 2 Tier 2 intermediate beasts slain, 120 points awarded. 3 Tier 2 novice beasts slain, 60 points awarded. Slain! Xue'er's ranking on the scoreboard surged upward at breathtaking speed. Woodham! Hong cleaved apart a beast before him. The wristband vibrated. He glanced down.
What in the world? Xue'er has taken the top spot again.
Hong's expression shifted subtly. He stood within the beast cave his elders had pre-designated, a narrow elongated terrain ideal for efficient beast hunting. He'd assumed the lead was secure. Yet, she'd overtaken him. His pupils contracted sharply. In the blink of an eye, Xue'er's score had climbed another 20 points. Before he could even catch his breath, her points surged by 60 more.
80 points in 10 seconds. She slaughtered 4 Tier 2 novice beasts in 10 seconds.
Hong felt his lips grow dry. And it wasn't just him. Other trainees watching the live scoreboard sensed something profoundly unsettling.
Exceptional close combat prowess. Could Xue'er truly execute Tier 2 beasts instantly?
A cold-eyed youth narrowed his gaze. With a flick of his wrist, 4 throwing blades shot forth, piercing the beast's skull clean through. A spiritual mind cultivator. Fong Wenhao.
I'll see how long you can last. Hunting beasts is precisely where spiritual mind cultivators excel.
Fong Wenhao's gaze turned icy. His figure blurred. He shot toward a nearby beast cluster. Meanwhile, Xue'er remained utterly absorbed in real-world refinement. Her combat style was ferocious.
Zhang!
Her saber stabbed into an iron spine, wild boar's pupil at a vicious, unorthodox angle. Then, blade light erupted. A muffled bang echoed as half the beast's skull exploded outward. Swift, precise, ruthless. One strike, death. No wasted motion. Schwa. She darted toward another beast. As time passed, her mastery of combat technique deepened with each movement. Suddenly, several figures emerged from the forest.
It's her!
Zhang Baiji's fair face hardened into frost. She stared at Xue'er with undisguised disdain. But swiftly a flash of venom lit her beautiful eyes, and she strode forward with several fellow trainees from Jiangxia province.
Baiji Xue'er is already ranked first on the leaderboard. Her combat style is terrifyingly fierce,
cautioned a fellow trainee. Zhang Baiji shot him a glacial glare.
So what? Are you afraid?
The trainee fell silent.
Why should she monopolize such an ideal hunting ground?
Zhang Baiji's voice turned icy.
Besides, we're 5. In a direct confrontation, we hold overwhelming advantage. Let's go!
Her tone brooked no dissent. The 5 advanced directly into the iron spine wild boar territory. Xue'er's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she glanced their way, but offered no acknowledgement, maintaining her relentless rhythm as she ascended steadily toward the mountain peak.
Who does she think she is putting on airs?
Zhang Baiji sneered in disgust. 3 iron spine wild boars charged wildly toward her. With arrogant composure, she raised her hand, frost coalescing instantly into 3 ice daggers, which she hurled forward. Thud, thud, thud. The daggers struck the boars' throats, but left only shallow wounds. Enraged, the beasts roared and accelerated violently.
What? These are Tier 2 intermediate beasts.
Zhang Baiji hastily launched several more ice daggers. Yet her prideful technique failed utterly to breach the boar's hide. As they bore down upon her, terror flooded her features, and she stumbled backward in panic. She nearly collapsed outright.
Help me now!
Zhang Baiji shrieked, her face deathly pale. The other 4 trainees rushed forward in frantic disarray, only barely managing to slay the 3 beasts. They looked up, and saw Xue'er had already reached the mountainside. With effortless grace, she dispatched 2 more beasts, 1/1 fall.
How terrifyingly strong!
A long-haired girl murmured in awe. 5 of them had struggled to kill 3 beasts, while Xue'er moved alone through the herd like an untouchable sovereign. Zhang Baiji's face twisted with unbearable humiliation. Her fists clenched tight, fingernails biting deep into her palms. Her gaze locked onto Xue'er's retreating back, and envy curdled into pure malice. Half an hour later, Xue'er finally reached the summit. After felling the last 4 Tier 2 intermediate beasts, exhaustion gripped her. She planted her saber upright, chest heaving deeply.
I've claimed first place on the leaderboard.
Wiping sweat from her brow, Xue'er allowed herself a quiet, satisfied smile.
On the scoreboard she led with 1A50 points. Even Chen Hong, ranked second, had only 1360. I'll rest briefly, then proceed to the second beast cave to further hone my combat art. Xue'er started to lower herself to sit. Suddenly, a sharp whistling tear cut the air behind her. Xue'er's entire body tensed. In one fluid motion, she braced a hand against the ground and backflipped clear. Tum. 2 ice daggers slammed into the spot she just occupied. Then, a serpent of flame lashed out from the side, while a massive boulder hurtled toward her from another angle. A triple assault, relentless and coordinated. Xue'er. Xue'er blurred retreating in a streak of afterimage. She lifted her gaze, and saw Zhang Baiji and her cohort charging straight at her. Now! Strike her down while she's exhausted full force. We must expel her from the trial. Zhang Baiji's voice cracked like a whip. With a sweep of her hand a gale of freezing wind erupted around her, surging toward Xue'er. She had waited for this moment for a long time. Even now, she could almost taste the intoxicating thrill of standing over Xue'er's fallen form gazing down in supreme condescension. Zhang! A crystalline blade chime rang beside Zhang Baiji's ear. Xue'er, who had been over 10 meters away, was suddenly upon her, a ghost materializing from thin air. Her blade aura crackled like thunder, shattering the incoming ice daggers into glittering shards, then accelerating anew. Shua! Another afterimage trailed her movement. 2 training camp members hadn't even registered her arrival before their bodies were sent flying, slammed aside by the flat of her blade. Crack. Bone snapped. Xue'er's gaze remained impassive. She drove her boot into a male trainee's abdomen, then used the recoil to pivot, driving her elbow forward with brutal force. Tum! 2 more trainees flew backward, especially the last, who crumpled unconscious from the sheer impact of her elbow strike. You? Zhang Baiji tried to retreat. Zhang. A cold razor-edged blade settled against the slender column of her throat. In that instant, Zhang Baiji froze, icy dread flooding her veins, every hair on her skin prickling, upright fine gooseflesh rising across her pale flesh. What are you going to do? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. What do you think? Xue'er's gaze was glacial, her stare upon Zhang Baiji as detached, as indifferent, as if observing the carcasses of wild boars strewn across the ground. Zhang Baiji shuddered violently. Before she could utter another word, Xue'er rotated her wrist, the blade resting against Zhang Baiji's throat, slicing downward in a swift, decisive arc. Hey! Zhang Baiji screamed in abject terror, her body collapsing like a puppet with severed strings. A dark stain spread across the front of her white trousers. She had soiled herself in sheer fright. But the expected agony never came. Instinctively Zhang Baiji looked down, and saw her own elegant flowing tresses severed cleanly at the nape. Xue'er, you wretched despicable pauper, you dare lay hands on me, you... Schlap! The blade slapped sideways across her cheek, leaving a crimson welt. Hey! Zhang Baiji shrieked hysterically. You low-born scum! How dare you strike me, you... Slap! Another stinging blow landed. She was knocked sprawling onto the ground, her once lovely face swollen, bruised, and marred by fresh blood. Several teeth spat onto the dirt. Wah! Wah! Zhang Baiji broke into full wailing sobs, only to instinctively reach out and realize mortifyingly that she was kneeling atop the rear end of a dead wild boar. Wah! She scrambled backward, frantically curling into a trembling ball, clutching her knees, burying her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Born and raised a princess, untouched, unchallenged, she had never endured such shame or pain. In that moment, she was certain no soul in all the world suffered greater injustice. Those who humiliate others shall themselves be humiliated. Xue'er's gaze remained frigid. Had this been the wilderness, you would already be dead. With that she turned and walked away. Moments later a military helicopter descended from the sky. A broad-shouldered, muscular officer stepped out, his voice cold and commanding. Your trial ends here. Return to base immediately. His manner was uncompromising. To elite warriors, duels were honorable, but ambushes orchestrated by a coalition, despicable. The trainees staggered to their feet. Zhang Baiji still crouched, face buried in her hands, sobbing. The officer's thick brows rose sharply, and without mercy he barked.
Anyone delaying will forfeit all points. This is a military operation. Who gave you permission to behave like a child on the battlefield?
With a thunderous roar he commanded.
Stand up.
Zhang Baiji jerked upright, trembling violently. After taking a few shaky steps, humiliation and fury overwhelmed her. She hastily stripped off her outer garment and draped it over her soiled trousers. Xue'er walked slowly through the mountain forest. During the assessment with drones monitoring, she did not consume any pills from the Void Treasury, but instead used the recovery potions issued by the training camp to restore her vitality.
Brother Jiang, was I too harsh just now?
Xue'er asked with some trepidation.
The instructors and mentors are all watching if they deem me in violation. No,
Jiangchen said calmly.
In a normal spar, striking heavily after your opponent has lost would incur penalties, but the previous situation was a coordinated ambush by Zhang Baiji and the others. They deliberately chose the moment when you were exhausted to strike. Such behavior is utterly despicable no matter where it occurs.
Xue'er breathed a sigh of relief. Then a puzzled expression crossed her face.
Strange. Their talents are not weak yet. In actual combat, they were riddled with flaws.
Zhang Baiji and her group, setting aside their character, were undoubtedly top-tier geniuses of this year's martial arts college entrance exam. Selected by the Demon Martial Training Camp, they had already surpassed millions of candidates nationwide. However, their combat prowess was extremely poor. Jiang Chen's divine sense surged forth. His gaze turned cold as he looked into the distance and said in a deep voice,
The root of all this is that the source martial path of human civilization has gone completely astray. Too much emphasis is placed on awakened innate abilities, while self-development is severely neglected.
Jiang Chen frowned deeply.
If this continues, human civilization cannot withstand the onslaught of aberrant beasts.
Xue'er nodded, though she only half understood. She was merely a girl from the old city district who had never been exposed to grand scenes and had little grasp of such macroscopic situations. Nevertheless, she thought to herself,
Since Brother Jiang says so, it must be right. I believe in Brother Jiang.
Her heart was filled with unwavering conviction. The young girl holds unwavering faith in you. Orphaned and alone since childhood, her perception of the vast world is extremely weak, but your presence is a beacon guiding her and dispelling the confusion and fear in her heart. Trust 100 Heavenly Tao Source 100. Jiang Chen glanced at Xue'er and then said,
By the way, you must be cautious of that Shenrui in the training camp. Aside from her intense jealousy, there is another important reason why Zhang Baiji went hysterically after you. She was instigated by Shenrui.
Xue'er was taken aback.
Shenrui is sowing discord. It's more than just simple provocation.
Jiang Chen shook his head.
He uses a more insidious method to corrupt minds, employing sinister means to amplify the most malicious thoughts deep within one's heart. This kind of corruption is not just verbal incitement, it also involves a subtle erosion of spiritual energy. It is silent and extremely difficult to detect.
Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy. Shanghai was different from Jinling. As the most important war-based city on China's coast, Shanghai held a uniquely critical position. And the Demon Martial Academy was a paramount treasure of Chinese civilization. Now, with a sinister prodigy infiltrating the academy, the situation was extremely grave. Xue'er's eyelids twitched.
Should we report this? No.
Jiang Chen shook his head.
Let's use him as bait first. To have entered the Demon Martial Academy, his connections must run deep.
As he spoke, he turned to Xue'er again.
You don't need to worry about these things for now. The current task is to secure the top spot in the training camp. After all, once the training ends, you will enter the Demon Martial Academy, and there are many things waiting for us to do.
Xue'er lifted her head with renewed vigor. A spark of excitement shone in the young girl's eyes. Brother Jiang mentioned us. It meant he had acknowledged her. This gradually restored the confidence of the girl, who had always been somewhat self-deprecating. 10 minutes later, Xue'er arrived at another beast lair. With a swift movement, she charged straight into the gathering point of aberrant beasts.
Elsewhere amidst a thick fog, Shenrui leaned against a tree branch gazing at the training camp leaderboard.
This Xue'er's combat methods are truly ferocious. She can instantly kill second-rank low-level, even mid-level aberrant beasts.
Shenrui's eyes flickered. Then he turned his gaze to the bottom-ranked trainees from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Zhang Baiji and the others had already been expelled from the assessment.
What a pitiful little flower overly protected in a greenhouse.
A sinister smile curved at the corner of Shenrui's mouth.
But it's good that they're foolish. With more fools like them, we will have our opportunities.
Shenrui leaped, his form blurring into a residual image as he vanished into the mountain forest. Back in the island base's conference room, Liang Wei and old Luo kept their eyes fixed on Xue'er. At that moment, Xue'er had already plunged into the heart of the beast horde, her combat methods exceedingly fierce. With a flash of cold light, the throats of two aberrant beasts were instantly severed. Even before the corpses had fallen, Xue'er had already charged toward another wave of aberrant beasts.
Remarkable,
old Luo exclaimed with deep emotion.
To be honest, in over a decade of presiding over training camp assessments, this is the first time I've seen such ferocious combat methods. And it's not just the methods. Xue'er's keen instincts for battle and her willpower are both exceptional. I even suspect she might have truly experienced battlefield slaughter.
It wasn't just old Luo. The other officers in the conference room also turned their attention to Xue'er's scream. Their eyes were full of admiration mixed with a hint of respect and reverence. Yes, reverence. These battle-hardened veterans, the elite of the military, actually felt respect for an 18-year-old student.
To hone such ferocious combat techniques, she must have endured a great deal of hardship.
A burly officer murmured.
This Xue'er has undoubtedly faced life-and-death crises multiple times and survived.
Liang Wei nodded slightly. Even though he had already set his expectations, witnessing Xue'er's actual combat slaughter still stirred a wave of shock within him.
The Demon Martial Academy hasn't seen a talent like this in many years. Her combat methods are undoubtedly the best among all previous training camp trainees.
Liang Wei's eyes burned with fervor.
This also means she has the greatest hope of obtaining the War King's legacy.
Old Luo glanced at another screen and remarked with emotion.
This Jinling is also impressive. He broke through to the 5th layer of the innate realm in actual combat, and his fighting methods are equally strong.
On the screen, Jinling was also slaughtering amidst the beast horde. His fighting style was more brutal, relying on his S-rank talent Life Return. He adopted a tactic of trading injuries for kills, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. First Xue'er points 2462. Second Jinling points 2060. Third Xuan points 1855. Fourth Fang Wenhao points 1680. Fifth Luchin points 1545. Sixth.
In last year's training camp, Jinling would have unquestionably been the top scorer. Unfortunately,
Liang Wei sighed.
This year he met Xue'er.
Old Luo nodded slightly in agreement. Just as they were marveling, a violent roar suddenly erupted from the light screen. Warning alarms blared.
Warning. Warning. A third-rank aberrant beast life fluctuation detected in the assessment zone. Preliminary identification: Blood Moon Wolf King.
The alarm sounded explosively.
Blood Moon Wolf King.
Liang Wei's pupils constricted.
No. It's near Xue'er.
Swish. Everyone looked up. Xue'er was now in a deep valley surrounded by the gathering grounds of Blood Moon Wolves, a regular second-tier beast clan. But at that moment, as the drone's perspective ascended, 5 Blood Moon Wolves suddenly appeared on the distant mountaintop. These 5 beasts were enormous, with 4 of them standing half a head taller than the regular ones. The central Blood Moon Wolf was even more colossal. It had a tuft of blood-red fur on its brow, stood 2 meters tall, its claws gleaming with a metallic chill. Perched on the peak, it overlooked the valley like a giant beast, its gaze filled with brutality and ferocity. However, the Blood Moon Wolf King's abdomen bore scorched blackened marks from an electric shock, the flesh torn and bloody. Yet this only stirred the Wolf King's savagery further.
What?
The Blood Moon Wolf King howled at the sky. Instantly, all the Blood Moon Wolves in the area entered a berserk state, charging madly at Xue'er.
Damn it! How did a third-tier beast break out of the restricted zone?
Liang Wei's face changed drastically.
and 4 high-level wolf guards. The Blood Moon Wolf King was a third-tier high-level beast. Even wounded by forcing through the electromagnetic high-voltage net, it was more than the trainees could handle. Old Luo's face was grim.
Liang Wei, should we terminate the assessment?
Before he could finish, sudden gasps erupted in the meeting room.
Swish!
Xue'er, instead of retreating, charged at the wolf pack with even greater speed. The drone's perspective zoomed in sharply. The girl's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, a blazing fighting spirit burned in her bright eyes.
Clang!
Xue'er flipped her wrist. The war blade in her hand cracked like thunder. 2 wolf beasts were instantly cleaved in half-blood and entrails flying through the air. Xue'er's gaze was sharp. With a deft blink step, she evaded the beast's encirclement, and then a blood-red shadow flashed. With a harsh
rip,
Xue'er's blade light transformed into a crimson shadow. Her slashing speed surged. The blade's power grew even more ferocious.
Thud! Swish, swish, swish!
In an instant, 5 wolf beasts' heads were torn off.
Blade light like thunder. This is an advanced blade technique manual.
Old Luo gasped. Xue'er. She was hiding her combat power.
Liang Wei's pupils also constricted. Suddenly,
the drone's perspective zoomed in further. In the midst of battle, Xue'er slightly raised her right arm and waved towards the sky. The gesture was clear. It signaled for the assessment to continue.
What?
Old Luo's eyes widened.
Does she really intend to fight her way up and battle the Blood Moon Wolf King?
Liang Wei, what do you think?
Bang! He turned around only to see Liang Wei already rushing out of the meeting room, leaving behind only one sentence. The assessment continues.
After leaving, Liang Wei quickly boarded a helicopter, which soared into the air, and headed straight for Xue'er's location. Soon Liang Wei appeared directly above the valley. Holding a source martial battle weapon, he looked down coldly, ready to drop from the sky in an instant to support Xue'er if she was in danger.
A third-tier Wolf King. A cross-tire battle.
Liang Wei licked his dry lips, a glint of sharp light suddenly flashing in his tiger-like eyes.
Since Jiang Chen from Demon Martial, it's been a long time since we've seen such a madman.
How exciting. Boom.
In the valley, Xue'er's gaze was fierce. As she stepped forward, the great meridians in her back tensed like a bowstring, her blood energy surging wildly.
She swung her blade. A streak of blood-red energy burst from the war blade and crashed down.
Thud!
2 wolf beasts were torn apart. But more and more wolves were charging at her from all sides.
Your blood energy isn't condensed enough, Jiang Chen said calmly, suspended in the void.
The chi and blood in your back acupoints can be even more explosive, continuous, and then unleashed through your blade technique. Speed up. Wolf beasts are large, fast in a straight line, but not agile enough.
Swish, swish, swish. Xue'er kept Jiang Chen's teachings in mind, constantly refining her combat methods.
Facing the wolves swarming from all directions, she felt no fear. Back in the training room, Jiang Chen had subjected her to even harsher trials, and with his guidance now her heart was incredibly steady.
Clang!
With a resounding blade cry, Xue'er's war blade suddenly slashed out, a crimson blade light incredibly sharp. Like a hot knife through butter, it effortlessly dismembered 5 wolf beasts, while a wave of scorching blood energy swept through her body.
A breakthrough! Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction.
Xue'er's blood energy has broken through, upgraded to innate 3rd layer Heavenly Dao Source 600. Xue'er has comprehended an advanced blade technique, Blood Shadow Thunder Blade, advanced from mastery to proficiency, Heavenly Dao Source 600.
Boom! Xue'er took a step forward. Her fierce aura surged, and she forcefully carved a path through the wolves' encirclement. Swish, swish, swish. Her blade technique grew increasingly skilled.
With the crimson blade light, the girl advanced step by step towards the mountaintop.
Ding! Killed 2 second-tier intermediate beasts, gained 120 points.
Killed 5 second-tier basic beasts, gained 80 points. Killed 3 second-tier intermediate beasts, gained 180 points. Killed.
The wristband constantly sent kill notifications. Her points skyrocketed. Xue'er ignored it all, completely immersed in the slaughter.
At the same time, Jiang Chen's voice echoed in her mind. A blade technique manual emphasizes the balance of hardness and softness adjust according to the beast's state. Your movement and blood energy must keep pace. Combat isn't about reckless hacking, it's about forging your spirit energy and essence into one, creating your own killing heart. Focus your spirit and energy, perceive the overall rhythm. Above the valley, Liangwei stood at the helicopter hatch watching Xue'er's battle projection. The wind howled, but it couldn't blow away the shock in his tiger-like eyes. Such a strong fighting spirit. She's using the wolf pack to hone her combat techniques. Liangwei's gaze was sharp. Through his earpiece, old Luo's roar came through. Quick, dispatch 3 more fighter jets to ensure Xue'er's safety. Liangwei, don't you screw this up. Keep a close watch. We cannot afford to lose such a peerless killing prodigy. Liangwei smiled slightly. But soon his smile froze. On the mountaintop, the Blood Moon Wolf King suddenly let out a roar. For Blood Moon Wolf guards received the order and instantly pounced. Boom. Boom. On the slope, 4 blood-red shadows charged down, carrying a violent, ferocious aura. Second-tier high-level wolf guards. One high-level wolf guard charged first, its body tensing and back arching. Xue'er had already noticed it, and immediately changed her stance. But this high-level wolf guard didn't pounce, its earlier action was a deliberate feint. Boom! Another wolf guard circled behind Xue'er, and launched a surprise attack from the rear while she was focused on the front. Beast Clan tactics. Liangwei's eyelids twitched violently. Normally these second-tier high-level wolf guards would only recklessly charge. But now, with the Blood Moon Wolf King's appearance, the suppression of royal blood had given these guards rudimentary tactical coordination. Swish. Xue'er reacted quickly. Realizing her misjudgment, she immediately dodged the rear attack with a sideways leap. But the next moment, the other 2 wolf guards seemed to have anticipated her evasive move and pounced simultaneously. Not good. Liangwei gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to jump. But the situation changed. After her sideways landing, Xue'er used one hand to support herself, executing an agile roll to evade to the left. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Her movement was incredibly swift, leaving trails of afterimages as she completely avoided the pounce of the 4 high-level wolf guards. Each dodge was a preemptive prediction. Such terrifying reaction speed. Liangwei's eyes were wide, his breathing rapid and heavy. In the valley, after experiencing previous setbacks, Xue'er immediately altered her combat strategy, using her agile movements to engage with the Blood Moon Wolf guards by leveraging the terrain. Beast Clan combat techniques are only effective at the 4th tier or higher. Jiang Chen's voice rang out. These wolf guards are merely struggling to execute their encirclement tactics under the pressure of the Wolf King's bloodline, but they lack experience and have numerous flaws. You must wait for the right moment to strike. Increase your speed. Xue'er nodded, pushing her movements to their utmost limit. At the mountain's peak, the Blood Moon Wolf King let out another roar. The attacks from the 4 high-tier wolf guards grew increasingly fierce, while the surrounding beasts began to become more frenzied. Injuries began to appear on Xue'er's body. Several times she found herself in peril. I'm close to my limit. Xue'er gritted her teeth. Not at all, Jiangchen replied with indifference. Between life and death there lies great terror, but also great opportunity. Xue'er, you have yet to fully tap into your potential, he reminded her. Though you are being monitored during the assessment, preventing you from utilizing the combat abilities of a second-tier mentalist, you can still. As a second-tier mentalist, you can fully integrate your mental strength into your combat techniques. Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. But in that moment of distraction, a wolf guard suddenly charged at her. Xue'er had no time to evade, and could only hurriedly block with her combat knife. Bang! Xue'er was heavily knocked away. A dozen beasts immediately pounced on her landing spot. Not good! Liangwei's expression changed drastically as he gripped his combat knife ready to leap. But in the next moment, he froze again, his face flushed and his tiger-like eyes wide as saucers. Whoosh! Xue'er, still suspended in the air, suddenly twisted her body, her combat knife slashing fiercely. The blade's aura was overwhelming. These strikes were not aimed at the beasts,
but were instead directed at the ground. Then using the recoil, she continuously adjusted her balance, and in a swift motion darted through the gaps in the encirclement of the many beasts.
Did she dodge it?
Liang Wei felt a chill run down his spine. But what shocked him even more was yet to come.
Clang!
Xue'er twisted her wrist. A crimson blade light suddenly slashed out, and in an instant, she shifted positions rapidly like lightning, leaving and shaped afterimage.
Puff!
For beasts fell lifelessly. Without the slightest pause, Xue'er kicked off and plunged back into the beast horde. At that moment, Xue'er's eyes sparkled with brilliance.
The combat technique emphasizes the unity of essence, chi, and spirit. As a mentalist, even without using mental energy to attack, I can use it to precisely control my movements and to anticipate the attack trajectories of the beasts.
A flash of insight struck Xue'er. She instantly grasped Jiang Chen's reminder.
Whoosh!
The girl moved like a dragon, effortlessly weaving through the encirclement of beasts. Each seemingly perilous evasion was in fact executed with ease.
Bang!
Xue'er kicked away the corpse of a beast in front of her, using the momentum to flip backward. At the moment of landing, she suddenly burst forth, with even greater speed, using the beast's corpse as cover to maneuver to the side of a blood moon wolf guard.
Kill!
Xue'er's gaze was sharp. The blood shadow thunder blade erupted violently, revealing 6 simultaneous crimson lights. The head of a hiker wolf guard soared into the sky.
My attack power has increased. This is the essence of the combat technique. With the enhancement of mental energy, my swordplay and movement techniques merge perfectly, allowing me to sense even the slightest adjustments. This is the rhythm control that Brother Jiang spoke of.
Xue'er's eyes shone with brightness.
Roar!
A fierce wind surged from behind her. Xue'er immediately crouched down, stepping aside, while unleashing her strength, swiftly charting a zate path forward. She perfectly evaded all attacks. Then cold light flashed, cutting through the air, creating brilliant crimson blossoms. Liang Wei clutched the airplane's door with one hand, his muscles taut with tension. His resolute face was filled with shock. Several times he nearly jumped down to assist, but was repeatedly stunned by Xue'er's maneuvers.
Such a powerful combat technique! Even if I suppressed my cultivation to the innate realm, I couldn't achieve such a fierce killing rhythm.
Liang Wei licked his dry lips. Below on the battlefield, Xue'er moved with ease among the beasts. As time passed, her combat techniques became increasingly proficient, and her killing efficiency visibly improved. Another hiker wolf guard was pierced through the throat, instantly dying.
Ding! Killed a second-tier high-level beast, gaining 180 points. Killed a second-tier high-level beast, gaining 180 points. Killed 2 second-tier mid-level beasts, gaining 120 points.
The smart wristwatch chimed in, with notifications. Xue'er paid no attention, fully immersed in the slaughter. Meanwhile, Chen Hong was also fighting fiercely among the beasts. He took a heated hit from a raging bull, and then clutching its head, plunged his combat knife into the bull's throat. In the forest, over 20 bull corpses lay sprawled.
Huff! Huff!
Chen Hong slumped to the ground, breathing heavily, as if he were a wind tunnel. His muscles ached intensely.
I should have caught up to Xue'er by now,
he thought, wiping the blood from his face and glancing at the points ranking. Then, he was completely stunned. First place Xue'er, 4682 points. Second place Chen Hong, 3960 points. Chen Hong's pupils constricted.
How is this possible? Even if her combat technique is formidable, can a great talent kill for so long? He clenched his fists tightly. Gaining points from slaying beasts requires both explosive combat power and sustained fighting capability.
He possessed the S-class talent,
life recovery,
his stamina and vitality being the strongest among the trainees in the special training camp, but after so long, he was starting to feel the strain. But now a seemingly quiet and delicate girl was repeatedly stepping on him.
No way! I absolutely cannot fall behind her. Chen Hong struggled to rise.
I must claim the top spot in the special training camp.
Boom! He frantically circulated his blood energy techniques. The S-class talent,
life recovery,
was also in full force replenishing his vitality.
Meanwhile, Xue'er was growing stronger with each kill. As she integrated her mental energy into her movements, her combat power soared.
Clang!
A cold light flashed. Another hiker wolf guard caught off guard had its head severed. Before the head could hit the ground, Xue'er darted out several meters, like a ghost continuing her hunt for other beasts. Soon when the last wolf guard was slain, the vast valley was almost carpeted with beast corpses, a thick stench of blood permeating the area. Xue'er showed no signs of relaxation, wielding her knife single-handedly. With her other hand she popped the cap off a blood vitality potion, and quickly downed 3 vials to restore her energy.
Awah!
Suddenly a fierce roar echoed throughout the valley. At the mountain's peak the Blood Moon Wolf King stood proudly on a rock, its chilling blood-red eyes gazing down at Xue'er. Cold, violent, bloodthirsty. Moreover, there was a hint of human-like coldness in its gaze.
Be careful.
Jiang Chen's spirit materialized. Floating in the void, he calmly stated,
This abomination possesses a trace of royal bloodline, although it's thin, it has granted it a measure of intelligence. Xue'er, this will be the strongest battle you have faced thus far, with the risk of severe injury leading to an early exit from the assessment. Whether to fight or retreat is up to you.
No sooner had he spoken than the Blood Moon Wolf King let out a sudden roar, its fur standing on end as it looked up at the sky. Its aura surged, but it was also deeply wary. In the sky a military helicopter descended. Liang Wei shouted,
Classmate Yi, this is a third-tier beast king that escaped from the Forbidden Zone. Even if heavily injured, it far exceeds the scope of the special training camp's assessment. Combat techniques are not about mindless slaughter. You do not need to take risks by fighting it. Your assessment task still primarily involves second-tier beasts. Claiming the top spot in the special training camp is the goal.
The final assessment lasts a full day. Although Xue'er is currently at the top, if she fails in combat against the Blood Moon Wolf King, even if Liang Wei saves her, it means an early exit. Her points would undoubtedly be surpassed by other trainees. Xue'er lowered her head, disregarding Liang Wei's words. She silently thought,
Brother Jiang, our enemies in the demon martial realm will surely be stronger than the Wolf King, right? Jiang Chen nodded.
Much stronger.
Xue'er took a deep breath, her gaze gradually firming up.
The girl's resolve was unyielding. She had already decided to stand on the same front as you. No matter how powerful the enemy, she would not back down. I absolutely cannot retreat. If I don't dare face this small obstacle, I would be betraying Brother Jiang's teachings, the girl thought inwardly. Trust 100 Heavenly Tao Origin 100.
Then I want to give it a try. The girl slowly raised her head. Clang. She twisted her wrist, positioning the combat knife before her eyes, while lowering her center of gravity, instantly entering combat mode.
Through the cold blade, Xue'er's sharp gaze locked onto the Blood Moon Wolf King at the mountain's peak.
Instructor Liang, please step back. I want to continue the assessment.
What? Liang Wei was taken aback. He was about to continue persuading when he suddenly noticed Xue'er's delicate and beautiful face, particularly the intensity in her eyes. At this moment, her gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, filled with an indescribable aura. Xue'er seemed like a different person, her presence extraordinarily strong. Such a strong killing intent. Liang Wei's expression changed drastically. How old is she? She's already nurturing a martial arts killing intent. Just then, Xue'er spoke again. Instructor Liang, please leave. All right. Liang Wei took a deep breath, signaling the helicopter to ascend and withdraw from the battle. Yet in his tiger-like eyes, there was immense shock. Back then, he had guarded the door of Mo Wu Jiang Chen's dormitory for over half a year before receiving guidance to comprehend the essence of nurturing martial arts killing intent. With that, Liang Wei's strength surged dramatically, leading him to become the chief instructor of the Mo Wu Special Training Camp. But now an 18-year-old special training student had also cultivated a martial arts killing intent. How could this not astonish Liang Wei? Suddenly a violent roar echoed from below, jolting Liang Wei awake. Roar! The Blood Moon Wolf King let out a howl. The sound waves, infused with a brutal bloodlust, sent fragments of stone flying around. Its towering 2-meter frame stood like a rock at the mountain's peak, its cold gaze fixed on Xue'er, hot breath billowing from its mouth and nose. It was furious. The Wolf King possessing royal blood had begun to develop intelligence. It sensed the provocation from this insignificant human. Damn it. Bang. The rock beneath its feet shattered instantly. The Blood Moon Wolf King charged down the ridge, causing a thunderous roar that made the entire valley tremble. Xue'er's eyes shone sharply as she advanced forward. At a distance of 50 meters, she suddenly kicked out a surge of blood, and she erupting, sending several large rocks flying. The blade light followed closely behind. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks exploded in midair, turning into dust and debris that rushed toward the eyes of the Blood Moon Wolf King, slightly slowing its speed. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Xue'er seized the opportunity, her speed skyrocketing as she left a remnant shadow beside the Wolf King. Clang. A chilling gleam suddenly appeared. The sharp blade light left a blood mark on the Wolf King's body, forcing it to retreat. Almost as soon as Xue'er withdrew, the Wolf King charged sideways. Bang. A deep pit formed on the ground. Xue'er's gaze was fierce, her powerful second-tier spiritual power fully integrated into her body, precisely controlling every muscle and every drop of blood. Essence, energy, and spirit fused into one. Then it erupted violently. Whoosh. Xue'er's sword techniques became increasingly rapid, forming a continuous curtain of blades aimed at the Wolf King. Her movements became even faster. Like a wraith, she floated erratically, weaving through the gaps in the Blood Moon Wolf King's attack, striking with her sword. Clang. Xue'er raised her hand to strike with her sword. The blade accurately blocked the Wolf King's razor-sharp claws, which were as hard as metal. Then she used the force to spin around. Swish. A zaped remnant shadow suddenly appeared, and the blade light slashed toward the Wolf King's abdomen again. Bang. Bang. Clang. The life and death struggle instantly reached a boiling point. In the sky, Liangwei stared in disbelief at the battlefield below. She really has the ability to fight the Blood Moon Wolf King. And she's not at a disadvantage. Liangwei's pupils widened as he instinctively gripped the door of the helicopter, nearly crushing the metal frame. Yet this did nothing to diminish his inner astonishment. In the base's conference room, there was an eerie silence. Old Luo's eyes widened as he and the other officers watched Xue'er's battle scene intently. What a fierce fighting style! What a confident movement! Old Luo trembled with excitement. Is she really a student? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that a student could possess such combat prowess. Ah! Suddenly a gasp echoed through the conference room. They saw Xue'er get hit by the Blood Moon Wolf King's claws, her body flying away like a cannonball. Not good. Old Luo's heart sank. Liangwei also loosened his grip, half of his foot already stepping into the air. Suddenly, clang. Xue'er in midair twisted her body to adjust her balance, and as she landed, she stomped down hard. Bang. Stones flew everywhere. The girl charged back into the battlefield, entangled with the Blood Moon Wolf King. Gulp. In the conference room, the officers felt their scalps go numb. Old Luo said tremulously, Liangwei, you damn well better pay attention. We can't let this talent come to harm. All right, definitely. Liangwei's voice was hoarse, his blood surging, the source martial soldiers flashing with light, ready to strike at any moment. As Xue'er battled the Blood Moon Wolf King, other students also sensed something was off. Huh? Xue'er's score has stopped rising. Chen Hong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly. It seems she has completely exhausted herself, and is now resting and recuperating. I told you so. With S-level talent for life recovery, no one in this special training camp can match my sustained combat strength. Chen Hong's eyes radiated as he charged toward the second-tier beast. On the other side, Fan Wenhao, a spiritual master, was also frantically hunting beasts. Swish. Blade shot out, bursting forth in a spray of blood. Fan Wenhao glanced at the score ranking, sneering, rest. Or is she injured? Just right. It's my turn to climb the leaderboard. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the blade shot up dramatically. At this moment, all the students undergoing assessments noticed that Xue'er's score had stopped rising. For them, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity to catch up. The fierce battle in the valley continued. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Xue'er, relying on her agile form, attacked like a swimming dragon. Her attacks focused on the Wolf King's previously injured abdomen. Roar. The Blood Moon Wolf King let out a furious roar, creating a whirlwind of sound that kicked up dust and rocks. At this moment, its royal bloodline was fully activated, and its speed surged. The royal bloodline is unleashing its power. Wei stared intensely at the battlefield, not daring to blink lest he miss a chance to support. Yet Xue'er maintained a perfect rhythm in her attacks. Swish. She dodged a bite from its fangs, and then swiftly blocked with her sword. Clang. 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 The Blood Moon Wolf King launched 3 rapid attacks in succession, all of which were blocked by Xue'er's sword. Even with her evasive maneuvers, Xue'er felt her arms tremble. Keep the rhythm. Observe the beast's breathing. Its royal bloodline isn't that formidable, and coupled with its injuries, it's only equivalent to an ordinary early-stage third-tier beast. Jiang Qin's voice echoed, "You haven't reached your limit, keep honing your skills." Xue'er nodded. She continued her assault on the Wolf King, while pondering Jiang Qin's reminder. Limit. She had already mobilized all her blood and qi, and even her second-tier spiritual power was infused within her body. Logically, she had reached her peak combat strength. But Brother Jiang is definitely right. I must have overlooked some details. While contemplating, Xue'er dodged the Wolf King's attacks. Roar. The Wolf King's roar grew increasingly agitated. With the enhancement of its royal bloodline, it seemed to ascend to a higher level of life, its rich blood energy enveloping the area with a foul stench. Not right. Xue'er's eyes suddenly sparkled. The Blood Moon Wolf King is empowered by royal bloodline. But I have also activated 2 spiritual acupoints. Brother Jiang mentioned that acupoints are the source of continually tapping into life potential. In that instant, Xue'er seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes shimmering. Boom. The girl pushed her blood and qi techniques to their utmost limit. Then her movements and sword technique also reached their peak. Thump, thump, thump. Xue'er's heart pounded violently, producing powerful and resonant sounds. She sought to tap into her life potential through extreme combat. It's going to fail. Wei squinted in his observations. Xue'er was currently expending all her physical strength to attack, and could not sustain it for long. Once she exhausts her strength, it would be the Blood Moon Wolf King's turn to attack. However, this is already quite remarkable. With just her combat style and willpower, she is undoubtedly the top of the special training rankings. Wei thought to himself. Wei, be ready to assist, it's about to end. Old Luo's reminder came through the earpiece. All right. Wei nodded firmly. In the valley, Xue'er's attacks grew increasingly rapid, but that also meant her blood and physical strength were being consumed at an alarming rate. The moment her movements slowed down, Roar. The Blood Moon Wolf King instantly seized the opportunity, lunging at her. It's over, huh? Wei had barely leaped out of the cabin when he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Boom! A violent surge of qi erupted from Xue'er. A crimson light exploded. With a loud bang, the charging Blood Moon Wolf King was sent flying, crashing 10 meters away. What? Wei was completely dumbfounded. But he had already jumped off the helicopter. There was no time to think more. Wei punched forward, using the rebound from his punch to harden his retreat, then grabbed onto the helicopter's bottom cable. This chief instructor of the MOW's special training camp hung in midair, dumbfounded, as he gazed at the valley below. Boom! Bang! The Blood Moon Wolf King crashed heavily to the ground. This beast, possessing a royal bloodline, seemed somewhat dazed as it staggered to its feet and glanced around. It suspected an ambush from other human martial artists. But after scanning its surroundings, its crimson gaze fell upon only a single figure, Xue'er. Roar! The Blood Moon Wolf King let out a low growl, its body tensing and spine arching high. Upon closer inspection, a flicker of wariness could be seen in its scarlet pupils. Clang! Xue'er flipped her wrist, and the war blade hummed with a vibrating tone. Amidst the blade's resonance, the fierce pounding of the girl's heart echoed like war drums, her blood energy surging. Such formidable blood energy! Brother Jiang, is this the power of the heart-spirit aperture? Xue'er gripped the war blade, feeling her blood energy surge
and boil, like a river of molten lava.
To be precise, this is your own power,
Jiangchen said calmly.
Everyone possesses immense potential, and the heart-spirit aperture is the key to unlocking the potential of life.
Xue'er nodded firmly. Her eyes shone brilliantly as she looked up at the distant Blood Moon Wolf King, her battle intent soaring.
Roar!
Sensing the provocation, the Blood Moon Wolf King let out a roar and charged forward with murderous ferocity. Xue'er shifted her stance. In a flash, her entire form turned into a blur, her speed multiplied several times over. In an instant, she appeared beside the Wolf King. A cold gleam flashed. The war blade erupted with 6 streaks of blood-red light, slashing down fiercely.
Aru!
The Blood Moon Wolf King let out a pained howl. But as it swiftly turned, Xue'er had already anticipated the move, gliding like a swimming dragon to the other side. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp blade rays howled through the air, carving bloody gashes across the Blood Moon Wolf King's body. At this moment, Xue'er unleashed terrifying combat prowess, seamlessly integrating her movement, blade, and cultivation techniques into every strike. Decisive. Resolute. Her movements had not a hint of hesitation.
So powerful. This is a combat method uniting spirit, energy, and essence.
Liang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Uniting spirit, energy, and essence sounded simple, but achieving it required immense battle experience to temper oneself. Even Liang Wei himself had taken a full 4 years to reach this level, and that was already considered fast among prodigies in combat methods.
Liang Wei, what's going on?
Old Luo's shocked voice came through the earpiece.
How did Xue'er suddenly erupt?
Liang Wei said solemnly.
Because her main cultivation is the combat method.
Old Luo's pupils contracted.
The combat method differs from innate combat techniques,
Liang Wei said gravely.
It allows one to break through life shackles in life-or-death crisis. Xue'er is precisely such a case.
What? Old Luo's face changed dramatically.
At just 18, she has broken through life shackles and awakened her life potential.
Old Luo pressed.
Liang Wei, how many prodigies like this have you seen? 2.
Liang Wei replied in a hoarse voice.
One is Xue'er and the other is Jiangchen, the demon marshal of years past.
Boom. Old Luo felt as if struck by lightning. His burly frame trembled violently, a flash of shock crossing his rugged face before it transformed into ecstasy.
3 years have passed. A human source martial artist has finally emerged once more, a prodigy adept in the combat method.
Old Luo clenched his fists, roaring with excitement.
Liang Wei, we must ensure Xue'er's safety. Understood.
Liang Wei nodded emphatically. Just then a mournful howl echoed from the valley.
Aru!
The Blood Moon Wolf King's abdomen was torn open with a horrific wound. The wound was deep enough to reveal bone. Blood spurted out.
Swish!
Xue'er, having landed a hit, swiftly twisted her body.
Roar!
The Blood Moon Wolf King went completely berserk, launching a ferocious assault at the insignificant human before it. But Xue'er's speed was far too agile. Swish, swish, swish. On the battlefield, the girl's form moved like a swimming dragon, weaving through the gaps in the Wolf King's attacks.
Increase your speed,
Jiangchen said calmly.
The application of the heart-spirit aperture is not merely about enhancing life potential. The heart is the heart. It is the source of all blood energy in the body. The spirit is the soul. It is the starting point for perceiving the void. As your blood energy surges, your mental focus must also elevate, forging your spirit energy and essence to a higher level.
Xue'er's eyes gleamed as she relentlessly honed her combat techniques under Jiangchen's guidance. She even began to avoid striking the Blood Moon Wolf King's vital points. Instead, she preserved the beast's ferocious combat power, keeping herself in constant life-or-death peril. And through this she tempered her own combat methods. Swish! Xue'er's speed surged dramatically. A breakthrough in movement technique. Xue'er has comprehended an advanced movement technique, Wandering Dragon Steps, advancing from mastery to proficiency. Heavenly Dao Soar 600. 10 minutes later. The girl's blood energy surged within. Xue'er has comprehended an advanced cultivation method, Heavenly Origin Breathing Art, advancing from mastery to proficiency.
Heavenly Dowsor 600. Half an hour later. Aru! The Blood Moon Wolf King let out a roar. By now this royal-blooded Wolf King was covered in blade wounds, its fur soaked through with blood. It let out a low growl, and turned to flee deeper into the valley.
It's running!
Liangwei's pupils contracted.
Xue'er has truly defeated the Blood Moon Wolf King.
Just as he was in shock, a sharp blade hum suddenly rang out.
Clang!
Xue'er took a deep breath, activating her heart-spirit aperture to its fullest. Then her spine tensed. Her entire body sprang forth, like a fully drawn bowstring. Crack! A thunderous sound exploded in the air. Xue'er shot forth, like an arrow from a bow, instantly catching up to the fleeing Blood Moon Wolf King. She twisted her body, leaving a trail of afterimages, then flipped her wrist. The war blade transformed into a furious thunder of killing intent, unleashing it all.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 consecutive thunderous impacts. The blade force was like lightning, shattering bones and severing throats.
Squelch!
The Blood Moon Wolf King had no time to react, as its massive wolf head was severed cleanly. Blood spattered. The head shot into the air.
Boom!
The headless corpse of the third-tier Wolf King slid dozens of meters across the ground, by inertia carving a deep trench. Blood gushed forth, filling the trench like a crimson river steaming with heat. The Blood Moon Wolf King. Dead.
Brother Jiang, I did it.
Xue'er was overjoyed, eager to share her triumph. Huff, huff, huff. The girl propped herself up on her blade, panting heavily. Her pretty face was drenched in sweat, and her proud chest heaved violently, trembling as if ready to burst forth.
Excellent!
Jiangchen nodded in satisfaction.
Xue'er, in this battle you have not only forged your spirit energy and essence, but also mastered the application of the heart-spirit aperture. This is immensely beneficial for your future martial path. Remember, the combat method is not merely about brutal slaughter, it requires a deep integration of body and soul, constantly tapping into life's potential and breaking through life's shackles. I understand.
Xue'er nodded firmly. The girl's smile bloomed like a flower. More than the joy of slaying the Blood Moon Wolf King, she cherished Jiang Chen's recognition. Xue'er has comprehended an advanced combat secret art, Phantom Heavenly Firmament technique, advancing from novice to minor achievement. Heavenly Dao Source 800. Xue'er has grasped the essence of the combat method, greatly enhancing her practical combat skills. Heavenly Dao Source 1000. Xue'er has mastered the application of the heart-spirit aperture, elevating her life level. Heavenly Dao Source 2000. High in the sky. Liangwei gripped the helicopter cable dangling midair as the wind swayed him. His mind was now in complete turmoil.
The third-tier Blood Moon Wolf King is dead. Killed by Xue'er alone.
Liangwei murmured to himself. He stared at the Wolf King's corpse on the ground. The shock in his eyes reached its peak, his ragged breaths betraying his utter disbelief. Liangwei asked instinctively,
Old Luo, I am not seeing things, am I?
Dead silence on the earpiece. After a long pause, old Luo's hoarse roar came through.
Liangwei, you must be mistaken. Why not let our military have Xue'er? Get lost.
Liangwei grinned. Then with a midair somersault, he leapt back onto the helicopter. He gazed at the vast forest, his tiger eyes blazing with fierce joy.
Demon Marshal has finally welcomed another peerless prodigy.
Inside the base conference room, a profound silence fell, as Xue'er slew the three-tier Blood Moon Wolf King. Magic Martial Academy has recruited another top-tier prodigy, old Luo couldn't help but remark. The surrounding military martial artists all stared at the screen, at the Wolf King's severed head, their expressions filled with shock. Suddenly a voice rang out, Sir, how should we calculate the points for killing a three-tier Wolf King? Old Luo paused, a wry smile spreading across his face. For this final assessment, the zone was filled with two-tier mutated beasts, and they had devised a meticulous points system. But now the Blood Moon Wolf King had breached the restricted zone and was slain by Xue'er. This caught everyone completely off guard. Old Luo asked Liangwei, what do you think? A moment of silence came through the earpiece. Liangwei spoke gravely, the Blood Moon Wolf King is a high-level three-tier mutated beast. Even if it was injured forcing its way through the restricted zone's defenses, it still possesses the combat power of a low-level 3-tier beast. And a 3-tier beast is dozens of times more powerful than a high-level 2-tier beast. This isn't just a matter of numbers, it's a leap in life level. Liangwei paused, then emphasized, moreover, this is a blood moon wolf, with royal bloodline enhancement, far more ferocious than an ordinary 3-tier beast. Additionally, Xue'er didn't just duel the Wolf King, she annihilated the entire wolf pack in this area. Old Luo nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he declared solemnly, considering all factors, combat, environment, martial realm, we preliminarily award 9,000 points for killing the 3-tier Blood Moon Wolf King. But since it affects the final assessment ranking, I need to report to higher authorities. Good. Liangwei nodded, then said with anticipation, report it immediately. It's time to shake the martial world. Old Luo raised his hand, and the elite units immediately began operations, copying the battle footage and submitting it with explanations to request point approval. Meanwhile, on the Mist Sea Island, the other trainees continued hunting mutated beasts. With a wet sound, Qin Hong slit the throat of a beast before him and glanced at the points leaderboard on his wrist device. First, Xue'er 4682 points. Second, Qin Hong 4520 points. Is she still resting? Or injured, healing in the safe zone? A flicker of excitement passed through Qin Hong's eyes. Xue'er's points had stagnated for a long time. He was about to catch up. Just 3 more mid-level 2-tier beasts, and it'll surpass her. Qin Hong's gaze was sharp as a blade. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from the woods behind him. He tensed, gripping his battle blade. Qin Hong, it's me. Shenrui approached with a warm smile. Clang. Qin Hong raised his blade, his eyes cold. What, you want to take my hunting ground? No, no. Shenrui's smile deepened. I'm here to propose a partnership. Let's join forces to eliminate Xue'er from the assessment. How about it? Partnership. Qin Hong sneered coldly. To be honest, I despise venomous people like you. Zhang Baiji, that fool, might be swayed by you, but I won't. Shenrui wasn't angered, he just shrugged with a smile. Everyone has their strengths. I'm just good at strategy. Just like you, Qin Hong, excel in a cold and domineering martial path. None of us are wrong, we all seek more resources on the path of source martial arts. Shenrui looked up. So don't you want to claim the top spot in the training camp? Before Qin Hong could respond, Shenrui continued, in all the past training camps, only the top of each class is remembered, and they receive incredibly generous resource allocation. Most importantly, only the top of each class gets the chance to comprehend the War King's legacy. Shenrui said darkly, Xue'er is just resting. Once she recovers her strength, do you think you'll still have a chance? Qin Hong's hand gripping the blade trembled slightly. He was being swayed. Only by eliminating Xue'er early could he hope to claim the top spot. And you? Qin Hong frowned. What's your motive? Shenrui chuckled, I just don't like Xue'er. How can an grade talent be allowed to tower over his prodigies? Ding. A notification came from the smart wrist device. The leaderboard had changed. Shenrui paid it no mind and pressed on Qin Hong. If we join forces, we can definitely defeat Xue'er. What's wrong? He was taken aback. Qin Hong, standing before him, suddenly wore a look of utter horror. With a clatter, Qin Hong's blade fell, as he stared at his wrist device, as if seeing a ghost. Perplexed, Shenrui instinctively raised his wrist. Then, he was dumbfounded. First, Xue'er won 3682 points. Second, Qin Hong 4520 points. What? She gained 9000 points in an instant. What did she do? Shenrui could no longer stay calm, his face twisted in shock. It wasn't just them. At that moment, all the trainees in the assessment zone were stunned. What's going on? A sudden 9000 points. The system must be glitching. Xue'er must have cheated, there's a conspiracy. Many trainees couldn't believe it. Then a note was sent to every trainee. Ding. Following verification by the Military Martial Department, the Martial Arts Department, and the Education Department, it is confirmed that trainee Xue'er successfully killed a 3-tier mutated beast, the Blood Moon Wolf King. The result is valid. This notice is hereby given. Boom. All trainees' eyes widened.
It was as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, making it hard to breathe. A 3-tier beast. The Blood Moon Wolf King. Killed by Xue'er. Isn't she just a 2-tier source martial artist? Cross-tier kill. Jinling stood frozen, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This wasn't just any 3-tier beast. It was a wolf king with royal blood. Whoosh. Xue'er abruptly turned and left, no longer discussing cooperation with Jinling. How could they work together now? Even if Xue'er quit the assessment immediately, her terrifying points were insurmountable. Besides, even if the two of them joined forces with 10 more trainees, they probably wouldn't be enough to fill the Wolf King's belly. Yet Xue'er had slain it alone. Monster. Magic Martial Academy has produced another monster. Xue'er's handsome face twisted into a hideous snarl. Human civilization must not produce a second Jiangchen. Xue'er must be eliminated early. A primal ferocity blazed deep within Xue'er's eyes, as chaos erupted everywhere. Xue'er also saw her points change. Ah! So many points at once. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The 9,000 points instantly created an unbridgeable gap between her and the other trainees. A 3-tier beast with royal blood, the points are quite reasonable, Jiangchen said with a faint smile. Brother Jiang, to be honest, I didn't slay it alone. You played a huge part, Xue'er said earnestly. Without your help I would have panicked. And I made several judgment errors, she admitted. This shows my combat technique isn't yet perfected. I need to keep refining my flaws. The girl recalled the battle's details without a hint of arrogance. Instead, she began analyzing her mistakes, studying how to mend her shortcomings, and further boost her combat power. The path of source martial arts is one of constant study and progress. It's good that you think this way, Jiangchen said, a satisfied smile on his face. Then, gazing into the distant sky, he suddenly said, Xue'er, from the moment you killed that 3-tier wolf king, you've stood at the center of a storm. Soon an endless tide will surge toward you. Are you afraid? Brother Jiang, am not afraid, Xue'er said earnestly. She gripped her battle blade, her voice firm. No matter how great the storm, I will never retreat. Never. A resolute light flickered in Xue'er's eyes. The maiden appeared delicate, but her heart was immensely resilient. In days past, her soul was filled with utter solitude and biting cold, until you, like a blazing campfire, dispelled the darkness and fear kindling light in her life. Relying on this flame, she had the courage to face the endless frigid night. Even if eternal darkness descended, it could not shake the maiden's heart. Trust increased by 500. Heavenly Tao origin increased by 500. Jiangchen was momentarily stunned. The primordial void cauldron could peer into the deepest obsessions of a maiden's soul. Clearly, Xue'er's inner fortitude far surpassed ordinary imagination. Jiangchen nodded, then said with a faint smile, Then together, we shall shatter all demonic obstacles in this world. All right. Xue'er tightened her grip on her battle blade. She rested briefly before charging toward the next beast lair. The maiden's figure flickered, cutting through the encircling beast horde, sending sprays of blood into the air. A notification chimed. Slayed 1 2nd-tier high-grade beast earned 180 points. Slayed 4 2nd-tier mid-grade beasts earned 240 points. Slayed 2 2nd-tier high-grade beasts earned 360 points. Slayed. Xue'er's points continued to surge at a terrifying pace. Elsewhere in a valley, Jinling had been observing the ranking board. First place Xue'er with 16136 points. Second place Jinling with 5285 points. Xue'er's points increased by at least 60 each time. This means she only fights beasts of 2nd-tier mid-grade and above. Jinling clenched his fists. His resolute face was filled with shock, but even more so admiration. Slaying the 3rd-tier Blood Moon Wolf King. Xue'er's achievement earned his heartfelt respect. Jinling took several deep breaths, suppressing his turbulent emotions, his gaze sharp. No, my path of primal martial arts must not be swayed by others. The road ahead is still long. Though Xue'er has emerged spectacularly, I too can build up momentum over time. Jinling closed the ranking interface, lifted his battle blade, and strode deeper into the beast lair. This time he no longer slaughtered low-level beasts to farm points. Instead, emulating Xue'er, he engaged mid-grade and high-grade beasts in combat, honing his own battle techniques. With a thunderous step, Chen Hong charged into a group of mid-grade beasts, immersing himself wholly in the fight.
This Chen Hong is also quite impressive.
In the base's meeting room, old Luo was observing the trainees. Liang Wei's voice came from beside him.
As I've said, if not for Xue'er's emergence, Chen Hong would indeed be the top of this special training session.
Old Luo chuckled, then glanced at his wristwatch.
Tisk, already over a dozen missed calls, all wanting to inquire about Xue'er. Only a dozen.
Liang Wei sneered.
My phone has been blown up. Annoying. I just turned it off.
Liang Wei cautioned.
Old Luo, the assessment isn't over yet. Minimize outside interference. All right, as you say.
Old Luo also shut off his communication device. Then he laughed and mused.
When the assessment ends tomorrow morning, as per tradition, the Magic Martial Academy will hold a ceremony, and instructors from various departments will vie for the elite trainees. Tisk, when the points are announced, Xue'er will surely break all previous records, becoming the undisputed top of all time, easily overpowering the prodigies from the capital martial Guangwu and military martial academies.
Old Luo was immensely thrilled.
A solitary ride, boundless glory.
Liang Wei responded lightly, not sharing old Luo's excitement. On the contrary, Liang Wei's brows were tightly knitted, his expression profoundly solemn. Being the top of the special training and the strongest in history naturally signified supreme honor. But the problem was, when combined with Xue'er's great talent and crucially her combat techniques, it might lead many to associate her with another person. Jiang Chen of Magic Martial Academy.
Damn it all! Such a peerless genius among human warriors, yet she risks being embroiled in political strife, damn it.
Liang Wei was inwardly furious. With a crack, he crushed the metal door frame, distorting it to vent his dissatisfaction. The pilot coughed dryly and reminded softly,
Instructor Liang, aircraft repairs aren't cheap either, you're about to crush the door.
Liang Wei was taken aback. Earlier stunned by Xue'er's combat prowess, he had emotionally grabbed and snapped several metal frames, leaving the new aircraft looking somewhat battered. Now the door was on the verge of falling off.
No worries.
Liang Wei steadied the door and said calmly,
Let old Luo pay for it.
Night fell. The entire island was plunged into darkness. The final assessment lasted a full day, meaning trainees had to spend a night in the wilderness, which was also part of the test. Because by midnight more beasts would emerge. Finding a safe area to rest was also a component of the martial assessment. With a flash, Xue'er slaughtered several beasts before her, a surge of rich blood energy emanating from within.
Another breakthrough.
Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Xue'er's blood energy had broken through, advancing to the 4th level of innate realm. Heavenly Tao origin increased by 600.
Brother Jiang, breaking through twice in one day, isn't that too conspicuous?
Xue'er asked.
It's normal. The magic martial special training lasts 2 months. Many trainees break through realms.
Jiang Chen said.
You've been in continuous combat, experiencing life and death trials. Breaking through 2 realms is quite normal.
Mom. Xue'er breathed a sigh of relief. She continued hunting beasts until midnight before stopping. With a leap, she landed on a sturdy tree branch. From a height, Xue'er could see the vast ocean in the distance. That night the moon was bright, and the stars sparse, with a gentle breeze blowing. The sea seemed coated in a vast silver radiance, shimmering and swaying with the wind.
So beautiful.
Xue'er leaned against the trunk.
This is my first time seeing the ocean.
Jiang Chen's form materialized. He floated beside the maiden, also gazing into the distance. It had been a long time since he had seen the ocean on Blue Star.
Brother Jiang.
Xue'er suddenly looked up, thinking silently.
You studied at the Magic Martial 8 departments back then, right?
Jiang Chen smiled faintly.
You checked my profile.
Xue'er felt a bit shy.
Last night before bed, I secretly searched online. Brother Jiang, you're amazing, hailed as the strongest student in magic martial history.
Jiang Chen turned to her.
Just the strongest in magic martial,
Xue'er said weakly.
That's all I found. Don't trust online things, they're not real.
Jiang Chen's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, saying darkly,
Many things have been deliberately sealed. You'll know in time. Mom.
Xue'er nodded obediently. After a moment of silence, she said,
Brother Jiang, I also want to go to the magic martial aid departments.
Jiangchen was surprised.
You've thought it through. Yes, I have.
Xue'er blinked.
Do we have enemies in the magic martial aid departments too? No.
A smile curled at the corner of Jiangchen's mouth.
The magic martial aid departments have no enemies. There my teachers and my senior brothers and sisters reside. They are all very, very good elders. Xue'er, you will surely come to love the magic martial aid departments. It is the finest high martial academy in the world.
Xue'er's beautiful eyes instantly lit up.
Tomorrow you'll officially enter Magic Martial Academy. Many obstacles will gradually surface.
Jiangchen turned back.
Rest early, you'll watch for beasts tonight. All right, thank you, Brother Jiang.
Xue'er smiled sweetly. Meanwhile, the news of Xue'er successfully slaying the third-tier Wolf King and topping the special training rankings had fully spread after half a day's fermentation. Though it was already midnight, many powerful figures from various factions were shocked by this news.
Holy shit!
A sudden exhilarating roar erupted from a villa in Shanghai. Gu Yao in his nightgown sprang up from his bed, unable to control his own blood energy. With a crack, the bed frame broke. But Gu Yao paid no mind, his eyes fixed on the latest intelligence on the screen.
A third-tier Wolf King. Royal bloodline. Xue'er has successfully topped the Magic Martial Special Training rankings. And as the strongest top in history.
Gu Yao was so excited his eyes turned bloodshot. He stomped, repeatedly smashing the luxurious bed into splinters. But this could not alleviate his ecstasy.
An absolute prodigy. I recruited him ahead of time, ha ha ha, am a damn genius.
Gu Yao's expression was one of extreme exhilaration. Back when he was transferred down to Jinling, it was precisely because he had specially recruited Xue'er, the top scholar at Jiangnan, that he had rendered a great service, and was reassigned to the headquarters in Shanghai. Yet how much time had passed since then? Xue'er had given him another tremendous surprise.
No.
This was no longer a surprise, but a monumental opportunity.
We're about to hit the jackpot.
Gu Yao took a deep breath and immediately went out. He arrived before the door of the old master's bedroom on the 3rd floor. Bang! 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 He knocked violently.
Gu Yao, what madness has possessed you in the dead of night?
Old Master Gu, draped in a coat, opened the door and scolded.
Your old father is 70 years old, can't you show a bit more filial piety? Dad, stop sleeping, get up and take care of business.
Gu Yao handed over the information on his wristwatch.
What business in the middle of the night, you?
Old Master Gu stopped mid-sentence, his eyes instantly widening. The next moment, the patriarch of the Gu family, who commanded respect in the Shanghai business world, suddenly had his breath quicken.
Xue'er. The Xue'er you recruited from Jinling. Yes, it's her.
Gu Yao raised his head proudly.
Dad, you scolded me earlier for being impulsive, saying it was reckless to give her shares of the family business. What do you think now?
Swoosh. Old Master Gu instantly pushed Gu Yao aside and strode downstairs with the vigor of a dragon and tiger.
Don't just stand there. Quick, contact all the top brass of the Gu Corporation immediately and convene a family meeting to discuss how to continue winning Xue'er over. Also notify the board of directors of the Spark Group. My Gu family wants the construction rights for 20 Spark martial arts halls this year. With Xue'er as our trump card, the Spark Group must agree.
Old Master Gu's face was flushed with excitement. He clenched his fists and couldn't help but curse.
Damn it, Gu Yao, you lucky bastard, we're really going to hit the jackpot this time.
Gu Yao rolled his eyes.
My mother is your wife. If I'm a bastard, what does that make you? Don't split hairs, go get things done.
Old Master Gu panted heavily.
We can get the news, so can others. Every moment we delay is a huge loss. Got it.
Gu Yao took a step forward. Swoosh. He dashed straight into the old master's bedroom, and with the sound of shattering glass, he leaped directly from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Then the car engine roared to life.
V-room.
The accelerator was floored. By the time the old master got in the car, and before he could even fasten his seatbelt, Gu Yao floored the gas pedal, and the car shot off instantly. Elsewhere. Inside the faculty dormitory building of Magic Martial Academy, Wu Shuli was suddenly awakened by a phone call. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and said,
Guimu, what is it? A huge event has happened.
Guimu's tone was extremely solemn.
Remember Xue'er, the specially recruited student from Jinling? I remember.
Wu Shuli nodded. She had represented the admissions office of Magic Martial Academy and personally signed the special recruitment contract with Xue'er. She had a deep impression of that seemingly delicate girl who majored in the combat battle method. Guimu exclaimed in a low voice,
Xue'er has become the top of the training camp. Her.
Wu Shuli was taken aback.
That's not right, she only has a grade talent. She barely got into the training camp.
Guimu said urgently.
It's true. In the final assessment, Xue'er single-handedly killed a third-tier wolf king.
Boom. Wu Shuli felt as if struck by lightning. A storm raged in her heart. But soon an extreme terror appeared on her cool, clear face.
Killing beyond one's rank. The combat battle method. Guimu, her major is also the combat battle method. Do you think she could be connected to that person? Don't overthink it.
Guimu let out a low roar, cutting off Wu Shuli's words.
There are so many martial artists who major in the combat battle method don't make random connections. Besides,
Guimu lowered his voice,
I just asked Qinglan and she said, stay calm and handle everything according to the rules.
Tang Qinglan. The image of a woman of unparalleled elegance appeared in Wu Shuli's mind. Her restless heart instantly calmed down. Wu Shuli took a deep breath.
All right, I'll listen to Qinglan. Tisk, another peerless prodigy, has emerged from Magic Martial Academy.
Guimu licked his dry lips and said excitedly,
I just got word that the headquarters of all the major martial arts halls are holding emergency meetings. Wu Shuli, you've got to help me out. If I can poach her, my status in the Tianhu Martial Arts Hall will skyrocket.
Guimu said excitedly.
You recruited her personally back then, and even gave her an advanced manual. With that favor, our chances of success are high.
Wu Shuli nodded slightly.
You'll give it my best shot. All right, that's it for now. I have to go to a meeting,
Guimu said with a smile.
The Magic Martial Academy recruitment conference this afternoon is bound to be exciting. See you then.
She hung up the phone. Wu Shuli got up and walked to the vanity mirror. Only when she saw herself in the mirror did she realize her face was somewhat pale.
Can't let my mind wander. Since Qinglan is aware of this, it means Xue'er poses no threat.
Wu Shuli consoled herself inwardly.
Ding dong.
Suddenly a message came through.
Shuli Chen Yuehong, the Dean of Magic Martial Academy's First Institute, is willing to take Xue'er as his direct disciple. Please cooperate from within.
Cinder Tang Qinglan. Wu Shuli's eyes sharpened. Although Tang Qinglan's text message was very simple, she still grasped its deeper implication. The Dean of Magic Martial Academy's strongest institute was under Tang Qinglan's command. Furthermore, having Xue'er join the First Institute meant that the Eighth Institute would never be able to turn the tables. Although the Eighth Institute of Magic Martial Academy was already completely ruined, now one still had to guard against potential problems. Dawn. The sky was still barely light when Xue'er got up to hunt mutated beasts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The girl's figure was agile, her battle method fierce. Amidst the horde of beasts, she carved out a spray of blood. Until 8 in the morning.
Ding! Attention all trainees, the final assessment of the Magic Martial Academy training camp has concluded. Point recording has stopped. Please follow the designated route and return to the port base immediately.
A prompt sounded from the smart wristwatch.
It's over.
Xue'er slew the last beast. Then she turned around. She sped back along the path she came. At the port base, Liang Wei and old Luo stood at the very front. Behind them stood a group of Magic Martial Academy instructors and military warriors. One by one the trainees emerged from the assessment zone, either heading to the resupply area to rest or receiving medical attention. The expressions on all the trainees' faces were incredibly complex. The points leaderboard. First place Xue'er, points 21,985. Second place Chen Hong, points 10,328.
Third place Fong Wenhao points 9,637. Fourth place Xue'er points 8,264. Fifth place Lu Chen, 20,000 points. The faces of many trainees were extremely complicated. Xue'er's score bore down like an insurmountable mountain, making their scalps tingle. At the mountain pass, Chen Hong dragged his exhausted body, walking slowly covered in blood.
Chen Hong, you did very well,
Liang Wei said appreciatively.
I watched your battle method, it was very fierce. Some original flaws were also fixed at the last moment. But your footwork is slightly lacking. That will be your main focus from now on. Magic Martial Academy will specifically train your footwork.
Chen Hong's originally dim expression instantly brightened.
Thank you, instructor. You deserve it.
Liang Wei nodded. Suddenly exclamations arose from the crowd, and everyone looked straight ahead. In the thick fog, a young girl carrying a battle saber on her back darted out with agile grace. Compared to the other trainees, who were utterly exhausted, Xue'er seemed somewhat unsatisfied, honing her footwork even while traveling. As if noticing too many people staring at her, Xue'er shyly slowed her pace. The moment she arrived at the base,
attention!
Old Luo suddenly let out a low shout.
Salute!
Slap! Hundreds of military warriors snapped to attention in unison. Then they simultaneously raised their arms and saluted. Led by Old Luo, the military warriors paid their respects to Xue'er with fervent gazes.
Student Xue'er, my name is Luo Jun. On behalf of the Huaxia Military Martial Department, I extend our congratulations to you.
Old Luo strode over and said in a firm voice,
Congratulations on successfully becoming the top of this session's Magic Martial Academy training camp. To express our congratulations, the Military Martial Department will specially reserve an honorary position of Military Warrior Officer for you. From now on, your security level will be automatically upgraded to S level to be handled by all major military regions.
After Old Luo finished his salute, he handed over a document with both hands.
This is a gift of cultivation resources from the Military Martial Department for you.
Xue'er was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this the assessment for the Magic Martial University? How did it become entangled with the Military Martial Department, offering not only a military rank, but also resources?
Accept it,
Jiangchen said with a faint smile.
This is the Military Martial Department's gesture of goodwill toward you. Remember the Jinling military region. Their intentions are the same, to earn your favor, hoping that once you've cultivated successfully, you'll assist the Military Martial Department with certain missions.
Xue'er suddenly understood. When she had passed the second-tier Source Warrior assessment, she had also received gifts from the Jinling military region. But this time, the officer named Luo before her held a higher rank representing the Chinese Military Martial Department.
Thank you, instructor,
Xue'er said politely. She took the documents with both hands and looked down, her eyelashes trembling violently. 200,000,000 Chinese yuan. 200 million. Xue'er's beautiful eyes widened instantly.
Xue'er, this is the resource you earned through your own efforts, and it's your exclusive honor.
Old Luo smiled.
I hope you can maintain this fierce and courageous martial heart at Magic Martial University. May you soon become a pillar of human civilization.
With a sharp motion, Old Luo raised his arm again and saluted. The surrounding military warriors also gazed at her with fervent eyes. In the military, strength was paramount. Xue'er had fully earned their respect.
Thank you, Instructor Luo,
she said, nodding firmly. At that moment, Liang Wei stepped forward and smiled.
Xue'er, congratulations. Magic Martial University has recognized your top rank in the training camp. From this moment onward, you are the strongest freshman of Magic Martial University.
Liang Wei's smile deepened.
Moreover, due to your exceptional performance, Magic Martial University will initiate the Bright Moon Project for you.
Xue'er looked at him in confusion.
The Bright Moon Project is Magic Martial University's most elite training program. From now on, Magic Martial will allocate resources to you, fully nurturing your path of source martial arts with no upper limit on resources.
Liang Wei chuckled.
You'll learn about the many benefits once you enter Magic Martial University. Thank you, Instructor Liang. Xue'er said with a shy smile. Liang Wei grinned.
The assessment is over. You don't need to call me instructor anymore, you should call me teacher. Thank you, Teacher Liang.
Xue'er quickly changed her address.
Haha, good.
Liang Wei couldn't help but laugh heartily. The surrounding trainees all gazed at her with envy, awe, and shock. But they also understood that the gap between themselves and Xue'er was like a chasm impossible to cross.
Everyone, the assessment is over. Today is also Magic Martial University's freshman enrollment ceremony.
Liang Wei turned to look at the many students behind him.
You are the strongest group of new students this year at Magic Martial University. The various departments of Magic Martial University will actively recruit you based on your performance in the training camp. The top 20 students in the training camp have the right to choose freely, not only their department, but also their mentor.
At these words, the students felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The top-ranked students were naturally thrilled. After all, ordinary martial arts teachers rotated teaching in a class system. But Magic Martial's mentors taught privately using an apprenticeship system. Unlike the other students, understanding Xue'er was clueless about these matters, lacking a prominent family background, and knowing nothing about Magic Martial's internal divisions. Liang Wei glanced at her and took the initiative to explain.
Each mentor is a treasure of human civilization, not only powerful in combat, but also skilled in teaching source martial arts. They represent the passing of the torch in the human path of source martial arts.
Liang Wei continued.
Mentors provide more meticulous guidance and teach many powerful combat techniques unique to themselves.
Xue'er nodded with partial understanding. Meanwhile, the eyes of many other students flickered with hidden meaning. In truth, Liang Wei's explanation only scratched the surface. Once chosen by a mentor, it meant inheriting their legacy. On a deeper level, it was a declaration of allegiance to a faction. The stronger the mentor, the larger the faction behind them, and the more profound their resources. Connections, resources, interests. These were the true significance of mentors. Choosing a powerful mentor, whether on the martial path, in politics, or in business, would be like adding wings to a tiger, saving decades, or even centuries of detours.
Enough,
Liang Wei said, checking the time and turning serious.
The university has already distributed materials on Magic Martial's various departments to you. Now everyone board the ship. It will take a few hours to return to Magic Martial University. You have ample time to think.
Liang Wei raised his hand and waved. Under the guidance of Magic Martial's instructors, the students boarded the ship in an orderly manner. But old Luo and the military elites behind him remained still.
Old Luo, we're off,
Liang Wei said, turning around. He walked up to the burly man and placed a hand heavily on his shoulder. Then, with a serious expression, he asked,
Old Luo, you haven't changed the password lock on your warehouse, have you?
No. Old Luo was taken aback.
Why?
Liang Wei grinned.
No reason. For digging up a genius like Xue'er, he'll get promoted soon. When I hold a celebration banquet, he'll raid your place for liquor. Damn it.
Old Luo's thick brows shot up in anger.
Do something decent for once and leave me some.
Liang Wei's hand tightened on old Luo's shoulder.
You'd better show up, otherwise he'll really empty your warehouse. Fine.
Old Luo's tiger-like eyes trembled. Liang Wei turned to the other military elites and said,
You all come too and drink to my celebration.
With a sharp snap, hundreds of military warriors instantly stood at attention and saluted. Old Luo said gravely,
Go now. We need to set up the battle lines.
Liang Wei took 2 steps back, saluted in return, and then strode away. On the ship, a student asked in confusion,
Teacher Liang, why aren't Instructor Luo and the others leaving? They have combat missions,
Liang Wei said with keen eyes.
The next Sea Beast tide is not far off. They're staying here to set up defenses and prepare for the next life and death battle.
Liang Wei turned his gaze piercing as he looked at the young students before him.
Remember, military warriors are the unyielding shield that protects human civilization. Without their bloody struggles, you wouldn't be able to train peacefully in the academy. They are using their flesh and blood to buy you time to grow.
Liang Wei's eyes blazed as he scanned every trainee, his voice firm.
I hope you can grow up quickly to carve a path of survival for human civilization and the Chinese people. These words struck a deep chord in the hearts of many students. The Sea Beast Tide was the most numerous and perilous crisis, each eruption bringing slaughter that required countless military elites to fill the front lines. At that moment, standing on the ship's deck, everyone looked at the military warriors at the port, their hearts filled with respect. They also recalled a saying,
"There is no such thing as a peaceful era. Only someone carrying the burden for you."
Boom! The battleship let out a tremendous roar, cutting through the vast sea with the wind and waves. Xue'er arrived at her dormitory. As the top student of the training camp, her dorm was spacious and equipped with a training room and other facilities. Xue'er first took a shower and changed into fresh clothes. Then she eagerly opened her wristwatch to check the latest news from the Magic Martial Admissions Office. This is the internal information of the various departments of the Magic Martial Academy. The first Academy of Magic Martial Arts, the strongest department in terms of comprehensive strength at the Magic Martial University, boasts 18 sixth-rank martial kings. The Dean Chen Yuehong is a titled martial king known as the King of the Flying Blade, and the first Academy of Magic Martial Arts possesses the richest resources for martial arts. The second Academy of Magic Martial Arts specializes in talent combat, with over 600 S-level exceptional talent holders and numerous combat manuals. The third Academy of Magic Martial Arts focuses on real combat, collaborating comprehensively with major hunting bases and martial arts schools. The fourth Academy of Magic Martial Arts. The ninth Academy of Magic Martial Arts. The 10th Academy of Magic Martial Arts. Xue'er scrolled to the end of the information. Why is there no introduction for the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts? Xue'er worried that she might have missed it, and looked over it several times. As a result, there was no information about the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts in the admissions materials. "Brother Jiang, what's going on?" Xue'er was quite surprised. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and said, "Go ask Liang Wei." "Okay." Xue'er quickly left. She found Liang Wei on the deck of the battleship and voiced her doubts. The 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts. Liang Wei's gaze froze. He first looked deeply at Xue'er, then opened his own mentor system to check the admission information. Then his brows suddenly furrowed. Bang! A muffled sound erupted from Liang Wei's fist, his face full of anger. This is too much. Internal strife daring to transgress the Ministry of Education's iron laws. He looked at the girl before him and sighed. The 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts has been stripped of its eligibility for this admission. What? Xue'er widened her eyes. How could this happen? I don't know the specifics, but one thing is certain: the admissions office has seriously violated regulations. Liang Wei's brows knitted tightly. Xue'er clenched her pink fists. Can we report this to the Ministry of Education? Yes, someone has definitely reported this in secret. I will also file a report. As Liang Wei spoke, he suddenly looked at Xue'er with an intense gaze. Xue'er, do you want to join the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts? Yes. Xue'er nodded vigorously. Liang Wei's breath quickened, and after quickly scanning the surroundings and finding no one watching, he sighed in relief. Afterward, Liang Wei took Xue'er to the edge of the deck. The howling winds and surging waves ensured that their conversation would not be overheard. Xue'er, why are you so determined to join the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts? Is it possible that someone wants you to do this? Liang Wei lowered his voice. No. Xue'er blinked her pure beautiful eyes and shook her head. I just like the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts. Back when I was in middle school, I saw a news report about Jiang Chen, the strongest student of the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts. I secretly vowed back then I also want to join the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts and follow Senior Jiang Chen. Xue'er wore a smile filled with anticipation. This was her heartfelt smile. Liang Wei looked at her deeply. Equally moved, Jiang Chen from the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts. Indeed, who wouldn't admire such a rare talent? I feel the same way. However, Liang Wei suddenly sighed heavily. Xue'er, from an emotional perspective, I also hope you join the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts and follow the path of combat like Jiang Chen. But, Liang Wei said seriously, as a mentor, I have a duty to tell you the reality. The current teaching resources of the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts are severely lacking. This is due to a tragic incident that occurred years ago. It caused severe casualties to the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts, nearly leading to its complete extinction. Before he finished speaking, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from nowhere. Liang Wei immediately looked up, his body tense, scanning the surroundings. Just moments ago, he sensed a chilling, killing intent. Underwater beasts. No, the battleship didn't sound the alarm, and we are too close to the war fortress for powerful beasts to be present. Liang Wei was filled with doubt. But he did not know that beside Xue'er a ghostly figure gradually emerged. In Jiang Chen's deep black eyes a fierce killing intent erupted. As he sent a low resonant soul transmission, Xue'er continued to ask him to clarify the details of the tragic incident at the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts. What do you mean that the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts suffered heavy casualties? What do you mean that the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts is on the verge of destruction? Jiang Chen's aura was violent. A very ominous premonition arose in his heart. And confusion. Tragic incident. I was framed by Tang Qinglan and others. My body perished, and a remnant soul fell into the nether realm. But the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts had many senior brothers and sisters supporting it, so it shouldn't have been destroyed. And there were combat techniques. The higher-ups had already decided to fully promote combat techniques. Even without me, the policies have been implemented. Why has it suddenly stagnated? Jiang Chen's gaze was cold as he stared at Liang Wei. Strange, why does it feel a bit cold? Liang Wei furrowed his brow. He was a 4th-rank source warrior, yet, at this moment, he felt a piercing chill. Xue'er asked seriously, Teacher Liang, what happened during the tragic incident at the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts? This? Liang Wei hesitated. This is the greatest secret of magic martial arts, even strictly sealed by various departments of China. Teacher Liang, I really want to know. All right. Liang Wei nodded helplessly, but this matter must not be leaked. MHM? Xue'er quickly nodded. 3 years ago, in the 123rd year of the High Martial Calendar. Liang Wei took a deep breath. He slowly began to speak. Jiang Chen from Magic Martial encountered danger in the wilderness, falling into the rift of the Star Realm, and all departments of China searched for 3 months without success. But one day suddenly, Jiang Chen from Magic Martial's communication signal sent out an urgent alarm. The signal was located in the forbidden area of the northern region Dragon Break Abyss, and the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts was the first to initiate a rescue operation. Dean Zhang Wenyuan personally led 26 Divine Sea Martial Kings to the northern region for rescue. As a result, they fell into an ambush by malevolent forces. Dean Zhang Wenyuan was severely injured, his Divine Sea shattered, bones broken, and all his martial arts were rendered useless. Of the 26 Divine Sea Martial Kings, only 5 survived. The rest of the Martial Kings all perished in battle, including several of Jiang Chen's senior brothers and sisters, as well as many mentors from the 8th Academy. From then on, the 8th Academy of Magic Martial Arts completely declined. Liang Wei sighed, but before he could express the frustration in his heart, the world changed. Boom. Bang. Above the heavens, endless black fog roared and surged, carrying an extremely terrifying and violent killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by thunderous roars. Within the black fog, a phantom throne materialized, causing the entire sea area to boil instantly. Boom! Over the vast ocean, a celestial anomaly descended. The once clear weather suddenly erupted into a violent gale, stirring up towering waves. In the sky, black mist howled and surged, as if a fearsome entity was about to descend, brimming with boundless savage killing intent. Not good! Liang Wei's face changed drastically. Beep! 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 Detecting unknown energy fluctuations. All units enter combat status immediately. Threat level raised to SSS. All personnel prepare for battle. A frantic alarm blared from the warship. Massive metal turrets rumbled into rotation. The radar system whirred at full capacity. Missile bays swung open. Quick, get off the deck! Liang Wei's pupils contracted as he hurried Xue'er back into the warship. Beep. No life force fluctuations detected. Unknown energy continues to surge wildly exceeding detection range. The Pearl Fortress has received the signal and is dispatching reinforcements. The alert tone grew more urgent. Helicopters rose into the skies securing the entire sea area. Then, a sonic boom echoed from afar as fighter jets streaked across the heavens, their thunderous roar like a dragon's cry. Beep. Unknown energy fluctuations are weakening. Still no target detected. The thick black clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. What's going on? Liangwei was tense and utterly bewildered. It was his first time encountering such a situation. Xue'er said softly. Teacher Liang, you'll head back now. All right. Remember, don't come out for now, Liangwei cautioned. Xue'er lowered her head and returned to her quarters. The moment the door closed, the girl's beautiful face was etched with worry. She opened her mouth to speak but found her words pale and futile. She could feel Jiang Chen's emotions. It was a state of ultimate madness. The martial demon 8 academies. Destroyed by villains. Xue'er clenched her jaw. In her heart, a surge of indescribable anger swelled. Clang! Xue'er gripped her battle blade. She rushed into the training room and began to train with ferocious intensity. Whoosh! 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 Her blade techniques were exceptionally fierce. Each strike carried a brutal, murderous intent. Even when facing cold, inanimate targets, Xue'er's gaze was sharp, as if confronting the Blood Moon Wolf King. Every move was laden with a chilling, killing aura. The girl's martial heart, influenced by your emotions, has become extremely resilient. Her combat skills have advanced successfully, nurturing a martial killing intent. Heavenly Tao Source 900. The villains are too detestable. I must train hard to become stronger to help Brother Jiang slay our enemies no matter the cost. Trust 200. Heavenly Tao Source 200. Bang! 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 Xue'er's blade techniques grew even more intense. She had completely entered a state of self-oblivion. Even through the connection with the primordial void cauldron, she directly sensed the killing origin released by Jiang Chen. And from it, she successfully grasped a trace of its essence. Kill! Xue'er twisted her wrist. Her inner chi surged, and both of her divine heart palaces operated simultaneously. Then, a uniquely blood-tinged energy blade shot forth from the edge of her weapon. Crack! Boom! The martial training dummy forged from special alloys snapped abruptly. Xue'er did not stop. Her beautiful eyes blazed with extreme sharpness as she struck another training dummy. The blade's edge chipped. The girl's tiger's mouth was also torn, blood seeping out. Enough! Suddenly a divine sense transmission echoed in her ears. Xue'er jolted in surprise. Coming to her senses, she saw her hands covered in blood as a sharp pain surged. But Xue'er ignored her injuries, immediately looking at Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, I will rejoin the martial demon 8 academies and train hard. Then we will take revenge together. The girl is deeply worried about your state. You are her only concern, her spiritual pillar. She would give everything to ensure your stability. Trust 200. Heavenly Tao Source 200. Xue'er has successfully comprehended her own killing intent from your origin of slaughter, enhancing her combat prowess. Heavenly Tao Source 1500. Jiang Chen's expression softened slightly. He looked at the anxious girl, his gaze turning gentle. Don't rush. In the path of origin martial arts, the state of mind is paramount. Combat skills are not about mindless slaughter. If the killing heart takes over, it will backfire. Jiang Chen said solemnly. A martial artist must control the killing heart. Any technique, any essence, must be dominated by the human. All origins must be controlled by oneself, not the other way around. I understand. Xue'er nodded firmly. Jiang Chen glanced at her and said gently, Don't worry. I can control my state. I believe you, Brother Jiang. A smile finally bloomed on Xue'er's stunning face. Whoosh! Jiang Chen raised his hand. Dozens of precious pills, blood chi pills, organ protection pills, jade marrow paste, materialized to nourish Xue'er's body. Rest well first. Conserve your strength. Because
a glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes.
the revenge to come will be spectacular.
Meanwhile, the martial demon university was bustling with activity.
Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Bang!
Fireworks shot into the sky, bursting into brilliant, dazzling colors. Today was the Martial Demon University's freshman orientation ceremony. Thousands of new students gathered in the open-air stadium. Surrounding the elevated platform sat many students' families, while VIP boxes on the sides housed invited guests. These guests were of immense importance. High-ranking officials from the three major institutions, the Martial Arts Department, the Military Command, and the Education Ministry, had all gathered in Shanghai. The Shanghai branch masters and headquarters inspectors of China's top 10 martial arts academies were present. Major business conglomerates, tycoons, and social elites were all in attendance. In short, every major figure from the Shanghai war-based city was at today's ceremony. And many high-ranking officials from across China.
Tisk previous freshman ceremonies never saw such grandeur.
Old Master Gu stood in his box remarking,
in the past a few representatives from the three institutions were enough. But today, the three Shanghai giants and the headquarters inspectors are all here.
Old Master Gu looked toward the open-air stage and chuckled.
Look, every shareholder of the Martial Demon University's board is also present.
Gu Yao, lounging with his legs crossed, laughed.
Old man, this isn't even the highest standard. Have you forgotten the year of Jiang Chen from the Martial Demon University?
Old Master Gu froze. His eyelids twitched. That year Jiang Chen's enrollment had alarmed high-ranking officials from the capital, and even drawn leaders from major overseas nations to the university. That day was hailed as a grand feast for Blue Star civilization. The world watched.
Pity my Gu family missed that celestial opportunity.
Old Master Gu sighed, turning to Gu Yao with an apologetic look. Back then, the Spark Group had unanimously deemed Jiang Chen's talent grade too low and opted not to recruit him, ultimately causing Gu Yao to give up. As a result, it became the greatest regret of Gu Yao's life.
I will never let that regret happen again.
Gu Yao slowly rose. He took a long drag from his cigarette, his gaze fiercely cold.
Old man, this time I'm going all in. I'm staking the entire Gu family on Xue'er. All right, I support you.
Old Master Gu took a deep breath.
I've already had the equity distribution agreement redrafted. From now on, the fate of the Gu family is completely bound to Xue'er.
Gu Yao couldn't help but grin upon hearing this. Indeed, his courage to go all in and take risks was truly rooted in his bloodline.
Gulp!
Beside Gu Yao, a plump, fair-skinned young man was noisily slurping an oversized cola.
Grandfather, father, this Xue'er is an absolute prodigy. Last year I couldn't even secure a spot in the training camp, yet she directly claimed the top rank.
The chubby young man rolled his eyes, a sudden thought striking him.
What do you say, with my stunning charm and family background, if I could win over this celestial prodigy? Tisk, wouldn't the Gu family soar to the skies? Ouch.
Before he could finish, an iron arm locked tightly around his neck. Gu Yao showed no mercy, channeling his chi to drag his 200-pound son over.
Gu Zihan, you'd better be joking.
Gu Yao's face twisted with menace, his eyes ferocious.
Remember, Xue'er is the Gu family's only hope for a comeback. If you dare mess around, I'll castrate you myself.
He slammed his fist down. Bang. The metal seat beneath the chubby young man was instantly smashed to pieces. Gu Zihan trembled in terror. Gu Yao slowly released his grip, patted his son's face, and sighed.
I'm so handsome, yet how did you end up so ridiculously fat? Come on. Have some self-awareness. You're not worthy of pursuing Xue'er.
Gu Zihan choked back tears, turning to the old man.
Grandfather, please say something.
Old Master Gu said calmly.
Gender reassignment surgery in Thailand is quite advanced. Gu Yao, work hard and have another child. If this little fatso dares to act recklessly, well, send him over to become a granddaughter. All right.
Gu Yao nodded.
Stop it. I was joking. I'm too fat and insecure. I swear, even if I end up with a boyfriend, it'll never disturb Xue'er.
Gu Zihan was frightened to tears. He trembled all over, shrinking his neck like a startled little piglet. Elsewhere, the warship cut through the waves returning to the Pearl War Fortress. Phew! Liang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The ordeal they had faced on the sea earlier left him deeply shaken, but thankfully they had safely arrived at the War Fortress. From here, it wasn't far from the Shanghai-based city.
All trainees assemble on the deck. Transfer to helicopters direct to Magic Martial University.
Liang Wei issued the order. Soon, trainees filed out one by one.
Huh?
Liang Wei raised an eyebrow, suddenly fixing his gaze on Xue'er among the crowd. For some reason, it had only been 2 hours since he last saw her, yet he felt the girl's aura had become much sharper. Before he could dwell on it, a helicopter descended. A woman with a voluptuous figure jumped out.
Teacher Liang.
Wu Shuli strode over, quickly scanning the trainees, her excitement palpable when she spotted Xue'er.
Teacher Wu.
Liang Wei frowned.
Why are you here? Contacting training camp trainees in advance. Isn't that against the rules? Relax, the board of directors has already approved my application.
Wu Shuli pursed her lips in a smile. Seeing this, Liang Wei didn't press further. Just then, Wu Shuli quickly walked toward the trainees, stopping in front of Xue'er. She beamed.
Student Yi, do you still remember me? Of course, hello Teacher Wu.
Xue'er replied politely.
Congratulations on claiming the top spot in the training camp.
Wu Shuli's smile widened.
When I saw you in Jinling, I knew you'd shine one day. Indeed, you haven't disappointed me. Thank you, Teacher Wu.
Xue'er smiled softly.
I'll keep working hard. Good, good. I'm here to give you some great news in advance.
Wu Shuli said cheerfully.
The strongest college at Magic Martial University, the first college, is willing to accept you as a true disciple of Dean Shen Yuehong. This is a titled martial king, you know. Dean Shen, honored by the martial arts department as the Hong Blade King, is exceptionally skilled in blade techniques. Since you specialize in the blade, you'll surely receive focused training.
Wu Shuli was visibly excited. She continued.
Furthermore, the first college will designate you as the new senior sister, pouring all its resources into nurturing you. This is a monumental opportunity in martial arts.
At these words, the surrounding trainees cast envious and jealous glances. The first college was widely recognized as Magic Martial University's strongest faculty, far ahead of the rest. Moreover, with a titled martial king like Shen Yuehong at its helm, it meant access to an immensely rich network of connections and resources. Becoming a true disciple of the Hong Blade King could instantly elevate one's social standing. Xue'er broke into a smile.
Thank you, Teacher Wu. Oh, don't thank me. This is entirely due to your own efforts.
Wu Shuli patted Xue'er's shoulder with a smile, urging.
Xue'er, you must remember this Magic Martial First College Dean Shen Yuehong. Mom.
Xue'er nodded emphatically.
I'll remember Dean Chen's name. Also, thank you for looking after me so many times. I've been diligently practicing the blade technique manual you gave me last time. Good, good. See you at Magic Martial University then.
Wu Shuli's smile deepened. After a few more words of praise, she left contentedly. Soon, the trainees boarded the Magic Martial University's aircraft one after another. Xue'er walked at the rear. Liang Wei approached and asked,
Did you accept Teacher Wu's proposal? Yes.
Xue'er nodded. Liang Wei sighed inwardly but nodded.
That's fine. The first college has the strongest combat power, and being taken as a true disciple by a titled martial king will save you many detours. Instructor Liang, what are you saying?
Xue'er interrupted him, puzzled.
Teacher Wu just asked me to remember Dean Chen's name. It's only 3 characters. I've got it down perfectly.
Liang Wei's mouth twitched. He took a long, hard look at the girl before him. Then, a smile spread across his rugged face.
Let's go.
Elsewhere, after Wu Shuli boarded the plane, a call came in immediately, an urgent voice on the other end.
Wu Shuli, how did it go? Chairman Lu, it's done.
Wu Shuli laughed.
Xue'er has agreed to join Magic Martial First College and become Dean Chen's disciple. Good, good. A genius like her must join the first college.
The man on the phone nodded in satisfaction, then sighed.
It's a pity we couldn't sign a contract directly with Xue'er. But since I revoked the enrollment qualification of Magic Martial 8th College, am under investigation and can't keep violating rules.
Wuxuli smiled.
Don't worry. I know Xue'er well. She's very polite. Since she's agreed, there won't be any mistakes. That's good.
The call ended. Soon, another encrypted call came through. A cold, stern male voice sounded in her ear.
Wuxuli, can you confirm this matter? Dean and I can confirm. Very well. I will personally emerge from seclusion to accept Xue'er as my disciple. After this, you can prepare the documents for promotion to Deputy Director of Magic Martial's Teaching Affairs Office.
Thank you, Dean Chen. Wuxuli was overjoyed. She clenched her fists in excitement, her heart brimming with anticipation. Whoosh! Boom, boom, boom. At the Magic Martial University, hundreds of brilliant fireworks soared into the sky. A loud voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Dear students, dear guests, now let us welcome the strongest new students of this session, the trainees of the Magic Martial Elite Training Camp, with enthusiastic cheers. As the words fell, in the distant sky, helicopters suddenly approached. In an instant, all eyes in the square turned fervently. The Magic Martial Elite Training Camp. It holds extraordinary significance. If the Magic Martial gathers the national martial arts talent, then the training camp is the best of the best. It also represents this year's strongest batch of exceptional students from Huaxia. As the planes landed, trainees stepped out one after another. At the same time, the massive light screen in the square began to play footage of each trainee's assessment on the Misty Sea Island. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trainees moved swiftly. They traversed the mountains and forests, fiercely battling and hunting magical beasts. The projection on the screen retained only the most brilliant battle scenes, with dozens of windows playing simultaneously. Everyone was transfixed, staring at the screen. Suddenly, roar, accompanied by a roar. All windows shrank and disappeared, leaving only a ferocious wolf beast on the massive void screen. The perspective of the scene rapidly zoomed in. This wolf beast was extremely large, over 2 meters tall, its blood-red fur shimmering in the sunlight, especially in its twin crimson eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. Blood Moon Wolf King. A third-tier magical beast with royal bloodline. A prompt came from the broadcast. The crowd gasped in shock. A third-tier magical beast. Royal bloodline. Even from behind the projection, many still felt the terrifying aura of the royal magical beast. Violent. Bloodthirsty. Barbaric. Awoo! The Blood Moon Wolf King howled to the sky, the sound wave whipping up a fierce wind, sending sand and stones flying. But just as everyone was tense, a girl suddenly launched an attack on the Wolf King. Clang! The girl left a residual shadow, and before everyone could clearly see her action, a sharp blade light suddenly slashed down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The girl and the Blood Moon Wolf King engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Oh my god! This is too fierce, right? Can she really fight a third-tier magical beast? Is this the new student of Magic Martial? No way, just look at her movement and sword techniques. I would believe she is a Magic Martial instructor. So terrifying. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Regarding Xue'er's slaying of the third-tier Wolf King, only a few privileged individuals were privy to the news in advance. Many were unaware. Yet even so, the prominent figures in the box were all fixated on the battle footage. What a fierce combat technique! In the box, a high-ranking military officer in uniform had a sharp gaze. Not just fierce. Another middle-aged officer said solemnly, the Military Affairs Bureau has assessed that Xue'er's combat observation ability is what truly makes her formidable. Though it seems like a fierce tactic each time, she uses the minimum expenditure to evade or attack. In other words, the middle-aged officer spoke solemnly, this is still not Xue'er's limit. In another box, a prominent figure from the martial arts department also showed shock, awakening life potential through combat techniques. What strong combat will! He was silent for a moment, then turned to his secretary. The Military Affairs Bureau has already given Xue'er a gift arranged for us to actively extend goodwill from the martial arts department. Yes. The secretary nodded. At this moment,
Countless people were astonished by Xue'er's fierce combat techniques, especially the finale. Xue'er awakened her life potential, even forcing the Blood Moon Wolf King to flee, which left everyone incredulous. Clang, accompanied by a resounding blade's cry. On the projection, the girl transformed into a flash of lightning, her battle blade suddenly striking down. Crack. The Blood Moon Wolf King was beheaded. A massive head flew into the sky. Accompanied by a rain of blood, the projection image instantly froze on Xue'er's cheek. The girl's face was extraordinarily beautiful. On her cheek, sweat mixed with blood flowed down. Her hair looked a bit disheveled and her body was covered in wounds. In the image, the foreground showed the Blood Moon Wolf King, while the background was filled with the corpses of wolf beasts, with blue skies and seas. The girl held the blood-stained battle blade standing before the Wolf King's corpse, her gaze sharp, filled with an extremely fierce battle intent. All of this made this frozen scene contain an indescribable artistic conception. What a powerful image! Just based on this frozen scene, I feel a surge of passion. This girl is so fierce. Countless spectators exclaimed in awe. Xue'er looked up at the scene, and immediately shyly lowered her head. Brother Jiang, why does this image look so fairer? I was all dirty and disheveled in battle. It shouldn't be this fair. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Magic martial is preparing to mold you into the paradigm of a new martial artist. Naturally, it requires a bit of artistic processing. At that moment, words appeared on the massive light screen. Magic Martial Elite Training Camp Assessment Leaderboard. First place Xue'er, points 21,985. Second place Chenhong, points 10,328. Third place Fong Wenhao, points 9,637. Fourth place Xue'er, points 8,264. Fifth place Lu Chen. As the scores were announced, the crowd gasped in amazement, their attention focused on the top spot. More than 20,000 points. A clear victory. Boom. Suddenly the entire audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Xue'er. Xue'er. At this moment a thunderous applause surged forth. Countless fervent gazes were all directed at the girl in white, with a simple ponytail standing in the square. Xue'er's cheeks flushed red. It was her first time facing such a grand occasion, making her somewhat at a loss. At the same time, she felt a bit scared. Don't be afraid. Jiang Chen's spirit manifested, appearing beside Xue'er. Combat techniques are fearless, not only in facing magical beasts and enemies, but also in the path of life. One must boldly forge ahead, without retreating or fearing. Xue'er nodded heavily. The girl straightened her chest, bravely raising her head. Xue'er's state of mind broke through. Her long-standing inferiority had made her lose courage, but because of your presence, she gradually regained confidence, and also had a new understanding of her combat techniques. Trust 500. Heavenly Doubt Essence 500. Soon. Various departments of Magic Martial recruited trainees based on assessment results. Ultimately, the top 20 trainees remained. The top 20 trainees of the elite training camp have the autonomy to choose. A prompt came from the broadcast. This is the honor you earn through your own combat. Now, from the back to the front, choose in order. As the words were spoken, the representatives from various departments of Magic Martial stepped out one after another. Wu Shuli was among them, standing at the forefront representing the First Academy. Then she winked at Xue'er, her smile radiant and full of anticipation. I choose Magic Martial Third Academy. I choose Magic Martial First Academy. I choose Magic Martial First Academy. I also choose Magic Martial First Academy. Most of the top 20 trainees chose Magic Martial First Academy. But there were exceptions. Some specifically chose the later academies. Because their families were well off, these academies had their family elders or connections to support them, allowing for special care once inside. I choose Magic Martial First Academy. Chen Hong spoke solemnly. Wu Shuli smiled and nodded. Student Chen, your performance is also outstanding. The First Academy will focus on nurturing you. After saying that, Wu Shuli eagerly looked towards the last trainee. Not just her. At this moment, everyone was looking towards the last person standing in the square. Xue'er. This unparalleled prodigy,
who had slain the third-tier Blood Moon Wolf King, instantly gathered countless gazes. "Student Yi, it's your turn." Wu Shuli looked at her with immense anticipation. Just then, boom! A sound of shock reverberated through the void. Suddenly within Magic Martial a towering blade intent surged upwards, transforming into a phantom blood-red blade shadow that spanned across the heavens and earth. Then, a dignified man dressed in brocade stepped through the air. Boom, boom, boom. With each step, he took blade energy coalesced beneath his feet. Boom. An overwhelmingly domineering and fierce aura swept across the venue. The Dean of the First Academy of Magic Martial, the Blade King, bursting forth. Above the heavens, Qin Yuehong treaded upon blade aura wandering through the void. His entire being exuded an immense aura. Majestic, domineering, formidable. His act of stepping through the air left countless people wide-eyed. Blade King Hong has emerged from seclusion. Inside the private room, all the dignitaries rose to their feet, their gazes toward Qin Yuehong filled with reverence. The sixth-stage Spirit Sea realm was revered as a martial king, and a titled martial king represented the most formidable among all martial kings. Every titled martial king was universally acknowledged as a top-tier powerhouse on Blue Star. They were also treasures guarding human civilization. Xue'er, Qin Yuehong, the Dean of the First Academy, has emerged from seclusion specifically to take you as his disciple. Wu Shuli was immensely thrilled. This is a titled martial king. Xue'er gazed at the sky. The girl's eyes were also filled with shock. Human martial artists could tread through the air without relying on any technological devices. Boom! Qin Yuehong stepped forward, his aura unparalleled, stirring excitement in everyone present. Then, Qin Yuehong landed steadily, looking at the girl before him. "You are Xue'er. Good. Very good." Qin Yuehong nodded approvingly, raising his hand as the source martial energy in his palm surged wildly. Clang! The void trembled. A blood-red battle blade materialized out of thin air. The blade hummed with blood-colored light flowing along its edge, forming runic patterns, then condensing into 3 lifeblood patterns. This Crimson Flame Blade is a 3-star source martial weapon. Consider it a gift for taking you as my disciple. Qin Yuehong lifted his gaze and said solemnly, Xue'er, though your talent is low, your will is firm. From now on, if you diligently cultivate under my guidance, breaking through to the 4th-stage source martial realm before graduation is promising. These words drew envy from countless people. A 3-star source martial weapon was priceless. Moreover, Qin Yuehong, referring to himself as your master, meant he intended to take Xue'er as his personal disciple. The recruitment of a titled martial king could not be measured in gold. Inside the private room, Gu Yao and the old master's faces were both grim. Dad, isn't Blade King Hong's faction hostile to our Spark group? Gu Zihan slurped on an oversized cola. What do we do? If Xue'er joins, won't our Gu family's investment go down the drain? Shut up! Shut up! Gu Yao and the old master barked simultaneously. They glared ferociously. Gu Zihan trembled with fear, sat down pitifully and helplessly, and drank his cola in great gulps with indignation. Old Master Gu asked, What do you think? All in to the end. Gu Yao clenched his fist, saying firmly, I trust Xue'er's character. Even if she becomes Qin Yuehong's disciple, she won't turn against the Gu family. At worst, our Gu family will switch sides. Gu Yao showed a fierce expression. The Spark group wants to oust us anyway. When the time comes, well, just follow Xue'er and turn everything upside down. Good. Old Master Gu nodded heavily. Behind him, Gu Zihan was on the verge of tears. If this gamble failed, the Gu family would be utterly ruined. Would he still be able to enjoy his cola happily? On the square, Qin Yuehong flicked his finger. Martial energy controlled the Crimson Flame Blade from a distance, slowly drifting toward Xue'er. The blade hummed, awaiting its new master. But Xue'er did not take the blade. The girl took a deep breath and looked up, saying, Thank you, Dean Qin, for your praise and regard. But I choose the 8th Martial Academy. What? Qin Yuehong's brows shot up sharply. Everyone present was stunned. Buzz?
The crimson flame blade emitted a fierce clang. At the same time, a fiercely tyrannical aura burst from Qin Yuehong, and the ground beneath him instantly cracked. Boom! Qin Yuehong stepped forward, staring into Xue'er's eyes, and asked word by word, "Do you know what you're saying?" At that moment, the aura of a titled martial king howled like a fierce wind. Xue'er was like a small boat teetering in the raging storm. Dean Chen. Lian Wei's face changed drastically. He was about to step forward to ease the tension. "Stand back," Qin Yuehong said with a light shout. Lian Wei was forced back several steps, his face instantly turning pale. But he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and stepped forward again. "Dean Chen, this is the Martial Arts University's freshman ceremony. Do not cause trouble." Lian Wei stepped forward step by step. Standing in front of Xue'er, he blocked all the pressure. Qin Yuehong's gaze turned icy. "Who do you think you are, to dare question me? I am a mentor of the Martial Arts University." Lian Wei's eyes blazed. "No, you won't be for long." Qin Yuehong's aura was fierce. "Get lost." Lian Wei still did not retreat a single step. Suddenly, his sleeve was gently tugged. "Teacher Lian, let me handle this." Xue'er stepped forward, her pace steady, her gaze toward Qin Yuehong devoid of fear. "Dean Chen, I've already made myself clear." Xue'er's eyes were resolute, and her voice, amplified by the microphone, spread word by word across the entire venue. "I choose the 8th Martial Academy. The Martial Arts University 8th Academy." Boom! Everyone present was startled by these words. Qin Yuehong's face darkened. Wu Shuli was panicked and shouted anxiously, "Xue'er, didn't you say you joined the 1st Academy? Dean Chen came out of seclusion early just to take you as his disciple. How can you go back on your word?" "Teacher Wu," Xue'er interrupted her, saying calmly, "You came to me earlier just to make me remember Dean Chen's name, didn't you?" Wu Shuli was stunned. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it. After all, no one could refuse the recruitment of a titled martial king, so she hadn't confirmed it verbally. And now, Xue'er's sudden reversal struck like a sharp sword. Wu Shuli was agitated. "Why? Why would you reject the 1st Academy, the strongest department in the entire university?" "I'm sorry," Xue'er said calmly. "I thought it over carefully. My awakened talent is too poor. Other departments place too much emphasis on talent levels, but the 8th Academy focuses on combat techniques." Wu Shuli spoke urgently. "It doesn't matter if your talent is poor, we can also teach you combat techniques. Dean Chen is a titled martial king. His combat prowess is also formidable. He is fully capable of teaching you combat techniques." Wu Shuli turned back anxiously. "Right, Dean Chen." Qin Yuehong's face was ashen. He was deeply disappointed in Wu Shuli's competence, and would have left by nature, but suddenly he recalled Tang Qinglin's instructions. Qin Yuehong said solemnly, "Xue'er, become my personal disciple, and I will teach you combat techniques privately." "Thank you, but no." Xue'er shook her head stubbornly. After a moment of silence, Xue'er spoke again. "Actually, my decision to join the 8th Academy was influenced by one person, Jiang Chen of the Martial Arts University. When I was in middle school, I learned about Senior Jiang Chen's achievements on television. He is my idol. During my darkest and most helpless times, Senior Jiang Chen's story deeply moved me. He is my motivation to move forward," the girl declared firmly. "So I vowed back then that I would enter the 8th Academy." Swish. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Xue'er with strange eyes. Jiang Chen of the Martial Arts University. These 4 words had become something of a taboo in recent years. No one dared to mention them, especially within the Martial Arts University itself. Wu Shuli's body trembled. As if gripped by an invisible hand, her face instantly turned pale. Even Qin Yuehong, this titled martial king, upon hearing the words Jiang Chen of the Martial Arts University, could not help but flash a trace of the most extreme fear in his pupils. But soon, Qin Yuehong glanced at the high-ranking officials of the Martial Arts University on the platform. He understood. From the moment Xue'er uttered Jiang Chen of the Martial Arts University, the situation had changed. There were those
who would not allow the 8th Academy to recruit new students, especially such an extraordinary prodigy.
Jiang Chun of the Demon Marshal.
Xue'er's words, amplified by the loudspeaker, echoed throughout the venue, causing countless faces to pale with shock. 3 years. Even with all the news blackouts and deliberate cover-ups on the surface. That demonic martial prodigy, who once suppressed all the geniuses of Blue Star merely by his name, still brought an overwhelmingly intense impact to everyone. Inside the private box, the eyelids of the various big shots twitched wildly. In the Military Affairs Bureau, a uniformed officer clenched the armrests tightly, his expression complex.
I never thought that after all these years his influence would still linger.
The uniformed officer sighed.
Jiang Chen of the Demon Marshal is like a dazzling meteor. Even if he flashes by in an instant, he will leave his mark on the world. If he were still alive, perhaps human civilization would have taken a different turn. It's just a pity that heaven does not grant our wishes.
The adjutant beside him also sighed inwardly. On the other side, inside the martial arts department's private box, a man in brocade robes wore an expression solemn to the extreme.
The combat killing art, a low-grade talent, burst onto the scene.
The man muttered under his breath. Then he spoke in a firm voice.
Quick, activate the Special Investigation Order. Thoroughly investigate Xue'er's life history to see if she has any connection with Jiang Chun of the Demon Marshal. Yes.
The secretary beside him nodded heavily, and quickly dialed a phone to issue the order. At this moment, compared to the shock of ordinary people, the heartstrings of these big shots were violently plucked. On the square, Xue'er stood alone in the same spot. She could feel that after she spoke those words, countless gazes focused on her. The meanings behind those gazes were complex. Scrutiny, frostiness, doubt.
Student Yi.
On the high platform, a high-ranking school board member, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly spoke. Lu Xiaodong, a council member of the Demon Marshal University Board of Directors, whose status was considerably higher than that of ordinary Demon Marshal instructors.
Student Yi, first of all, we understand your admiration for Jiang Chun of the Demon Marshal. After all, he was once the pride and glory of our Demon Marshal University. However,
Lu Xiaodong adjusted his glasses and lifted his gaze.
The 8 Demon Marshal Academies are now lacking in resources and probably unworthy of your talent. How about this? Let's just pretend the earlier matter was due to your ignorance of the inside story, a wrong choice made because of an information gap. We are very tolerant of geniuses.
Lu Xiaodong continued.
Since you think the Blade King's combat art doesn't suit you, then Summit King, who is proficient in the combat killing art, should certainly meet your requirements, right?
As soon as the words fell, a violent surge of blood chi suddenly came from afar. A figure sprinted through the void, each step solidifying powerful protected chi into a tangible form.
Boom! Bang! Bang! Bang!
The void boomed, and the blood chi was fierce and domineering. This was another titled Martial King, Summit King. Dingyu.
Bang!
With a violent tremor, Dingyu landed on the ground. His physique was lean, and he emanated an extremely sharp aura.
Not bad.
Dingyu looked at Xue'er and nodded with satisfaction.
Although I have stepped back from academy education, it's rare to encounter a good seedling, so I can make an exception. Xue'er, from now on you will become my disciple.
Whoosh. The crowd was in utter uproar. Blade King Chen Yuehong. Summit King Dingyu. 2 titled martial kings had simultaneously emerged from seclusion to take Xue'er as their disciple. It was well known that titled martial kings were the top combat power of human civilization against alien beasts possessing immense strength and transcendent status, usually not a single one to be seen on ordinary days. But today 2 appeared at once. Countless people looked at Xue'er with envious eyes.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease. This Xue'er, on the surface, she seems delicate, but she's actually a scheming green tea bitch.
Zhang Baiji clenched her small fists, her heart burning with insane jealousy. This daughter of a high-ranking official from a wealthy family, having failed in her sneak attack on Xue'er at the Demon Mist Island and being expelled from the assessment early, was already filled with resentment.
Xue'er, please make your choice now. Summit King or Blade King?
On the high platform, Lu Xiaodong smiled.
Everyone is waiting for you. There are many ceremony procedures to attend to afterwards.
Xue'er slowly raised her head. The young girl was a bit nervous, but her tone was exceptionally firm.
No, I still choose the 8 demon martial academies.
Whoosh! The atmosphere across the venue suddenly froze. The smile on Lu Xiaodong's face stiffened, then he looked at her with a sharp gaze. Ding Yu and Qin Yuehong, these 2 titled martial kings, also furrowed their brows. Xue'er's voice was gentle, but she spoke earnestly.
According to the rules of the elite training camp, I have the right to choose my demon martial academy department and mentor.
Lu Xiaodong raised his hand, picked up the teacup on the table, took a gentle sip, and then said,
You are free to choose. But you can only choose from the departments that have enrollment qualifications. The 8 demon martial academies do not have enrollment qualifications this year.
Lu Xiaodong swirled the teacup, watching the tea leaves spin inside, and said in a deep voice,
Young people need to learn to be content. Are 2 titled martial kings not qualified enough to be your mentors?
By the end of his speech, Lu Xiaodong's gaze had turned fierce. Xue'er gently shook her head and said softly,
I just want to enter the 8 demon martial academies, that's all. And it seems I'm old, even being looked down upon when it comes to teaching a freshman.
Ding Yu let out a cold laugh, looking at Xue'er.
But this is the first time I've seen a freshman as stubborn as you. What? Didn't your parents teach you any worldly wisdom?
Bang! The ground beneath Ding Yu's feet cracked, erupting with a fierce aura. In the martial arts world, there was an unwritten rule: a martial king must not be insulted, let alone a titled martial king. Ding Yu's sudden outburst of aura made everyone's hearts tremble. Before anyone could react, Qin Yuehong also stepped forward.
Xue'er, at the freshman ceremony with so many people watching, you've already embarrassed the school before even enrolling.
Qin Yuehong's eyes were sharp as he reprimanded without mercy.
Let me give you a piece of advice: don't get spoiled by favor and become arrogant.
The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. How had the perfectly good demon martial freshman ceremony turned into this? 2 titled martial kings angered by a student.
What is Xue'er doing? Turning down 2 titled martial kings in a row? She's offended them all. That's true, but I feel like these big shots are deliberately applying pressure. Who knows what she's thinking? Titled martial kings are the ultimate goal that countless people dream of becoming a disciple of. Maybe she really is just spoiled by favor and acting arrogant.
The crowd buzzed with discussion. In the crowd, Zhang Baiji sneered inwardly, hoping that Xue'er would offend even more big shots, preferably getting expelled from Demon Martial. On the high platform, Xue'er stood alone in the same spot. In the eyes of outsiders, the young girl's figure appeared very lonely and desolate. But in Xue'er's own eyes, she was not lonely. Because Brother Jiang had always been with her.
Scared?
Jiang Chen turned to look back.
Brother Jiang with you here, am not scared at all.
A smile bloomed in Xue'er's heart. Then she took a deep breath and lifted her head. The young girl's firm voice rang out across the venue.
I'm sorry. I will only choose the 8 demon martial academies. If that's not possible, then I will voluntarily withdraw from school and repeat the year, waiting for next year's enrollment by the 8 demon martial academies.
Boom. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone was stunned into silence. Chen Hong, Zhang Baiji, Shenrui, and other trainees from the special training camp were all utterly shocked. Wu Shuli's pupils constricted. Ding Yu and Qin Yuehong, the 2 titled martial kings, suddenly furrowed their brows deeply. Withdraw? Just to join the 8 demon martial academies. On the high platform, Lu Xiaodong could no longer maintain his previous composure. The teacup in his hand trembled violently, and he was furious to the extreme. With so many people watching, if a peerless genius withdrew, how would the outside world view Demon Martial University? Lu Xiaodong clenched his fists, a flash of ruthlessness suddenly passing through his eyes. No matter what, he would never allow Xue'er to join the 8 demon martial academies.
Xue'er, you really are spoiled by favor and don't know what's good for you.
Lu Xiaodong suddenly raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the table.
2 titled martial kings are willing to take you as a disciple. Go ask around who else would indulge you like this.
Lu Xiaodong slammed the table and stood up enraged.
It's not wrong for you to take pride in Jiangchen of the Demon Martial, but how many years has he been dead? The current 8 Demon Martial Academies are completely abandoned. And next year, the 8 academies are going to be abolished this year. We are all thinking about your best interests, yet you are so ungrateful. Ah.
Before he could finish, the teacup in Lu Xiaodong's hand suddenly exploded. Boiling tea splashed all over his face, making him cry out in pain. Lu Xiaodong was stunned. He had only used his right hand to slam the table, so why did the teacup in his left hand shatter?
No.
Lu Xiaodong's pupil shook. The shattered pieces of the teacup were floating in midair. Crystal-clear shards of glass circled Lu Xiaodong's throat, and an extreme crisis of death descended, causing fine goosebumps to rise on his skin. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Suddenly, a gentle and pleasant voice came through.
Who said that my junior brother has fallen? Who said that my junior apprentice brother had fallen?
Accompanied by this gentle voice, at the entrance of the gymnasium, a refined woman in a plain long dress seated in a wheelchair slowly appeared before the crowd. The woman exuded an elegant temperament with fair skin and soft, gentle eyes that resembled a maiden from a Jiangnan painting, bringing a spring breeze to all who beheld her. Behind her, a one-armed man pushed the wheelchair with a single hand. The moment he saw this pair, Lu Xiaodong trembled all over, his pupils filled with the deepest terror. Even Ding Yu and Chen Yuehong, these 2 infect war kings, instantly tensed up, because these 2 were from the demonic martial 8 academies. Qi Yunhui, once an infect war king of the demonic martial 8 academies, a 6th-stage psychic master titled Huiling Wang by the martial arts department. Shen Lai, once an infect war king of the demonic martial 8 academies titled Lai Chang Wang by the martial arts department. Though these 2 infect war kings were now both disabled, their appearance at this moment was enough to shake everyone's hearts.
5th senior sister. 6th senior brother.
Jiang Chen's emotions were suddenly stirred. Seeing his senior sister paralyzed in a wheelchair, and his senior brother with a severed right arm, the murderous intent within him nearly crystallized into substance.
Boom! In the sky, black clouds rolled in. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the entire venue, drawing the gaze of many powerhouses.
It's about to rain.
Qi Yunhui looked at the sky and smiled gently.
Zhao Lai a little faster.
All right. Zhou Lai took a step forward. He brought Qi Yunhui across hundreds of meters in an instant, appearing on the platform.
Only after their figures emerged did the thunderous roar echo through the void. This step had broken the sound barrier. Shen Lai slowly raised his eyes, his tiger-like gaze erupting with fierce killing intent, instantly locking onto Chen Yuehong and Ding Yu.
Buzz!
The void trembled. Shen Lai's eyes gradually turned bloodshot, his entire being like a bloodthirsty war spear, as if he would erupt at any moment. Chen Yuehong and Ding Yu's expressions changed drastically.
Xiao Lai, come quickly and see, our little junior sister is truly beautiful. Qi Yunhui spoke softly. She slid her wheelchair over to Xue'er. A gentle smile played on Qi Yunhui's lips as she took the initiative to hold Xue'er's hand, saying with a beaming smile,
"Little junior sister, don't be afraid, we've come to take you."
Mum? Xue'er's pretty face broke into a smile.
Greetings, senior sister, greetings, senior brother.
Qi Yunhui's smile grew even warmer. Shen Lai also reined in his violent killing intent, forcing out a somewhat wooden smile. By the way,
Qi Yunhui suddenly looked up at Lu Xiaodong on the platform.
Director Lu, where is the evidence? What? Lu Xiaodong was taken aback.
Qi Yunhui spoke calmly. You were just so adamant that my junior apprentice brother Jiang Chen died years ago. Do you have evidence?
Lu Xiaodong's expression darkened.
What evidence is needed? This is already common knowledge. Whose common knowledge? Call them out.
Qi Yunhui's tone was gentle. In her eyes, as warm as water, it seemed as if galaxies swirled. The entire gymnasium was covered by a formidable psychic force.
Lu Xiaodong's face turned ashen.
This is pure sophistry. No, I just want evidence.
Qi Yunhui said softly.
You are so certain. What did you personally witness Jiang Chen's accident back then? Or perhaps you know the inside story of that incident.
Lu Xiaodong was at a loss for words. At this moment, being stared at by Qi Yunhui, it felt as if his very heart had been seen through, filling him with indescribable fear.
You see, when faced with a difficult question, you fall silent again.
Qi Yunhui sighed.
According to martial arts department regulations, missing high-rank source martial artists have a 6-year investigation period. Only after that period expires are they declared dead.
Now only 3 years have passed. You and all of you are so impatient.
Qi Yunhui's gentle gaze swept over Lu Xiaodong, the demonic martial high ranks, and finally Ding Yu and Chen Yuehong.
Chen Yuehong frowned.
This is the demonic martial freshman orientation with so many people watching. Do you from the demonic martial aid academies insist on shaming the school? Qi Yunhui laughed.
The legendary aloof and lofty Hong Daowang can also play mind games. Shaming the school. All of you pressuring a young girl in public, isn't that shameful?
A cold glint flashed in Qi Yunhui's eyes.
The key point is she is our little junior sister from the demonic martial aid academies.
Bang! 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 A surge of profound psychic power erupted. On the platform, the luxury furniture, where the leaders sat, all exploded into dust, leaving them disheveled and trembling. How dare you?
Chen Yuhong's eyes sharpened, his aura flaring.
I admit the demonic martial aid academies were once strong, and you too were also strong, but that is all in the past. Now,
step back.
Boom! A fierce blade intent was suddenly unleashed. It wasn't just Chen Yuehong.
Ding Yu beside him also stepped forward, his vigorous blood energy surging into a violent aura.
Rules are rules. The demonic martial aid academies have no recruitment rights this year. Xue'er cannot join. If she insists whether she withdraws or transfers schools, she cannot violate the rules.
Chen Yuhong's gaze burned like a torch. Carrying a domineering aura, he swept across the entire venue. But someone was even more domineering than him.
SHRR.
A sharp sound like a blade tearing through the void rang out. A bloodfrost battle sword fell from the sky like a meteor from the heavens, carrying violent killing intent as it crashed down.
Boom!
Bang!
The martial arts platform, forged from special alloy, in an instant, shattered into pieces. A chilling sword intent swept across the venue, instantly shredding and annihilating the martial auras of Chen Yuehong and Ding Yu. Excellent. Finally waiting for you to make a move.
In the sky, a woman of peerless beauty descended from the clouds. With a voluptuous figure clad in a light purple battle armor, she strode through the air step by step, carrying an unparalleled violent killing intent.
My heavens, it's Ling Yanwang, the first female martial god of Daxia. Truly stunning, and with such a formidable aura, she must have broken through to the peak of the divine sea realm.
So strong.
The entire venue erupted. Everyone gazed fervently at the armored woman in the sky.
Bang!
The void exploded. A bloodlight burst forth. Without any visible effort from Wang Lingyan, she instantly appeared before Chen Yuehong.
With a flick of her wrist, the bloodfrost battle sword carved a crimson sword aura through the void.
Not good.
Chen Yuehong's expression drastically changed. With a flip of his hand, a dark war blade appeared, and he mustered all his blood energy to block in front of him.
Crack! Bang!
The war blade shattered. Chen Yuehong's abdomen was torn open with a bloody gash, and he was blasted hundreds of meters away, like a cannonball, smashing straight through the gymnasium wall. Whoosh! A blood shadow flashed. Ding Yu instantly sensed danger. Steel-patterned gauntlets materialized on his arms as he fiercely punched forward, before his fist's power could erupt.
Roar!
A blood-colored sword dragon suddenly appeared, carrying overwhelming ferocity, like a hot knife through butter.
Bang!
Ding Yu's arm gauntlets exploded. This Qin Yuwang trembled all over, his knees sinking deep into the metal floor, his arms twisted and deformed, blood gushing profusely.
Worthless. Wang Lingyan's form materialized, her beautiful eyes icy cold without a trace of emotion.
You two worthless pieces, daring to pressure my junior apprentice sister and brother.
What?
Do you want to die?
Boom! Qin Yuehong rose from the ruins, his eyes blazing with furious light. Wang Lingyan, you go too far. Ding Yu also clenched his teeth, his tiger-like eyes nearly spitting fire. Facing the fury of two infect war kings, Wang Lingyan's gaze was calm. My warning is over. Take one more step forward, and we settle this with life and death. Clang! The Bloodfrost sword suddenly hummed. A violent killing intent several times stronger than before erupted from Wang Lingyan's delicate form. Mighty and overwhelming, soaring straight into the heavens. On the high platform of the square, Wang Lingyan's gaze was icy cold, the Bloodfrost sword emitting a sharp piercing hum, as if it would lash out at any moment. Both Qin Yuehong and Ding Yu felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, not daring to move an inch. They knew of Wang Lingyan's madness. The woman before them was not only the first female martial god of Daxia, but also a female reaper. Useless. Wang Lingyan's gaze was frigid. With trash like you around, no wonder the demon martial sect has declined. Qin Yuehong's face turned livid with rage. Ding Yu's forehead bulged with veins. Yet they still dared not move. At this moment, the two titled martial kings were suppressed by Wang Lingyan, their fury unspoken, their hearts filled with extreme humiliation. What a domineering Lingyan king! The Daxia female martial god truly lives up to her reputation. I heard that after the tragedy of the 8 demon martial academies, this Lingyan king once unleashed a massacre within China's borders. I've also heard from my elders that at least 3 titled martial kings fell to her Bloodfrost sword. Countless onlookers gazed fervently at the high platform. Wang Lingyan, the Lingyan king. Qi Yunhui, the Huiling king. Shenlai, the Lispear king. The 3 titled martial kings of the 8 demon martial academies gathered together. Inside the private box, the expressions of countless high-ranking figures grew immensely complex. Lingyan king's strength has improved significantly, the military officer said in a grave tone. With her merits from slaying sea beasts over the years, she deserves to be appointed as a Purple Star General. Unfortunately, the officer sighed. The slaughter back then was too heavy, and she offended too many people. The adjutant beside him, gazing at the figures on the platform, couldn't help but lament. Of the 8 kings of the demon martial sect back then, 4 fell, 2 were crippled, and only 2 remain. Isn't this the tragedy of our human civilization? Enough. The military officer turned back and said sternly, "Don't pretend I didn't hear that. Don't ever speak of it outside lest you bring trouble upon yourself." Yes. The adjutant suddenly came to his senses. I was reckless. The 8 kings of the demon martial sect. The military officer turned around, a trace of nostalgia surfacing in his tiger-like eyes. On the high platform, the Bloodfrost sword hovered in the void, releasing a chilling killing intent. Wang Lingyan turned around. The moment she turned, a captivating smile bloomed on the peerlessly beautiful face of the Daxia first female martial god. Yi Xue'er, welcome to the 8 demon martial academies. Wang Lingyan smiled. I am your 2nd senior sister, Wang Lingyan. From now on, you will be our 9th junior sister. Greetings, 2nd senior sister. Yi Xue'er hurriedly bowed. Wang Lingyan took a step and instantly appeared before Yi Xue'er, gently holding her hand. Don't be so formal. The 8 demon martial academies aren't bound by so many rules. From now on, we are family. Yi Xue'er's gaze trembled slightly. Family. Those 2 words deeply touched the young girl's heart. Wang Lingyan then looked at Qi Yunhui and Shenlai, a hint of worry in her eyes. Senior sister, we're fine. Qi Yunhui sat in her wheelchair, smiling faintly. Good, let's go home. Wang Lingyan took Yi Xue'er's hand, preparing to leave. On the high platform, Lu Xiaodong was flustered and exasperated. Wang Lingyan, as an elite of the military martial department, are you going to break the law and disrupt the demon martial university's enrollment? So what if I take Yi Xue'er away? Her student status cannot be added to the 8 demon martial academies. She can only stay illegally at demon martial. Boom. The Bloodfrost sword burst forth with a chilling killing intent. Wang Lingyan's gaze turned cold and fierce. A single look made Lu Xiaodong feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Qin Yuehong growled. Wang Lingyan, do you want to repeat the slaughter of the past? With so many watching, do you know the consequences? Useless, shut up.
Wang Lingyan's tone was icy.
I don't care. I only know that no one can bully the 8 demon martial academies. So, do you want to try?
Qin Yuhong's face turned livid. But then he sneered.
Rules are rules, no one can overstep them. Xue'er's student status cannot join the 8 demon martial academies. She either chooses to drop out or picks another academy. There is no third option.
Deep in Qin Yuhong's eyes surged a confident assurance of victory. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to Wang Lingyan. But in terms of power, the behemoth behind him was not something Wang Lingyan could easily shake. The blood for a sword hummed with fierce killing intent, stirring up gusts of wind in the void. The atmosphere on the field became tense and charged. Xue'er felt a bit nervous and silently thought,
Brother Jiang, why are they stopping me from joining the 8 demon martial academies? Because they plan to completely abolish the 8 demon martial academies this year.
Jiang Chen's gaze was icy.
As long as the 8 demon martial academies can't recruit new students, they can use the power behind them to make the 8 demon martial academies disappear entirely. This turmoil is far beyond what Chen Yuehong, Lu Xiaodong, and the like can control. There's a bigger hand behind them.
Xue'er's face showed concern.
The situation now seems very unfavorable for the 8 demon martial academies. My senior brothers and sisters must be under immense pressure. Don't worry.
Jiang Chen looked into the distant sky. Suddenly he smiled.
The real show is just beginning.
Just as the standoff was at a stalemate, a sudden change occurred. Ripples suddenly spread in the void, and aged laughter instantly filled the entire venue.
Tisk, it's been many years since the demon martial sect has been this lively. How interesting.
The voice came from the deepest part of the demon martial sect. Before everyone could react, an elderly man in a white robe appeared silently. He was small and thin, but his face was ruddy, and he held a gourd of wine, drinking heartily. The surrounding audience was stunned. Just as they wondered about the old man's identity, the high-ranking school board members along with Chen Yuehong, Ding Yue, and others all changed color dramatically. Even Wang Lingyan, Qi Yunhui, and the others widened their beautiful eyes in shock. Then everyone turned, clasped their hands, and bowed deeply to the old man.
Greetings, Principal.
The entire venue erupted. The principal of Demon Martial University had appeared. Countless eyes focused on the elderly man, filled with shock and curiosity. Because Demon Martial University operated under a board of directors management system, where almost all decisions were made by the board or jointly discussed by the 3 major bodies: the Ministry of Education, the Military Martial Department, and the Martial Arts Department. The principal had never appeared publicly, not even at the centennial celebration. This led many to mistakenly believe the position was merely a figurehead. But only a few high-ranking figures knew the truth. The principal was no figurehead, but a top-tier powerhouse, who could stand above the 3 departments. The old man let out a loud burp. Unconcerned about his image under so many gazes, he pulled out a large pipe and put it in his mouth. Exhaling smoke, he said,
You little ones should be more lively. Why so lifeless? Where's the spirit of the demon martial sect? I really miss that Jiang kid. With him around, at least there were fights to watch every day.
The old man blew smoke rings from his nostrils and took another big swig of wine. Content and carefree.
Principal.
Lu Xiaodong's eyes darted as he quickly stepped forward to complain.
You come just in time. Please control the 8 demon martial academies. They've seriously violated the rules and disrupted the freshman ceremony. This completely defies the iron laws of Demon Martial University.
The old man burped again and said blankly,
Iron laws. When I founded Demon Martial University, I didn't set any iron laws. Back then Demon Martial was just a few thatched huts. We even had to queue to relieve ourselves. What need was there for rules and iron laws? Oh, if there was one, it was that you had to fight before taking a dump, and whoever won went first.
Lu Xiaodong was at a loss for words. The old man's rough words made everyone present twitch their mouths. The audience below was dumbfounded. Was this really the principal of Demon Martial University?
Principal.
Qin Yuehong pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and said,
The Demon Martial University has developed and inherited over 100 years, and now it stands as one of the 4 top-tier martial academies in Xue'er. Moreover, he continued, shifting his tone, the university is the fruit of your labor. The 8 divisions of demon martial openly disrupt order. How will outsiders perceive us? This not only shames the demon martial university, but also diminishes your authority. What you say seems quite reasonable.
The old man nodded earnestly. Yet his hair was disheveled, his clothes soaked with wine, and his beard still bore traces of ash. No matter how one looked at him, he appeared utterly devoid of a powerful aura.
Principal, you are the supreme powerhouse of our Xue'er, the spiritual pillar of demon martial university. We cannot allow outsiders to belittle us.
Lu Xiaodong flattered.
Your very existence is the spiritual totem of countless teachers and students at demon martial. It must never be tarnished by the 8 divisions.
A true powerhouse possesses pride. Hence the unspoken rule, a martial king shall not be humiliated, exists. Moreover, the principal of demon martial university surpasses even a martial king.
Role model.
The old man seemed to recall something, grinning broadly.
Tis, do you know what those old monsters used to call me back then? They called me Mad Dog. I quite like that title.
The old man downed several gulps of strong liquor, with vigor, declaring,
because only a mad dog can fearlessly tear into beasts and carve a bloody path through the darkest of times. So, he continued, do you want the spiritual totem of demon martial university to become a mad dog as well?
Lu Xiaodong was momentarily at a loss for words.
But you're not mad enough. Too dull, all talk and no action. Hey, race the deal, fight it out among yourselves first. Whoever wins he'll side with.
The old man raised his hand and flicked. Whoosh! A gale howled. Lu Xiaodong was instantly snatched up midair and dropped before Wang Lingyan. Even Qin Yuehong and Ding Yue, both titled martial kings, were effortlessly seized like chicks and tossed before Wang Lingyan.
Clang!
A cold glint flashed in Wang Lingyan's beautiful eyes as the blood frost sword exuded killing intent.
Principal!
Lu Xiaodong trembled in terror.
Stop shouting, it's annoying.
The old man raised an eyebrow, then turned his gaze to the surrounding luxury boxes.
And the rest of you, what are you playing at, pretending to be something you're not? Sitting in your boxes watching the show, what do you think you're above showing your faces? What a rotten habit.
The old man grumbled and slapped out. Boom! An immensely terrifying aura erupted. All the glass windows and ceilings of the boxes instantly shattered into dust. Senior officials from the Martial Arts Department, the Military Martial Command, and the Education Ministry all stood up in panic, clasped their fists, and bowed.
We pay our respects to Principal Yang.
Yang Song, that was the principal's name. Not only was his strength terrifying, but his seniority was also astonishing. 4. Yang Song had lived for over 140 years, witnessing the Dark Era, when endless beasts attacked human civilization. He was also a founder of humanity's rise in the High Martial Age. With such status and seniority, few existed globally.
All of you get down here.
Yang Song showed no courtesy.
I don't like people looking down on me.
Whoosh! 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 The powerhouses from each department quickly leaped down from the high platform. They then reorganized their formation, clasped their fists, and bowed again. Not to mention them. Even their superiors, and their superiors would have to bow to Yang Song.
What about you?
Yang Song suddenly looked up and spoke with a dark tone. The crowd followed his gaze, but saw only blue sky and white clouds.
This old mad dog may be old, but I'm not dead yet. A mad dog's nose is the sharpest.
Yang Song casually raised his right hand and grasped the air.
Boom!
The void suddenly trembled. A phantom of a celestial hound hundreds of meters tall appeared in the sky.
Heavenly Gate Dharma aspect.
Many faces showed shock. The 7th rank of Source Martial Arts was the Heavenly Gate realm. One could condense a true Dharma aspect. At this moment, the celestial hound phantom spanned the heavens like a colossal beast.
Roar!
The hound bellowed and swiped its claw. The sky was instantly torn apart, and fierce winds howled like thunderclaps, ceaselessly covering thousands of meters. This terrifying scene deeply shook everyone's soul.
Boom! 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 Thunder roared incessantly in the void. A man in brocade robes was directly seized and brought forth. The man around 40 or 50 had an extraordinary bearing exuding the authority of a long-standing superior. But at this moment, his face was deathly pale, and his body trembled slightly. The moment they saw the man, many prominent figures present changed color drastically. Han Xiao, the Skyroar King, Dean of Academic Affairs at Jingwu University, holding multiple high-ranking positions. Han Xiao of Jingwu pays respects to Principal Yang. In midair, the man in brocade robes suppressed his fear, clasped his fists, and bowed. He wished to land and bow. But a powerful aura surrounded him, freezing even his internal blood flow. You carry the scent of old man Xiao. Yang Song grinned. Good, very good. Old man Xiao didn't dare come himself, so he sent his disciple to provoke me. Tisk, a heavenly rank titled Martial King. Yang Song said with a smile. Impressive indeed. The current faculty at Demon Martial doesn't even have a heavenly ranked Martial King yet. Principal Yang flatters me. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fists. I happened to be in Shanghai on business, and came to observe the freshman ceremony. I didn't mean to disturb. I hope you will forgive me. Han Xiao's tone was extremely sincere, or rather fearful. Yang Song's smile grew wider. What, do I look that easy to fool? You were skulking in the shadows for so long. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Han Xiao nervously explained. I just didn't want to disrupt the ceremony, so I stayed hidden. Cut the crap. You're as hypocritical as old man Xiao. Yang Song rolled his eyes. Since you're here, stay. Principal Yang. Han Xiao began to speak. Bang. A thunderous crack rang out. Han Xiao felt all his martial meridians sealed, unable to resist, unable even to speak. He hung like a vegetable imprisoned in the void by Yang Song for all to see. Hey you! Yang Song looked up at the martial arts department. Go to Jingwu and deliver a message. Han Xiao attempted to sabotage the Demon Martial freshman ceremony, and I've caught him. If they want him back, Jingwu must bear 80% of this year's cultivation resources for Demon Martial's new students. Gulp. The high-ranking official from the martial arts department swallowed hard, his scalp tingling. But he dared not object. He could only nod and comply. As you command, Principal Yang. At this moment, not only the martial arts department, but also the high officials from the military martial command and education ministry turned pale. The rivalry between Jingwu and Demon Martial had always been covert. Now exposed publicly, it had even alarmed an old monster like Yang Song. The situation had spiraled out of control. It might even destabilize Wuxia's current order. Oh right. Yang Song raised his hand. He seized Han Xiao like a toy, suspending him in plain sight. Yang Song turned to Lu Xiaodong. Do you know this man? I don't know him. Lu Xiaodong trembled all over and hurriedly denied it. Yang Song sneered. As a director of the Demon Martial School, you don't recognize even the big figures of Jingwu. It seems you are quite negligent in your duties. From now on, your position as director will be given to someone else. Lu Xiaodong's face instantly turned pale. The old man looked at Chen Yuehong. What about you? Chen Yuehong's eyelids twitched violently as he nervously replied. Principal, I know King Tianxiao. Back when the Eastern Front was breached, I fought alongside him. Is that the extent of your relationship? Yang Song looked at him with a half-smile. Chen Yuehong was drenched in sweat, desperately suppressing his fear, nodding heavily. As for the other directors, they were even more fearful, remaining silent as if frozen. Enough, the external issues have been resolved. It's time to address internal matters. Yang Song gulped down several shots of liquor, smilingly said, By the way, why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and start fighting. There are so many spectators watching. Everyone has come for a reason. There are good shows to watch. Chen Yuehong's pupils contracted suddenly. Wang Lingyan didn't care about any of that and activated her energy. Clang! The blood frost sword unleashed a sharp sword aura, fiercely slashing towards Chen Yuehong. Bang! Chen Yuehong dared not resist, and was sent flying again. He crashed through the gymnasium's outer wall. Whoosh!
Xue'er twisted her wrist, the sword aura transforming into a dragon exuding an imposing aura. Ding Yu's eyelids twitched violently as he turned and leaped several meters away, withdrawing from the battle. Lu Xiaodong was so frightened that he trembled all over, shouting,
I concede. Trash.
Wang Lingyan's gaze was cold. The blood frost sword hovered beside her, humming, as if mocking the weakness of these people. The venue fell into silence. The surrounding spectators were all flushed with excitement. An eye-opener. Today's new student ceremony for the Demon Martial School was truly spectacular. It featured the fierce confrontation between the titled martial kings and showcased the dominance of the first female martial goddess of Daxia. More importantly, they also witnessed the heavenly gate manifestation of the principle of the Demon Martial School, this ancient human being effortlessly suppressing a titled martial king.
Is that all?
Yang Song's face was full of disappointment. He cursed.
What a bunch of cowards.
Yang Song, furious, stamped his feet.
When it comes to boasting, you're all tough, but when it's time to act, you're powerless. With so many people watching, you have completely discarded the proud tradition of the Demon Martial School.
Everyone fell silent. In the end, it was Qi Yunhui who smiled gently and cupped her hands in salute.
Principal, don't be angry. It's all our fault for disturbing your tranquility. We sincerely apologize. If you enjoy the excitement, it's actually quite simple.
Qi Yunhui said with a bright smile.
Our Demon Martial 8 Institutes will apply to the Board of Directors to restore the martial combat arena. At that time, students and teachers from all schools will be able to engage in real combat in the 8 institutes, honing their combat techniques and enhancing their strength.
Tisk! Yang Song's eyes lit up.
Little Weihua's words are always pleasant. She knows I love excitement.
In an instant, the faces of the senior officials present at the Demon Martial School changed drastically.
Principal, you cannot agree. According to regulations, the right to host the martial combat arena for the 8 institutes has already been revoked and cannot be restored. That's right, this was an order issued from the capital back then. The 8 institutes made a misjudgment that led to the fall of many human powerhouses, and this is their punishment. Principal, think carefully.
Several directors of the Demon Martial School spoke in horror. Even several high-ranking officials from the martial arts department stood up to speak.
What do you count as? Can you manage me?
Yang Song huffed angrily, glaring.
Look at you cowards, then look at the current strength of the Demon Martial School. If it continues to weaken, it will truly become a second-rate university. It's decided. The Demon Martial 8 Institutes will restore the martial combat arena, and we'll try it for a year to see the results.
Everyone's eyelids twitched violently. Qi Yunhui continued to show a gentle smile.
Principal, the 8 institutes currently have a shallow foundation, and the rewards for the martial combat arena will need the school's support. That's easy to arrange.
Yang Song raised his hand. The King Tianxiu, who had been imprisoned, floated up, like a toy available for everyone to observe.
Use this to exchange resources in Jingwu. All the resources obtained will be invested into the martial combat arena as rewards, and all departments of the Demon Martial School can participate and share according to their achievements.
Yang Song raised his head with satisfaction, looking around. It seemed he wanted to catch some hidden powerhouses to exchange for resources. Unfortunately, the only person who could stand out was Han Xiao.
It's settled then. The Demon Martial School should liven things up. It shouldn't be so dull all the time. Whoever is unconvinced can come and fight me directly.
Yang Song dropped this statement and instantly vanished, taking the imprisoned Tianxiao King with him. Qi Yunhui suddenly raised her voice.
Principal Xue'er has voluntarily requested to join the Demon Martial 8 Institutes. You should agree to this right.
A word floated in the void.
Good.
Just a simple word also meant that this tumult in the Demon Martial School had completely come to an end.
Little junior sister, let's go home.
Qi Yunhui smiled gently.
Okay.
Xue'er nodded obediently. Qi Yunhui sat in a wheelchair with Shenlai pushing it from behind, while Xue'er stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Lingyan. The 4 of them walked together. No, it should be 5 people. Jiang Chen's soul floated in the void, following his senior brothers and sisters, as well as his little junior sister back home. Inside the gymnasium. Quiet. The atmosphere was even more eerie. The students of the Demon Martial School and most of the spectators were immersed in today's grand spectacle. However, a few prominent figures had faces that were extremely serious. They were not shocked by Yang Song's astonishing strength, but rather, Yang Song's appearance today represented a certain attitude. An attitude supporting the Demon Martial 8 Institutes. What a troublesome time. The military officer in uniform's tiger-like eyes quivered.
Report to the military headquarters immediately.
Yes. The aide nodded. The atmosphere was even more serious in the martial arts department and the education department. Whoosh! From the ruins, Qin Yuehong suddenly burst forth, soaring into the air amidst a cloud of dust.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new student ceremony of the Demon Martial School has concluded. Please orderly exit according to your respective institutes. Classes will officially commence tomorrow.
Qin Yuehong floated in the void, his face dark with anger as he spoke. The crowd exited in an orderly manner. Then Qin Yuehong lowered his gaze and exchanged glances with several prominent figures. Some were silent, some sighed, and some had cold and sharp gazes, but in the end, they all silently turned to leave. Qin Yuehong landed on the ground. Wu Shuli cautiously approached.
Director, are we really going to grant resources to the Demon Martial 8 Institutes?
Qin Yuehong shot her a cold glance.
What do you have the strength to defy an ancient being from the Heavenly Gate? Give,
Qin Yuehong said indifferently.
But the principal did not specify how to give, and the 8 institutes currently only have Xue'er as a student, so we will allocate resources based on a single person standard.
Wu Shuli's eyes brightened. Allocating resources based on just one person standard would certainly not be enough to support the rise of the 8 institutes. However, Wu Shuli worriedly said,
what if the principal gets upset? No problem. At the level of the principal, he won't bother with such trivial matters, and besides, we haven't violated any rules. The truly troublesome matter is Han Xiao.
Qin Yuehong's face showed concern.
The director of Jingwu University, a titled Martial King, was captured by the Demon Martial School and publicly imprisoned and humiliated. If this matter isn't handled well, it will cause a huge mess. Heavenly Roar King.
Wu Shuli trembled all over. If the titled martial kings were the cream of the 6th-tier source martial artists, then the heaven-ranked titled martial kings were the most formidable among the elite, the top-tier prodigies, with the greatest hope of advancing to the 7th tier and comprehending the heavenly gate dharma aspect. The capture of such a monumental figure would be enough to ignite a war in any other nation. Qin Yuehong frowned deeply.
I suspect the principal showed up today, most likely provoked by the aura emanating from the Heavenly Roar King. A miscalculation. Tang Qinglan shouldn't have let the Jingwu people come. The principal of the Demon Martial Academy and the principal of the Jingwu Academy are ancient monsters who can't stand the sight of each other.
Qin Yuehong sighed. Wu Shuli's expression grew complicated. The Heavenly Roar King had come to prevent unforeseen incidents, like stopping a powerhouse such as Wang Lingyan. Who would have thought? It would instead infuriate the principal of the Demon Martial Academy. Just as she was thinking, Wu Shuli suddenly felt a chill. She looked up. Qin Yuehong was glaring at her with an icy gaze.
You couldn't even confirm whether we could recruit Xue'er, ultimately leading us to make a misjudgment. Wu Shuli, I am very disappointed in you. Forget about the promotion. You'd better think hard about how you're going to explain this to Tang Qinglan.
Qin Yuehong left these words behind and strode away. Wu Shuli's face instantly turned pale. Outside the Demon Martial Academy gate, Gu Yao suppressed his inner ecstasy until he got into the car and closed the window, only then letting out a burst of laughter.
Ha ha! What a massive score! Xue'er really joined the Demon Martial 8th Academy.
Gu Yao pounded the steering wheel to vent his wild joy. Gu Zihan slurped his cola.
Dad, I have a feeling Xue'er won't have an easy path ahead. The scene today was too big the first Academy loss face. Plenty of students will hold a grudge against Xue'er. And there are plenty of scions from powerful families among them. They play dirty.
Old Master Gu nodded slightly. The Demon Martial 8th Academy now only had Xue'er as a student. In contrast, the first academy alone had 2,000 freshmen plus sophomores, juniors, and seniors. The disparity was enormous.
Relax,
Gu Yao chuckled.
you see, Xue'er is quiet and shy, but her inner toughness is unimaginable. Am a good judge of people. Xue'er will definitely rise in the Demon Martial Academy.
Gu Yao's eyes blazed with exhilarating determination.
In my life, nothing makes me prouder than spotting talent.
Slurp. Gu Zihan took a gulp of cola.
Dad, what do you think of me? You?
Gu Yao slowly turned his head. He looked at Gu Zihan, his eyes brimming with a complex mix of emotions. Annoyance, lament, shame, helplessness, disappointment at his failure to thrive, the feeling of mud that can't be stuck to a wall.
Stop, stop, stop! Enough.
Gu Zihan was deeply aggrieved.
Don't look at me like that. I shouldn't have asked.
Gu Yao suddenly raised his hand. Gu Zihan, thinking he was about to get hit, instinctively shrank his neck. But in the next moment, his father's broad hand gently rested on his thick, fleshy neck.
Zihan, my boy, you're in the Demon Martial First Academy at Junior this year, right?
Gu Yao gently stroked the back of his son's head. Gu Zihan felt a shiver.
Dad, don't be like this. You're scaring me. Don't be scared.
A smile curled on Gu Yao's lips.
Something you said just now opened my eyes. Since so many people in the First Academy are going to target Xue'er, especially those narrow-minded, insidious scions from powerful families, I want you to join them. Join the faction targeting Xue'er. Infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Dig up intelligence. And secretly tip off Xue'er.
Gu Yao's eyes grew even brighter.
I want you, Gu Zihan, to become Xue'er's most loyal right-hand man from now on.
Huh? Gu Zihan was dumbfounded. The old man beside him also had his eyes light up. He leaned in with a beaming smile.
Zihan, do whatever it takes to carry out your undercover work. The Gu family will fully support you. Money, people, resources, everything you need.
The old man sighed with heartfelt satisfaction.
Our Zihan has finally found his path.
Gu Zihan's fat trembled. He suddenly felt a surge of excitement. This was so thrilling. After all these years, was he finally going to earn his family's recognition?
Remember, you're the most loyal right-hand man. Don't you dare have any other improper thoughts or else.
Gu Yao looked over with a smile.
It'll really send you to the kingdom of Tai to become a girl. Yes.
Gu Zihan nodded emphatically and downed the rest of his cola in one gulp. He said firmly,
Don't worry, I'll devote myself wholeheartedly to building the Gu family's rise.
Inside the car, the 3 generations of the Gu family's direct line exchanged glances, all revealing elated smiles. Family joy? Forging glory together. Elsewhere, Xue'er followed her senior fellow apprentices to a corner in the eastern part of the Demon Martial Academy. It was a tranquil area, the streets empty, willows swaying in the breeze on both sides, and ripples spreading across the lake.
Xue'er, our 8th Academy is rather quiet.
We apologized.
It's fine, senior sister. I like peace and quiet too.
Xue'er gave a sweet smile, looking around, and said cheerfully,
I really like it here. Don't worry, even though the 8th Academy's resources are scarce, we senior brothers and sisters can still teach you with all our hearts.
We smiled softly.
Our 8th Academy has quite a few precious treasures tucked away. Thank you, senior sister.
Xue'er smiled gently. But her attention was always on Jiangchen. At this moment, Jiangchen floated in the void, moving along with the group, his gaze filled with deep longing. 3 years. To outsiders, he had only been missing for 3 years. But to Jiangchen himself, this was his first return to the Demon Martial 8th Academy, after fighting for 30,000 years in the netherworld. By the green lake shore, the willow-lined path, the purple bamboo grove, and that oddly shaped crooked tree.
Little junior sister, we're home.
Wang Lingyan smiled gently. Xue'er looked up and saw a very simple courtyard ahead, nestled in the purple bamboo grove with a distinctive crooked tree in front of the gate. A breeze blew, carrying a rich, mellow aroma of wine and meat.
So fragrant.
Xue'er's beautiful eyes lit up. We said with a smile.
Master's cooking skills are wonderful. Back then, our little junior brother, your 8th senior brother Jiangchen, loved eating stewed meat hot pot the most. He could finish a huge pot every time. In those days, the purple bamboo courtyard was especially lively. After everyone was full, would sit on lounge chairs and chat.
Shi Yunhui's smile grew warmer. Wang Lingyan's red lips curved into a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Even the usually stern Shenlai couldn't help but crack a grin.
Brother Jiang.
Yi Xue'er seemed to sense Jiang Chen's emotional turmoil.
I'm fine.
Jiang Chen straightened his back and smiled.
Come on, let's go pay our respects to Master. He is the best master under heaven. Him.
Yi Xue'er nodded. She walked into the courtyard. An old man in a gray robe well advanced in years was sitting on a small wooden stool gently fanning the firewood with a palm leaf fan. On the firewood stove a fragrant delicacy was stewing. Smoke and steam swirled around, forming two illusory dragon shadows soaring into the sky. No. It was three dragon shadows. Inside the stove, as the old man fanned his palm leaf fan, a docile fire dragon flickered in and out of view, breathing flames at a perfectly moderate temperature, condensing chi into dragons. The realm of transcendence. This scene left Yi Xue'er utterly amazed, her mouth agape for a long time.
You're back. Just in time. Come, let's have lunch.
The old man's tone was gentle.
Master.
Wang Lingyan, Shi Yunhui, and Shenlai all bowed simultaneously. The old man nodded.
Go get the bowls and chopsticks. We're about to eat.
Then he looked at Yi Xue'er, his smile growing even warmer.
So you're Yi Xue'er. Wonderful. Welcome to the Demon Martial 8th Academy. My name is Zhang Wenyuan. If you don't mind.
Zhang Wenyuan put down his fan, dusted off his robe, stood up, and said with a smile.
From now on I'll be your master. Disciple Yi Xue'er pays respects to master.
Yi Xue'er nodded firmly. She clasped her hands and bowed deeply in salute. In the void, Jiang Chen in his soul form also clasped his hands, bowed deeply, and performed the disciple's rite to honor his revered master. Inside the purple bamboo courtyard, a gentle breeze blew and dragon mist swirled. A person and a soul bowed deeply.
Good, good, good.
Zhang Wenyuan laughed heartily.
Yi Xue'er, from now on you shall be my 9th true disciple. Master is good.
Yi Xue'er smiled sweetly. Wang Lingyan approached with a tea tray and said with a smile,
Junior sister, serve tea to master.
Yi Xue'er picked up the teacup and bowed deeply before Zhang Wenyuan.
Master, please enjoy the tea.
Zhang Wenyuan took the teacup with both hands and drank it all in one go. The elderly man looked at the young girl in front of him with bright eyes full of satisfaction.
In the Demon Martial Academy, there are no formalities. Since you have become my disciple, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. From now on this place shall be your home. Do not be afraid, do not be polite, just focus on your cultivation.
Zhang Wenyuan paused for a moment. He then spoke with a solemn voice.
From the moment you join the Demon Martial Academy, there will be many disturbances from the outside world. You need not concern yourself with them. Apart from necessary training, all disturbances beyond your capacity to bear will be blocked by me. No one shall bully my disciple.
Zhang Wenyuan's tone was incredibly firm.
Absolutely not.
This was his promise to his little disciple. It was also a reflection of his regret over past events. A hint of pain flashed in Zhang Wenyuan's eyes. Jiang Chen sensed the old man's self-reproach and guilt. It was evident that his incident back then had been a tremendous blow to his master. It even gave rise to feelings of self-blame and guilt in Zhang Wenyuan, who felt he had failed to protect his disciple.
Master, what happened back then was not your fault. I will recover my strength as soon as possible and crush everything with overwhelming force.
Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp as he hovered in the void, bowing deeply. At that moment Qi Yunhui softly reminded,
Master, the time is right. Good, then let us have a meal to celebrate Xue'er's joining.
Zhang Wenyuan regained his senses, gently raised his hand, and a delicate force lifted Yi Xue'er into the air. Then Zhang Wenyuan turned and approached the fire stove. The moment he lifted the pot lid,
boom!
A surge of hot air erupted, coalescing and not dissipating, resembling a flowing cloud crown floating above the purple bamboo courtyard. The hot air surged like a dragon or a flood dragon, In the distance, Xue'er seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise.
Junior sister, this is the dragon spirit nourishing soup specially brewed by Master. The main ingredient is the heart of a 6-tier king-level exotic beast, the Earth Demon Dragon King, combined with the bone marrow of the North Sea Flood Dragon and brewed with numerous precious medicinal herbs. This ancient brewing method is known only to our master.
Xue'er was instantly stunned. A 6-tier exotic beast used as an ingredient. This was equivalent to a powerful exotic beast on the level of a divine sea martial king. Jinling also showed a smile.
This 6-tier Earth Demon Dragon King possesses a royal bloodline and is extremely rare. It caused a disturbance in the northern region and was encountered by your 8th brother Jiangchen, who directly subdued it and then brought it back to the purple bamboo courtyard to store it in the ice cellar.
Xue'er blinked, her big eyes filled with admiration.
Big brother Jiang, you are amazing. So it was that Earth Demon Dragon King. Jiangchen showed a reminiscing expression and then smiled.
You are in for a treat. Master's culinary skills are unmatched, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Zhang Wenyuan had already served a large bowl of delicacies, smiling.
Xue'er, this Earth Demon Dragon King's heart is for you. Give it a taste. Master, this is too precious. You eat first.
Xue'er hurriedly waved her hands. The heart of a 6-tier king-level exotic beast, the Earth Demon Dragon King. Valued at least several billion yuan.
This dragon heart is specially brewed for you.
Zhang Wenyuan smiled gently.
Do you remember what I said earlier? In the 8 Academy, do not be polite, treat it as your own home. Be obedient.
Zhang Wenyuan handed over the bowl and chopsticks.
Taste my cooking. I am looking forward to your evaluation. Thank you, Master. Xue'er politely thanked him, and then took a small taste. It was crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside, delicious and smooth.
So good.
Xue'er's beautiful eyes instantly lit up.
Zhang Wenyuan's smile grew even more.
Have some more soup.
Xue'er sipped the hot soup. She was indeed very hungry. She began to eat heartily. Beside her, Zhang Wenyuan, Wanling Yan, Qi Yunhui, and Shenlai all watched intently. At this moment, Xue'er's cheeks flushed rosy and adorable with steam rising from her head.
Whoosh!
Zhang Wenyuan flicked his finger. The dragon flood dragon phantom that had been swirling above the pot lid suddenly surged toward Xue'er's crown.
Bang!
A muffled sound echoed. The little wooden stool Xue'er was sitting on suddenly exploded. Wanling Yan had long been prepared and instantly rushed over to support her junior sister.
Senior sister, I feel so hot. Xue'er's complexion was flushed, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and her whole body began to emit waves of heat.
Quite normal. Wanling Yan smiled.
This pot of dragon spirit nourishing soup is more than 100 times stronger than the top-tier nutrient solution of Blue Star. By consuming it, the medicinal effect is cleansing your meridians and bones. Do you see this hot air? This is the turbid energy within your body. Additionally, Master has used the residual bloodline power of the Earth Demon Dragon King and the North Sea Flood Dragon to nourish your body and soul.
Xue'er shivered slightly. Although she did not understand the principle behind it, she knew it was extremely beneficial for her.
Xue'er, this is a welcome gift from Master.
Jiangchen also smiled and said,
The heart of the Earth Demon Dragon King and the bones of the North Sea Flood Dragon. These top-level medicinal materials combined are worth at least over 10 billion Huaxia coins, and they are priceless. More importantly, Master is a 7-tier Tianmen realm expert currently using the power of his Dharma body to cleanse your meridians and nourish your body and soul. Throughout Blue Star, only our Master can achieve this. Xue'er's pupils trembled. She looked at the elderly man in front of her and said earnestly,
Thank you, Master. No need to be polite.
Zhang Wenyuan smiled softly.
Your meridians and acupoints have been refined very perfectly, indicating that your combat techniques are quite exquisite, and your mental power is also very abundant.
However, although practicing martial arts has increased your vital energy, the innate foundation within your body is slightly shallow, which is due to long-term malnutrition. Zhang Wenyuan instructed.
In the future you must eat more nutritious food.
Xue'er nodded obediently. Zhang Wenyuan continued.
Shall I later go to the ice cellar?
Retrieve the remaining bone marrow of the Earth Demon Dragon King as well as the Crescent Moon Tiger King and the Overlord Dragon Bear, and make soup to nourish Xue'er properly. All right, master.
Jinling grinned. Xue'er held a large bowl and suddenly felt a twinge in her nose. Tears welled up in her eyes. Ever since her parents passed away, she had been alone and isolated, and it had been a long time since she felt the warmth of others. Big brother Jiang was the first. Now the master of the Demon Martial Academy, along with her senior brothers and sisters. They made her experience the warmth of home. This feeling. It was wonderful. After the meal, Zhang Wenyuan slowly stood up.
Ling Yan, take junior sister to meet other senior brothers and sisters, as well as other mentors from the 8 Academy. All right.
Wang Lingyan's eyes trembled slightly. Zhang Wenyuan nodded at Xue'er with a smile, and then turned to walk into the inner room. The elderly man's steps were a bit unsteady. His back appeared lonely.
Master's legs have been injured.
Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and a fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes. This was definitely related to the tragic incident in the Demon Martial Academy back then.
Junior sister, let's go.
Wang Lingyan stood up. The group walked deeper into the purple bamboo forest, passing through a narrow path, and suddenly found themselves in an open area. This place. It was a cemetery. Dozens of gravestones stood silently on the ground.
Boom!
A fierce killing intent erupted from Jiang Chen's eyes. He recognized all the names on the gravestones. These names belonged to his senior brothers and sisters in the Demon Martial Academy, to his mentors, who had supported him on his path of growth, and to his comrades, who fought alongside him. And now, they had all perished. Looking at the gravestones before him, Jiang Chen's mind filled with familiar figures, intensifying the rage and killing intent within him.